Blue Star, Shihong City, Jingbei University. The players in the Eerie wedding haunted house dungeon have all died. As the Dragon Country player collapsed in terror under the Ghost Bride scissors, the last live broadcast in the dungeon turned black. This was the third wave of players wiped out in the Eerie wedding haunted house dungeon. The task was to survive for 7 days, but players usually get wiped out on the third day, never even reaching half the time. It's easy to imagine how ridiculously difficult the dungeon is. As expected of Chinese horror, the difficulty is absurdly high. I'm crying, that Ghost Bride is even a red clothing level vicious ghost. 3 waves, 3 whole waves of players. Although Chinese horror is our Dragon Country's culture, there's nothing fun about it. The internet is nearly crucifying us, saying the Ghost Bride is something we created. And what about our players dying? Who would be so stupid to bring out such a powerful ghost? Plus, this weird game doesn't even care about us. The heated discussion woke Lin Ye, who was sleeping, and he looked up in confusion. Weird game? Dungeon? Eerie wedding haunted house? Ghost Bride? Red clothing? Vicious ghost? What's all this about? Besides, isn't he in the dorm? How did he suddenly appear in the classroom? While confused, the mechanical voice from earlier rang in his mind again. The Eerie wedding haunted house dungeon is restarting, a new round of players is being selected. Help, no way. Not again, this dungeon. Does the whole world not count as human beings? Damn it, if you're so capable, pick me for the dungeon. I'm a Taoist disciple, I'll fight the Ghost Bride with a peachwood sword. In the midst of his classmates' excited discussion, many unfamiliar memories suddenly flooded into Lin Ye's mind. Am I crossing over? This is Blue Star, a parallel world of Earth, and his original self is also named Lin Ye. His parents died in a strange city when the mysterious event happened, leaving him an orphan, surviving by scavenging trash to pay for university. Why did the mysterious event occur? That's because this world has strange games. And these strange games like to base terrifying dungeons on various countries' folk horror stories. Every once in a while, the strange game selects players from all over the world to enter the game and undergo survival challenges. If they succeed, they earn points which can be exchanged for national luck and various survival resources, including land area and lifespan. If they fail, the player dies, and national luck is plundered, with a terrifying ghost domain from the dungeon randomly descending on a city. The strange game has existed for 5 years so far, and humanity still hasn't figured out what it really is. Player selection complete. Generating player list. List finalized. Congratulations, Dragon Country player Lin Ye has been selected, teleporting. Before Lin Ye could react, a flash of white light appeared, and he found himself in a pure white space. At the same time, his youthful face appeared on the live broadcast screen, with his profile information floating beside him. When the Dragon Country viewers saw the introduction, they collectively broke down. Great, it's a clueless university student, we're doomed. Everyone knows that university students' intelligence level has fallen below that of elementary school students, we're doomed. Are you kidding? The last round at least had a police officer who lasted this long, and now you pick a university student? I'm sure, Dragon Country is being set up. Inside the Dragon Country high-level conference room. All core personnel were looking at the big screen with worry. Lin Ye is just around 20 years old, and he's been selected just like that? There's nothing we can do, the strange game selects players randomly, and we can't intervene. Now, all we can do is pray that this kid is clever enough and lasts a little longer. Sigh, we'd better prepare for the worst. Other countries naturally saw the Dragon Country's list, but they weren't even in the mood to mock it. Again this instance. Baka, is the only way to escape this instance by clearing it? Aishiba, this annoying instance, it's all the Dragon Country's fault for creating such a strong and strange thing, now we're all going to die together. I suggest Dragon Country compensate our country for the losses from this game, they are fully responsible for this instance's appearance. We, the US, completely agree and accept Dragon Country's compensation. Pa! Always talking about compensation, with a face that big, why don't you just beg for food? The Dragon Country viewers are not backing down, they fiercely retort. The two sides are arguing uncontrollably in the live chat. In the instance, the team assignments for each country have been completed, and players are being synchronized for transport. Lin Ye's eyes flashed with white light again, and this time he appeared in front of a traditional and antique courtyard. He was in a team with players from 6 other countries, Foot Basin Country, Kimchi Country, Malu Country, India Country, Turkey Country, and US Country. Congratulations to all players for entering the game instance. Instance name, the Ghostly Wedding Mansion. Due to an accident, you have entered a century-old mansion. The red candles are burning brightly, and everything here is preserved as it was during a wedding banquet. But the guests are no longer alive, and no one has ever seen the bride's face under the veil. Clearance condition, successfully survive for 7 days and help the host family complete the wedding ceremony on the 7th day. Please select a token to enter the mansion. As the mechanical voice of the system faded, 7 floating boxes appeared in front of them. Most of the items inside were festive things like red candles, hairpins, jade bracelets, wooden combs, baby shoes, etc. But none of the players dared to look down on these items. These tokens could attract various ghosts and monsters to demand their lives on the first night, and many players had died in the first 3 rounds because of them. As for how to avoid this, they had already learned it in the first 3 rounds. So, except for Lin Ye, the other 6 players almost pounced on the tokens the moment they appeared, fighting to grab them. The players from Foot Basin Country and Kimchi Country even fought over a wooden comb. Baka. I saw it first, it should be mine. Aishiba, whoever sees it first owns it, let go. The citizens of both countries argued fiercely in the live chat as well. Only the people from Dragon Country were shaking their heads in disappointment. Why aren't you picking? Are you too scared to even move? No way, dude, are you waiting for others to pick the good stuff and then prepare to die? Is this the virtue of humility? This is a world of strange happenings. I might as well eat a good meal for the last time and go home to wait for death. So why not pick me? I'm the true heir of Taoism. Upstairs, I'm the true heir of Buddhism. And I still didn't get picked. Lin Ye looked at the 2 people fighting without interest and rolled his eyes. Then, he casually walked up to the hairpin. From his perspective, he could see a line of small text next to the hairpin with a reminder. Special item, bride's hairpin. It was a coming-of-age gift from her mother, carrying her last kind thoughts and hopes. If you are willing to return the hairpin to her and promise to accompany her for the rest of her life, perhaps she will be willing to lay down her deep hatred and killing intent? Hint, if you successfully tame the Ghost Bride, you will receive a red-robed vengeful ghost bodyguard, upgradable, Lin Ye tried to reach out to grab the hairpin in the box, and a sudden sound of gasping filled the air. Did the players from Dragon Country go mad? That was the token that could summon the Ghost Bride. The first player to grab the hairpin was disemboweled by the Ghost Bride on the first night, and his death was tragic. The Ghost Bride was the most terrifying entity in this mansion, and no one wanted to face her directly on the first night. That was no different from courting death. It wasn't just them, the Dragon Country viewers watching the livestream also thought Lin Ye had gone crazy. This is a god who has never watched the livestream before. It's over, are we going to be the first country eliminated this time? Dragon Kingdom in danger. P.S. To clear your doubts, it's a single female lead story. Don't be mad about the soul transfer, it's just a foreshadowing, trust me and keep reading. Chapter 002, Golden Finger, Fierce Ghost Bodyguard. Lin Ye raised his eyebrows, and from the reactions of the others, he was sure that only he could see the tiny words of that prompt. A golden finger benefit for a transmigrator? No wonder the strange game chose him as a player, turns out it was waiting for him here. Since it's like this, there's no other way, he has to go for it no matter what. Lin Ye didn't hesitate at all and picked up that hairpin. Come on, that was a red-clothed fierce ghost bodyguard. Super cool, right? Who could say no to that? Anyway, he couldn't. The wooden carved hairpin felt cold in his hand, with a kind of smooth and gentle jade-like touch. After he made his choice, the player from the Foot Basin Country, relying on his muscular body, also managed to snatch the wooden comb. The player from the Kimchi Country stomped weakly with a constipated look. You just wait, once we get out of this dungeon, my fans will get justice for me. He was one of the newly debuted boy group idols from the Kimchi Country, with fair and tender skin, used to being flattered by everyone. This was the first time someone had given him no face at all. The Foot Basin Country player showed his muscular arms. Say that again when you manage to get out alive, you sissy. The Kimchi Country player screamed, who are you calling? I'm talking about you. He was so angry he wanted to rush up and hit him, but feared those strong muscles, so in the end he could only swallow his anger and walk to the side, picking up the baby shoes no one had chosen. His upset mood instantly disappeared when he noticed Lin Ye had chosen the hairpin. Seems the real fool is right here. He picked up the baby shoes, glanced proudly at Lin Ye, thinking, if someone's going to die first, it'll be you. Shoes of the grudge baby. A baby who was cut in half before completing a full month of life, its heart filled with endless hatred. If you cannot dissolve its resentment, you can only become its new toy. Hint, if you're willing to sacrifice others to the vengeful spirit, maybe it will let you live a few more days. Seeing those words, Lin Ye's eyes flickered, but he didn't care about the others' gaze. They say the Ghost Bride is fierce, but this grudge baby's hatred is no less. At least the Ghost Bride can communicate, but a child without awakened mind, that's another story entirely. Then he looked toward the wooden comb in the Foot Basin Country player's hand. The butler's comb. He personally sent the woman he loved to her wedding, pushing her into the fire pit. He regretted it for half his life. If he could do it again, he would choose to take her away without hesitation. Hint, when facing the butler, do not hesitate. He deeply hates those who are not firm. He then looked at the other players' items one by one. Almost every item could trigger a certain death mechanism. Some of them were impossible to guard against. If not for his golden finger, tonight would surely be full of misfortune. No wonder this dungeon had wiped out 3 whole teams in a row. The difficulty right from the start was insane, and the next 7 days would only get harder. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze and turned toward the old mansion's gate. The ancient courtyard, with 2 faded red lanterns swaying in the wind, casting a blood-like glow. The double happiness characters on the door had already faded black. Yet it gave off an indescribable eerie feeling. This was the charm of Chinese horror, just standing there was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Once the relics were chosen, it meant the game had officially begun. They had no time to waste and had to enter the mansion within 1 stick of incense's time. The American player, Harris, with his blonde hair, said coldly, arguing right after entering the game. "You want to die faster?" Hearing that, both the Kimchi and Foot Basin country players' faces turned ugly. But they didn't dare talk back. Everyone knew America was their big boss, and they were too busy trying to please him to risk offending him. They put on flattering smiles, nodding repeatedly, looking completely like lapdogs. The other players from different countries also seemed eager to curry favor with the American. Only these 2 people didn't show it obviously. Harris really enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention, and instinctively glanced at the Dragon Country's players. He wanted to subtly show off, but unexpectedly, the kid had already run to the front of the old mansion's gate and was raising his hand to knock. Harris held his breath, no longer thinking about anything else, and took 2 or 3 steps forward to stand behind Lin Ye in a safer position. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound was especially harsh in the dead silence, and the door hinge emitted a dying groan as it slowly opened a crack. A pale face appeared from the darkness. When Lin Ye saw clearly, his eyes immediately widened. This was actually a paper figure. Its head was a circle larger than a normal person's, and its face was made of some semi-transparent oil paper. As the expression changed, moldy stains would appear on the paper as it became damp. What was most terrifying were those eyes. Its left eye was a clumsy ink, while its right eye was embedded with a murky real eyeball, its bloodshot white strangely trembling. Honored guest. When the paper figure butler spoke, its mouth tore open to the ear, revealing an oral structure made from bamboo strips inside. The tip of its tongue was made of red paper cut into a triangle shape, slapping against the roof of its mouth as it spoke, making a papa sound. This scene was not just eerie and terrifying. Everyone took a tacit half-step back, clearly frightened by the paper figure butler. In the 3rd round of the game, it was still just a simple paper figure, but who would have thought that by the 4th round, it had grown an eyeball? Players could feel that the weirdness of this old mansion was intensifying. If they got wiped out this time, what kind of hellish scene would await the players in the 5th round? "Please come in." The paper figure butler stepped aside, and the gap in the door widened enough for 1 person to pass through. Even though they knew there was no danger behind the door, the abyss-like darkness of the door still made everyone's hearts fill with fear. The viewers in the live broadcast were also greatly scared. I can't even imagine how strong the Ghost Bride is now. What should Lin Ye do with the hairpin? A paper figure is making my mental value drop dramatically. The Ghost Bride is a presence above the red-clad vengeful spirit. Lin Ye won't be killed instantly on the first night, will he? Forget it, I'll just pray that the ghost domain doesn't descend on my city. 1 more day of life is 1 more day. Lin Ye took a deep breath, raised his foot, and took the lead in entering the old mansion. Tip: never hesitate when facing the butler. Moreover, he was a man with a golden finger. What's there to be afraid of? The paper figure butler's smile deepened, and once again, he bowed to the remaining players. Please. That murky eyeball followed his movement, constantly spinning around. The players gradually entered, and the gap in the door slowly closed. In the flickering red light, only that eerie eyeball remained, staring through the gap straight at the live broadcast. It felt as though the paper figure butler had already discovered their presence and would burst through the screen in the next second. The viewers were so frightened that they broke their defenses and spammed bullet comments for protection. It wasn't until the scene switched to the player's perspective that the viewers finally stopped, still shaken. The corridor was still filled with red lanterns. The lanterns had the phrase Jinbi Value Muan Song Sa Sun Luo written on them, but only a few broken strokes remained, like chewed-up corpses. Compared to the outside, the interior of the old mansion seemed even more desolate. The resting rooms prepared for them were deep in the back courtyard of the old mansion. The 7 players followed behind the paper figure butler, not daring to fall behind. After passing through the long corridor, they finally arrived. Honored guests, you have traveled far. The sky is getting late, please rest for the night. After going through the formalities, the paper figure butler turned and left, as if not caring whether they would obediently enter their rooms. Players who had seen the first 3 rounds of the live broadcast knew the consequences of not entering the rooms. So, after the butler left, none of them delayed, quickly picking their rooms and entering. Lin Ye hesitated for a few seconds, and after confirming there was really no hint, he chose the 3rd room and entered. As soon as he opened the door, he was stunned. The room was filled with glaring red. Red curtains, red candles, red bed. A bride in a red wedding gown quietly sat on the edge of the bed, her whole body emitting a suffocating resentment and dead silence. Her toes were slightly drooping, and from the spread of her skirt, a pair of blood-stained embroidered shoes were visible. Under the heavy blood-red veil was an endless blackness. The ghost bride's withered claw-like hand rested on her knee, and beneath her, the bedding that should have been festive was moldy and black, leaking a cold, fishy sweetness. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat, and he could feel the silent gaze from under the red veil. The ghost bride was watching him. This realization made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Ghost bride hidden attribute, love brain passive. She once joyfully wore her bridal gown, waiting for marriage, but on her wedding night, she was dragged into a mourning hall to marry a corpse. Afterwards, she was cruelly nailed into a coffin and died tragically. For 100 years, she has guarded her empty grave with resentment, turning the wedding chamber into a ghost's den. She swore to become the most vengeful and ferocious ghost, killing every person who enters the wedding room. Hint: if you are willing to shed a sincere tear for her tragic fate, give her the most loyal trust and protection, and regard her as the most precious being, perhaps she will see you as an equal. Warning: after triggering this effect, if you show fear, betrayal, or attempt to abandon her, it will immediately provoke the ghost bride's resentment and madness by 100 times. Lin Ye suppressed the fear in his heart and looked down at the hairpin in his hand. Combining these two hints, he could deduce that the key to controlling the ghost bride lay in her hidden attribute. In other words, he had to show 100% sincerity to make the ghost bride accept him and willingly become his bodyguard. Otherwise, he would most likely end up like the previous players, torn apart by her mercilessly on the first night. Husband. A very light whisper came from under the red veil. Lin Ye just stared as the ghost bride lifted her embroidered shoes, and in a few blurry moments, her figure was already in front of him, accompanied by a strong smell of blood and a chilling gust of wind. Damn! The scent hit Lin Ye so hard that he almost vomited. How many people has the ghost bride killed? Husband. Another very soft whisper. The ghost bride's withered bone hand lifted, and in her arm was a blood-stained wedding gown. A large hole was torn in the chest of the wedding gown, and with just one glance, Lin Ye could imagine how the previous grooms were cruelly gutted by the ghost bride. The lucky time is coming, the ghost bride said, pushing the wedding gown towards him. Behind her, a thick blood-red color was already closing in, pooling on the ground into a human-shaped blood puddle, as if a hunter couldn't wait to execute its prey. That was the figures of the people who had died here before. As expected of the ghost bride, truly terrifyingly vicious. Lin Ye forced himself to calm down and naturally closed the door behind him. Wife, I'm here. He gently responded, stepping forward a bit to shorten the last bit of distance between him and the ghost bride. Lin Ye's response made the viewers in the livestream hold their breath. I can smell the blood on the ghost bride even through the screen, and this guy still dares to respond. My scalp is tingling. Behind the ghost bride, it looks like the previous dead players. Oh my god, this is terrifying. I remember now, I totally remember. It's this wedding gown, the last player from India wore this and was gutted by the ghost bride. I can't look anymore, I'm so scared the ghost bride will suddenly kill someone for no reason. Lin Ye, come on, at least don't be the first to be eliminated. Every little bit helps with the national luck. Is this for me? I really like it. Lin Ye took the wedding gown, and when his hand accidentally brushed against the ghost bride's clothes, the cold made him almost instinctively pull his arm back. Cold, a bone-chilling, spine-tingling cold that reached deep into the marrow. He didn't show it on his face, but quickly put on the wedding dress, then took out the hairpin. Wife, I also have a gift for you. The ghost bride's body stiffened, her skirt slightly swaying, and her withered fingers unconsciously rubbed the hairpin. Do you like it? The ghost bride didn't answer, but it seemed like she must have liked it. Her reaction made Lin Ye bolder. He had a golden finger, what was there to fear? Just follow the prompts and everything would be fine. So, he made up his mind and boldly reached out to grab the ghost bride's hand. The biting cold surged again, and he nearly couldn't stop his teeth from chattering. Let me fix your hair for you, is that all right? Saying this, he gently pulled the ghost bride to the dressing mirror and guided her to sit down. The ghost bride didn't struggle, and her voice was no longer filled with resentment like before. Thank you, my husband. Lin Ye was encouraged, but too afraid to lift the front of her veil. Instead, he slowly pulled back the veil from behind her. Her sleek, black hair appeared before him, and Lin Ye couldn't resist reaching out to touch it, the texture smooth like the finest jade. Your hair is truly beautiful, my wife, he sighed sincerely. The ghost bride didn't respond, but her stiff back seemed to loosen a little. Lin Ye picked up the jade comb beside him and easily combed through her hair. Plop. Something fell to the ground. He instinctively looked down and saw several wriggling maggots and human rotting intestines quietly lying on the floor. Where did these come from? He looked up in confusion, but the ceiling was empty. He didn't understand, but the viewers in the live stream saw it all clearly. I didn't see it wrong, those things fell from the Ghost Bride's hair? The person upstairs didn't see it wrong, I saw it too. This scene is really creepy. Who knows how many terrifying things are hidden in the Ghost Bride's beautiful hair? He's not really going to fix her hair, right? Does it even work? Let's take it step by step. At least he's still alive for now. The overseas viewers were even more excited at this point. Why hasn't he died yet after putting on the wedding dress and taking the hairpin? This is a cover-up, a cover-up. I knew it, the players from Dragon Country are hiding the way to clear the game. This is murder, plain and simple murder. Damn Dragon Country. Humans should be protecting each other in a creepy game like this. A backstab like this is a betrayal to all of humanity. I strongly demand they compensate for our losses, they must compensate. Lin Ye's livestream was now dominating the charts on all major streaming platforms. No one understood how a newbie had managed to survive this long in the hands of the scariest Ghost Bride. They all just wanted to see when he would finally die. Only the viewers in Dragon Country silently prayed that he would escape the danger. Husband, what's wrong? The Ghost Bride asked as she noticed he hadn't moved for a long time. Lin Ye snapped out of it and lightly shook his head, nothing. After saying that, he subconsciously began to comb her hair again. Thick blood and pieces of flesh dripped down, some even splattering on his warm skin. This time, he finally saw clearly, those things were falling from the Ghost Bride's hair. He tightened his grip on her hair. If it weren't for his rationality fighting to hold him back, he would have thrown the hair away by now. Chapter 004, Flirting with the Ghost Bride? You're truly crazy. She was just a pitiful girl. She didn't want to end up like this, she was also a victim of other schemes. She was just a poor victim. While mentally hypnotizing himself, Lin Ye still moved slowly and steadily as he combed the Ghost Bride's hair. Soon, his lower body was soaked in blood, with bits of flesh, bones, and maggots scattered all over. The livestream viewers were so disturbed by the scene that most of them had to turn away, looking at him with eyes full of sympathy. But Lin Ye seemed completely unaware, continuing his work until no more strange things fell from the Ghost Bride's hair. He finally stopped his actions. Husband, are you tired? The Ghost Bride did not turn around, but her hand rotated 180 degrees to gently grasp his fingers and knead them. The sensation was not pleasant. Apart from being cold, it felt like the friction of sandpaper on skin. The feeling was strange, indescribable, and it easily sent goosebumps all over his body. Combing my wife's hair is my happiness. I would gladly comb my wife's hair for a lifetime. His tone was gentle, his expression sincere, showing no sign of lying or reluctance. The Ghost Bride withdrew her hand, and with it, the bloodstains on him disappeared, as if the terrifying sight just now had only been his illusion. Lin Ye was drawn into the scene, looking affectionately at the bride in her wedding dress. Wife, don't move, I will pin your hair. The Ghost Bride's voice had a hint of shyness. Lin Ye, greatly encouraged, couldn't help but throw himself wholeheartedly into the role of husband. His hand returned to her long hair, casually chatting with a smile in his eyes. I spent a lot of money learning this to pin your hair. Actually, he had watched a tutorial for hairpinning on short videos, and at the time, even though he had no partner, he impulsively learned it. Looking back, he was glad he learned it, otherwise, it would have been awkward if he didn't know how to do it now. The ancestors were right, a variety of skills never hurt. At a critical moment, they can save your life. Husband, you are so thoughtful. The Ghost Bride's voice became even more tender. Soon, a beautiful hairpin style was completed by Lin Ye's hands. He picked up the hairpin and gently inserted it into the Ghost Bride's hair. Then, his face leaned against the Ghost Bride's neck as he looked at the reflection of the two in the mirror. Wife, are you satisfied? I am very happy. The Ghost Bride said, and to his surprise, her bony hand slowly began to grow new flesh. Her fingers were long, her joints were evenly spaced, the fingertips were round and plump, the nails like carefully polished seashells, the curve of her hand graceful and delicate. Her skin was smooth like the finest porcelain, glowing with a healthy, rosy luster. Lin Ye was not particularly into hands, but looking at these hands, he couldn't help but swallow. They were truly beautiful. No one has ever seen the true face of the bride under the veil. The description flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but glance toward her red veil. With hands so beautiful, what kind of country-toppling beauty could be hidden beneath the veil? At this moment, Lin Ye's heart fluttered slightly, but for the first time, not because of fear. The Ghost Bride felt his burning gaze, and uncomfortable, she stood up and retreated. I will guard outside the room all night. Husband, you rest peacefully. Wait. Seeing the Ghost Bride about to leave, Lin Ye instinctively grabbed her pale little hand, and sure enough, the touch was as warm as he had imagined. But he didn't dare to be overly bold, just holding her hand without any further actions. Just as the Ghost Bride was about to leave, thinking the danger of the night was over, Lin Ye suddenly pulled her back, causing the live chat to explode with "What the hell? Is this guy crazy?" Does he really want to die? Damn. Why do I feel like this guy suddenly has an interest in her? No way. His taste is so heavy. I admit the Ghost Bride's hands are indeed beautiful, but is it really right to have such thoughts now? Doesn't he smell the blood in the air? 666, a man with more guts than Ning Kaichen has appeared. The Dragon Country audience had mixed feelings. It was good that he was still alive, but it seemed like their contestant wasn't quite right. He was absolutely bold. Even the Ghost Bride was on his mind. He must be hungry, he could eat anything. Wife, Lin Ye said seriously, volunteering, as a man, how can I let you stay up all night? You go rest, I will stay up and guard. With that, he let go of her hand and walked toward the door. His actions were so natural, as if he had already fully embraced the role of husband. Husband. The Ghost Bride was completely moved, shyly pulling him to the edge of the bed. Your servant will help you undress, husband. Lin Ye was about to speak, wondering if it was too soon, but the Ghost Bride's hand had already undone a button on his wedding robe. Those hands were really beautiful. He silently swallowed the words of rejection. But, why stop after removing the wedding robe? Why not continue? The Ghost Bride's delicate fingers brushed over the wedding robe, and suddenly, the torn robe became completely new, even the bloodstains vanished. She placed the wedding robe at the head of the bed. On the 6th day, we will have our wedding. I hope my husband can be patient for a little while longer. The Ghost Bride shyly finished speaking and vanished from the room. With the Ghost Bride's departure, the originally festive wedding room returned to its normal appearance. Apart from a bed and a table, there was nothing else in the room. Only the new groom's wedding robe, as red as blood, remained at the head of the bed, signifying the presence of the Ghost Bride. Had he passed the test? Not just him, the viewers from Dragon Country in the livestream all let out a sigh of relief. As long as he's alive, as long as he's alive. Lin Ye climbed onto the bed. According to the Ghost Bride, she would be guarding outside the room tonight, so no other dangerous situation should occur. He could sleep well and be ready for tomorrow with all his energy. Thinking this, Lin Ye soon fell into a deep sleep. He slept quite soundly, but the viewers in the livestream couldn't sleep a wink. He's sleeping so peacefully? What if the Ghost Bride comes back to attack? This kid is really brave, he can sleep in a place like this. Other players either died or couldn't sleep, but none of them sleep as soundly as Lin Ye. I suddenly think being a college student is quite good, at least his courage is real. Wait, who died upstairs? This is the 4th time someone died right at the start? It's a player from Bear Country. He confidently took the red candle, and now he's been turned into a candle and burned. Oh my god, those tokens are all more dangerous than the last. In the Dragon Country high-level meeting room. The first crisis was resolved safely without much danger. Didn't expect that Lin Ye kid is quite clever. I have a feeling that Lin Ye has gained the Ghost Bride's approval, and in the next 7 days, he will definitely receive her protection. That's really great, maybe this quest will end in Lin Ye's hands. Let's hope so. I just hope this kid was just pretending to deceive the Ghost Bride, and not actually having those kinds of feelings. They imagined the scene of Lin Ye and the Ghost Bride together. It was really a bit too bizarre. P.S. If you think it's good, don't forget to add it to your bookshelf. New author, new book, it's not easy. Please follow, urge, reward, comment, and gift. Your support motivates the author to write more. Thank you deeply. Chapter 005, The Crying Old Woman. A good night's sleep. The first thing Lin Ye did when he opened his eyes was look at the wedding robe at the head of the bed. It was still there. He breathed a sigh of relief and put the wedding robe into his player storage space, a perk given by the mysterious game. If the wedding robe was a cursed object, he could still bring it back to the real world after the game ends. After putting on his shoes and opening the door, the paper servant was already waiting outside. Seeing Lin Ye come out first, the paper servant slightly nodded and said, "My guest, did you sleep well last night?" Lin Ye's mind shifted, not missing this chance to flatter. "Very well, last night was the most comfortable sleep I've ever had in my life." "You flatter me, my guest." Clearly, the paper servant appreciated his praise, its large human eyes turning rapidly. As they spoke, other players began to exit their rooms one by one. After the experiences of the first 3 nights, very few players died on the first night, but they all looked weary and drained, clearly not having slept well. Everyone's first reaction upon seeing Lin Ye was surprise. "You didn't die?" Lin Ye and the others stretched lazily after a good rest. "A good night's sleep, I slept so comfortably." The 6 of them stared wide-eyed. What the hell? They survived after seeing the Ghost Bride? Could it be that Dragon Country players really have some sort of strategy? "Didn't you all sleep well?" he asked slowly, with an easygoing expression that earned him a few eye rolls. However, everyone only complained in their hearts, and no one dared to really mock him. In such a dungeon, players from Dragon Country clearly had more experience, so offending Lin Ye wasn't a smart choice. It was more important to figure out how to survive for 7 days. Dear guests, please. Once everyone had gathered, the paper butler led them to the dining hall to eat. White porridge, steamed buns, fried dough cakes, a very simple Chinese breakfast. The paper butler didn't make things difficult for them during breakfast. Compared to other bloody dungeons, the food here was almost heavenly. After breakfast, the paper butler handed them a list of items and kindly reminded them. These are the items needed for the wedding. I hope you guests can exchange for these things before the wedding. Here it comes. The most dangerous task in the Een wedding ancient house dungeon. The group smiled wryly as they took the list, and the paper butler vanished with a faint smile. Harris said seriously, there are 14 items to prepare on this list. In the previous rounds, only 7 were successfully exchanged for in 3 days. To save time, I suggest each of us be responsible for 1 item. This way, we will still have time to look for more clues in the ancient house. His suggestion was almost unanimously approved. After all, the game prompt clearly said they had to help the host complete the wedding ceremony on the 7th day. The task could not just be exchanging gifts. They all knew the strange nature of these games, and the difficulty on the 7th day would definitely be the highest. Only by gathering more clues could they possibly survive on the 7th day. Your name is Lin Ye, right? I'm Harris, from the US. Seeing him initiate the conversation, Lin Ye didn't keep a cold face and replied, I know, I've seen your live stream of your clear run. He's a smart person, but he likes to strike from behind. If he picked you as a teammate, it was probably not because your intelligence impressed him, but because he saw you as a shield to be sacrificed at any time. Harris let out an awkward laugh, his face almost saying, I know you like backstabbing. He gave up trying to talk to Lin Ye and turned to chat animatedly with the player from Kimchi Country. Lin Ye only smiled and watched the drama unfold. He then stopped paying attention to the two and looked at the list of items. Fruits, 4-color candy, 3 offerings. All the items were needed for the host's wedding. This meant that the ancient house belonged to the groom's family. So where was the ghost bride at this time? Was she waiting to be married in some corner of the village, or was she hiding somewhere in the ancient house? To uncover the secret of the ancient house, perhaps starting from this aspect was a good idea. Moreover, the prompt mentioned that the ghost bride was tricked into marrying a dead man, and eventually nailed alive into a coffin for burial. The task, however, required them to help the host complete the wedding ceremony on the 7th day. Did it mean they would trick the ghost bride again and then nail her into the coffin? Wouldn't the ghost bride tear them apart? After all, she was the final boss here. Even if forced to follow the plot, they shouldn't really die, right? Still, they needed to understand the story behind this. The group picked and discussed for a while, and in the end, Lin Ye was tasked with exchanging for 4 jing fruits. The 4 jing fruits were longan dried, lychee dried, walnut dried, and peanuts in the shell, all symbols of blessing for offspring prosperity, as well as a meaning of completeness, happiness, and eternal life. Leaving the ancient house, Lin Ye's first reaction was to head to the pastry shop to take a look. But after going around, not even the shadow of the pastry shop could be seen. The wide street only had tightly shut doors one after another, and even in broad daylight, the desolation and emptiness were unmistakable. Could it be that they were supposed to rely on luck, knocking on random doors to obtain these items? He remembered that in the previous instances of the dungeon, there had always been clues, hidden right by each household's door. This time, why weren't there any? Even if the difficulty was to be increased, this was too much. If this dungeon reset a few more times, the difficulty would reach a hellish level right from the start, and players would die faster and faster. Without game prompts, players naturally wouldn't dare to take the risk of knocking on doors, but Lin Ye was different, he had the golden finger. After carefully picking through the hints for a long time, he finally stopped at a house and knocked on the door. At that moment, the Dragon Kingdom viewers in the live stream all held their breath. He's just knocking on the door like that? Oh my, this is too reckless. Players from other countries are still desperately looking for clues, but this kid just went straight to knock on the door? Don't panic upstairs, look at Lin Ye's expression, he must have found some clue. We need to trust him. But no one has ever knocked on this door before, who knows what's inside? I also think it's too reckless. At least search around first before acting, how is this any different from going to your death? Unless he's cheating, I don't know how he's going to avoid it this time. This is a horror game, if cheats were allowed, they would have been used long ago. Woo woo, woo woo, woo, the moment he knocked on the door, a crying sound suddenly came from inside the house. At first, the crying was very low, like the wheezing of a dying person with blood-stained breath, intermittent and thick, like bubbles of mud rolling in a swamp. Suddenly, the pitch sharply rose, each sob like a curse full of resentment, brimming with deep malice. Lin Ye shivered but still insisted on knocking on the door. Chapter 006, Searching for the Missing Daughter. It wasn't until the third knock that the door was pushed open from the inside. An elderly woman, bent over with tears all over her face, appeared before him. Her eye sockets were swollen, and her eyeballs cloudy, making one wonder if she would cry her eyes blind if she continued. The old woman wiped her tears and, seeing the stranger, opened the door slightly to reveal half of her body hidden behind it. Lin Ye then noticed that the lower half of the woman's body was missing, and from the torn rough cloth she wore, he could see her thin skeletal frame. What was even more terrifying was that a pair of black hands were tightly gripping her throat. Her nails had sunk deep into the old woman's flesh, and blood was slowly flowing down, soaking the clothes on her chest. Triggering side quest, the crying old woman. Her family was taken, her flesh devoured, and the loss of her voice left her unable to speak. Every night, all that could be heard was her hoarse crying, unable to utter a single coherent word. She cried her eyes blind and hoarse her voice, but justice never came. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, her heart and body withered away. Hint: fulfilling the old woman's wish may reward you with the items you need. Young man, do you need something? The old woman's voice was hoarse and low, and her throat, gripped by the black hands, could barely make a sound. To his relief, the look in the old woman's eyes showed no malice. It seemed like the most ordinary greeting. Lin Ye carefully considered his words before replying, "Grandma, I'm just a traveler out to buy things. I happened to pass by and heard crying from inside, so I thought I should help." He managed to create the perfect image of a helpful and good-hearted young man. The old woman cried for so many years, but it was the first time someone knocked on her door and showed concern for her. She couldn't help but shed a few more tears of sorrow. "Thank you, young man." Lin Ye hurriedly comforted her, "Granny, don't cry. If you have any troubles, you can tell me. I'll definitely help you." "Really, can you help me?" "Of course." The old woman's cloudy eyes suddenly brightened. She was about to speak, but the black hand around her neck suddenly tightened, and another gush of blood spurted out. Lin Ye was startled. Instinctively, he reached out to try and help her cover the wound, but the old woman calmly raised her hand to stop him. "It's nothing, just an old ailment I've had for years." "Lin Ye, I want to see my daughter again. That day, we had an argument, and she never came back. The neighbors said she ran off with a wild man, but how could that be? My daughter has always been the best, the most obedient. When we were poor, everyone else had meat to eat for the new year, but we were so poor. I, a widow, couldn't afford to feed my child. My daughter wanted it so badly but never mentioned it in front of me. But I knew. I knew. As a parent, who doesn't want to give their child the best? That day, I happily used the money I had saved for so long to buy her a chicken leg. But she insisted I eat the first bite. She said if I didn't eat it, she wouldn't either. My heart immediately softened. My daughter was the best, she wouldn't run away with some wild man, she wouldn't. She must be waiting somewhere for me to take her home. She must be. The old woman said, and more silent tears slid down her face. She had been searching for her daughter, and her only wish was to bring her daughter home one day. There was a long silence in the live stream room after hearing this. Maybe I'm too sexy. I actually made myself cry. I miss my mom too. I'm going to quit my job and go back to my hometown. Who knows how long I've got left? I just want to spend the last days with my parents. This is the first time such a tragic NPC has appeared. I have a bad feeling. Could the Ghost Bride be this old woman's daughter? In the previous 3-round dungeon, players found clues that the Ghost Bride married willingly and joyfully. It doesn't fit the runaway story she told. Oh no, I can't stop my conspiracy theory now. If it's really like I think, that would be too tragic. So what exactly is it? Riddle Master, can you just get out of Blue Star? Not only the viewers in the live stream room, but Lin Ye also felt a lump in his throat. He immediately promised her. Granny, don't worry, I will definitely find your daughter. The old woman excitedly plucked off one of her fingers and handed it to him. If my daughter is within 5 meters, this broken finger will guide you to find her. Lin Ye stood frozen, stunned at the finger she handed him. He didn't expect the old woman to be so hardcore. The sight. For someone like him, it was quite a shock. The old woman lovingly looked at the broken flesh at the base of the finger, wiped the blood from her neck, and then smeared it on the entire broken finger. They say blood is thicker than water. My daughter, where are you? Please come back. The old woman's tears once again flowed uncontrollably, her soft sobs leaking out from her throat, and her figure gradually disappeared behind the door. Until the crack in the door was completely closed, Lin Ye looked awkwardly at the bloody broken finger in his hand. He thought for a moment but didn't put the broken finger into his storage space. Instead, he carefully tucked it into his pocket. Since he now had a direction, Lin Ye began wandering around the ancient house, using it as his center. Fortunately, the area where players could move was limited to 3 adjacent streets, and they couldn't leave the city. A whole morning was enough for him to explore the place thoroughly. During this time, he even encountered players from the Asen Kingdom. He stared at a pork shop, not sure what he was looking at, saliva almost dripping to the floor. Lin Ye curiously walked over and found that, apart from the pork, the only thing left was a butcher holding a big cleaver, chopping bones. The butcher was tall, with fat on his stomach that trembled with every movement. His face was covered in stubble, and he stared at the two people in the street with a terrifying expression. The cleaver in his hand struck the chopping board again and again, causing bits of meat and blood to splash everywhere. A strange smile appeared on his face, as if he already considered the two as his lunch for today. Butcher. He was skilled in all kinds of pig slaughtering techniques and was the best pig slaughterer within 10 miles. He greatly enjoyed the feeling of a fresh life slipping away in his hands, and he liked the sensation of warm blood splashing on his face. There was nothing in this world that made him happier than killing people. Tip: the best way to face a demon who kills without blinking is to leave as quickly as possible. Lin Ye's scalp tingled under the butcher's murderous gaze, and he instinctively took a step back to leave. Wait a second. The A3 country player grabbed him at that moment. How about a deal? If we can get the pork from the butcher, I'll split it with you. Lin Ye. Even in this bizarre game, you're still thinking about food? Do you really have to be this greedy? Chapter 007, Butcher, Ghost Baby. Bang, bang, bang. In the pork shop, the butcher's movements became more frantic, as if he couldn't resist coming out and chopping the two into pieces. No need, I don't like pork. Lin Ye dared not delay any longer. He shrugged off the A3 country player's hand and ran in another direction. TCH, coward. He ignored the A3 country player's muttering and ran faster. Just as he turned the corner, the sound behind him stopped. Instinctively, he turned his head and saw the A3 country player walking toward the pork shop with a satisfied look. Due to the angle, he could only barely see a bloodstained knife slowly approaching the A3 country player's neck. Viewers from Long Country's livestream, unable to contain themselves, rushed into the A3 country player's livestream to see what was happening. As soon as they entered the livestream, they were shocked by the sight of blood filling the screen. The player was being pinned to the chopping board, his throat being slit by the butcher. The greedy butcher even stuck out his crimson tongue and began to suck the blood from the player's wound, gulping it down. Gulp, gulp. As the butcher swallowed, the blood that didn't make it into his mouth splattered everywhere, creating a scene so bloody that it left people speechless. A living person had just become grotesque food for the butcher. The most terrifying part was that the player hadn't fully died yet. He could clearly feel the blood draining from his body, his eyes wide open in shock. He died with his eyes wide open. Ah. This is too terrifying. The butcher is actually drinking blood from a living person, I'm scared out of my wits, really. Is it just me, or did the A3 country player seem off earlier? It was like he was bewitched or something, walking into the pork shop on his own. I can testify that's exactly what happened. Luckily, Lin Ye ran fast. Otherwise I can't even imagine what the outcome would have been. The people living in these streets are way too scary. If I had gone in, it would have just been adding to the Eerie meal. As the Long Country viewers flooded in, the A3 country audience couldn't help but retaliate. Damn it, that guy from Long Country definitely knew the butcher was a problem but didn't warn our player. What a cold-blooded, unethical person. Long Country, being such a big country, it's surprising their players are so irresponsible and lack any sense of duty. I strongly condemn you. Without Long Country, this terrifying dungeon wouldn't even exist. And now their players stand by and do nothing when people are dying. They must compensate for our losses. The two countries' citizens argued fiercely, but it all eventually came back to the issue of compensation. Unfortunately for the A3 country viewers, when it came to arguing, Long Country viewers were still on top, practically smothering them with insults. They cursed everyone from the ancestors of A3 country to their unborn children. Inside the dungeon, Lin Ye stopped, panting heavily. He secretly sighed, relieved that he ran fast. Otherwise, without any strange creature by his side, his likely fate would have been a tragic death. Having experienced the accident with the Indian players, he now avoided other players whenever he encountered them, no longer curious to investigate. At lunchtime, he still hadn't gained any useful information and had to return to the ancient mansion. The player from Kimchi country was the first to return to the ancient mansion. He sat at the dining table, looking nervous, his fingers unconsciously twisting together, constantly glancing toward the door. When he saw Lin Ye return, he first jumped up from his chair in surprise, then quickly realized something and forced himself to relax before sitting back down. He looked like someone who had done something guilty. Lin Ye asked in confusion, "What are you nervous about?" Am I? He symbolically ruffled his hair to hide his panic at that moment. You must have seen it wrong, I'm not nervous. Lin Ye. Was he blind? However, he didn't ask any more questions and sat down at a spot farther from him. As the two talked, other players gradually sat down. Strange, why do I always feel a dull pain in my chest? It's uncomfortable. The player from Foot Basin Country covered his chest, walking into the dining hall with an uncomfortable expression. In an instant, all the players widened their eyes. There, on the chest of the Foot Basin Country player, lay a ghost baby. The ghost baby looked like a newborn, fully naked, its skin bruised in purple, with some areas even rotting and pus-filled. Its neck hung limply, as if there was no strength to hold it up. Its small, bruised hands were deeply embedded in the Foot Basin Country player's chest, as though playing with something. That something was the human heart's position. What was even more bizarre was that his back had split open, revealing a scarlet eyeball, which blinked without stopping, staring at a few people, sending a silent warning. Looking lower, they saw that the Foot Basin Country player's feet were wearing a pair of very mismatched baby shoes. He seemed to not notice his own abnormality and limped toward the dining table to sit down. Those shoes, they all remembered. They were the ones chosen by the Kimchi Country player before entering the ancient mansion. Now, there was no mystery left. At once, the looks directed at the Kimchi Country player were full of coldness, and they subtly moved farther away from him. The Kimchi Country player lowered his head silently, not caring about the other's exclusion. He only wanted to survive. What was his fault? It was that big fool who offended him first, he deserved it. If he hadn't fought him over that wooden comb, nothing would have happened, right? It was all the fault of the Foot Basin Country player. He was forced into doing this. The Foot Basin Country player was not a fool either. He quickly sensed that the atmosphere had changed. It seemed to be targeting him. He cautiously looked at the other players. What's going on? Why do all of you look so strange? The Turkey Country player felt a bit sorry and wanted to warn him. At that moment, the ghost baby's head, which hung limply on its chest, suddenly rotated 180 degrees. Its white eyes were filled with resentment as it stared at the Turkey Country player. Then, the corners of its mouth slowly split open, extending all the way to the back of its ears, forming an eerie smile. As if to say, "You're next." The Turkey Country player's body trembled, and that tiny bit of sympathy was instantly driven away. He nonchalantly shifted his gaze. The others also held their breath, afraid that they might be the next target of the ghost baby's gaze. The ghost baby scanned the room, seemingly satisfied, before turning its head back again. Only then did the group exhale, feeling like they had just come back to life. The abnormal behavior made the Foot Basin Country player furrow his brows even deeper. "Baka, what exactly did you all see?" The group awkwardly laughed. "What did we see?" "I didn't see anything." "Me neither. I'm just wondering what we're having for lunch today?" The group's evasive attitude only made the Foot Basin Country player more frustrated. He stood up and looked around, but indeed, saw nothing. He could only return to his seat, half believing, half doubting. At this moment, the butler appeared in the dining hall, bringing several plates of light vegetarian dishes. And a large plate of bone soup that was filled with a strong meaty fragrance. The sound of swallowing saliva rose and fell, the fragrance, it really smelled so good. "Dear guests, thank you for your hard work. Please enjoy your meal." As soon as the butler finished speaking, several people quickly picked up their chopsticks, eagerly drinking the soup and gnawing on the meat. Only Lin Ye hesitated, not moving his chopsticks. He turned his head and asked, "What kind of meat is this?" "Today, the pork shop just slaughtered a pig. The meat is very fresh. This distinguished guest should try it." The pork shop. The place where players from Asen Country died. Could this meat be? Chapter 008, The Ghost Baby is Growing. Damn it, I knew this weird game wasn't so kind. I can never look at pork the same way again, woo woo. I can only say they are really bold. They knew it was in the dungeon, yet still dared to eat the suspicious meat. Ugh, ugh, ugh. This strange game really messes with your mind. I almost died from fear, seriously. Damn, am I seeing things? The ghost baby is growing. The Foot Basin Country player's condition is really strange. The ghost baby seems to be a tumor parasitizing on him, constantly getting the nutrients it needs to grow. Damn, stop analyzing, I'm getting goosebumps. Once the ghost baby grows up, I don't think any of the players in the dungeon will escape. The self-righteous Kimchi Country players who wanted to harm others might end up paying the price. What about Lin Ye? He can't just die like this. It's all the fault of the harmful Kimchi Country players. I have something to do, I'll go to the next live room. Wait for me, I'm going too. So, indignant Dragon Country and Foot Basin Country netizens together stormed into the Kimchi Country live room, flooding the screen with insults. But the fans of the Kimchi Country player weren't weak either. My brother was just trying to survive, what's wrong with that? Why are you cursing my brother? It's his blessing to be able to block disaster for my brother, okay? Their shamelessness was truly breaking the world's perception. Thus, an even fiercer keyboard battle began. Inside the dungeon. Lin Ye waved his hand, no need. My mom doesn't allow me to eat pork, I'll stick to vegetables, vegetables are fine. Dear guest, please feel free. The paper butler didn't force him, but his real eyeball flickered, and his smile grew more profound. The other players stopped eating, finally realizing something. They paused with their chopsticks. A Maho country player uncertainly asked, "Isn't there something wrong with this meat?" Lin Ye glanced at the butler, who didn't stop them from talking, and reminded, "Didn't you notice one person is missing?" His words made the others freeze, hurriedly looking around. Indeed, one person was missing. There are only 7 players in a dungeon. With such an obvious missing person situation, how could they have missed it? The Maho country player, chewing a piece of meat, dared not swallow it and continued asking, "Where's the Asen country player?" "He's dead," Lin Ye said calmly, his gaze falling on the fragrant bone soup. "He died at the hands of the butcher in the pork shop." The atmosphere froze for a second. Then, ugh. But the sounds of vomiting rose one after another. Those who hadn't eaten yet dropped their chopsticks, and those who had swallowed started gagging. They all looked at the plate of meat as if it were some dirty thing, avoiding it as much as possible. Only one person was an exception. So fragrant. So good. Not enough. Not enough. More. After eating, my heart doesn't hurt or feel stuffy anymore. Really good meat, more. The foot basin country player had his mouth dripping with oil, and in the end, he couldn't resist and started shoving the whole plate into his mouth. After finishing, he even went to grab the meat from the other people's bowls, not even sparing the vomit on the floor, licking it clean. The others watched him with complex expressions. Some couldn't hold back and nearly vomited again. A full plate of meat and soup, clearly more than what a normal person could consume. The foot basin country player's stomach didn't even swell, and instead, it looked even more shriveled. Even his large muscles were visibly shrinking at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Before long, a living person was left nothing but a skeleton. Lin Ye, with sharp eyes, discovered something and spoke again. "Has it gotten bigger?" He didn't name names, but in this situation, the other players all knew who Lin Ye was talking about. The ghost baby. Under the crazy eating of the players from the foot basin country, it had grown an entire circle. The crimson eyes on its back also cracked open, big as an adult woman's fist. This ghost baby could actually grow. If it managed to grow up smoothly, they could guess what awaited them, just by thinking with their toes. At this moment, the few looked at the players from the pickled vegetable country with a hint of resentment. "Look what you've done. You've released some kind of monster." The players from the pickled vegetable country felt guilty and, facing the accusing gazes of everyone, couldn't help but defend themselves. "I didn't know it would turn out like this. The person who had it before was clearly fine. Besides, it wasn't on purpose. Can't you guys forgive me?" Speaking confidently, the 4 couldn't help but roll their eyes collectively. The last person who got it did indeed mess up the team, but in their last game, no one died in the meat shop, and the ghost baby didn't come into contact with human flesh, so it naturally had no chance to grow. But now the players from the foot basin country were blatantly a bomb that could go off at any moment. "More, is there any meat left? More, please." The players from the foot basin country stumbled towards the paper servant, clutching their stomachs, in a weak state as if about to starve to death. "Dear guest, my sincere apologies, but today's portion of meat has already been eaten." The paper servant maintained a polite posture, but the eyes that scanned the others were filled with delight. "If you want to eat meat, you must earn it yourself." The 5 felt chills from that gaze and unconsciously retreated far enough away. The players from the foot basin country wanted to continue begging, but the paper servant had already vanished. No matter how loudly they shouted, it wouldn't reappear. Still want to eat, still want hungry. Unable to bear the hunger, the players from the foot basin country rolled on the ground, desperately beating their stomachs. Just as they were about to be drained into a dry corpse, the ghost baby finally stopped, leaving them alive. Gradually recovering, the players from the foot basin country touched their shriveled bodies and screamed in terror, "What happened to me? What happened to me?" Their gaze suddenly fixed on the 5 huddled together. "Tell me what happened to me. Tell me. As they spoke, they actually charged towards the others with a twisted expression. At the critical moment, Harris rushed forward and kicked the players from the foot basin country away. "Run." At least he was a fighter. Before he finished speaking, he had already darted a few meters away. Lin Ye followed closely, and the remaining few reacted quickly, also rushing out of the dining hall. "Am I going to die, am I?" Who would have thought that the players from the foot basin country, even drained into a dry corpse, could still chase closely behind them, impossible to shake off. The turkey country player couldn't help but glance back, startled by the crazy look of the players from the foot basin country. He gritted his teeth and kicked towards the nearby player from the pickled vegetable country. "It's his fault, he's the one who put the vengeful spirit's shoes on you. It has nothing to do with us, stop chasing us." Upon hearing this, the players from the foot basin country stopped, their resentful gaze fixed on the fallen player from the pickled vegetable country. "It's you really harmed me. It's you. The player from the pickled vegetable country was frightened into a start, scrambling to get up and run in another direction. Not me, don't chase me. Ah, don't chase me. Chapter 009, The Spirit Hall, Double Coffin. Until the two disappeared around the corner of the courtyard, the four could finally breathe a sigh of relief, still haunted by fear. The player from Turkey covered his wildly beating heart. Will they all die? Except for Harris, everyone present was participating in the bizarre game for the first time, with zero practical experience. In this sudden situation, aside from sacrificing the players from Kimchi country, they had no better way. Forget about everything else, hurry up and exchange items, or we'll be the ones who die. If the item exchange progressed too slowly, the butler would also erupt into violence. After saying this, Harris was the first to step out of the ancient house, not caring about the life or death of the players from Kimchi country. The players from Turkey and Maluo country followed anxiously behind. Lin Ye, however, turned his steps towards the depths of the ancient house. He had basically completed a thorough search of the 3 streets outside, but the severed finger in his pocket still showed no reaction. He had reason to suspect that the old lady's daughter was hidden inside the ancient house. Perhaps, the Ghost Bride is the person the old lady has been looking for? Hopefully. The third round players had fallen in the first 3 days, who knows what changes will happen here in the next 4 days. They better be able to exchange for all items in the relatively safe first 3 days. Lost in thought, Lin Ye had already reached the backyard. Apart from the room they were staying in, there were at least 3 more courtyards to the side. This ancient house was really not ordinary in size. In ancient times, it would also be considered the home of a wealthy family. Lin Ye first wandered around the courtyard they were staying in, but the severed finger did not react at all. Then he slipped into the courtyard next door. As soon as he opened the door to the hall, he stood frozen in place. A sight of white, this was actually a mourning hall. In the center, there was even a double coffin. He steadied his mind and walked into the mourning hall, looking at the table with the memorial tablets. The seat of the beloved son, Li Shochuan. This discovery made the live streaming room explode with excitement. Li Shochuan, this name. Oh my, isn't this the groom's name? Indeed, my goodness, it appeared in the second round. So the one in the coffin is the groom? The groom is dead? But the wedding is still 6 days away, right? A ghost marriage in an ancient house. Of course, it's meant for a wedding with the deceased. TSK, still a double coffin, just waiting for the bride to marry in and accompany the burial, right? What a clever scheme. I have a bad feeling, are they going to make players assist in completing the ghost marriage ceremony? Seriously, do they think players aren't dying fast enough? I admit the ghost bride is a bit pitiful, but can they spare the players? They were also dragged into this game for no reason. Everyone, don't defend the ghost bride. What if she's in the coffin right now? Why doesn't Lin Ye run away? Could the people upstairs stop with the bad luck talk? But it seems Lin Ye is really prying open the coffin. In the live stream, Lin Ye turned around the room before finally lifting the copper candlestick. Feeling the weight was right, he returned to the coffin and pried off the coffin lid. The lid of the double coffin was very heavy, but luckily it wasn't sealed with nails. Using leverage, he easily pried open the lid. A musty smell of decay wafted out, and Lin Ye wrinkled his nose, with a burst of energy, pushed the coffin lid open halfway. He leaned his head in to look inside the coffin. In the large coffin, he only saw a pale man's face, dressed in festive wedding attire, with sunken cheeks and prominent bones, clearly someone who died from illness. There was no sign of the ghost bride. Lin Ye let out a breath of relief, knowing that the ghost bride was not here was good enough. As for the corpse inside the coffin, he didn't look much longer and quickly restored the coffin lid, preparing to leave. Just then, a chilling voice suddenly came from behind him. "Dear guest, what are you doing here?" It was the paper butler. Lin Ye sighed internally. How unfortunate, why did he have to run into him? Me? He tried to appear relaxed as he turned around. I'm bored, just looking around. Is that so? The paper butler's gaze slowly dropped to the candlestick in his hand. The constantly moving eyeballs seemed to ask, how do you explain this? This almost fell, so I moved it a bit and thought it looked nice, so I couldn't help but take it in hand to admire it. He tugged at the hem of his clothes to clean the ash off the candlestick before placing it back in its original spot. Fortunately, the butler did not appear while he was prying open the coffin, or he would have truly had no way to explain himself. Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. He said this while cautiously sidestepping the paper butler blocking the door, leaving the mourning hall. Esteemed guest, the paper butler called out to him again. Lin Ye inwardly complained about how this was never ending, while on the surface he quickly turned around. Is there something else? Since the esteemed guest likes this candlestick, I happen to have something that I can give to the esteemed guest. The paper butler's tone was friendly, with no signs of anything wrong. Lin Ye had no choice but to follow along. What is it? The paper butler ripped open the paper body at his chest, reaching inside the gap to fumble around for a long time before finally pulling out a white, yellowing candle. This was handmade by a distant relative of mine last night. I happen to have an extra one, which I can give to you. Lin Ye accepted the candle with a look of pleasant surprise. It felt cool to the touch, unexpectedly raising goosebumps on his arms. He didn't think much and instinctively thanked him. As he left, he wondered, could this be a hidden prop? From this perspective, the butler seemed quite nice after all. What he didn't see was the paper butler staring at his back, the triumphant smile growing ever more eerie and sinister. The viewers in the live stream began to wail. Does anyone think this candle looks very familiar? Could this be the candle made from the player from the neighboring bear country? Yesterday I was in the neighboring livestream. I can responsibly tell everyone that if this candle indeed was made by a bear country player, once it's lit, it will attract countless wandering souls and spirits competing to feast, and the 7 players next door have already been wiped out because of this candle. Genius upstairs. If that's the case, we're doomed. Damn. They got wiped out in just a day? That's terrifying. To understand, the Eerie Marriage Ancient Residence instance had 7 players from 7 countries forming a team to challenge it, with only about 30 teams in the entire Blue Star. With a reference from the first 3 rounds, more than a dozen teams still got wiped out overnight. Everyone had to clearly recognize that the difficulty of the Eerie Marriage Ancient Residence instance had risen to an unprecedented level. If the 4th attempt also ended in total annihilation, it might mean that the next start would be a complete nightmare. Perhaps humanity no longer had a 5th chance to try. In the conference room of the Dragon Country, all the high-level officials and elites wore worried expressions. Is there any way to remind Lin Ye not to light that candle? A high-ranking official spoke with difficulty. All the props we obtained have been used in the first 3 rounds. Nothing left? No. The conference room fell into long silence. That child is now isolated and helpless. If he truly dies in the instance, we will share the blame. Everyone felt a mix of emotions, weighed down by the gravity of it all. They could only pray that Lin Ye would never light that candle. Chapter 010, Poisonous, 7-star Soul Nail Formation. Lin Ye hid behind the rockery and, after confirming the butler had left, carefully tiptoed into the central courtyard. It seemed to be the residence of a female family member. Unlike the desolation of the morning hall next door, it was vibrant with spring colors and blooming flowers all around. In the center stood a blooming peach tree, its fragrance overwhelming. Lin Ye cautiously approached the peach tree, being extra careful with each step, afraid of stepping on the flowers in the courtyard. Who knows what might happen if he damaged the flowers here? Better safe than sorry. When he was less than a meter from the peach tree, the severed finger finally reacted. At first, he only felt his pants suddenly become sticky. Accidentally looking down, he saw that half of his pant leg was soaked with blood flowing from the severed finger. He took the severed finger out of his pocket and placed it on the ground. The bloodstains seemed to have a mind of their own, slowly gathering in an open area to form the shape of a person. At first glance, it really looked like a young woman. Lin Ye stared at the puddle of blood, silent for a few moments, and speculated, it must be buried underneath this. He turned and walked out of the courtyard, searching through the ancient house for a long time before finally finding a rusty shovel, and casually ripping down the bedsheet from a sans room. Without hesitation, he slung the shovel over his shoulder and began to dig in the spot where the blood had pooled. Uncertain if it was the interference of the game rules or the effect of the severed finger, he quickly dug up a skeleton without issue. What puzzled him was that the skeleton was surprisingly pierced by 7 special wooden nails. They were positioned at the forehead, throat, heart, shoulders, and knees. What is this thing? Lin Ye squatted down to observe the 7 wooden nails, hesitant to act hastily due to his uncertainty about their purpose. He didn't recognize the object, but there were viewers in the live stream who did. 7-star nail soul formation. I can't believe it can be seen here. What is the 7-star nail soul formation? This formation requires special wooden nails and the blood of the practitioner to be driven into the corpse according to the positions of the Big Dipper. It's mainly used to trap spirits and prevent them from wandering or seeking revenge, a very sinister technique. Legend has it that trapped souls suffer immense pain, can never reincarnate, and accumulate boundless resentment, which can give rise to powerful vengeful spirits. Moreover, the place of the formation swiftly becomes a desolate land, where no grass can grow, and snakes, insects, mice, and ants avoid it. Living beings that approach will either suffer nightmares or have their life force drained, leading to madness. So wicked. But the blooming flowers around don't look like what was just mentioned. +1, they actually look very pleasing to the eye. You all better open your eyes and take a good look at what those flowers really are. At the moment this bullet screen floated by, the scene in the live stream suddenly changed dramatically. In the center of the flowers, pairs of blood-red eyes opened, staring intently in Lin Ye's direction, watching the intruder's every move. The roots had turned into exposed blood vessels connected to the rotting flesh underground, pulsating rhythmically. The massive peach tree standing in the center was clearly twisted and intertwined from countless grayish-white limbs, its bone-like ends twitching in the air. The blossoms consisted of countless faces twisted in agony and despair. The decaying, writhing garden had a stinking meat mud swamp underfoot, surrounded by terrifying plants covered in human faces and eyes, with blood vessels spread all around. The air was filled with the moans of the deceased and the sound of dripping blood, presenting a live. Lin Ye still didn't know what kind of danger he was in. He stared at it for a long time, unable to recall what it was. He knew very little about folklore, which left him in a state of complete confusion. I don't see any danger warnings. I should hurry and take the body away, so the butler doesn't catch me red-handed. With that thought, his hands sped up. Before long, he had dug out the woman's skeleton and wrapped it in a sheet. After refilling the hole, he shoved the severed fingers back into his pocket and carried the skeleton on his back, stepping toward the exit. Put! A faint sound came from beneath his feet, like something being pulled out of the mud. Lin Ye, puzzled, looked down at the clean shoe surface. Could he have heard it wrong? He shook his head and kept walking. The sound from beneath his feet grew clearer with each step. Although confused, he dared not delay and quickened his pace. From the perspective of the viewers in the livestream, his entire calf was already sunk in rotting flesh, and with each step, a blood-red pit was left behind. Fortunately, he wasn't completely unaware. As he sped up, he finally walked out of that terrifying courtyard just before the rotting flesh swallowed his lower body entirely. The viewers in the livestream all sighed in relief, and those with weaker nerves, realizing it too late, started crying uncontrollably. They were afraid he would die in that courtyard. Fortunately, the skeleton on his back was really just a skeleton, with no other horrifying changes. If it had been anything else, they would have been scared out of their wits. Successfully exiting the ancient house, Lin Ye was still muttering in confusion, "How come I didn't encounter the butler this time? Could it be the game's rules restricting me?" Only the viewers who heard his complaint could force a smile. Could it be because that thing on your back is too terrifying? Maybe the paper butler didn't expect anyone to enter that courtyard and actually come out alive. There was no denying that Lin Ye was extremely lucky, but it was a brilliant kind of luck. He played it perfectly. When he reached the old woman's door, other players saw him too. But when they saw the skeleton on his back, with even the skull slightly turning, they didn't dare approach. They even deliberately walked around him. Perhaps Lin Ye was already under some strange control, fishing for law enforcement. They didn't want to foolishly rush in and become victims. Lin Ye didn't mind being ignored by others, he hadn't planned to cooperate with them anyway. He quickly approached the old woman's door, eager to knock on the tightly closed gate. Woo 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 woo. The familiar low, whimpering sound came. Lin Ye hadn't had the chance to speak before suddenly feeling the skeleton on his back move slightly. He instinctively looked down, and saw. The pair of hands, now only bones, were slowly reaching for his neck. They had the clear intention of choking him to death. Lin Ye felt a surge of frustration. He thought to himself, "I'm trying to kindly send you home, and now you're trying to choke me?" But he couldn't really throw the skeleton off his back at this moment, so he hurriedly spoke, his voice urgent. "Grandma, are you there? Grandma! I've brought your daughter back, open the door quickly." Creak, the door was quickly pushed open, and the tear-streaked face appeared once again in front of him. "Daughter? Is my daughter back? My daughter!" In just one day, the old woman's eyes had gone blind from crying, and everything in front of her was a blur, but she could feel her daughter's presence. Her daughter had truly come back. As the old woman was overcome with excitement, the pair of black hands behind her clenched in dissatisfaction, causing blood to spill out in large amounts, and the old woman's voice grew so soft it was almost inaudible. Lin Ye didn't have time to sympathize with the old woman's tragic situation. His eyes were focused on those bone hands that were getting closer. Thankfully, the old woman had opened the door in time. The moment he heard the old woman's voice, the skeletal hand stopped moving. He could clearly feel the skeleton behind him freeze for a moment when it saw the old woman, and then a great sorrow enveloped her. Lin Ye took the opportunity to place the corpse's skeleton in front of the old woman, holding the bedsheet, and retreated to a safe distance of 3 meters. Although the corpse was only a skeleton, he could still sense extreme sadness on that face that had nothing left. Her trembling fingers brushed over her mother's murky eyes, and suddenly she let out a piercing wail to the sky. The entire world of the copy trembled with that sorrowful cry. In the old mansion's funeral hall, inside the coffin, a pair of pale eyes suddenly opened, looking in terror at the gap in the coffin lid. The paper servant lay over the coffin, a bloodshot true eyeball stretching through the gap into the coffin. "Young master, you are awake. What was that sound just now? Someone broke into the yard next door and dug out that skeleton. How is that possible? How is that possible? She cannot awaken, it's impossible. Miss John's resentment is also calming down, I fear. Kill him. Kill them all. Nyenner is mine. She is mine. No one can take her, no one. Yes, young master. The gap in the coffin lid slowly closed, but the pair of pale eyes inside the coffin erupted with strong resentment, refusing to close for a long time. Lin Ye rubbed his ears, showing a pained expression. He almost went deaf from that scream. Fortunately, she only yelled once. If she screamed a few more times, he really would have doubted he would become deaf. "Daughter, my daughter." The old woman suddenly rushed forward and embraced her daughter, who was only a skeleton, tears streaming down her face. "It's all my fault, all my fault. I shouldn't have argued with you that day. If I hadn't argued with you, you wouldn't have gone missing. It's all my fault. My poor daughter, you have suffered greatly, suffered so much." The corpse opened her mouth but couldn't say a single comforting word. She looked pained at the black hand behind her mother, anger surged, and she reached out to tear it apart fiercely. Yet even so, it could not stop the wound on her mother's neck. After so many years, her mother waited for her with too much hardship, the bitterness filling her heart. No other taste could be felt. The mother and daughter held each other, burying their heads in sorrowful tears. Lin Ye stood aside, unable to leave or stay. He could only patiently wait for the two women's overwhelming emotions to gradually calm down. The corpse turned her head to face Lin Ye and then raised her hand to point at the 7 soul-fixing nails on her body. At first, Lin Ye didn't understand what she meant until the prompt appeared again. Hidden reward, 7 soul-fixing nails. Wooden nails corroded by resentment for 100 years, even able to harm fierce ghosts, slowing their movement speed. They will become your strongest weapon in this world full of spirits, and you have 7 of these nails. Prompt, please retrieve it yourself. Retrieve it myself? Combined with the corpse's actions, could it be that he needs to pull them out himself? Lin Ye hesitated, placing his hand on the soul-fixing nail on the corpse's left shoulder, glancing over at her. The corpse nodded, signaling him to continue. Encouraged, Lin Ye gripped it with his other hand and pulled back with all his strength. The viewers in the livestream were terrified and let out sharp screams. "Stop! Quickly stop, Lin Ye! If you pull out the nails, she will tear you apart the next second. This is a grievance cultivated over hundreds of years. Her power must not be weaker than that of fierce ghosts. You can't look for death like this. Moreover, the soul-fixing nails are nurtured by resentment for 100 years. Forcefully pulling them out will lead to backlash. That corpse is deliberately setting you up. How can you believe her? Such sin. Is it really that serious? Lin Ye has helped the old woman find her daughter. They shouldn't repay kindness with enmity, right? Please, that's weird. Who talks about righteousness and ethics? Not killing you is already good enough. It's out, it's out. I can't bear to look. I'll go back with my family and come back to see the results later. What's with you upstairs? Just look. I just happen to have something to do now, so I'll go with you. When the first wooden nail was pulled out, the female corpse had no reaction, just continued pointing at her left knee. Lin Ye understood and shoved the wooden nail into his storage space, then gripped the wooden nail on the female corpse's left knee, gathering strength, applying force. Right shoulder, right knee, throat, forehead. Lin Ye smoothly pulled out 6 wooden nails in the order given by the female corpse and stuffed them into his storage space. Rubbing his reddened palms, he gathered his energy and grasped the last fixed soul nail at the corpse's heart. His feet spread apart, his center of gravity naturally shifted, and he leaned back using all his strength. This action scared the viewers in the live stream to the point of almost kneeling down. Bro! Can I still call you bro? Please, don't pull it out, I beg you. You've already taken out 6, that's enough. Leave the last one for her. The one at her heart is extremely dangerous. Stop it, man. Even the female corpse tilted her head slightly, seemingly confused by the man in front of her. But she showed no sign of stopping him. Greedy people always pay a price, don't they? Damn. Lin Ye gritted his teeth, his body constantly exerting force. Why is this one so hard to pull out? But he knew he couldn't stop, not just for the reward but also to save the female corpse right in front of him. He recalled the tragic situation of the ghost bride being nailed alive in the coffin, and a surge of strength suddenly welled up throughout his body. Unfortunately, the nail at her heart remained unmoved. In a state of desperation, as his palm was rubbed raw and blood mixed with strands of pain, he still wouldn't let go. Just when he was stuck in a stalemate with the wooden nail, a familiar soft whisper suddenly sounded in his ear, "Husband." Then a pair of soft, boneless small hands gently rested on the back of his hand. Lin Ye's heart leaped in joy. It was his wife coming. Chapter 012, Key Information, The Ghost Bride's Home. Behind Lin Ye, a blood-red shadow flickered. It was vaguely seen that it was a bride in a wedding dress covered by a veil. Powerful ghostly energy swirled around her, and even as just a shadow, it was enough to captivate the heart. The hand that emerged from the wedding dress slowly grasped Lin Ye's fingertip, gently pulling it back, and the previously unmoving wooden nail was effortlessly pulled out. A powerful grudge surged from the female corpse's chest, like a beast with its great mouth of an abyss eager to devour everything in front, but as it was about to touch Lin Ye, it was scattered by a faint red light. Lin Ye turned around in surprise and indeed saw the ghost bride in her wedding dress. Is this the power of the red-clad vengeful spirit bodyguard? So refreshing. Once he successfully controlled the Ghost Bride, he could take on future missions with his nose in the air. Lin Ye immersed himself in this beautiful fantasy, not noticing the female corpse behind him was moaning in agony, her bones sprouting fresh flesh under the nourishment of resentment, gradually forming a classical, gentle, and beautiful face. Her deep-set eyes fixed on the fixed soul nail in Lin Ye's hand, wrapped in resentment, she should immediately rush at him to kill this ignorant human who dared to pull out the nail in her heart. But under the oppression of the red-clad ghost's gaze, she couldn't muster any other thoughts apart from submission. Her knees uncontrollably bent, her forehead heavily hitting the ground, simply hoping that the red-clad figure before her could spare her and her daughter a way out. The Ghost Bride didn't harm them but instead took Lin Ye's hand and gently brushed over his palm scrape. Under the nourishment of a gentle power, the wound quickly healed. Lin Ye scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. "Wife, why are you here?" "Husband," the Ghost Bride softly urged, "it's getting late, we should return home early." "Okay." Lin Ye nodded heavily, and only then did the Ghost Bride feel reassured. Before leaving, he couldn't help but cast a warning glance at the female corpse on the ground. Just one look made the female corpse's scalp explode, trembling uncontrollably all over. This scene left the live broadcast room in a daze for a long time. It's truly ghostly. This is the first time a Ghost Bride appeared, and instead of being scary, she actually feels safe? Isn't the 7-star nail soul array supposed to be very powerful? Why did she kneel before the Ghost Bride? This involves professional commentary. Ghosts are ranked from low to high as Ghost Shadow, Undead, Vengeful Spirit, Fierce Ghost, Ghost General, Ghost King, and Ghost God. If it were an ordinary fierce ghost, the old lady's daughter could still challenge, but the Ghost Bride is specifically wearing red. That is just a step away from being a Ghost General, the strongest below Ghost General. Lin Ye is really lucky. With such strong resentment, the Ghost Bride simply raised her hand and blocked it for him, otherwise, he would already be a dry corpse. So, does this mean the Ghost Bride has acknowledged Lin Ye? Then wouldn't we just walk through this dungeon easily? Don't be too happy upstairs. Is being favored by the Ghost Bride a good thing? If he gets caught and has to marry the Ghost Bride, he will still die. +1, and Lin Ye is too reckless. If he's not careful, he will fall into a desperate situation. Don't be too pessimistic, okay? At least Lin Ye has successfully obtained 7 soul nails. In the high-level conference room of the Dragon Country, a young elite couldn't help but cheer aloud. Yes. The Ghost Bride has really made a move. This proves our previous speculation was correct. The other higher-ups also smiled with relief on their faces. With the Ghost Bride's protection, Lin Ye should find the upcoming tasks much easier. To be honest, just now when that kid was digging up the corpse, I was so scared I thought he would die there. I didn't expect young people are truly impressive. The atmosphere in the conference room finally relaxed because Lin Ye's outstanding performance gave everyone hope of clearing the dungeon. Perhaps the ancient wedding house dungeon could really end in Lin Ye's hands. Inside the dungeon, Lin Ye turned around and saw the female corpse trembling on the ground. "Why are you kneeling? Get up." Lin Ye wanted to help her, but the closer he got, the more she trembled, so he had to give up that idea. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving me." The female corpse said this without any intention of getting up, her body still shaking uncontrollably. "Why don't you stand up and speak? The benefactor has given me a new life, I dare not offend." This is not about not daring to offend. She is clearly frightened to death by the Ghost Bride. Lin Ye looked at the confused old woman beside him and gave up the idea of talking to the female corpse. "Grandma, I found your daughter. Can I ask for some celebratory items?" The old woman finally came back to her senses, mumbling and nodding. Yes, esteemed guest, please wait." The old woman's hunched figure returned inside, and soon she brought out a basket filled with 4 jingwa, a kind of fruit. Lin Ye happily took it and repeatedly thanked her. Then, he changed the subject. "Grandma, why did you just call me esteemed guest?" He seemed to have never actively mentioned his identity before, right? Strangers come to ask for celebratory items every now and then, we've gotten used to it. The old woman didn't hide the truth. Now that she was freed from the Black Hand's control, she spoke exceptionally fluently. "You live in that old house up front, right?" "You know? That's the house of the richest person in town, Li Yuanwei. His son is an uneducated bully who drowned his wet nurse at a young age, and as he grew, he became even more wicked. There isn't a neighbor who doesn't hate him, fearing he doesn't die early enough." "And the bride?" "The bride is the best-looking girl in the 10-mile radius. I've never seen such a beautiful girl, like a fairy. That girl has 2 brothers who were also spoiled since childhood, but it's a pity the bully set his sights on her, pestering her for 2 or 3 years. I smashed an unknown amount of silver just to get that girl's family to relent, but what a pity." "What a pity about what? Who talks halfway through a sentence? It's driving him crazy. What a pity that no matter how wealthy the Li family is, their son is still a loser, right? I heard that just a few days ago, he was out wandering in the brothel, his body full of disease, destined to die from illness sooner or later. Isn't the bride just going to be a living widow? Maybe the bride was deceived into coming for good luck." Lin Ye felt an indescribable heartache deep within him. The once joyful girl in her flower season, who eagerly awaited her wedding day, was dragged into a funeral hall on her big day to marry a corpse, only to be cruelly nailed into a coffin and die in despair. Old woman, can you tell me where the bride's home is? I remember. The old woman's murky eyes struggled to find the direction, and after a long hesitation, she pointed to the right. Just keep walking, you'll see a household with an old locust tree in front of it. Thank you, old woman. Lin Ye sincerely bowed and then walked in the direction she pointed. It wasn't until he had walked far that the female ghost let out a soft breath, rising from the ground, her hands trembling uncontrollably. The old woman held her hand, saying nothing, but kindly led her inside. Once the door closed tightly, faint whispers of affection could still be heard from within. Mother, you've suffered. It's good you're back, it's good you're back. And the entire courtyard slowly unfolded in the mother and daughter's whispers, like a withered flower regaining vitality. Even the color of the gate turned into a festive red. This represented that the task behind this door had been completed. Chapter 013 Hidden Side Quest. Her whole life. Ding. Congratulations, successfully unlocked Hidden Side Quest, the bride's family. Tip, players please explore on your own. Quest reward, Ghost Bride's affection. Lin Ye stood at the edge of the mist, his hesitant steps turned firm because of the mission tip. This reward was very important for him to successfully control the Ghost Bride. There was no reason to refuse. Forget it, let's go. His eyes flashed with determination as he took out a spirit nail and held it tightly in his hand, stepping into the mist. The only light was swallowed, and everything around him was obscured as if covered by a thin veil. To prevent himself from getting lost in the mist, Lin Ye kept silently reciting the old woman's words, keep walking, when you see a household with an old locust tree. Lin Ye. Lin Ye. A pale face suddenly rushed out from the mist, pressing straight towards him. Lin Ye was startled, but he didn't dare to move his feet. The old woman's hint was to keep moving forward. If he retreated or turned, it meant getting lost, and it would be hard to get back to the right path. He couldn't afford to gamble. The price for doing so would be watching the pale face stop just 0.001 meters away from him. A foul smell mixed with the stench of blood surged towards him. Lin. Is it fake? To verify this guess, Lin Ye directly ignored the still roaring player from a sand country and took big strides forward. Sure enough, he passed right through the player's body. Indeed, the fog creates illusions specifically to confuse my direction. Lin Ye completely relaxed, no longer paying attention to anything that appeared, and focused solely on moving forward. What he saw behind included but was not limited to the scene of his original parents tragically dying at the hands of a strange figure, and how his parents left during the car accident. Lin Ye crossed over these images without any emotion. He had long since moved past that pain, clearly distinguishing reality from illusion. Tired of the fog, he simply closed his eyes and ran, his inner thoughts deepening. Run. Keep running forward, keep running. Don't look back. No looking back. Bang. A loud noise, accompanied by intense pain. Lin Ye felt he had collided with something, and when he opened his eyes, he indeed saw a stout old locust tree. Feeling something warm flowing from his nostrils, he raised his hand to touch it, and sure enough, he felt a handful of blood. The live stream audience was almost laughing themselves to death. Ha, don't blame us for not reminding you, it's you who didn't see the bullet screen. The heaviest injury he has received in the instance appeared, reason, eyes closed, didn't watch the road, crashed into a tree. How is he sometimes smart and sometimes reckless? I'm dying from laughing. Everyone hold on, it seems he really found the Ghost Bride's home. I can't believe it, this kid Lin Ye has outrageous luck. Lin Ye covered his nose, waiting for the blood to stop before turning to look around. He saw a lonely courtyard standing in the fog, with barely visible entrance, everything else was vague. This should be the Ghost Bride's home. He approached the entrance and slipped through the door with ease. The yard was small, only 3 rooms, clearly not the home of a wealthy family. The entrance of the main room was crowded with people, their faces unclear, but from their pacing, it was evident they were quite anxious. Lin Ye leaned in, and these people were unaware of his presence. Instinctively, he reached to touch the pants of 2 men, and they didn't dodge and indeed couldn't see him. Lin Ye felt at ease. Just as he was about to enter the main room to investigate, he heard loud crying. It's born, it's born. It's a girl. Great, it's finally born. It's a little sister, truly a little sister. The master indeed spoke correctly. Since it's a girl, let's call her Nyener. Soon, the midwife carried out a wrinkled baby. In Lin Ye's sight, everyone was blurred, but the baby's face was extraordinarily delicate. Nyener. Is she the Ghost Bride? I must say, she was quite cute when she was young. Curiously, Lin Ye leaned closer to the surrounded Ghost Bride, watching as she slowly transformed from a wrinkled baby into a finely featured young girl. The blurred faces around gradually developed clear features. First her mouth. He could gradually make out the shapes of their lips, listening to how they praised and adored this hard-earned little girl day after day. Next came the nose, ears, and eyebrows, except for the eyes that remained unclear. The faces around resembled loving elders. Grandparents, parents, brothers, each one doting on the family's only little sister. In contrast, her features became increasingly vague, as layers of white paper seemed to be smeared over her face. No matter how hard one tried, they couldn't see clearly. The transformation happened on her coming-of-age day, as she blossomed into a graceful beauty, her beauty praised endlessly. Suitors even broke through her family's doorstep that day. Did it succeed? It worked. Young Master Li has taken a liking to her. Really? How much dowry are they willing to offer? This amount. Wow, that's a lot. Then we will. What's the rush? Master Li's reputation is so bad, we can't agree so easily, only then can we get more money. Father is still thinking ahead. Lin Ye's expression suddenly changed, listening darkly to these people's discussions. The next day, she was taken out by her second brother, claiming to buy her jewelry, but really it was just to show off in front of Li Shouchuan. That night, they received the first batch of silver money bribed by Li Shouchuan. Money, so much money. Hurry up and count how much there is, hurry up. We're getting rich, we're getting rich. This is just the beginning, there will be more in the future. After raising her for so long, it's finally time for her to repay us. This is the first time I've seen such a large amount of silver, ha ha ha. Don't forget to save a share for the master. Got it, got it. Amidst the laughter, their expressions were still so kind, even the corners of their lips seemed to express their love for her. Yet the greed and light in their eyes could no longer be hidden, completely exposed in the air, their ugly appearances laid bare. Chapter 014, Lost. An unquenchable fury. Lin Ye watched this deeply ironic scene, her eyes filled with anger. Did she finally know the truth? The people in the live room were also furious, grabbing their keyboards to curse. Beasts! I thought they truly loved their daughter. When the Ghost Bride was born, I didn't doubt that Master. Now it seems that Master is also a damned person. Before, the mother-in-law said it took Li Shouchuan 2 or 3 years to bribe the Ghost Bride's family before they relented. I thought they were really moved. I didn't expect it was just a greed for more silver. No more words, brothers, write beasts on the screen. Beasts, 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 beasts. The timeline jumped forward, quickly arriving 3 years later. At this point, the Jiang family no longer knew how much money they had extracted from the Li family, yet they continued to live off Li Shouchuan, greedily sucking blood under the protection of the master. But on this day, unexpected changes occurred. Not good, not good, that kid from the Li family is dead. What's going on? Why did he suddenly die? Who will give us money now that he's dead? He died from illness, going to those places every day. Of course, his body was weak, it was just a matter of time. Then what do we do now? The news hasn't spread yet, let's keep it from the little sister for now, continue to woo her and let her marry. How can she marry when the person is dead? Just now, Master Li sent someone to say that he wants the little sister to perform a ghost marriage for Master Li, and if it succeeds, he will give us this amount. So much? This dead girl is actually worth so much. Didn't the Taoists say before that she is the cash cow of the family? As long as she is well fed, we can live without worry for a lifetime. Indeed, then I will continue to whisper in her ear now. And don't forget to give this to her, in case she resists and spoils Master Li's good thing. I'll go find her some beautiful clothes, so she can leave in style, reincarnating into a good family next time. We have been quite merciful towards her, haven't we? The viewers in the live room went insane upon seeing this. Damn, is this still human? I really overestimated them. I thought they didn't know about ghost marriages, but it turns out they personally sent the Ghost Bride to the guillotine. I wondered why they wanted a daughter even with 2 sons, turns out they were waiting for this. NND, I really want to curse someone. Support the mass murder of the Ghost Bride, this is simply too much for any person to bear. Well, can we not kill players? With so much resentment, no wonder players keep getting wiped out, it's terrifying. This is just the first day, what will happen in the next 6 days? Don't panic, Lin Ye's exploration in one day outpaces the total exploration in the previous 3 times combined, there's hope. Within the instance, the scenes kept changing. In the blink of an eye, it was the Ghost Bride's wedding day, and a woman was doing her hair, her eyes reddening. Marriage means a life of luxury, you will. You must listen to your husband. As long as he treats you well, we will be satisfied. Mother. Her voice was charming, as she always nestled in her mother's embrace, acting spoiled. Daughter remembers what you said. Even though I am married, I will still come back to see you often. Silly girl, once you are married, you must serve your husband well and quickly bear children for your family. How can you still run around like before? Mother, her voice grew increasingly shy. All right. Mother won't say any more. Then, Mother, please put this hairpin on me. This is the coming-of-age gift you gave me. Wearing it feels like you are always by my side. Okay, mother will put it on for you. The mother and daughter exchanged sweet words, and soon the room was left with only the ghost bride sitting nervously in front of the bronze mirror, adjusting her hair accessories and dress tips. Lin Ye stepped forward, trying to talk to her or catch her attention, but ultimately failed. He was like a phantom, unable to even touch objects. Lin Ye's heart grew more anxious, seeing the wedding procession about to arrive outside. He had to do something. But what could he do? In a chaotic train of thought, he caught sight of a brilliant red. The wedding dress, yes. The wedding dress might be helpful. Lin Ye hurriedly took the wedding dress out from the storage space, and before he could put it on, the scene before him suddenly changed, and he was plunged into momentary darkness. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky, and lightning instantly illuminated the surrounding scene. He recognized this place was the Li family's mourning hall. The reason was simple: the coffin in the middle of the room had an overwhelming presence, and his gaze was almost instantly locked onto it. Is anyone there? Help me, help me. It hurts, it really hurts, I'm scared. Let me out, please, please. I don't want to be with the dead, I don't want to. Mother, I'm scared, it's so dark here, so black. Soft cries came from inside the coffin, and the vast mourning hall was empty, leaving only the joyful bride desperately scratching at the coffin. Lin Ye stood at the door, the wedding dress in his hands gradually stained with blood and turned ragged, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. Boom! Another clap of thunder sounded. In an instant, a torrential rain poured down outside, and the girl's desperate cries were gradually drowned out by the rain, falling into silence. Raindrops were blown into the room by the fierce wind, quickly soaking Lin Ye's back, chilling him to the bone, but it did not extinguish the flame of anger burning in his heart. He rushed forward, his body passing through the coffin time and again, but he still did not give up, wanting to pry open the coffin, wanting to save her, wanting to take her away. In the live stream, viewers from Long Country were all nervously sweating for him. It's over, Lin Ye seems to be going mad. Be confident and remove the seams, that's definitely true. He won't die here, right? I knew we shouldn't have entered this mist. We could have safely passed the first day, and now it's completely hopeless. I doubt it, he has faced many crises today. Has Lin Ye ever really encountered danger? There must be a twist. I bet a bag of spicy strips that the ghost bride will definitely appear. Upstairs, I'll bet 2 bags. Don't follow him, Lin Ye's body is about to become transparent. Viewers from other countries who were originally worried that Lin Ye would leave them behind after finding the ghost bride's home now felt relieved upon seeing him losing his mind in the scenario and about to die, while also making snide remarks. Did you really think that getting the ghost bride's protection would let you stroll through the scenario? There's an old saying in China, even the best laid plans can go awry. It's just good luck guessing the use of the hairpin, but it's not like you're not going to die in the scenario on the first day. Do you really think you are the chosen one? Oh please, if it weren't for Long Country, where would such a difficult scenario come from? This is called bringing it upon yourself. You might as well look forward to our American player Harris's performance. He has already successfully exchanged for 3 items. What's wrong with the 3 things? They've all been exchanged before, I don't know what they are pretending. Fuck. Which country are you from? Dare to say it out loud. Faced with the mockery from various countries, the Dragon Country audience ignored it, silently praying in their hearts that Lin Ye could regain his senses and escape this place. Some netizens who understood the situation also took out their secret skills to pray for Lin Ye, wishing him success in surviving. Chapter 015, Battle. Seriously injured ghost baby. Husband. A gentle voice sounded by his ear. Lin Ye froze in place, and his eyes filled with rage gradually regained clarity. The day is getting late, return home early. A sudden reminder appeared in his mind. Lin Ye shivered, completely waking up. He looked at his already semi-transparent body and broke into a cold sweat. Just now, was he affected mentally by the instance? That was close, he almost died here. Lin Ye lowered his gaze to the wedding dress in his hand. Thankfully it had returned to normal, so he confidently put the dress back into storage. Before stepping out of the spirit hall, he solemnly promised in front of the coffin, I will definitely take you away from this man-eating ancient home. As soon as Lin Ye finished speaking, 3 knocks sounded from the coffin, not too loud but clear enough for him to hear. I wait for you. He didn't know if this counted as the ghost bride's response, but he still said earnestly, wait for me. Lin Ye turned and stepped into the heavy rain, but did not see a red figure gradually appearing in front of the coffin in the spirit hall. Congratulations player, you have completed the hidden side quest and received a hidden reward, Ghost Bride's Favor. Ghost Bride's Favor, the higher the favorability, the higher the success rate of controlling the Ghost Bride. When the player successfully controls the Ghost Bride, they will gain a red dress ghost bodyguard, can be upgraded. At that moment, Lin Ye stood under the old locust tree, looking at the task completion prompt, feeling no excess joy. He turned around and returned the way he came. He didn't know if it was because the task was completed, but his departure was very smooth. In less than 5 minutes, he walked out of the fog. As soon as he exited the fog, he almost bumped into someone. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this a player from Pickle Country? At this moment, the Pickle Country player looked particularly disheveled, with messy hair and clothes torn into tatters hanging from his body, his face streaked with tears. He stumbled and ran down the street, fearfully glancing back as if afraid of something terrifying. After falling to the ground, his first reaction was to crawl over and grab Lin Ye's leg, scaring him into jumping back like a monkey. "Don't come here, we are not that familiar. Save me! Save me!" The Pickle Country player cried out, instinctively crawling towards him again. Lin Ye frowned, trying to back away while attempting to communicate what happened. He didn't answer, instead, he kept repeating the word "save me." Lin Ye's frown deepened. At the street intersection, he ran into 3 other players gasping for breath. At the moment their eyes met, Harris barely had time to say, "Run." Before his brain could process it, his body had already run several meters away. Lin Ye followed beside the 3, curiously glancing back, his eyes widening in shock. He saw the Foot Basin Country player had been completely sucked dry into a bag of bones, mismatched baby shoes making him walk in an especially strange wobbling manner. The ghost baby hanging on his chest had already grown into a 6 or 7-year-old child, its neck still drooping weakly in front of its chest, its entire back occupied by a huge red eyeball. From a distance, it looked as if a gigantic scarlet eyeball had grown out of the Foot Basin player's chest. Suddenly, that eyeball blinked bizarrely. He saw that the eyelids were crawling with blood-sucking insects. Hungry, so hungry, starving. Lin Ye's scalp immediately went numb. Erupting with overwhelming power, more than 3 people were the first to enter the ancient house. Harris and the other 3 were unwilling to yield. They burst forth at the speed of life and death, closely following into the ancient house. "Close the door, hurry, close the door." The 4 hurriedly locked the big door, not even able to catch their breath. Bang! The door pounded loudly. The 4 of them instinctively jumped back, standing a few meters away at a safe distance, looking anxiously at the door that was teetering. "Give me meat, give me meat. I want meat." Outside the door were the hysterical voices of players from the Foot Basin Country, while the 4 inside didn't dare to breathe. What was even more terrifying was that through the cracks of the door, they could vaguely see a blood-red eyeball desperately trying to squeeze in. Crack, crack. The silent air was filled with the sound of bones breaking, making listeners' legs go weak instinctively. What should we do? The player from the Malo Country despairingly tugged at his own hair. "The ghost baby is coming in. We're all going to die, all going to die." "Calm down," Lin Ye said, hoping he could regain his composure. "What on earth is going on?" Harris explained with a grim expression, "We're not quite sure either. The 3 of us were doing a mission, and suddenly, a player from the Kimchi Country came charging out, asking us to save him. Before we could ask anything clearly, we ended up running toward the ancient house while being chased by the ghost baby. The ghost baby has never grown like this before. Never." The player from Turkey clutched his heart in shock. "What should we do now? We're definitely going to die, right? To be wiped out on the first day." Lin Ye raised his head to look at the dim yellow sky. There was still a little time before sunset. They had to shake off the ghost baby's pursuit before it got dark. Otherwise, when night fell, the ancient house would completely become the ghost baby's hunting ground. He had the ghost bride to protect him, so he should be fine, but the others were in trouble. 7 people, if he were the only one left alive the next day, it would do him no good. Thinking of this, Lin Ye no longer hesitated. He took out the soul nail, held it high, and fiercely stabbed it into the ghost baby's eyeball. A piercing baby cry came from the front chest of the Foot Basin Country player, seeming to penetrate their eardrums, directly attacking their brains. The stabbed eyeball struggled violently, eyelids continuously opening and closing, shedding a bunch of blood-sucking worms. Lin Ye was afraid of being contaminated by these disgusting worms and let go in disdain, retreating a few meters away. Outside, the ghost baby was severely injured, controlling the Foot Basin Country player to flash and disappear on the spot. Just when they thought they were finally safe, the worms, having lost their host, quickly approached them, opening their mouths full of suction cup tentacles, lunging at the closest Harris. Harris dodged with lightning speed, looking pale as he cursed, "Fuck, fuck." Lin Ye picked up a nearby stone and smashed it towards the fastest worm, causing a burst of blood. When he moved the stone away, the worm was already smashed to the point of being unable to survive. Seeing this move was effective, the other 3 also picked up handy weapons and joined the cleanup on the battlefield. Before long, a pile of bloody worm corpses appeared on the ground. The viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned at this scene. Does no one care about the feelings of those with trypophobia? I suddenly feel tingling on my scalp and just want to die. This Eerie game is simply pushing the limits of what humans can endure. Enough already, Lin Ye, I feel for you. Lin Ye, I will no longer doubt you. If there's something, you really get in there. It's a shame we lost 1 soul nail. That's a rare aggressive ghost weapon, perfect for self-defense. It's okay, there are still 6 left. The first day should count as a smooth passage, right? Chapter 016, Big Brother, can you play with us, okay? The four stood among a pile of worm corpses, all panting, looking at each other in silence. The Malo country player looked down at the stone in his hand, slightly in a daze. Can such a normal thing be used to kill the bizarre creatures in the instance? This was something he never even dared to imagine before. After a long time, he finally broke the silence. Did they leave? They should have left. Bang! Harris was interrupted mid-sentence by a sound from the door. The four became tense and looked towards the door. Through the crack in the door, they saw a bloody hand vigorously banging on half of the door, accompanied by faint moans. "Help me! Help me! Help me!" The banging was so forceful that they couldn't hear what the person outside was saying. The four exchanged glances, and finally, Lin Ye stepped forward, holding the soul-fixing nail. Just as he was about to stab the hand with the soul-fixing nail, a normal-sized eye suddenly pressed against the crack of the door, staring intensely at him. "Open the door, help me!" Lin Ye stared for a few seconds, then put down the wooden nail and turned to ask, "Is it a player from Pickled Veggie Nation? Should we open the door?" Harris and the other three shook their heads in unison. What a joke! Who knows if the player from Pickled Veggie Nation outside is a person or a ghost now? For the sake of their lives, they decided not to meddle. Seeing this, Lin Ye nodded in agreement, and the group turned as if they couldn't hear the voice of the player from Pickled Veggie Nation, walking towards the backyard. But they had hardly taken a few steps when the sound of the door being pushed open suddenly came from behind. The four thought it was bad and almost turned back at the same time. They saw the paper butler standing at the door, still slightly bowing. "Dear guest, please come in." The four. This butler came neither too early nor too late, but opened the door at this moment, clearly trying to trip them up. The player from Pickled Veggie Nation, holding his wound on his stomach, hastily squeezed inside. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at them, furiously demanding, "Why didn't you open the door for me? Why?" He hurried towards them, dragging a long trail of blood behind him. The horrifying amount of blood had already exceeded all that was in a normal human body. The player from Pickled Veggie Nation might have already been possessed by something strange. Lin Ye pulled out the soul-fixing nail, holding it in front of him, and coldly shouted, "Stay right there." The player from Pickled Veggie Nation felt the intense resentment from the soul-fixing nail and instinctively stopped out of fear. The other three, seeing this, immediately hid behind Lin Ye, pretending to be brave. "Yeah, don't come any closer, or be careful, we won't be polite to you. You released the ghost baby, and we haven't settled the score with you yet. What's wrong with not opening the door?" "We're not opening. We won't care if you die out there, why should we open the door for you?" The player from Pickled Veggie Nation was rendered speechless by their retorts, his arm twitching uncontrollably as if he wanted to lunge forward and bite them. "We are teammates. You are abandoning us. Especially you two, Harris from America and Lin Ye from Dragon Nation. You have no big country's composure at all." Lin Ye dug in his ear, nonchalantly replying, "Oh." Harris simply ignored him and rolled his eyes. You. What do you mean by you?" Lin Ye raised his arm, the nail spinning in his palm. "Stay away from us, otherwise, I guarantee this nail will pierce your heart." The player from Pickled Veggie Nation was completely frozen in place, afraid to say anything further. This scene completely enraged his fans, who flooded into the Dragon Nation livestream with messages. "What the heck? How dare you treat our brother like this? Do you believe that our brother will kill you, T? Does your brother really want to kill people? So scared, he's trembling like a baby, it's hilarious. See that wooden nail in Wild Brother's hand? It'll be stuck in your and your brother's heads in a second. Not that slow. If you feel sorry for your brother, go open the door yourself. You can die together and fulfill your star-chasing dream. Those who curse Lin Ye will have it rebounded upon themselves, it's already been cast. Well done, let them witness the mysterious Eastern power. Family members are still too gentle. Watch me, I'll screw your stupid ancestors and your mother." While cursing, the Dragon Country netizens were still unsatisfied and directly ran to the Pickled Vegetable Country's official account to vent their anger, forcing the official to turn off comments to calm down. Inside the instance, the sky had completely darkened, and a dim red light illuminated the ancient house. The paper butler did not care about the players' conflicts and just said in an official tone, "Dear guests, please follow me to the dinner." Lin Ye and the others followed the paper butler, heading towards the familiar dining hall. Due to his warning, the Pickled Vegetable Country players dared not get too close and could only follow from a distance. Blood flowed more generously beneath him, and his vision gradually blurred, his hand covering the wound drooped helplessly, revealing a vicious injury. The Pickled Vegetable Country player's belly suddenly had a terrifying blood hole, with intestines barely visible, crammed together. With each step he took, as he quivered and shook, his intestines flowed out. The steps of the Pickled Vegetable Country player became heavier, his blurred vision so poor he couldn't even see the pillars ahead. He opened his mouth, managing only a few weak whimpers and cries mixed with pleas for help. "Help me, Please help me. Unfortunately, the few people in front did not turn back. They quickly disappeared around the corner, leaving him forgotten, alone in the corridor, still moving forward on instinct to survive. He. The sound of malicious childish laughter echoed in his ears, pulling the pickled vegetable country player's memory back to last night. The room was full of ghost children, on the floor, on the beams, on the tables, on the beds. All of them. There were just so many. Will you play with me? The ghost children clung to him, begging him to play. He curled up in the corner, desperately covering his ears, afraid to respond. Because he knew that responding would lead to death. The only way to break free was to find someone else to wear the baby shoes, making him the scapegoat. He thought of the painful face of the foot basin country player and unhesitatingly chose him to be his scapegoat. But he never expected that the ghost baby would become stronger. This situation had never appeared in the previous rounds. Why? Why did it become like this? His slow brain couldn't comprehend what was happening. All he knew was that he was about to die, his eyelids growing heavier. Perhaps after they closed completely, he would never wake up again. In the following days, the danger level will only increase. Can they survive until the 7th day? It is important to know that dying in the instance means dying in the real world as well, and that's not the scariest part. Those who die in the instance are likely to be assimilated into the instance as new eerie beings, trapped forever in the instance world without rebirth. That is the true source of their fear. Lin Ye rubbed the wooden nails in his hand, showing a calmness that others lacked. He had a golden finger in hand, providing him more security than the others. By the end of the day, he had collected 7 soul-fixing nails and found a hidden side quest to gain the Ghost Bride's favor. As long as he successfully tamed the Ghost Bride before the instance ended, he could act freely in other instances afterwards. With a red-clad ghostly bodyguard at his side, he wasn't afraid of the average Eerie being at all. At that time, he could even ride on top of an Eerie game's head and take a dump. Ah! A player from the Ma Lu country screamed, interrupting the thoughts of the others. Following his line of sight, Lin Ye turned his head to look at the entrance of the dining hall. He saw the player from the kimchi country shuffling forward with his head down, his feet moving slightly, and a rope seemed to be dangling from his waist, swaying with his movements. With his walking speed, it was no wonder he arrived so late. The 4 of them silently put down their chopsticks, patiently waiting for the player from the kimchi country to approach. When they saw his appearance, they all gasped sharply. The player from the kimchi country had skin that was bluish-purple, his expression cold, with a large hole in his stomach, his intestines all emptied out, and his chest cavity covered in tiny handprints of children. What dangled from his waist was no rope, it was clearly the intestines flowing out from the hole in his belly. Even more terrifying, the wrinkled surface of the intestines was filled with little eyeballs of children, constantly wriggling and swapping places. Upon seeing them, he slowly curled into a cruel, bloodthirsty smile. As if to say, "You all will die." The livestream chat was filled with shock and exclamations. Although I knew he would die for sure, I didn't expect him to die so quickly. This way of dying is terrifying, you know? It's like his body became a breeding ground for ghost infants, his only purpose to become nourishment to raise more ghost infants, living like a zombie until his value is completely drained. Stop talking, I'm already getting goosebumps. I just want to know, why aren't they running in this situation? That ghost thing is coming in soon. Where can they run to at night? I can't even imagine how many ghosts are outside this yard. Every day I'm getting so scared, I feel like my heart might give out. It's no wonder this instance can wipe out so many players. They've reached the doorway. What to do? I can't even bear to look. Not long before, the screen of the Kimchi Country livestream went black, signaling that the player had died, and heartbroken fans flooded into the Long Kingdom's livestream. Seeing their brother turn into this ghastly appearance, they almost cried fainting in the restroom. Appa! You died so tragically. It's all because of those who did nothing to help. I won't let their families have it easy. You must give my brother a proper burial with them. Absolutely. Let's crowdfund together to take revenge for my brother. Well done, Appa. Just like that, kill them all and take your revenge. This foolish talk undoubtedly received a hearty round of curses from the Long Kingdom's netizens. Such a quarrel instead lightened the oppressive and worried atmosphere in the livestream. And the scene that the audience in the instance was worried about did not appear. Because the Korean player was blocked by the threshold. His foot movements were too small, he couldn't even lift his foot, so he couldn't naturally step over the high threshold. The player from Ma Lu country patted his wildly beating heart, almost forgetting that in Long Kingdom's ancient culture, there are thresholds at doors. If it were their country, the ghost baby would have easily walked into the room. Harris frowned, looking up at Lin Ye across from him and asked, "He is blocking us here, how do we get out?" Lin Ye did not respond, he was thinking about something. How many ghost babies are there in total? The ghost baby that is attached to the player from the Foot Basin country enjoys eating human flesh and will suck its host dry to grow stronger, seemingly becoming more powerful as it grows bigger. Meanwhile, the ghost baby on the kimchi country player seems to focus on reproduction, or perhaps this is a way of growth that humans cannot understand. One grows by devouring, and the other grows by copying. Could there be a third ghost baby? He was startled by his own thoughts. After calming down, he felt he was overreacting. In the instance, the strange things do not kill people randomly, they must also follow some kind of rules. As long as he does not provoke the baby Shu, the chance of being possessed is very low. Lin Ye? Lin Ye. Harris's voice brought him back to reality. He glanced at the wooden nail in his hand and chose not to use it. The loss of the soul-fixing nail almost made his heart ache. He had just gotten it, and it had not yet warmed in his hand. It was only the first day, and he did not want to break the soul-fixing nails one after another on the ghost baby. He couldn't just nail one with every strange thing that appears, right? Otherwise, he would never have enough soul-fixing nails. He had to think of another way. After thinking for a moment, he picked up a nearby stool and pushed it to the door, wedging it against the kimchi country player. Lin Ye deliberately waited for a while and was not attacked. It seemed that this method of contact would not trigger the ghost baby's killing rules. He used more strength and suddenly pushed the kimchi country player a few meters away. Then he stepped half a foot out of the door, staring closely at the ghost baby's every movement, ready to retreat back into the room at any moment. The ghost baby became clearly excited when it saw him take the initiative to step out of the room. The child's handprints on its chest pushed forward eagerly, stretching the skin into a big round shape. The three people behind him understood what he was doing, yet they couldn't help but sweat for him. This was too brave, right? What if he was wrong and got torn apart by the ghost baby the moment he stepped out of the room? Fortunately, the bad situation he anticipated did not happen. The kimchi country player's feet continued to move slightly. Even when they were about to touch Lin Ye, there was no sign of acceleration, and he easily pushed them back into the room. His thoughts were correct. The ghost baby's movement speed was fixed. Lin Ye turned to Harris. "This is how we get out." Harris nodded dazedly. Okay. Lin Ye repeated the process to push the ghost baby at the door again, his figure flashing as he disappeared at the doorway. The three woke up as if from a dream and hurried to follow. Wait for us." In less than half a minute, the four of them rushed into their respective rooms. The ghost baby remained stationed at the hall doorway, its body shifting slightly towards the direction of the rooms. Its venomous eyes were fixed through the darkness, locking onto their shadows. The group breathed a sigh of relief as they collapsed onto their beds after entering the rooms, recalling everything that happened today, silently praying that tomorrow would go smoothly. At least, they must survive. Chapter 018, Twin Blood Babies. Triggering side quest again. Lin Ye paced back and forth in the room, not in the mood to sleep. He was waiting for the ghost bride. He didn't dare sleep until she arrived. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long, as a glimpse of Red appeared in the room. Husband. He didn't know if it was because of gaining affinity, but this time she called him husband more tenderly than ever, making Lin Ye's ears tingle. "Why are you still not resting?" Lin Ye's ears turned red. He awkwardly scratched his head. "I was waiting for you." "Husband was waiting for me?" Her voice was sweet with a hint of confusion, the rising tone lightly scratching at Lin Ye's heart. "I worry about you getting hurt, and I can't sleep." "Worry about her?" The ghost bride stood there without saying another word, but Lin Ye felt her eyes under the veil watching him. Just like last night when she looked at him. The difference was, last night's gaze was full of killing intent, while tonight, it was an indescribable allure. Lin Ye felt a bit overwhelmed, his gaze drifting to the side. He really was worried about her, not exactly a lie, right? The ghost bride suddenly stepped forward, a hand emerging from her wedding gown, her slender index finger grazing over his nose. At first, he didn't understand what the ghost bride was doing, until warmth came from his nose. He remembered he had apparently hit an old locust tree and bled from his nose in the mist today. She wouldn't be trying to heal him, right? His ear, which had only turned slightly red, now blushed completely. The atmosphere in the room fell silent, yet it didn't feel uncomfortable or awkward. On the other hand, the live stream audience began to express doubts. Does anyone feel like there are pink bubbles floating in the air? Stop being silly, okay? This is a strange dungeon, people can die. Hold on, don't start yelling. The atmosphere is definitely a bit off. Is Lin Ye's ear turning red? Wait, my brain is a bit slow. Are you saying that in this dangerous situation where they could die at any moment, Lin Ye is having feelings for the ghost bride? Damn. Lin Ye, calm down, are you crazy? No matter how beautiful the ghost bride is, people should at least not. I actually think that the ghost bride has feelings for Lin Ye. She wanted to kill him last night, but tonight, don't you see how there's no hint of fierceness left in her? It's over. I actually find that analysis makes some sense. I must be the one who's crazy. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking sound came from outside the door. It was like something was knocking, on the threshold. Lin Ye was about to go check, but the ghost bride moved ahead of him. Husband, get some rest early, I will guard outside the door. Before Lin Ye could say anything, the red figure flickered and disappeared from the room. Lin Ye pressed his lips together, obediently got onto the bed, and soon fell asleep. Outside the door, the ghost bride was filled with resentment. A strong scent of blood and cold wind howled around her. The ghost infant saw the ghost bride shaken by this killing intent and dared not knock on the door anymore, curling up and trembling on the ground. "Milady, spare me." The ghost infant felt bitter. He had killed according to the rules without doing anything extra. Why did he provoke this fierce deity? He would never have guessed that the fierce deity had taken a liking to the human inside. As a child who had hardly lived a month before being turned into a ghost infant, he understood nothing. The ghost bride did not speak, her red veil slightly lowered, fingers clasped above the head of the pickled vegetable country player, making the ghost infant tremble even more violently. Those little hands pack. Stay obediently in place, not daring to move. In the middle of the night, a few unknowing and strange beings flew over the ancient house, all dealt with effortlessly by the ghost bride's raised hand. The ghost baby squinted, keenly noticing that the ghost bride always used the same hand when she struck. At first, he thought the ghost bride was powerful enough to not bother using her full strength, but later he realized that the other hand hidden in the sleeve of her wedding dress was trembling slightly. "My lady, you are injured." The ghost bride did not respond, merely waved her hand to indicate it was nothing serious. The backlash of the 7-star nail soul array was indeed fierce, but it was still within what she could bear, just requiring a period of rest. "It's nothing." "Oh." The ghost baby lay back down, burying his whole head in the belly of the pickled cabbage country player, chewing absent-mindedly on the ribs around him, daring not to speak. This terrifying goddess didn't care, so why should he meddle? Before dawn, the ghost bride suddenly lowered her head, and the red veil fluttered lightly with her movement. The ghost baby's chewing stopped, and he sat up straight, obediently looking at her the moment her gaze swept over. "My lady." The ghost bride pointed at the door of the room behind her, silently asking. If it were before, the ghost baby certainly would not have understood what she meant, but after witnessing her protect the human inside all night, how could he still be confused? He immediately vowed, "My lady, don't worry, I will never harbor any evil thoughts." Only then did the ghost bride feel assured and vanished from the spot in a flash. The sky brightened. Lin Ye was sleeping soundly, only to be awakened by a series of piercing screams. "Ah, Lin Ye! Lin Ye! Are you still alive, Lin Ye? Say something, Lin Ye! No way you're dead, right?" Hearing such words early in the morning, Lin Ye opened the door, feeling incredibly unlucky. "You're dead. Who are you cursing?" Seeing that he was still alive, Harris and the others finally relaxed. If another one died, what would they do for their task today? Seeing him with a face full of impatience and a complex expression pointing to the left of his room, Lin Ye instinctively looked over and let out the same scream, "What the hell?" At this moment, the pickled cabbage country player had been gnawed into a grotesque state. Meanwhile, the ghost baby, the real culprit, was still lying on his chest, savoring a rib accompanied by bits of flesh and blood vessels. Seeing this scene early in the morning, if Lin Ye's mental strength wasn't decent, he would have already vomited. The only good news might be that the ghost baby no longer showed any intent to attack them, focusing solely on devouring the pickled cabbage country player's now normal body. Triggered. Really? Lin Ye wants a son even after having a wife, wanting both wife and child right in the game? The problem is, are the ghost bride and ghost baby human? Wanting everything will only harm you. What's all the noise upstairs? Ye Gu must have his reasons for being like this, right? Anyway, I unconditionally trust Ye Gu. Exactly. After yesterday's thrilling day, I deeply understood a truth: someone who dares to flirt with a ghost bride is capable of anything. You guys just wait to see EGE's next daring move. The ghost baby tilted its head, thought for a while, and suddenly opened its bloody mouth wide to swallow the corpse of the player from Kimchi Country right in front of him. Then it slowly crawled into Lin Ye's palm, belly up, stretching its body contentedly. Seeing the ghost baby showing no signs of attack, Lin Ye sighed in relief, raised the ghost baby in one hand, and looked at the three stunned people, calm and composed. "Let's go eat." Those who guessed right in the comments couldn't help but feel pleased, saying, "We told you, Ye Gu must have it all under control, everything is in his grasp." Because it was the second day, the paper butler didn't meet them in the rooms but was already waiting in the dining hall. He seemed very busy, serving the dishes and simply greeting the players before disappearing. The other three sat a little farther from Lin Ye, looking warily at the ghost baby in his hands. This meal was tasteless for the three of them, primarily because they were scared by the ghost baby. Lin Ye, on the other hand, was just fine, continuing to eat and sleep well, occasionally glancing at the little one in his palm. By the time they finished breakfast, the ghost baby had digested the corpse of the player from Kimchi Country, and its belly had deflated. It changed its position, lying on Lin Ye's palm, with its cold little hands climbing up his arm. Before Lin Ye could react, the ghost baby quickly crawled up to his shoulder, laying lazily with its head outwards and not moving. Lin Ye twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking this little guy really knows how to enjoy itself. Before setting off, he made sure to ask how everyone else was progressing. The answer he got was that besides Harris, who had swapped 3 items that had appeared in the previous 3 rounds, the other 2 had made no progress at all. Lin Ye wasn't surprised at all. He could only change 1 item a day with his special ability, so one could imagine the difficulty of this task. The next few days must be sped up. After making up his mind, Lin Ye said, I swapped for 4 jingwa, and today I plan to go to the pork shop to exchange for pork. This task originally fell to the player from India, and now that he was dead, Lin Ye was willing to take it upon himself. They certainly wouldn't oppose and nodded repeatedly. After discussing, the 4 of them set out together towards the entrance of the old house. When they reached the front yard, the ghost baby, who had been unresponsive, suddenly lifted its head, staring at the empty courtyard, laughing happily. So, lively, he he he. The 4 heard the ghost baby's words clearly, and their originally nimble steps suddenly halted. Lively. They looked around. The vast old house was empty aside from them, not a single living person. Even the paper butler was nowhere to be seen. Where was this liveliness coming from? But the ghost baby grew more excited, even clapping its little hands together, making a clap 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 sound. He he he, so lively, let's play together. The 4 shivered in unison, recalling the game prompt when they entered the dungeon. Due to an accident, you have entered an ancient house that has been sealed for 100 years. With red candles lit and wedding decorations still intact, everything here is maintained in the form of the wedding banquet back then. But the guests are no longer alive, and under the bride's veil, no one has ever seen her true face. The guests are no longer alive. This means that the old house has been very lively all along, they just couldn't see it. If it weren't for the ghost baby's hint, they might never have thought of this layer. On the 7th day of the wedding ceremony, they were surrounded by invisible guests. Hiss, the players from Malu country rubbed their chilly arms first. At this moment, they could no longer look at the ancient house with normal eyes, just thinking that there were ghostly shadows inside made their scalps tingle. Harris pretended to be calm and said, let's complete the task first. This is only the 2nd day and there must be a way to survive until the 7th. At this point, they could only comfort each other like this. Lin Ye nodded and left with the ghost baby on his shoulder. After stepping out of the ancient house, he looked up at the sky. Yesterday it had a bit of light, but now it was only layers of dark clouds. After looking for a while, he felt that the dark clouds above him were slowly descending, heavy enough to cause a sense of oppression in his chest. The ghost baby on his shoulder was still clapping and shouting that it was fun until they went deeper into the street, then it stopped clapping and changed its position to face forward, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Lin Ye knew the ghost baby was wary of the things behind the big doors, but fortunately, there were game rules that restricted them. As long as the players didn't actively knock on the doors, they couldn't actively harm the players. Do you know where the other ghost baby is? He attempted to converse with the ghost baby. To complete this side quest, just bringing one ghost baby might not be enough. What if they couldn't defeat the butcher? Since they were conjoined babies, their combined strength should be able to hold their own against the butcher. The ghost baby pointed in a direction, towards the end of the middle street. He remembered there was only one house at the end of that street. Inside lived not a human, but a life-sized puppet. During the 2nd round of the game, a player knocked on that door, and the moment he entered, the live broadcast went black. No one knew what had happened to him inside or how he had died in such a strange way. After that, no player was willing to go near there. Lin Ye looked at the unremarkable wooden door before him. The prompt only had a brief sentence. Puppet show. Hint, only with a steadfast heart, will you not become part of the show. Reward, only those who have fully watched a puppet show can receive its favor and know the secrets it speaks of. Lin Ye kept the hint in mind and was about to knock on the door when the ghost baby suddenly screamed, clinging to his neck and trying to burrow into his clothes. He quickly took a few steps back, and the ghost baby stopped screaming, its little hands frantically tapping on his shoulder, signaling him not to seek death. The ghost baby's reaction. Lin Ye couldn't help but frown. It seemed that the one inside was quite difficult to deal with. He just didn't know who was more problematic, the ghost bride or this one. Didn't you say the other ghost baby is inside? That's your biological brother, are you sure you don't want to rescue him? The live stream audience was at a loss for words. Is the ghost baby unwilling to save him? No, it's afraid to save him. When I first saw the hint on this door about the puppet show, I was curious, but when the player went in and there wasn't even a sound, I knew I had crossed a line. This isn't something I should be curious about. Brother Yi wouldn't want to challenge this one, would he? That would be quite brave. As expected of Brother Yi, he never plays low-level games, but let's be real, isn't this game a bit too high-level? Agreed, after all, the unknown is often the most terrifying. Chapter 20, Puppet Show. The ghost baby's little face was wrinkled with conflict. Save him, but more fearful. He didn't want to deal with the puppet inside, nor did he want to become its puppet. That was something even adults wouldn't easily provoke. After thinking this through, he struggled to climb down. Lin Ye, however, was quick to react and held him down, then knocked on the wooden door in a flash. The ghost baby was immediately stunned. It didn't expect the person before it would knock on the door without hesitation. The moment the door was knocked, it automatically opened a crack. Lin Ye and the ghost baby's struggling movements froze at the same time, and then they twisted and walked through that door. His live streaming room suddenly went black. A flood of question marks immediately filled the entire bullet screen. Is it another door kill? Are you kidding me? I said this door shouldn't be knocked. Why force it? Now look, he's dead. Don't panic yet. If the player really dies, the live stream will be forcibly shut down. The fact that we can still send messages means Lin Ye is still alive. Something's not right. Brother Ye's pose when he entered was very wrong. He looks nothing like a person, more like a controlled puppet. Impressive. Brother Ye just knocked on a door and became a puppet. How can we play now? This thing is even more ridiculous than the bride ghost. The last player was the same. The livestream was forcibly shut down within 10 minutes. I'm afraid Brother Ye is in serious trouble this time. In the meeting room of the Dragon Country's upper management, everyone wore troubled expressions. This situation is the same as the last round. It's some kind of force inside the dungeon that cut off the screen, but the game system is still running. The puppet's horror is well known. Now we can't see anything, we can only patiently wait for the result. This kid has performed excellently before. I believe he can get through this difficulty too. Everyone should have enough faith in him. It's already impressive that he has held on until now. Whether he is dead or alive. This statement was left unfinished, but everyone understood. As long as he wasn't the first eliminated player, Lin Ye had already exceeded their expectations by making it this far. It would be great if he could survive. If he unfortunately died, their losses would already be minimized. Regardless, he had already completed his mission. From now on, every participant that died would be a gain for them. They sincerely hoped Lin Ye could make it to the end and complete the haunted house dungeon. Inside the dungeon. As Lin Ye stepped into the room, the first thing he saw was a stage. The moment the door opened, his body was no longer his own, only his mind remained clear. The stage seemed to be hastily built, a few broken planks creaked in the dim courtyard. Two pale lanterns swayed in the breeze, their light sweeping over the sparse audience below, faces flickering in and out. An audience. There were actually still spectators here. Lin Ye's breath caught, and he scanned around with difficulty, realizing that there were many familiar faces among them. These were all people who had appeared in the player's live streaming footage before. The good news was that the player from Foot Basin Country, parasitized by the ghost baby, was also there, the soul-fixing nail still stuck in the ghost baby's eye. The bad news was that the ghost baby on his chest was almost pierced through by the puppet strings, completely lifeless, looking just like a controlled puppet. His legs uncontrollably settled into a seat in the last row. The moment he sat down, except for his butt which couldn't leave the seat, the rest of his body could still move. The ghost baby on his shoulder let out a wail and cried, clinging to his neck pitifully. Bad person. Boo-hoo, bad person. He never agreed to come in, why did he have to bring him in? Bad guy, big bad guy, super invincible big bad guy. If I had known, it would have been better for an adult to crush me to death last night. Lin Ye. He awkwardly turned his gaze away. It wasn't that he wanted to bring the ghost baby in, the key was that he didn't dare to enter alone. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a loud sound of drums and gongs came from the stage. The ghost baby seemed startled, its cry stuck in its throat, unable to make another sound. It twisted its body and completely buried itself in the clothes on Lin Ye's chest, refusing to lift its head at all. Lin Ye couldn't help but bend down because of its actions. The ghost baby felt so cold, it was like a block of ice constantly releasing chill pressed against his chest. After adapting for a while, he finally turned his gaze back to the stage. There on the stage, a puppet had appeared at some point, standing at a height equal to a normal person. Its attire is a dark crimson, like congealed blood. Its face, unlike other puppets that exaggerate joy and anger, is intricately carved into a faceless woman's visage. Dull blush is smeared on its cheeks, peculiarly red. The most striking feature is its eyes. Instead of painted ones, they are two extremely thin glass beads, seemingly encapsulating a faint dark fire that appears to flow slowly, as if alive, watching the audience below. With each movement, the joints and the wooden boards beneath it emit a dry creaking sound, heavy and stiff, completely unlike the agility of other puppets. Its mouth curves in a fixed arc, neither fully smiling nor frowning. Lin Ye instantly felt goosebumps rise on his skin. It was a fear that came from instinct, beyond his control. The scene was eerily strange, the puppet merely standing there terrified him beyond comprehension. The charm of Chinese horror lies in this. It doesn't need to do anything, just standing there is enough. On stage, the puppet's performance began. There were no lyrics, only the grating creak sound accompanying the monotonous gongs and drums, its movements stiff, yet its glassy eyes continued to rotate, dark fire flickering, scanning every audience below. Lin Ye felt a cold gaze, like a tangible spider silk, clinging to him. He tried to look away, but his eyelids felt as heavy as iron, forcing him to meet those glassy eyes. In that moment of eye contact, a buzzing sound filled his mind, as if icy needles were piercing in. Countless chaotic and gloomy fragments of illusion surged in a decayed stage, broken limbs, distorted shadows dangling by threads, and countless numb, desperate faces screaming silently like puppets. Pure negativity, despair, fear, resentment poured into his consciousness like icy water, freezing and squeezing out all his rationality and anger. What was more terrifying was that he felt a strange resonance in his limbs. His fingers trembled slightly, as if invisible threads wrapped around him, pulling, forcing him to mimic the puppet's stiff and eerie movements on stage. The stronger his desire to resist, the tighter the invisible bindings became. His soul felt like it was being stuffed into a mold of rapidly solidifying cement, ready to be completely imprisoned. Creak! Creak! The sound came not just from the stage, but seemed to emanate from his own joints. His mouth involuntarily twitched slightly, trying to mimic that puppet's eternal, eerie smile. Chapter 021 Fear, Confronting Death. This stage, this audience, and the helplessness of being controlled, all of it felt like a grand play. The puppet is the star, and he is the new actor being sculpted and pulled onto the stage. The ghostly baby in his arms trembled, the cold aura nearly consumed by an even more terrifying atmosphere. A stable mind will not become a character in the play. Lin Ye thought of this reminder, but the question was, what does being stable mean in this situation? To stay alert or to resist fiercely? Clearly, resistance was futile. As for staying alert, he could even distinctly feel his soul being pulled out of his body. How could he remain alert any longer? Crack! Until Lin Ye heard a clear sound of a severed string, his vision shifted in an instant. He saw himself below, expressionless, with a fixed eerie smile. Aside from not yet being pierced by the puppet strings, he looked no different from a marionette. This perspective, he is now in the puppet's body? Lin Ye turned his gaze and saw a perfectly seated puppet in the front row, seemingly anticipating a splendid drama. It appeared he was not in the puppet's body. But now he has become a singer in a play, while the puppets have become the audience. The so-called puppet show, the protagonist is actually the audience that has entered. Lin Ye does not know what state he is in now. He has completely lost the sense of his body, but his consciousness is still clear, and his thoughts are still normal. He can't help but think, is this what they call an out-of-body experience in books? He just does not know what kind of play this really is. Creak! The puppets in the audience slowly move their stiff finger joints, tilting their heads slightly, and a look of confusion clearly appears in their glassy eyes. From his perspective, there are actually two Lin Yes on stage. One on the left and one on the right, maintaining the same posture and expression. The only difference is that the one on the left is holding a trembling ghost baby, while the one on the right is holding nothing at all. What is going on here? The confusion in the puppet's eyes grows. They have never encountered a situation with two souls in one body and do not know what to do for a moment. But the play does not wait for anyone. Before they have thought of a way to handle it, the Lin Ye on the right has already moved first. He steps into the center of the stage, walking on the creaking wooden planks, interpreting the saddest memory in his heart amidst the sound of drums and gongs. And Lin Ye can clearly see another himself. Unlike the puppet's confusion, after thinking for a few seconds, he recognizes who this is. The original host. Lin Ye from the parallel world of Blue Star. He is actually still in this world. Since it is a transmigration, he should have gone to Earth when the original host went to Earth. How could he still be stuck here? If the original host is here, then who is in his body back on Earth now? Unconsciously, Lin Ye's thoughts plunge into a deeper fear. On stage, the original host is still acting out the scene of his parents dying before his eyes. This memory clearly exists in his mind, yet he can't truly empathize with the original host. Until a single tear, filled with profound sadness, falls from the corner of the original host's eye, and he curls up on the ground like a whimpering little beast, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Ye's heart trembles lightly. Everything here reminds him that they are two different people. With different experiences, different memories, different relationships, and different parents. Perhaps the one on Earth has already died. Which has caused the original host's soul to linger in this world. Death. He dares to rush recklessly in this bizarre world, not only because as a transmigrator he has a golden finger, but more fundamentally because he feels no sense of belonging to this world. He treats this as an incredibly realistic holographic game, using his golden finger to go all out to clear the game. He has never thought about what to do if he dies. In his subconscious, he believes he cannot die. He is not from this world anyway. In worst case, he can return to his own world. There are no strange dungeons or bizarre games. People live and work in peace and will never face these terrifying things. But now, the original host's appearance makes it impossible for him to remain so calm. Death. He has never felt that death is something so close to him. He would die, or rather, his body has already died. He is left with only a wisp of a soul from another world, drifting in this world. The ghost baby is lying in Lin Ye's arms, feeling his increasingly weak heartbeat, anxious and at a loss. If he dies, the adult will surely strip his skin. After hesitating for a long time, he turns to glance at the puppet on stage, completely immersed in its performance, and seizing the moment while it distracts Lin Ye, he quickly crawls towards the chest of the Foot Basin Kingdom player. If it weren't for the soul anchoring nail behind him, his brother wouldn't be trapped here acting as a puppet. He tries to reach out and touch, but is abruptly bounced back. Ugh, a low groan of pain sounds. At this level of injury, the ghost baby cannot feel pain. Who made that sound? He turned his head to look at Lin Ye in the back row and saw that he was truly in pain, his lips trembling as he let out pained groans. This human is about to collapse. This realization fueled the ghost baby, and his small hands tightened their grip on the wooden nail again. He exerted great effort to avoid being thrown away, but pulling out the soul-fixing nail stuck in him was incredibly difficult. He had been acting strangely for so long, and now he was experiencing helplessness for the first time. Mum. Behind him, Lin Ye's cries grew deeper in frequency. If he didn't do something soon, he would really die. But he just couldn't pull it out. Pulling left, pulling right, pulling up, pulling down, no matter how he pulled, it was futile. He and his brother were essentially the same strange being. The soul-fixing nail stuck in his brother's body was no different from being in his own. He said not to come in. This time, he really was going to be done for. To become a puppet in someone else's hands for all eternity. His life was so bitter. Just as the ghost baby was feeling disheartened, a circle of red light suddenly wrapped around his wrist and the soul-fixing nail was effortlessly pulled out. Master. The ghost baby stared blankly at the red line on his wrist. When did Master leave this on him? Never mind, saving people comes first. He threw the soul-fixing nail at his feet and embraced his brother, whose body had been pierced by puppet strings. Their bloodied bodies gradually merged together as if they were a deformed child crudely cut and glued together. The left half looked like a 6 or 7-year-old child, with purple bruises and festering sores, its soft, drooping head tilted to one side, and one purple hand still gripped tightly to the rotting heart in the chest. The right half was a smaller infant, its body a bloody mess, with unblinking eyelids shaking violently. The most horrifying sight was in the center of their merged body. A massive, blood-red eye that split from front to back was crazily rolling and glaring, as if it were always suffering extreme pain and resentment. Then, a wailing baby's cry that could shatter eardrums tore through the entire courtyard. Not only the players in the game could hear it, even the audience in the live broadcast felt their eardrums throb and their hearts tremble. It's the ghost baby's voice. It sounds so painful. It's been 10 minutes, could it be that even the ghost baby? I can't see anything, this is driving me crazy. What's happening? Brother Ye, you mustn't get into trouble. Don't panic, have faith in Lin Ye, everyone stay calm. The countless viewers in the live broadcast all felt anxious for Lin Ye. Some lit incense, some prayed to Buddha, some sought safety charms, some lit lanterns, all possible methods were used up. Chapter 022, Reward. Successfully cleared the puppet show. On stage, the puppet glanced away from the ghost baby for just a second and then nonchalantly turned its gaze back to the human in front. Compared to these ugly monsters, it preferred the human form. The blood baby violently broke free from the puppet strings piercing its body and climbed onto Lin Ye's knee during the puppet's moment of neglect. That small hand still gripping the rotting heart in its chest reached directly through Lin Ye's left chest to grasp his red, beating heart, attempting to wrest control from the puppet string that wrapped around him. The agonizing pain in his heart briefly snapped Lin Ye back to reality. He looked at the puppet continuing its performance on stage and didn't notice how, at some point, puppet strings had begun to wrap around his body, trying to penetrate his flesh. There was no such thing as a soul leaving the body, nor was there anything like the original owner. All of this happened because he had entered the play. Only with a firm will could one avoid becoming a puppet in the show, but unexpectedly, despite all his defenses, he had still fallen. This puppet was indeed sinister, even his secret of being a time traveler couldn't escape its eyes. Almost in the moment of realization, the puppet strings that tried to pierce his body all came to a stop, no longer able to harm him even a little. His whole body was filled with a slight sting, still within the range he could endure, but the heavy pain in his chest was something he could hardly bear, and cold sweat uncontrollably dripped from his forehead. Lin Ye looked down and saw the merged blood twin in his arms. At first, he wasn't scared by its appearance, but he was startled by the hand reaching into his chest. No wonder it hurt so much, it was squeezing his heart. How could that not hurt? The ghost baby saw his clear first reaction and immediately burst into laughter. So, good. The adult wouldn't skin it alive now. Good, my ass. Lin Ye gritted his teeth and said, "Let go of my heart." It nearly killed him with the pain. The blood baby shrank its neck in response to the shout, releasing his heart. This person is so fierce. Lin Ye's heart, which had been in pain, was finally able to breathe smoothly. He slumped back in the chair, his chest heaving violently. This time, he was really only 0.01 millimeters away from death. He couldn't help but feel grateful he brought the ghost baby in, otherwise, he would have died from the start. The puppet still stood on the stage, but its eternal smile seemed to grow even colder and more resentful. It clearly wouldn't give up easily. The sound of drums grew denser, and the play on stage continued. Lin Ye's gaze didn't leave, he continued to stare without blinking at the performance on stage. Yet his hands didn't stop. After regaining some strength, he began to tear the puppet strings off his body continuously. Since he could wake up in the play, it proved that such tricks were useless against him. Next, he only needed to quietly enjoy a complete performance and then receive his reward. The puppet clearly realized this. The sound of drums and creaks on stage for the first time sounded somewhat empty and anxious. After pulling off all the puppet strings, the performance on stage seemed to be approaching its end. The friction of the puppet's joints grew sharper and more shrill, finally reaching a peak with a loud clash of the gong. The lights on the stage suddenly went out, and everything fell into a silence that felt like a cliff drop. When the lanterns lit up again, the stage was completely empty. And that finely carved beautiful face was now less than 20 centimeters away from Lin Ye. Behind it, the threads flew wildly, its stiff arms raised, with a soul-fixing nail stuck in its abdomen, unable to move. That pair of glazed eyes for the first time showed a hint of disbelief and suspicion, fixated on the young man before it, who had his eyes closed and a hint of mockery at the corners of his mouth. Want to sneak attack? Go dream your spring and autumn dream. Lin Ye opened his eyes, filled with pride as he pushed the puppet away, letting its stiff body hit the ground with a light bang. Ding! Congratulations on successfully passing the puppet show. Reward issued, please explore it yourself, player. Seeing this prompt, Lin Ye finally let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, he couldn't open his storage space, and his heart was about to jump out of his throat. At the critical moment, fortunately, the blood baby picked up the wooden nail from the ground, otherwise, he really would have fallen into the puppet's trap. He turned his head to look at the blood baby next to him. It was making a face at the fallen puppet, clearly angry. To be honest, it was somewhat cute. But when his gaze shifted and came across the enormous blood-red eyeball on its chest, he instantly discarded that thought. There really was no need to find something so strange appealing. He silently ridiculed himself, and after regaining enough strength, he squatted down in front of the puppet. I finished watching the whole play, according to the rules, I've passed, right? The puppet's face showed no change, but Lin Ye still keenly sensed its unwillingness and anger. He grinned widely and said recklessly, even if you are strange, you still have to follow the rules of this copy and can't kill indiscriminately, you know? Do you want to break the rules again? The fire in the puppet's eyes blazed even stronger, wishing to turn him into a puppet in the most cruel way possible. I'll help you pull out the wooden nails from your body, and you give me the reward that belongs to me, and let us go, how about it? Lin Ye proposed a deal, not expecting an answer, and took it upon himself to pull the wooden nails from its abdomen. This action scared the blood baby, and it screamed as it tried to crawl back into his arms. Lin Ye looked at the blood baby that had rushed back into his clothes again. So cowardly. Creak. The puppet regained its freedom, slowly moving its stiff body, casting a cold glance at him and the blood baby, yet did not make a move. Even it dared not openly defy the rules of the scenario. The human in front of it successfully watched a complete show, and it had to give a reward. Although it was very unwilling, it still walked awkwardly to the back of the stage, took out the cherished old wine, and handed it to him. Lin Ye smiled as he accepted, thank you. That smile undoubtedly appeared as a provocation to the puppet. It moved its stiff fingers, nearly unable to resist acting. It couldn't understand why he managed to react so quickly to escape the illusion after just a moment of distraction. In its understanding, even if the blood baby crushed his heart, he shouldn't have been able to wake up. Unless he knew the key to breaking the situation, but how could that be possible? No one could know. So it blamed everything on the Ghost Bride. This human had the aura of the Ghost Bride, and the Ghost Bride chose to help him. What bad luck! If it had known he was the prey chosen by the Ghost Bride, it wouldn't have exerted that much effort, it could have just kept him out. The more the puppet thought about it, the angrier it became. In the end, it suppressed its anger, and its mouth, painted with bright red, slightly opened to say in a tone filled with obvious theatricality. There are people at the butcher's house. After saying this, it completely gave Lin Ye no chance to ask questions, and with a flick of its hand, it threw both the person and the ghost outside. Bang! The wooden door slammed shut before him, turning into a festive red at a visibly rapid pace. Lin Ye touched his nose that had almost been hit, feeling clearly that the puppet was throwing a tantrum. Seeing the door turn red meant that this door would no longer be open to players in this session. Even if he wanted to ask a few more questions, he had no way to see the puppet again. Fortunately, the reward came in full, so the trip wasn't in vain. In a good mood, Lin Ye pulled the blood baby out from his clothes and placed it on his shoulder. Let's go, I'll take you to find Dad. Chapter 023, Black Hearts, Dead Ghosts. The live broadcast screen appeared again, and the anxious hearts of the Dragon Country audience finally relaxed. Alive. Still alive. Brother Ye is amazing, he actually succeeded in passing the puppet show. Who says this college student is no good? This college student is really great. For more than an hour when I couldn't see the screen, I was so anxious and fearful that something would happen to Brother Ye. Thankfully, my ancestors blessed us. I suddenly have immense confidence that Brother Ye can clear this scenario. With this strength, no one would dare claim to be first. I support this. Brother Ye will definitely live to the 7th day and successfully clear it. Last night, several teams were wiped out, and seeing Lin Ye still alive brings relief. Finally, we can hold our heads high in front of other countries. But what is that thing in Brother Ye's clothes? Oh my gosh. The ghost baby actually merged. So, players from the Foot Basin country are also inside? Wonderful, truly wonderful. I suddenly became very curious about what happened inside. I'm also curious, when Brother Ye comes out of the scenario, we can just ask him. I'm Lin Ye's classmate and know his surfing ID, who wants to follow? I want to. Me too. Plus 1111. In the conference room of the Dragon Country's High Command. Everyone rarely showed an appreciative smile together. This child performed very well. Look down, maybe he will bring us more surprises. After this event, everyone in their hearts began to expect that Lin Ye could become the first person to clear the ancient mansion of Een marriage instance. Inside the instance, Lin Ye returned to the meat shop again. The butcher still held a bloody slaughter knife, tirelessly chopping the minced meat on the cutting board. At the moment he saw Lin Ye, the butcher first revealed a vicious and greedy smile, unhesitatingly treating him as the next target. Then his cold gaze, upon seeing the blood baby on Lin Ye's shoulder, froze in shock, as if he had seen something that should never appear here. The slaughter knife in his hand slipped and fell to the ground, making a clanging sound. Lin Ye played with the soul-fixing nail in his hand, walking calmly to the front of the meat counter. Excuse me, did you lose a child? W.H. What? The butcher initially didn't understand what he was saying, merely stuttering a reflexive question. Lin Ye patiently repeated loudly, Excuse me, did you lose a child? The butcher finally reacted, his facial fat uncontrollably trembling. What do you mean lost? I didn't lose. It wasn't me who lost it. Lin Ye squinted his eyes, clearly not believing. Really not you who lost it? No. To cover up his embarrassment, the butcher suddenly shouted. I'm saying it's not me, so it's not. And at this moment, the blood baby on Lin Ye's shoulder also very cooperatively cried out. Daddy, daddy. Daddy, why did you chop us up? And sell us together with this pork? It hurts so much, daddy, the knife is so cold. I'm so hurt, daddy, I'm in so much pain, save me, save me. I'm so hungry, daddy, so hungry, so cold, daddy, help me, help me. The hollow and prolonged cries of the baby echoed in the small meat shop, constantly stirring the butcher's tense expression, trying to awaken his deeply buried memories. It's not me. The fat on the butcher's face convulsed violently, and those eyes that usually sparkled with cruelty and greed were now wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. His enormous body staggered back a step, crashing into the meat rack hung with iron hooks, producing a dull thud and the clattering of hooks. Get away! I said it wasn't me. Get away now! He roared, covering his inner unshakable guilt. Lin Ye stood unmoved with the blood baby. Why cruelly kill your own child? He, why, daddy? We also want to know why, he. The blood baby laughed eerily, the ghostly energy and resentment on it could not be concealed, continuously oozing out. Lin Ye couldn't help but silently give a thumbs up to the blood baby in his heart. This was simply the atmosphere creator and his absolute support. So powerful. It's not me. Get away. Get away. The butcher's eyes darted around, finally finding a sense of purpose when he saw the slaughter knife on the ground. He picked up the slaughter knife, the fragments of meat and blood on its blade forming a silent threat. If you don't get away, you'd better be careful of what I do to you. The blood baby covered its mouth and began to giggle again, that blood-colored eyeball, which pierced from front to back, rolling around. Daddy, can you cut open my heart? You always say my heart is black. I want to see if my heart is really black. I want it too. Daddy can't be partial. I also want to see if Daddy's heart is black. The blood baby jumped down from Lin Ye's shoulder, its tiny body wobbling as it walked toward the butcher. They were so small, one a 5 or 6 year old child and the other still a baby less than a month old, but in the butcher's eyes, those tiny bodies were a million times scarier than demons. He waved the slaughter knife in his hand, his lips pale as he made his final resistance. I said, don't come over. If I don't kill you, I will kill you all. Dad, can you cut open my heart and take a look? Dad, can you cut it open for us to see? The blood baby moved steadily closer to the butcher, step by step. The butcher's breathing grew heavy and urgent, his chest heaving violently, as if an invisible hand was choking his throat. He stared wide-eyed as the blood baby crawled up to his chest. Those small, purplish hands carefully took out a rotting heart from his chest, cradling it gently in front of him. With anticipation, it asked, "Dad, look, is my heart really black?" Sweat beads instantly broke out on the butcher's forehead, his lips trembling. "No, it's not." "Not?" The blood baby's innocent, expectant eyes suddenly turned furious. "Why is it not? Why is it not? You always said we had black hearts, that we came to collect debts, so why isn't our heart black? Why?" I. The butcher's flesh trembled violently in fear. "Let's take out Dad's heart too, and see what color it is." He. Another pair of purplish hands slowly reached into the butcher's left chest, steadying themselves as they gripped the beating heart. He found it. A childlike smile spread across the blood baby's face as it unhesitatingly tore open the butcher's chest, yanking out the bright red, pulsating heart. Red. It's actually red. This scene made the live stream audience feel physically uncomfortable. Can someone turn off the pain-sharing mode? My heart isn't feeling well. This weird game doesn't treat us as outsiders, they don't even censor this, how righteous. I can't take it anymore, every time this happens, it's my stomach that suffers, ugh. On the first day when the butcher killed players from the Asen country, I thought he was impressive, but he ended up so scared by the ghost baby, tisk. Does no one think the ghost baby is pitiful? Born only to be scolded as a debt collector by its father and then chopped up for meat, the butcher is really something, not even sparing his own child. After hearing that, I feel sorry for them too. Sorry? Are you joking? Have you forgotten how the ghost baby killed our players? Sympathy for the weird would be better spent on us. Exactly. Players not only suffer bizarre slaughter in the instance but also face it in real life when we fail in the game. We are the real victims, who cares about us? Sympathize with the weird? Go in and become their food yourself, choke. Indeed, we have no right to sympathize with the weird from our standpoint. Chapter 024, Terrified. Dare to lie again? Ah, the butcher let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, intense pain contorting his face. My heart. My heart. My heart. Lin Ye frowned slightly and looked away, still unaccustomed to such a bloody scene. The blood baby ignored the butcher's screams, simply playing with the heart in its hands, still mumbling about why its heart was red. Lin Ye waited for a moment, noticing the butcher's voice dwindling, his massive body slowly sliding down against the wall, gasping for breath with more exhalation than inhalation. However, as long as he wasn't dead for now, that was fine. Here, besides the players, everyone was an NPC, and NPCs in the instance wouldn't die from their hearts being ripped out. The blood baby hadn't even attacked him, he was scared to this point, TSK, so pathetic. He had been grabbed by the heart earlier too, and he didn't crumble like this. I ask you, how did those two die? The butcher tilted his head back, his dazed pupils clearly reflecting Lin Ye's figure. Just a human, how dared he talk to him like this? He was about to explode when the heart was gripped tightly by the blood baby, a silent threat. He was so angry he nearly spat blood. This traitor actually stood on the human side. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. He snatched the pig-killing knife from his hand and slapped it harshly against his face. It seems you are very unconvinced by me. He shook the soul-anchoring nail in his hand. These two might not truly be able to kill you, but I am different. Once I drive this nail in, do you think your heart can still keep beating? He seemed casual, but in reality, he threatened him, constantly gesturing the wooden nail above his heart, as if contemplating where it would be easier to strike. The blood infant cooperated fully, raising the heart in his hand to facilitate his gestures. The butcher's eyelids twitched wildly at this scene, the evil aura on the wooden nail made him want to vomit. How could such a thing appear in the hands of a human? It shouldn't, it's impossible. Whoever enters that woman's territory dies. How did he get this thing? Finally, Lin Ye chose what he thought was the perfect angle, showing a brilliant smile with 8 big teeth. So, have you thought about what you want to say? The butcher moved his lips, nearly spitting out a pale sentence. They are conjoined twins, an ominous sign, they shouldn't have survived. The more he spoke, the more confident he became, and by the end, he roared out directly, I did nothing wrong, I did all this for their good. Even if I don't kill them, they cannot survive, they can't survive. In such times, conjoined twins meant monsters, they would be hated, abandoned, and abused by everyone, and even if they grew up, they would be burned as demons. He only wanted to help them obtain immediate liberation. Why should his whole family live in shame in the town because of one baby? Should so-called fatherly love make them live forever in embarrassment and blame? Why should he? He was unwilling. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he drove the wooden nail through his heart, liar. This was a pain 1,000 times more than having his heart ripped out. The butcher convulsed all over. After recovering, he glared at him defiantly. What right do you have to say I'm lying? Of course, it's because he has advantages. But he wouldn't say that, he just raised an all-knowing smile, intuition. The butcher's eyes widened in shock. You're unreasonable. Then Lin Ye's actions left him even more dumbfounded. He suddenly pulled out 6 more wooden nails from who knows where, making a total of 7. He tilted his head, smiling kindly. Do you recognize this thing? What do you think will happen if I insert these 7 nails into your body at the positions of your wisdom, throat, heart, shoulders, and knees? The 7-star soul fixation array. The butcher's eyes widened in terror, eternally suffering tremendous torment. The butcher muttered, no longer caring about the blood infant's threats, crawling towards the depths of the pork shop with all his limbs, his expression already looking a bit insane. Don't come over, don't come over. If the task has never been completed, it proves he has been lying all along, but it's fine, he has a whole day to drag it out with him. How could such a terrifying conjoined twin be my child? I don't believe it. I was anxious and couldn't sleep all night until I met a master. The master said that if I cut the 2 children apart with a knife and buried them, I could break the awful curse, and the next child would be a normal one. Lin Ye coldly exposed him, but you chopped them up and sold them as pork. I had no choice. The butcher raised his neck and shouted painfully, as if doing so could lessen his guilt. The pork price is going down, and if I didn't do this, how would I support my family? I was forced, I just wanted to live better. A whole family? These words reminded Lin Ye, the hint he received from the puppet was that there were people in the butcher's family. Who could that person be? The butcher's parents or his wife? Could their deaths be connected to the blood babies? To figure this out, Lin Ye looked towards the deepest part of the pork shop, who was inside. What? This question almost made the butcher lose the expression on his face. How did he know there was someone inside? Impossible, there couldn't be anyone who knows. There's no one inside. You just said you had to support a whole family, and now there's no one inside? The corners of Lin Ye's eyes and brows were filled with a mocking curve, as if everything was under his control, which shocked the butcher. He opened his mouth and realized he couldn't argue at all. Seeing Lin Ye about to lift the curtain and enter, he frantically twisted on the ground. You can't go in, you can't go in. It'll kill us. You'll kill us all. Lin Ye ignored his words. Just because he said no, does it mean he couldn't? Today, he must go in. The blood baby crawled onto the butcher, gleefully tugging at his intestines, and in the end, the butcher could only watch helplessly as Lin Ye's figure disappeared behind the curtain. Really, it will kill us. The dim room was filled with various pig bones and entire skins, the air thick with a rotten, foul stench. Lin Ye's gaze shifted, drawn to the prominent figure on the bed, and as he got a clear look, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was actually a man without breath. He wore a brand new Taoist robe in stark contrast to the surrounding bloodstains, maintaining a posture of near meditation, his limbs and head tightly bound to the bed by bloodstained iron chains. What's more terrifying was that on his bent knees lay 2 baby skeletons, their delicate and fragile frames positioned extremely neatly, like some kind of sinister offering. A man? In a damn Taoist robe? Holding 2 kids? Lin Ye felt his brain cells were barely keeping up. What does this mean? His expression made the live streaming room erupt in laughter. Is this what straight male shock looks like? Ha, that's so desperate. Is it funny? I only see a hopeless straight man. Not haha, sorry, I thought wrong, I'll go reflect. Don't laugh yet, everyone. Do you remember the Ghost Bride's family and the butcher just mentioned the master? Could it be this person before us? Hiss, what the person upstairs said makes sense. This master seems very greedy, obviously not a good person. But why would the master be trapped in the pork shop? This butcher isn't honest. However, from the butcher's earlier behavior, he seemed very afraid of the master. I'm getting more and more curious about what the truth behind all this is. Lin Ye observed the corpse before him. From the exposed wrist, he could see the surface of the corpse was covered in runes. He couldn't understand, nor did he know what these runes were for. He tentatively spoke, "Hello?" There was no response. Just when Lin Ye thought this was merely an ordinary corpse, the man's eyelids suddenly lifted, revealing a pair of extremely dark pupils, bottomless and profound. He gradually moved his eyes, his gaze sweeping past Lin Ye as if piercing through him, looking into the void behind him. Outsider, the man's voice was low and hoarse, yet strangely steady, the guest of the Ghost Bride. Lin Ye followed his gaze and turned around, finding no one behind him, only the cold wind swirling. You know the Ghost Bride? No one here doesn't know her. The man said lightly, a fleeting emotion passing through his eyes, hard to capture, as if it were pity or weariness. The souls in the town all perished in one night of her wrath. The resentment lingers, turning this place into a strange town isolated from the world. Lin Ye did not blindly trust his words. You are mistaken. The man asked calmly, why do you say that? The deaths of the ghost baby and the old woman's daughter were clearly caused by humans, unrelated to the Ghost Bride. He shook the soul-fixing nail in his hand. Just now the butcher said this is a nail used for setting up a formation. What was it called? Oh, right, 7 stars nail soul formation. I suppose this is the work of a master. The man's gaze fell on the soul-fixing nail, his pupils slightly narrowing, and for the first time, a crack appeared on his calm face, not fear, but a deep astonishment, as if he had seen an impossible change. How could this thing appear on an outsider? Seeing his silence, Lin Ye kindly reminded him, as a master, don't you have anything to explain? He remained silent for a moment before speaking, his voice still steady. When Li Yuanwei found me, the woman had already perished. However, her resentment was overwhelming, likely to cause great disaster, and reluctantly, I took this desperate measure, merely to confine, not to take a life. Lin Ye chuckled, if you're going to do it for money, just say it, why make it sound so grand? The man, upon hearing this, did not get angry but fell silent again, his deep-set eyes gazing over, making it impossible to see the bottom. Then what about the ghost bride? You tricked her parents into using her to get money, ultimately causing her to die tragically in a shadow marriage. The ghost bride was originally a sign of good fortune. I intended for her parents to treat her well, but human hearts are greedy and base, which I could not fully predict. I was also unaware of the shadow marriage matter. He lowered his eyelids, the mixed pity in his voice now seeming extremely real, yet also very distant. All the sins in the world arise due to circumstances, they cannot be summed up by one word. Lin Ye continued to ask, and what about the ghost baby? You wouldn't let such a small child go? Twins are connected, their evil spirits clashing. If not resolved, the butcher's entire family would perish. This is not a choice, but a predetermined catastrophe. The man's words carried no emotion, he had only done what he believed to be right. According to your reasoning, the people in this town, including you, deserve to die here? It's all retribution? Lin Ye pressed. Those who harm others must be prepared for revenge. The man slowly raised his gaze, his black pupils staring directly at Lin Ye, asking in return, then why did you step into this place? Could it be, to pay for your sins? Only those deeply guilty would fall into this hell. We outsiders are different from you. Lin Ye was not ensnared by his words but instead turned his gaze to the chains on the man's body. Why are you locked here? This is the rule. Rule? Just as you must seek a way out here, this is my rule. He could not move, only his deep gaze hinted at some larger, more irresistible force binding him. Lin Ye pondered, looking again at the two baby skeletons. Before he could ask, the man spoke indifferently, the butcher sought to have his past lives transcended, seeking a good fate. His words were heartfelt, and if it weren't for the lack of a task completion prompt, Lin Ye would have really believed him. Everyone is so stubborn, huh? The hints given by the puppet must be useful. Lin Ye temporarily couldn't get any useful information, so he stared at the man in front of him in silence. After a long time, the man slightly turned his head and advised, in 5 days, at the hour of Z, the ghost bride will fully awaken, her wrath flowing for 100 miles, and all living beings will be extinguished. It would be better for you to leave quickly. 5 days later, the 7th day of survival in the dungeon. In other words, they had to survive under the ghost bride's pursuit for 24 hours to wait for the game to end? What a hellish joke. If the condition to pass was really like this, then no one could complete it. Lin Ye shifted his thoughts, does the master have a way to stop the ghost bride from completely reviving? The man shook his head, unwilling to say more, if you leave quickly, you might at least save your life. Master, we can't escape, this is also the rule. The man's figure remained still, and after a long time, he sighed helplessly, fate is decided, sins must be repaid, why bother, futile. Lin Ye stroked his chin, constantly guessing the meaning behind his words. He suddenly stepped forward, almost touching the bloodstained chains, our mission is to find a way to live. If the ending is destined for destruction, where does this way to live come from? The strange game dungeon has always been bloody and brutal, but it wouldn't leave players with no way out, there must be a path that could be taken. Lin Ye's gaze examined the man, who looked like a statue, or do you mean that you yourself are part of the way to live? Chapter 026, still not talking? Torture awaits. The man remained with his eyes closed, like an ancient, unchanging stubborn stone. But Lin Ye clearly saw that the wrist covered in runes trembled slightly under the iron chains. This subtle reaction confirmed his guess. He continued to ask more questions, but they were all ignored by the man. He was determined not to engage with Lin Ye, leaving only his pitch-black pupils to quietly, even with a hint of pity, look at him. As if he had already glimpsed his doomed fate. The live chat began to spam with rolling eyes. Acting dead, sins must be repaid, what does it have to do with Lin Ye? Whoever owes the debt should repay it, Lin Ye won't take the blame. Exactly. Spouting a bunch of nonsense, as if the deaths of those 3 have anything to do with you. Does Lin Ye not know how poisonous the 7-star nail soul array is? We've been informed, and it only traps us, not kills us, is he laughing now? Am I the only one especially afraid of the ghost bride going on a killing spree on the 7th day? Isn't it really scary? What's there to panic about, this is only the 2nd day. Brother Yi has already gathered so much information, surely he can find a way to survive. Spies from other countries lurking in Lin Ye's live stream saw this and immediately reported the information they had gathered. Some countries still kept reminder scrolls from the dungeon, just waiting to use them at critical moments. Seeing players from Dragon Nation obtaining such important news, some countries couldn't help but use their reminder scrolls on the spot, while others waited to see how things developed, hoping the scrolls could play a more critical role later. Inside the dungeon, Lin Ye had wasted enough time on the master. What puzzled him was why this golden finger hint had not appeared yet. Could it be that it wasn't time yet, or that the activation conditions for the task weren't met? Just like the twin blood infant's task, it was only activated when the ghost infant separated from the pickled country player's body. It seemed that tasks wouldn't be issued casually, certain conditions needed to be met to receive them. Lin Ye didn't delve deeper into this issue for now, but he was already satisfied to obtain so many clues from the master. After all, there was still time, and even if he came to ask when he got more important items, it would be the same, perhaps he would get even more detailed answers then. After realizing this, Lin Ye left the place. Outside the butcher shop, the butcher had already been tied up with his own intestines. The blood infant still held his heart, climbing on him while talking. He looked like he was having a great time, enjoying himself endlessly. The repeated cries of daddy made the butcher dizzy with irritation. He really looked like a child bubbling with energy, refusing to sleep and wanting to stir up trouble. But instead of being impatient, a strange smile appeared on the butcher's chubby face. It seemed he truly loved the feeling of children frolicking around him. Sadly, that smile completely disappeared when he saw him walk out of the inner room safe and sound. Even leaving him so shocked he nearly popped his eyes out. "What did you see in there?" His expression didn't seem staged, it seemed he truly was unaware of what was inside. Lin Ye didn't answer directly but continued the previous question: how did they really die? "If you lie again, don't blame me for being rude." He went beyond mere verbal threats, driving 2 wooden nails into his knees again. The scream was as pitiful as a pig being slaughtered, and even the blood infant was too scared to play. This man was truly fearsome. At that moment, the butcher realized that the man standing before him was not merely attempting to frighten him, but would genuinely seal him in the 7-star nail soul array. "Aren't you going to talk?" Lin Ye sneered. "Do you know where I found these 7 wooden nails?" Before the butcher could answer, he asked himself, "In the backyard of an old house. There's a beautiful garden and a fragrant peach tree. I could take you there to be buried. How does that sound? You will definitely like it." With his description, a horrifying scene gradually emerged in the butcher's mind. Entwined and twisted bodies, the moans of the dead, the persistent smell of blood. A scene that could rival any hell on earth. The moment one enters, they would sink deep into a meat sludge, torn apart, becoming part of the yard. "No," he screamed in horror, "I don't want to go there. I said, I'll tell you everything. At first, I truly loved my wife and the child in her womb. As parents, there's no such thing as not loving your child. But I didn't know why ever since my wife got pregnant, my pork shop business suffered daily. Watching as I was nearly unable to afford food, I could only seek help from a master. The master told me the child in my wife's belly was a conjoined twin, causing negative energy to clash, leading to my business decline, so I..." Lin Ye squinted, whispering threateningly, "What did you do?" "I knew this child couldn't be born, otherwise, my pork shop would be done for, so I forced my wife to have an abortion. After the abortion, I initially wanted to bury them peacefully as per the master's instructions. But I couldn't accept my pork shop closing down, so I chopped the unborn fetus and sold the meat instead." The livestream audience from the Dragon Nation was almost driven to madness by such shameless words. "Didn't you say as parents there's no such thing as not loving your children? Where's your dignity? I ask you, where's your dignity?" Lin Ye had no reaction to these words, glancing down at the blood infant's right side, less than a month old, and smiled coldly. "Even now, you're still not being honest. I believe you truly wish to die." After he said this, Lin Ye drove 2 wooden nails into his shoulders. Then had the blood infant help him drag the butcher outside the pork shop. The butcher screamed in agony yet had no strength to fight back whatsoever. He stared at Lin Ye's back as if he were looking at the most horrifying demon in the world. Unable to comprehend why Lin Ye wouldn't trust him. Why? Just as Lin Ye was about to drive the 6th wooden nail into his forehead, his psychological defenses finally crumbled completely, and he cried, revealing the truth of that year. Originally, he did have a loving wife, and the 2 of them got by with the business of their pork shop. The days were just about manageable. When he found out his wife was pregnant, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep for 3 days, thinking that life would finally get better. But just 1 month before his wife was due, the pork shop's business was getting worse and worse, and the family was so poor they could barely make ends meet. He was filled with worry, unsure of how to get through these difficult times. After visiting an old doctor who took his wife's pulse, he unexpectedly learned that she was carrying twins. He was half worried, half happy. With the pork shop on the verge of closing, he even began to consider returning to his old ways. Back then, as a poor boy, he could afford to open this pork shop by killing people for their meat. But that was too risky, especially now that he had a wife. What would he do if the authorities caught him? Just when he was at his wit's end, he met a master. The master told him he was searching for twins who were connected. If they were born, the clash of their fate would bring disaster, causing the family to be destroyed. The butcher immediately thought of his wife and wondered if the twins in her womb were the cause of his worsening pork shop business. For so many years, the pork shop business had been stable. There was no reason for it to suddenly be on the verge of bankruptcy just because his wife was pregnant. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. He hurried home to discuss with his wife about aborting the fetus. But his wife disagreed. She cried and insisted on keeping the child. He was softened by her tears, unable to force her to have an abortion. He had to give up on the idea. The change in events happened that morning when he accidentally overheard. He overheard a conversation between the master and the son of the Lee family. Haven't found them yet? No, I haven't heard of anyone who was pregnant with twins connected at the belly. Then it's bad. The time for childbirth is getting closer. Will this child really bring disaster to our town? Yes, it's a very terrifying disaster. Then I will offer a bounty. Whoever finds a pair of connected twins will get 500 taels of silver. 500 taels. At that moment, the only thing that remained in the butcher's mind were those 3 words. He stumbled back home, remembering all the humiliation and the low, pitiful moods he had suffered over the past month because of money. It was all because of that damn child in his wife's belly. It was their fault. The butcher could no longer endure the resentment bubbling inside him. He began cursing his wife's belly, calling it a black-hearted liver, a debt collector, a harbinger of death. The resentment grew, and suddenly, in a single moment, a thought struck him: if only that 500 taels were mine. 500 taels. Those 3 words drilled into his mind like a curse. Finally, one night, he took the slaughtering knife and used the same method he had used to kill pigs to open his wife's belly and pull out the pair of fully formed twin babies. But as soon as he saw the babies, he collapsed. His wife was still lying on the ground, her belly split open, the air thick with the scent of blood. The babies in his hands were not conjoined twins, but perfectly normal twins. The butcher looked into his wife's desperate, tear-filled eyes, and confusion filled his gaze. What had he done? It wasn't until the sound of the babies crying snapped him back to his senses that he suddenly realized, no. He must have either the son or the 500 taels. The shrill cries of the son and his wife's hoarse pleas echoed in his ears, but he couldn't hear them. There was only one thought in his mind. He couldn't lose everything. So the butcher found the needle and thread his wife usually used for embroidery and then hacked away at the flesh on one side of the babies, forcibly stitching them together. The baby's strong cries stopped the moment he completed the stitching. He was overjoyed, holding up the conjoined twins to show his wife. But by then, his wife had already died, clutching his leg in despair and resentment. The butcher was stunned. He loved his wife so much, but he still forced himself to carry the conjoined twins out, stumbling as he went. As long as he found the master, he could get 500 taels. As long as he found the master. Pulling himself out of the painful memories, the butcher sobbed uncontrollably, I really love her. But I have no choice. If I don't do this, my pork shop will go bankrupt. I have no choice. I have no choice. Lin Ye clenched his lips tightly, and from his trembling hands, it was clear how difficult it was for him to suppress his anger at this moment. Ha! A mocking laugh escaped his lips, one he could no longer hold back, as the wooden nail in his hand viciously drove into the butcher's forehead. Ah! The horrifying scream echoed, but the live stream audience felt an immense sense of relief. So satisfying. Brother Ye, from now on, I'll follow you for life. Who understands the helplessness of a slap that can't reach the screen, huh, folks? This makes me so angry. This scum. Scum. Now I feel sympathy not only for the ghost baby but also for its mother. How tragic for this mother and child to have such a scum of a father. It makes me furious. If it really comes to it, just stab the last wooden nail in. I can't stand not being satisfied and dying of rage. The blood baby shrank its neck beside them, confused as to why the human in front of it suddenly became so angry. The 2 little heads struggled to turn and then presented the heart in their hands in front of him. Here, for you to play. Lin Ye. His fist clenched, completely hardened. Butcher, you really deserve to die. Lin Ye exhaled a breath of foul air and softly asked, do you 2 have names? Names? The 2 little heads were even more confused. What's that? Lin Ye reached out and patted their heads. If they didn't understand, then so be it. At least they wouldn't suffer so much. Big brother Xiaoping, little brother Xiaoan. From the ground came the butcher's weak voice. They had names. Ping'an, that was the name their mother had left for them. The ghost baby, around 5 or 6 years old, was the first to cheerfully speak, I have a name now. I'm Xiaoping. The ghost child, not even a month old, was unwilling to be outdone. I have a name too. I'm Xiaowen. Lin Ye looked at the two innocent little heads and called their names, Xiaoping, Xiaowen. Here, they had names. They were no longer lonely spirits or wild ghosts, but children deeply cherished by their mother. The two little ghosts smiled happily, he. If you ignored their terrifying appearance, this scene, at first glance, almost seemed a little warm. The butcher's eyes were wet. After this moment, a drop of blood tear finally fell. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm really sorry. Congratulations, you have completed the side quest, Twin Blood Babies. Reward, Blood Babies Dependence. You are the first person to make it feel warmth. It likes to stay by your side and will no longer show any aggression towards you. Hint, your exploration depth of the instance has reached 60%. The truth might be just one step away. Seeing the task completion prompt, Lin Ye also felt relieved, confirming that the butcher was telling the truth this time. Looking at the blood tear at the corner of his eye, which represented genuine repentance, he only felt ironic. What use is the genuine repentance of such a brutal villain? Those wounds and pain truly lashed onto the victims, becoming their lifelong scars and shadows. Once hurt, it was still hurt. Can forgiveness really come just from a simple sorry? Lin Ye squatted down, his face cold. One by one, he pulled the wooden nails from the butcher's body and put them back into his storage space. With every pull, the butcher's body spasmed in pain, feeling as if he were being sliced alive. Each wave of pain was worse than the last. Xiaoping and Xiaowen saw him like this and imitated him, stuffing the butcher's intestines back in piece by piece. In the end, Xiaoping hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly placed the heart he was holding back and turned to his brother, saying, "It's red." Xiaowen used his small hands to pry at his brother's chest, wanting to look at the rotten heart inside. "It's red too, but it's rotten." Listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Ye felt a mix of emotions but ultimately chose not to interrupt them. When the butcher's body had mostly recovered, Lin Ye said fiercely, "Trade me the 3 livestock you have." The butcher trembled at the shout, scrambling into the pork jerky and soon brought him the 2 pairs of chickens and 5 pounds of pork he needed. After securing the livestock, Lin Ye asked again, "Where can I trade for fish?" This was a task assigned to the kimchi pot player, and now it naturally fell upon him. As for the other 3, Lin Ye had no hope at all, just surviving would be good enough. This time, the butcher pointed to the end of the street on the far left. "Old Lin is best at fishing, but..." Seeing the butcher had something to say, Lin Ye directly followed up, "But what?" The butcher hesitated, but finally under his intimidation spat out 3 words, "Substitute victim." Trigger side quest, Substitute victim. He is a son-in-law without dignity, but luckily in this family, his wife always cares for him and loves him, making him very happy. However, one day his wife transformed into the appearance of another person, and not a single person around him noticed anything wrong. His constant arguments led to the conclusion that everyone thought he was crazy. Hint, fulfill his wish to exchange for the items you need. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, a 3rd side quest. What a stroke of luck today to trigger 3 side quests in a row. Chapter 028 New Task. Substitute victim seeking wife. Having successfully exchanged 2 items, Lin Ye was in a good mood as he returned to the old mansion for lunch, walking with a spring in his step. However, the situation of the other 3 didn't look good. They wore frowns and seemed troubled. In the highly distorted 4th round of the dungeon, they didn't dare to take risks, afraid that one wrong move would trigger the death rules. This caused their tasks to stagnate, and they still hadn't exchanged for any useful items. When they saw Lin Ye walk into the dining hall, they attempted to chat, but upon glancing at the blood infant perched on his shoulder, they were shocked and backed away repeatedly. You have a. Lin Ye waved his hand. The 2 ghost infants merged into a blood infant. "It has no aggression, don't make such a fuss." The 3 were speechless. "You say it has no aggression when it looks so fierce?" Not believing him, the 3 still kept their distance, wary as they looked at him and the blood infant. Until the paper butler brought up a bowl of steaming bone soup, smelling just like yesterday's, their expressions turned completely pale with fear. Whose meat was this again? It can't be Lin Ye's, right? No wonder he remained indifferent with a blood infant on his shoulder. Turns out he was already dead. Lin Ye's first reaction upon seeing the meat was also one of rejection, and recalling what happened at noon yesterday made his stomach churn. He twitched his mouth and asked, "This is?" The paper butler remained bowing, speaking softly, "This is fresh pork sent by the butcher at the pork shop, specifically to thank you esteemed guests." After saying that, its blood-red eyeball quivered, eagerly looking at the 4 of them. The Turkey Kingdom player was the first to voice doubt, "Is this really pork?" No one answered his question, only the paper butler's gaze became meaningful. Lin Ye shook his head, sticking to his line, "My mom doesn't let me eat pork." The other 3 quickly chimed in. "I remember now, my mom doesn't let me either." "What a coincidence, my mom doesn't either." Not me, my parents don't allow it. The paper butler was still not making things difficult for them, only saying please, enjoy. The four of them could finally breathe a sigh of relief, surrounding the dining table to enjoy their buns and sides. The blood infant on Lin Ye's shoulder patted him, hungry. It wanted to eat that dish of meat, it smelled so good. Lin Ye looked across at the other three for their opinion, and they quickly nodded, eat, it's all yours. What a joke. They didn't seem like the type to dare snatch meat from a blood baby, did they? Lin Ye then brought the plate of meat in front of him, and the blood baby jumped onto the table, feasting joyfully, its two little heads nearly burying themselves in the bowl. After the meal, Lin Ye left with the blood baby, having no desire for conversation. The three left behind looked at his back with envy. Surviving the Ghost Bride, and now having the help of a blood baby, how did he manage to do it? I saw him knock on the door at the end of the middle street today. Inside lives a notoriously ferocious puppet, yet he still walked out alive. Did you not hear the screams from the butcher's shop before you came back? I took a quick look, the butcher was pinned to the ground, begging for mercy. The three exchanged glances and then said in unison, he's simply a Superman. At that moment, Lin Ye had already quickly arrived at the old Lin family's door. He knocked on the door, and soon a gap opened, revealing the tired face of a young man. The young man was so thin that his body resembled a bamboo pole, his eye sockets sunken. At first glance, Lin Ye thought he had encountered a starving ghost. What do you want? The man's voice was hoarse, sounding as grating as nails scratching a blackboard. Lin Ye explained his purpose, and the young man gave him a quick once-over before casually pointing in a direction. My father is fishing by the river. If you want fish, go trade with him. What if I told you I can help you find your true wife? The young man's hand paused in the act of closing the door, his hunched back straightened, and he stared at Lin Ye. Are you serious? Lin Ye patted his chest and assured him, of course. Logically, the young man shouldn't easily trust the seemingly unreliable boy in front of him, but he couldn't help it. He had been searching for a wife for hundreds of years. What if he really could do it? The young man enthusiastically opened the door wider, inviting him into the yard, and a rare smile appeared on his gaunt face. Welcome, honored guest. Lin Ye followed him in, but at the moment the young man turned around, he unexpectedly met dozens of eyes on his back. There were dozens of twisted, pained human faces growing on his back, with men, women, and children among them. The live stream was also startled by this sudden scene. Brother Ye's mental quality is really strong, this doesn't even faze him, unlike me who will have to change my sheets again. I'm truly amazed by this instance. Over so many years of instance history, I've never seen horror elements so dense. Is this a practice for poison? 14 items correspond to 14 weirdnesses, so far we've seen 11 without repetition. Who understands this value? Friends who love horror movies are in for a treat. Everything the country won't let us film is right here, and it's in high definition. To the person above, do you want this luck? No thank you. The young man noticed Lin Ye's pause and turned with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Instinct told Lin Ye that now was not the time to speak out. Just as he wanted to say it was nothing, the young man touched the face on his back. Are you curious about who these people are? Actually, I'm not curious. The young man seemed not to have heard him, talking to himself. Everyone says they are my wives. Even the people around me think so, but I know they are not. How could I not recognize my own wife? My wife is neither an old woman nor a man, and definitely not a child. She is the kindest woman in the world. She always holds my hand gently when I'm tired and says I've worked hard. Year-round, she prepares meals for me and stitches my clothes. The young man revealed a blissfully intoxicated expression, self-talking about all the things his wife had done for him. So I know they are not my wives. Everyone is trying to deceive me. It's everyone. But it's okay. His expression gradually became sickly. I will peel off their faces, and they will never be able to impersonate my wife again. What I will peel, if two come, I will peel a pair one day. No one will dare to impersonate my wife to deceive me. His sickly gaze fell on Lin Ye's face. Do you think I'm doing the right thing? Lin Ye. Is this where it gets difficult? You are absolutely right, it should be this way. Anyone impersonating your wife should not be forgiven. Lin Ye said while pulling out the blood baby from his shoulder. Just ask it if you don't believe me. Once again used as a shield, the blood baby. The young man's gaze shifted downwards and slowly landed on the blood baby. Who are you? The blood baby's already dull little brain completely froze. Who is it? It is Xiao Ping and Xiaoan. Who else could it be? The blood baby wrinkled its nose in disdain at the similar kind in front of it. It's so stupid. It simply turned around on Lin Ye's shoulder, facing him with its butt. However, the young man did not give up, stretching his neck like rubber to go around to Lin Ye's back. Who are you? His persistence made Lin Ye a bit worried. Being strange creatures, the two wouldn't fight, would they? While he was thinking of a countermeasure, a hesitant and confused voice suddenly sounded from behind. Daddy? Lin Ye? Chapter 029, A Large-Scale Family Reunion Scene. The man was clearly stunned by this address. You called me daddy? Lin Ye did not know what the blood baby was thinking, but hearing this, it powerfully called out again, Daddy. Under the man's gaze, the blood baby opened its arms wide and smiled, hug. The man's sickly gaze softened in the cheerful voice of the blood baby. He furrowed his brow, thought for a while, and then suddenly smiled, so, my wife left me such a lovely child. He stretched his neck affectionately and said, come to daddy. Without any hesitation, the blood baby climbed from Lin Ye's shoulder to the man's neck, and when the man's neck returned to a normal length, it climbed onto the man's head. Daddy! The man's smile became even softer, good child. All that remained was Lin Ye standing in place with a face full of question marks. The live stream was also laughing uncontrollably. Not ha ha ha, you just found yourself a dad like this? Brother Ye is online in a daze, I'm such a big blood baby and just like that became someone else's son? Brother Ye, please don't go, okay? How can I live without you? Don't say, I also think this development is quite magical. When did the weird become popular with recognition? This dude is also going mad looking for a wife, even inventing a son. I'm all set with a little bench, let me see who in this story isn't human. Lin Ye opened his mouth, trying to interrupt the benevolent father and filial son scene, but seeing the blood baby laughing so happily, he could only temporarily shut his mouth. Forget it, the child is happy, let it recognize whoever it wants as a father. When the two had enough fun, the man finally remembered there was a living person next to him. I am Zhang Wang, may I ask how to address you? Lin Ye. Zhang Wang readily called out, Brother Lin Ye, thank you very much for bringing my son back today. From now on, we will become sworn brothers, and I will protect you in this town. If you can help me find my wife, from now on, you will be my reborn parents. Lin Ye did not know what to say, he could only nod in agreement, good. Now it's alright, not only has a son recognized him, but now also a brother has recognized him on the spot. After all this fuss, it turns out he brought the blood baby to recognize relatives? Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Seeing him agree, Zhang Wan was very satisfied with this brother. He pulled him into the house, pointing to the place where his wife usually liked to stay and said, this is the place where my wife and I usually live. There are some of her common belongings, I wonder if they will help you find her. Lin Ye glanced around the room, apart from a bed and a table, there was hardly any furniture. The corner was piled with various tools for fishing and chopping wood, giving the room a feeling that a woman had never lived there. Can I take a closer look? Zhang Wang quickly agreed, there was nothing valuable in the room, so he wasn't afraid of theft. With his permission, Lin Ye moved closer, his gaze sweeping over the old wooden bed, then landing on the only table, which had some needles and threads for crafts and a wooden comb. The dust in the room was astonishing, he seemed to have a guess and turned back to ask, how long has your wife been missing? Almost 200 years, I have been waiting for my wife to come back, and this room has never had anyone else in it since she vanished. 200 years, no wonder the dust was so thick. Lin Ye bent down, carefully walked around the room, then continued to ask, do you remember where your wife was last seen? The riverbank. Zhang Wang answered quickly, the scene of that day was etched in his mind and would never fade. I went to chop wood in the morning, and my wife went fishing by the river with her father. When she returned at noon, she had become a different person, she was no longer my wife, yet everyone around said there was nothing wrong. They all said I was crazy, I alone knew I wasn't mad. That was not my wife, I could never mistake her. I will first go to the riverbank for a circle. Lin Ye decided to check the original spot, hoping there might be clues. The task required him to fulfill Zhang Wang's wish, which meant that even after 200 years, there were still clues left for him, guiding him to find Zhang Wang's wife and complete the task. Can you leave here? Zhang Wang shook his head, looked around, then picked up a spear and handed it to him for protection. There are unclean things in the river, be careful. Lin Ye accepted the spear, casting a subtle glance at the blood infant. The blood infant understood his meaning and reluctantly released its neck, which had been tied in a bow, returning to his shoulder. It didn't forget to explain to Zhang Wang, I'm going too. Zhang Wang looked at it with gratitude, good child, once we find your mother, I will cook fish for you, okay? Okay. After a simple exchange, Lin Ye followed Zhang Wang's directions with the blood infant and set off. Originally a foggy place, as he approached, a road leading out of the city slowly appeared. Once he stepped onto that road, the fog returned to its previous state, swallowing his figure. It was as if the path he had seen earlier had been an illusion. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the spear, he didn't know how long he had walked before finally hearing the sound of flowing water. He couldn't help but quicken his pace, finally seeing a river that was 7 to 8 meters wide. Through the hazy mist, he seemed to see someone fishing by the riverbank. Old Lin, he tried to call out. When the figure turned around, a kind, gentle old face appeared in the mist. Lin Ye and the Dragon Kingdom audience both sighed in relief, it was finally not a terrifying face. Seeing this face was like a redemption. Do you know me? Old Lin spoke, his voice carrying the warmth and kindness unique to the elderly. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the spear, not daring to underestimate the old man, stopping at a safe distance. Our host is having a wedding banquet and needs fish. I heard you have some, so I came to ask if I could trade for a couple? Young man, you have a good eye. Old Lin chuckled heartily. I am indeed the best fisherman in the whole town, but you came at a bad time. I just gave all the fish to someone else. Lin Ye took the opportunity to flatter. I can wait. Your skills are so good, you will surely catch fish again soon. Old Lin smiled without speaking, waved his hand, and turned back to focus on fishing. Lin Ye dared not get too close, squatting a few meters away, his gaze also cast on the water surface. Are there really fish in this water? Old Lin touched his gray beard. If you believe, there are. If you don't, there aren't. Lin Ye. Aren't you just acting high and mighty? However, the blood baby climbed onto Old Lin's thigh without any hesitation. Grandpa. Old Lin originally didn't want to engage with this little rascal, but upon hearing the title, he suddenly reacted very strongly. What did you say? Where did you come from? I came from Dad, looking for Mom. Old Lin's breathing began to grow rapid, and he looked around frantically at Lin Ye. Where on earth did this child come from? Lin Ye, wanting to test him, fabricated a lie. Brother Zhang said this is the child his wife gave birth to. Don't you think they look very similar? To Lin Ye's surprise, Old Lin was so angry he nearly jumped. Absurd. Chapter 30, Mystery. Each holds their own words. Old Lin, Old Lin. Lin Ye hurriedly pretended to soothe. Calm down, calm down. They are just having a child. Aren't you happy to be a grandpa? Having what child? Old Lin angrily puffed out his beard and glared. My daughter has been missing for over 10 years. Where would this child of that age come from? This stinky kid must have lost his senses and gone to steal someone else's child. He is just fooling you outsiders who know nothing. This is simply cruel. Upon hearing this, it was clear old Zhang had done such things before, making the old man furious. Lin Ye quickly explained for Zhang Wang, this is the butcher's child, I will take him back in a moment. Butcher? Old Lin searched in his memory for a long time before calming down. His wife did indeed have a child. I didn't expect him to have grown so big. It seemed he didn't notice the strange aspects of the blood baby and even happily started to play with the child in his arms. Lin Ye waited for a while, then tried to probe again. What did you mean when you said your daughter has been missing for over 10 years? Old Lin stopped playing and cast his line again. That is a long time ago. My daughter drowned in the river when she was 10. Lin Ye was even more confused. She died so early? Old Lin sighed and took the initiative to say, Zhang Wang and my daughter grew up together. They were childhood sweethearts, deeply in love. After my daughter died, he became somewhat insane. When he became an adult, he even came to propose marriage, saying he wanted to take care of me. I initially refused. Once someone is dead, they cannot come back to life. I didn't want to be a burden on Zhang Wang's life. But he was so stubborn. After coming to propose for 6 months, I finally agreed. What I didn't expect was that his hysteria would worsen, and one day he changed dramatically. He began to hit and scold people around him, even having thoughts of murder. That's when I realized the seriousness of the problem and forbade him from going out. As he spoke, old Lin couldn't help but shed a tear, sighing, it's all so cruel. After hearing old Lin's story, the viewers in the livestream began to speculate about the truth. I bet only half of what he says is true. I've seen stories about this door before, called a scapegoat, and it has nothing to do with the word scapegoat. Be bold and don't believe a word. Maybe this family is trying to perform some kind of evil ritual to revive their daughter. Don't be ridiculous, this is Chinese horror, not an evil cult. I actually think Zhang Wang's wife became a water ghost and has been unable to be reincarnated. For her release, he willingly became a scapegoat, but old Lin doesn't agree to let him die and stays here. That makes some sense. Since ancient times, when talking about a scapegoat, we first think of water ghosts seeking a replacement, so it fits. Are you putting on a big happy comedy from a distance? Have you forgotten what happened to the old lady's daughter and the blood baby? The master said that those who can stay here are either extremely fierce or wicked sinners seeking redemption. I see that none of them are good people. Zhang Wang's wife was killed by them working together. Well, that's a bit extreme, isn't it? Lin Ye was similarly lost in thought. According to old Lin, Zhang Wang was insane. An insane person looking for his wife. Did he want the real person from his memories or the figment of his imagination? This concerned the success or failure of the mission. He did not make a rash decision, instead comforting a bit before wandering by the riverbank. If Zhang Wang's wife really died in the river, she should have become a water ghost by now. If he could find this water ghost and bring her before Zhang Wang for their reunion, would the mission be considered a success? Lin Ye fiddled with the harpoon in his hand, suddenly struck by a bold idea. Quickly, he turned his idea towards the blood infant. Xiaoping, Xiaowen, do you want to go into the water? The blood infant did not know what bad intentions he was harboring. Its first reaction was to shake its head. Old Lin stayed silent nearby, only focused on his fishing hook. Lin Ye took 2 steps forward, bent his knee, and lifted his leg. Off you go. The blood infant, as a powerful and strange being, was simply kicked into the river by him. Xiao Ping in Shaoan. Adult, if it really comes to it, just peel our skin off, okay? You see, the human you have your eyes on cannot serve you well. That's downright inhumane. Why are you just standing there? Lin Ye urged when he saw it floating on the water motionless. Quickly see if there's a water ghost in there. The blood infant saw him raise the harpoon, preparing for action, and after a moment of confusion, it dived underwater to search. Old Lin, on the side, seemed indifferent to his actions, still paying attention to whether the fish were biting. Young man, you don't mean to use the harpoon to spear the water ghost and drag it to shore, do you? Lin Ye scratched his head and replied frankly, that's exactly my intention. Old Lin shook his head, secretly sighing at his naivety. This water ghost is brutal. Once it sets its eyes on you, it won't rest until it drags you to the bottom. It's best for you to leave quickly to avoid trouble. Trying to drive him away? Lin Ye insisted on acting foolish, but you're here, Old Lin. You've been fishing by the river for so many years without incident, I trust you won't just watch me die. Old Lin grunted, but did not say anything rude. Soon, his fishing rod dipped sharply, clearly he had caught a fish, and he got busy reeling it in. Lin Ye remained fully focused on the water's surface, waiting for the blood infant to resurface. Bubbles began to rise on the water's surface. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the harpoon, holding his breath, legs apart and weight lowered, arm raised high, ready to strike in one go. The blood infant popped up from the surface, shouting immediately, no one here. It had searched for a long time below. It did not see any bodies or kindred spirits, let alone a few fish. No one. Didn't they say someone died in this river? How is it possible that nothing has been left behind? While Lin Ye was pondering, he suddenly sensed something quietly approaching behind him. He reflexively thrust the harpoon backward under his arm, but met no resistance. This meant he had missed. Lin Ye's pupils contracted. Just as he was figuring out how to remedy the situation, a strong arm suddenly draped over his shoulder. He could clearly feel the exaggerated weight of muscle on the arm. He nearly stumbled to the ground the moment it was placed on him. Behind him, what sort of thing was it? He instinctively looked at the blood infant, only to see the two brothers snarling, their eyes filled with venomous warnings. As if saying, you dare to move? In the next second, we'll tear you apart. Their attitude let him secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, with the blood infants protecting him, he could still intimidate whatever was behind him, otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that his head wouldn't explode at that moment. At that tense moment, old Lin finally spoke up, Lin Ye, why don't you hurry and let go of the person? The being referred to as Lin Ye behind him seemed quite unconvinced. With a rough voice, he opened his mouth, this person disturbs my sister's peace, today I must teach him a good lesson. Lin Ye's heart sank, sister? The old Lin family actually has a fourth person. No disrespect, old Lin scolded. This is a distinguished guest from the Li family. Hearing this, Lin Ye reluctantly released his arm that was draped over him. Lin Ye was freed, and the blood infant immediately jumped ashore to protect him. Bad person. The eye globes on the blood infant's chest spun violently, already on the edge of rage. Harming Lin Ye, what difference does it make to indirectly plotting to harm it? If the adults find out, it won't live a moment longer. What are you looking at? Lin Ye glared back defiantly, the atmosphere suddenly rising to a breaking point. Lin Ye rubbed his shoulder and patted the blood infant's head to soothe it, then turned around. Chapter 031, The Strange Family of Four. He saw a giant, over 2 meters tall and full of muscles, standing behind him. Its arms were broader than his shoulders, no wonder it almost crushed him into the ground. Lin Ye slightly opened his mouth, somewhat in disbelief of what he saw. Seeing all kinds of strange things in the bizarre world didn't surprise him, but this supermodel-like figure made him gasp. How does a person grow like this? Wow! A human tank, I finally saw one today, family. How low must this body fat percentage be? My goodness. With one punch from this person, wouldn't they turn into meat paste? Which folktale did the bizarre game base its copy on? I'm really curious. It doesn't seem to just revolve around the Ghost Bride, it's like the entire town has some dark secrets, and there seems to be a huge mastermind behind it. I think so too. Isn't this plot about the bad guys trying their best to harm good people, only to end up being consumed by their own flames? Seeing everyone discuss so actively makes me feel okay to just relax. Old Lin pulled at his second son and smiled, he is just a stubborn one, he only acts recklessly because he is worried about our little sister being disturbed in her dreams. I hope the young brother won't take offense. Lin Ye took a step forward and deliberately blocked the blood infant behind him, then said politely, we also offended first, I apologize to both of you. With just a few words, the previously tense atmosphere was eased. Lin Ye and old Lin were smiling so much, it seemed they would burst into praises for each other. Finally, the two reached an agreement and immediately decided to have dinner at old Lin's house tonight, as they just happened to stew the fish they caught earlier. Old Lin tidied up his tools and led Lin Ye ahead, while Lin Ye followed closely behind with the blood infant, not too far yet not too close. Are you sure there's nothing underwater? Lin Ye lowered his voice to ask in a tone that only the two of them could hear. The blood infant lay on his shoulder, leaning close to his ear. There's nothing. It's not like they said that someone died here at all. I haven't sensed a trace of energy. And... It hesitated, looking at the fish basket in Lin Ye's hands. And what? This child always leaves things half-said. There are no fish in the water. Huh? Lin Ye's gaze involuntarily fell on the fish basket. No fish? What is in the basket now? It was too dim underwater, I couldn't see clearly. It could only vaguely sense that it was a mass of black matter. Lin Ye immediately felt alarmed. He had been focused solely on the water's surface and had no idea what old Lin had caught. He boldly speculated, could it be the corpse of Jiang Wang's wife? Definitely not. The blood infant was quick to refute his guess. Our noses are very sensitive, we can smell if someone is dead or alive. It was quite sure that there had been no deaths in the water. Lin Ye nodded thoughtfully. It seemed this substitute ghost had nothing to do with water ghosts. This means, old Lin lied. Jiang Wang's wife did not drown when she was 10. But Jiang Wang also said his wife went missing while fishing by the Laolin River. That day, perhaps Jiang Wang's wife did not go to the river, she went missing in another place. Could it be the same situation as the old lady's daughter? Her bones are now buried in the old house? According to Li Shouchuan's bully persona, he likely did not refrain from snatching away women. After the old lady's daughter was killed by him and buried in the backyard, could Jiang Wang's wife also be there? The more he thought, the more Lin Ye felt it was possible. The entire town story seemed to revolve around the old house. Whether it was the old lady's family, the ghost baby's family, or the ghost bride's family, the master and Li Shouchuan had almost all appeared. This time should be no exception. A scapegoat, perhaps Li Shouchuan deliberately framed Jiang Wang to escape legal punishment? This speculation was not without possibility, such things often happened in that era. Everything would become clear when he returned to the old house tonight to investigate. Back home, old Lin first shouted Jiang Wang's name and then hurriedly led Lin Ye into the kitchen. From the window, he could see the busy figures of the two, but he had no idea what they were doing. Jiang Wang did not respond to old Lin. His attitude towards the two was lukewarm and even somewhat resistant. It seemed he really disliked their return home. Lin Ye pulled Jiang Wang aside to speak quietly, repeating what old Lin had told him. After hearing this, Jiang Wang's expression was especially calm, but his tightly clenched fist revealed his true feelings. Nonsense. It's all nonsense. We didn't know each other when we were kids. I was nearly starved to death after my family fell apart, rescued by my wife. They just want to trick me into accepting another person so that I stop looking for my wife. I won't fall for it. I will never give up. I will definitely find her. Definitely. This. Two completely different statements. In fact, Lin Ye's heart leaned more towards Jiang Wang's statement. After all, he was his target. And this scapegoat was likely him. Because only he had transformed the most severely, while the other two could still maintain their basic human form. It is just unknown what role Jiang Wang's wife played in this matter back then. As the core figure of the entire incident, the key to the solution should lie with her. Don't worry, I said I would help you, and I will definitely find your wife. Jiang Wang calmed down. A person who had become exceedingly thin crouched on the ground, crying uncontrollably. I miss her so much, really miss her. His life had always been bitter, and after finally finding his redemption, he thought he had welcomed the gifts of fate. But then... Why take my wife away? Why? I only want her. I don't want anyone else, just her. Lin Ye's eyes revealed sympathy, but he didn't know how to comfort him. He reached out to pat his shoulder, but he was deterred by the faces on his back that were extremely twisted, as if bearing immense pain. Lin Ye. Forget it, his sympathy was actually unnecessary. Instead, the blood baby stood in front of Jiang Wang, trying hard to pat his head. Don't cry, don't cry. Baby, be good. These were the words their mother used to soothe them when they cried in her womb. The memory was not very clear, but it was enough to comfort the foolish companion in front of them. Jiang Wang lowered his head to let them pat his head, and upon hearing these words, his tears flowed even more fiercely, directly pulling them into his embrace. Dad will definitely find your mother, definitely. Little Lin waved his small fists, repeating his words, definitely. Lin Ye truly could not describe his feelings about this scene. In short, it was very complicated. At that moment, old Lin shouted, dinner is ready. Lin Ye took the blood baby and Jiang Wang to sit down, carefully observing the dishes on the table. There is nothing wrong, it is normal fish. Lin Ye sat directly opposite him, still showing a bad face, the bowl and chopsticks in his hands clashing loudly. What's the difference between fishing for corpses in the water and digging a grave for Xiaomei? How could he be happy? Fortunately, Lin Ye's psychological quality was strong. He completely ignored him and chatted with several others. The atmosphere at the dinner table was fairly harmonious, but for some unknown reason, as soon as the topic turned to Zhang Wang's wife, it immediately became like a runaway horse, heading in an uncontrollable direction. Finally, Zhang Wang could no longer bear it and stood up to flip the table. Enough. Chapter 32 Shadow? When was I hit? Xiaomei is not dead. She has only been missing. Someone has hidden her away. I will definitely find her. Zhang Wang's chest was rising and falling violently, his expression was paranoid and sickly, the faces behind him were desperately trying to escape from his flesh, each mouth open in silent screams. Look at you now, what kind of person have you become? Old Lin slammed the chopsticks down, stood up, and pointed at his nose, scolding, don't you think the people you've harmed are enough? I did nothing wrong. Zhang Wang's sunken eyes burst with brilliance, they impersonating my wife must pay the price. Must. You. Old Lin was so angry he covered his chest, trembling for a long time without being able to speak, finally turning around in disappointment to leave. He's gone mad. Lin Ye glanced at Zhang Wang, who was caught in madness, said nothing, and silently squatted down to clean up the mess. This kind of disregard was simply torture for Zhang Wang. He screamed madly, causing all sorts of destruction in the yard, smashing everything he could, trying to attract their attention this way. I'm not crazy. Everything I said is true. It's all true. Only Lin Ye stood helplessly in the corner, holding the blood baby, watching this farce, dodging the flying firewood from time to time to avoid being accidentally injured. It felt like watching a family drama. He thought awkwardly. It wasn't until Zhang Wang stopped his hysterical behavior that Lin Ye dared to step forward. I will go help you find your wife tonight, but do you have any way for me to recognize your wife? Recognize my wife, he muttered, seemingly not understanding the meaning of Lin Ye's words. I mean, is there anything that can sense your wife's belongings or how your wife looks? Belongings? He looked at his own body in confusion. He had many things left by his wives, but belongings, he had none. Lin Ye realized his embarrassment and had to shift the focus to appearance. Then how does your wife look? Appearance. These two words seemed to plunge him into a beautiful memory, his lips involuntarily curling into a happy arc. She is very gentle and kind, the kindest and gentlest person in the world. Lin Ye. That's it? Zhang Wang looked at him, his confused gaze seeming to ask, what else? Lin Ye finally understood a bit why he couldn't find his wife. How could someone who can't describe anything find her? Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Ye decided not to waste more time. I will go back and help you look for her. I will notify you if I have news tomorrow. Zhang Wang stood at the door, watching him leave, his heart unable to stop hoping to meet his wife tomorrow. After not seeing her for hundreds of years, would his wife still recognize him? She should be able to, right? After all, the wife loved him so much. The sun had already set, and Lin Ye walked alone on the street, always feeling it chill behind him. The blood baby lay on his shoulder, still burying its head, unwilling to look at the surrounding houses, as if terrifying beings resided in each one, beings it could not afford to provoke. He was preoccupied with Zhang Wang's wife affair, and he walked smoothly for quite a while. When he arrived in front of the old house, he could see 3 people guarding the door from a distance. At first, they thought Lin Ye had died outside, each one anxious and restless. No thoughts of food or tea. At this moment, seeing him come back alive with his own eyes, a huge stone in my heart finally settled down. If Lin Ye had really died, with their abilities it would only be a matter of time before they were wiped out. The players from Turkey were about to greet him when suddenly they saw something terrifying, and their voices got stuck in their throats. He trembled as he pulled the clothes of the other 2, pointing behind Lin Ye, too scared to speak. At first, the other 2 couldn't understand him until Lin Ye stepped up the stairs, his figure appearing in the dim glow of the red lanterns, and the shadow behind him was extremely long. From the shadow, they could see that besides the 2 heads of the blood infant on his shoulder, there was a third unknown head. The 3 of them retreated into the old house together, and Harris instinctively tried to close the door. Wait. Lin Ye hurriedly stopped his movement, skillfully squeezing in through the gap. You're closing the door just because you see me? The 3 of them. It's only because we saw you that we want to close the door. The 3 huddled together in the corner, warily staring at him. Even Lin Ye, no matter how dull he was, should have noticed something was off. He tilted his head to glance at the blood infant and directly asked, what did you see? Harris mustered up his courage to respond, you're your shadow. Shadow? Lin Ye stood back under the light source and turned to look behind him. He was startled by what he saw. There were actually 4 heads on his shoulder. One was his, the other 2 were from Xiaoping and Xiaowen, but the last one whose was it? Lin Ye's body stiffened, and he instinctively dared not move his neck. Had he accidentally provoked something on the way back? That shouldn't be. The things in the house wouldn't actively attack players as long as they didn't knock on the door. He had returned a bit late, but still within the rules. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been attacked. After thinking, there was only one explanation: this thing had been brought out from the old Lin family. It couldn't be the thing that old Lin pulled up from the water, right? Lin Ye patted Xiaoping's head, signaling him to look back. In just this moment, the 4 heads had turned into 5 heads. Xiaoping stood up and shook his body, realizing that the 2 additional heads were one growing on Lin Ye's shoulder and the other surprisingly growing on his shoulder. What kind of thing is this? Is it a kindred spirit? Not even it was spared? The blood infant was puzzled. It had never encountered such a situation before, and for a moment, it didn't know how to respond. The player from Malu country, seeing his reaction, cautiously asked, "Are you still a living person?" Lin Ye, nonsense. Of course I am. Then you. His gaze suddenly fell on the shadow behind Lin Ye. As long as I'm still alive tomorrow, I'm considered a living person. Leaving that sentence, Lin Ye took big strides toward the room. He didn't currently have any good solutions, not even knowing where this thing came from. When did it appear on him? The viewers from Long Country in the livestream couldn't help but worry for him. I wanted to say earlier that even though this mission is a bit twisted, it's still very safe, but I didn't expect something to be waiting for our wild brother here. I'm really a bit scared. Didn't everyone notice that head seems to be slowly getting bigger? I don't know what that thing is. I can only watch as the head slowly increase and grow. This feeling is really terrifying. Strange things related to shadows are indeed rare. It only appeared once in a previous instance, able to possess a person's shadow and then silently attack from behind. Clearly, substitutes for death aren't the most terrifying strange things, but this mission gives me the most creepy feeling. Wild brother, you must hold on. It's already the 2nd day, the longest survival record is about to be broken, just don't let anything go wrong. The players this time are all pretty good. Only 3 teams are left alive, with a total of 8 people. We must safely get through tomorrow, we must. Compared to the audience's tension, the people in the meeting room of Dragon Country were clearly much more relaxed. Because they knew that the Ghost Bride would certainly not sit idly by regarding Lin Ye's safety. This is the benefit of choosing the right token in the first place, it's exhilarating. Chapter 33, Food Shadow Ghost. Ghost Bride's Guidance. Back in the room, Lin Ye felt a bit distracted. He thought having a golden finger would make everything go smoothly, but he never expected to crash. He didn't even know when he fell into the trap. The Eerie quest was full of dangers, and he had indeed been too careless. Lin Ye threw himself into the quilt. The rotten, moldy smell made him more directly feel that this was a bizarre games quest world. His mind was in chaos. Faces of Zhang Wang, Master, Old Lin, and Lin Air kept switching and arguing in his head. The known clues were too messy, lacking key information made it impossible for him to sort them out effectively. Then there was the head that appeared on the shadow. Not only did it start increasing, but it was also growing larger, looking as if it were continuously devouring his brain. The blood infant didn't know for what reason could only guard outside the door, leaving only the sound of his own breathing in the quiet room. Will I die? He buried his head deeper. At that moment, a pair of cool hands gently rested on his forehead, skillfully pressing on his temples. Husband. All the tense muscles in Lin Ye relaxed at her affectionate call. He didn't rush to get up but instead held her hand and rubbed it against his face, his voice muffled, "I'm fine." The Ghost Bride didn't pull her hand back, allowing him to hold it. Hearing his words, she smiled sweetly. "Is my husband worried about this?" Only then did Lin Ye lift his head from the quilt, seeing her in wedding clothes and a red veil gracefully sitting on the edge of the bed. Behind her stood a pitch-black humanoid creature, obediently standing in place without daring to move. "You?" Lin Ye was momentarily speechless. All his words finally turned into a single sentence, "Thank you." The Ghost Bride curled her finger and gently scratched his palm twice. "Husband and wife are one body, why say thank you?" Lin Ye shyly lowered his head, feeling his face heat up. This pure and warm scene left the livestream audience in shock. Before the viewers from Dragon Country could say anything, the foreign viewers began to curse. "I'm not asking, what is happening here?" "Baka, I said before." The Ghost Bride's attitude towards him was very strange. What kind of charm has this kid poured into her? Why hasn't the Ghost Bride torn him apart yet? Dragon Country is really something, clearly already figured out how to break the Ghost Bride's control but still hiding it. Does it feel good to let so many people die? Exactly. Watching so many teams get wiped out one after another, won't they have nightmares at night? Here it comes, another daily moral hostage moment of strong people are guilty. The audience from Dragon Country first rolled their eyes, then took a sip of water to moisten their throats, then picked up their keyboards with determined eyes, and directly joined the battle. Inside the quest, Lin Ye curiously asked, "What is this eerie thing?" "This is an embodiment of a part of the scapegoat's body, called the Food Shadow Ghost." The Ghost Bride gently explained, "The Food Shadow Ghost likes to attach itself to the shadows of others, devouring the shadow to absorb the host's lifespan and vitality, in order to strengthen its own body. The person who is possessed usually only needs 1 to 2 days to be sucked dry, which is also the origin of the scapegoat's name. It doesn't mean causing others to die, rather, it means letting others die for itself." Such a description made Lin Ye sweat coldly. if it weren't for her intervention, he would definitely not survive the 4th day of the quest. When exactly did I fall into the trap? He couldn't understand at all. The shadow-eating ghost only needs physical contact to latch on. Physical contact. Alright, he has physical contact with everyone in the Lin family. Husband, please don't worry. The ghost bride gently raised her delicate wrist, and the shadow-eating ghost curled up obediently in her palm, very well behaved. Now it resides in my shadow, not daring to act recklessly. Lin Ye looked at the curled-up dark shadow and swallowed hard. It truly is the most powerful entity in this quest. His gaze involuntarily fell on the previous mission prompt, attracted by 3 words. Tip: if you successfully tame the ghost bride, you will gain a red-clothed evil spirit bodyguard, upgradable. Upgradable. This means the already powerful ghost bride can become even stronger. If he tames her, then helps her become a ghost general, a ghost king, or even a ghost god. Wouldn't this gain be directly won by him? Lin Ye imagined that scene, and for a moment, his confidence soared. Let's do it! If given the chance, he must slap the face of the strange game executives to see who exactly designed these inhumane quests. Wife, do you know who has placed this shadow-eating ghost on me? The sky was still early, and he didn't want to sleep yet. He just wanted to chat with the ghost bride. He also wondered if asking so directly would violate the game rules. The ghost bride shook her head. There is a certain connection between him and me, but it's vague. A more powerful force is imprisoning my memory, so I can't answer your question at this moment. Her voice rarely held a hint of guilt, but she quickly promised, but with me here, no one can harm you. Listen, isn't this the same as the most beautiful love words? Lin Ye nearly couldn't suppress the corners of his lips. His heart felt as if soaked in a honeypot, sweet as can be. It's so good to have you, wife. By the way, wife, what have you been doing these days? A cold glint flickered in the ghost bride's eyes. I've been cleaning up some trash. As the boss of the quest, her most frustrating daily task was that some oblivious things kept coming to her territory. Lin Ye nodded, not wanting to pry further, shifting the topic. Do you know someone in a Taoist robe? The ghost bride fell silent for a moment before slowly spitting out 2 words, celestial. Master? It should be him. I found him in the butcher's pork shop. He was trapped there with chains. A hint of surprise passed through the ghost bride's eyes. Her husband actually found the celestial master? So that's where he's been hiding. Finally found him. Because of the veil, Lin Ye could not see the ghost bride's expression, so he asked to himself, is the celestial master a very bad person, the kind who does evil without restraint? She gave a long, mellow answer. He is worse than that. Lin Ye's heart flashed with realization. Indeed, the celestial master's words could not be trusted entirely. Just listen to them. In thinking this, he didn't notice that he had unknowingly granted the ghost bride his absolute trust. Husband, do you have any more questions? The ghost bride gently shook his arm, signaling him to continue. Lin Ye smiled helplessly. It seems I can't hide anything from you, wife. Zhang Wang, the son-in-law of the old Lin family, entrusted me to help him find a wife. I was wondering if his wife might also be in this courtyard? Not in here. Her words were profound. Husband should think carefully about this substitute. In a flash of lightning, Lin Ye seemed to suddenly gain clarity, organizing his thoughts. He was so happy that he almost jumped up on the spot. I understand now. I'll visit Zhang Wang again tomorrow. The ghost bride felt happy for him as well but cautioned, husband, when you walk in this realm, please be careful not to be deceived by those with ulterior motives. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Ye quickly grasped her hand to express his sincerity. With you, wife, I'm not afraid of anything, and I only trust your words. He always remembered that to tame the ghost bride, he needed to give her absolute loyalty and protection. These words successfully made the ghost bride shyly retract her hand. After slightly bending down, he exited the room. Lin Ye rubbed his fingers, reminiscing about the wonderful sensation, and finally fell deeply into sweet dreams. The Dragon Kingdom audience in the livestream had just finished a battle, and as they turned their heads, a big bowl of dog food was shoved into their mouths. Alright, I take back what I just said. Lin Ye has his eyes on the ghost bride because of her looks. He is powerful, but only speaks gently to you. If it were me, I would like him too. But the problem is, the ghost bride is strange. Isn't this development a bit off? I'm starting to suspect that Lin Ye chose the hairpin just because of the ghost bride. How did he find out that he wouldn't get killed by the ghost bride? I know, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Help, the one upstairs is going to make me laugh to death, ha ha ha. Is everyone's acceptance this high? Don't forget the master said that on the 7th day, the ghost bride will go on a killing spree. Look at Lin Ye's worthless appearance from just now. I bet he doesn't believe a word the master said now. Is there no more human ghost love? This is getting interesting. Chapter 034, The Coffin, Unexpected Twist. The next day, Lin Ye knocked on the old Lin family's door early. The one who opened the door was still Zhang Wang. He seemed to be even thinner, his skin tightly clinging to his bones, his body more severely sunken. This further confirmed Lin Ye's thoughts. Is old Lin and Lin Ye here? They aren't here, they went to the riverside early this morning. Seeing Lin Ye's hurriedness, Zheng Wang had a lump in his throat and hesitated to speak. Don't worry, I will find your wife soon. Lin Ye looked around the yard, took the sickle for chopping wood in his hand. I need to go up the mountain, can you show me the way? Zheng Wang pointed in one direction and then heard him say, I want to go to the mountain where your wife went missing that day. He didn't understand but still pointed in another direction. Lin Ye sensed that something wasn't right and hurriedly asked, the mountain you often go to should be this one, why did you go to that mountain that day? That day, my father-in-law told me to go, saying that mushrooms were thriving on that mountain, and wanted me to pick some to cook while chopping wood. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the sickle, becoming increasingly sure of his suspicions. Without saying any more nonsense, he turned and set off into the mountains with the blood infant. The wind howled through the forest, and the cries of ghosts filled the air. As soon as he stepped in, Lin Ye almost froze to death from the evil energy here. It's definitely true, someone must have died here. He patted the blood infant on the shoulder, looked for any spots where bodies may be buried. The blood infant was awakened by the pat, reluctantly climbed off his shoulder, and wobbled into the forest where the ghostly energy was even stronger. Lin Ye patiently waited on the edge, and soon the blood infant reappeared, pulling his hand to lead him in, this way. Before long, the two arrived at a bamboo grove, and even from a distance, they could feel the overwhelming presence of ghosts inside, blocking out the sun. Wait a second. Lin Ye pulled the blood infant, who was still moving forward. Isn't it dangerous to just walk in like this? He pointed at his own fragile body. The blood infant turned back to look at him, thought for 2 seconds and felt he had a point, so its body rapidly expanded, and a crack opened in the bloody eyeball on its chest, stuffing him inside. Lin Ye. This method wasn't really necessary. The blood infant's method was truly frightening. If it weren't for the live stream still going on, the Dragon Kingdom audience would have suspected it had eaten Lin Ye. Now it's fine. The blood infant patted Lin Ye on the chest contentedly and staggered forward towards the bamboo grove. As soon as they stepped into the bamboo grove, all the surrounding light was swallowed up, as if they were in the midnight hour. Lin Ye wasn't overly uncomfortable with the surrounding ghostly figures, possibly because he was inside the blood infant's belly. Soon, the blood infant brought him to a clearing where all the bamboo surrounded it, blocking out the sun, with only that square patch of ground completely barren. The blood infant pointed to the center, the body is buried underneath. Dig it out. Lin Ye said one sentence. Zhaoping and Xiuan worked hard for half a day before they finally dug up the coffin containing the corpse. The live chat was in chaos. There really is a coffin. Could it be his wife's grave? Zheng Wang could never have imagined that his wife died that day not far from him in the bamboo forest. Old Lin was indeed lying, they are all in it together to deceive Zheng Wang. I guessed right, Zheng Wang's wife was really killed by them. How could someone harm their own daughter? Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cub. Old Lin should sit at the butcher's table. Something feels off to me, the feng shui here seems increasingly strange. Lin Ye felt relieved upon seeing the coffin. As long as he took the corpse back to Zheng Wang, his task could be considered complete. When the ghostly bride reminded him yesterday, he realized the sacrifice was actually Lin Ye. Otherwise, where would a normal person get such a body, all muscle and over 2 meters tall? He must have devoured quite a few people. Yesterday, it was he who was by the river, taking advantage of the moment his arm was around him to let the shadow ghost hide within his shadow. What Zheng Wang said should be true, his wife didn't drown at 10 years old but suddenly disappeared one day after they got married. Rather than disappearing, it was more like she was sacrificed. After all, things like this are usually seen as dark magic, and the common feature of practicing dark magic is the flesh and blood of close relatives. He speculated that perhaps this was why Zheng Wang's wife met with such a tragic fate. Moreover, he could vaguely sense something ominous about the feng shui of this land, a kind of intuitive and creepy discomfort. But the specifics could only be confirmed after the coffin was opened. Open the coffin. The blood baby obediently approached the coffin, but suddenly an unknown force struck, sending it flying. The blood baby lay on the ground, now returned to its normal size, next to the disoriented Lin Ye. Not believing in evil, it got up and continued to approach the coffin, only to be sent flying again. Sitting on the ground, the blood baby looked at Lin Ye with a pitiful expression. There is a restriction. A restriction specifically against ghosts. It could not get close and bully the ghost. Lin Ye shook his head, got up from the ground, and helped it up too. Does it work on me? It shouldn't work on the living. Let me try. Lin Ye tested by using his scythe to cut a bamboo stick before cautiously approaching. When nothing happened, he boldly placed his hand on the coffin. Still nothing happened. He observed the coffin in front of him, noticing it was covered in symbols painted in blood, and around it were 4 talismans. Lin Ye first tore down the 4 yellow talismans, then used the bamboo and scythe to destroy the symbols on top, and after making some progress, he let the blood baby open the coffin lid. When he finally saw the face inside, his pupils slightly contracted. How could it be him? The live chat erupted again. Is my vision blurry? I can't believe I saw Zhang Wang. The corpse in the coffin is Zhang Wang? Then who is that down the mountain? A ghost? I'm confused, the corpse is not his wife, it's him. I get it now, this couple was set up, both of them are dead, no one survived. No wonder I've always felt he was a bit crazy, it turned out to be his obsession before death. So the question is, where is Zhang Wang's wife now? I've found it, finally found it. This is a formation for stealing life. No wonder Zhang Wang is so thin while Lin Ye is like a muscle monster. I can see more than that, this burial ground gathers in and scatters yang, making it easy to raise zombies. Logically, Zhang Wang's corpse shouldn't still look this way after so long, it must have been used as an energy converter to continuously provide life force for that person. Hiss, that sounds as wicked as that 7-star nail soul formation. As expected, professional matters should be left to professionals to analyze. Next time we encounter this kind of copy, can we let the Taoist take the lead? I wish I could, but the key right now is whether Lin Ye can escape first. The beneficiary of the formation must know it has been destroyed, and they might be on their way here. Lin Ye can't see the bullet comments, don't panic, there's still the ghost baby. If it comes down to it, the ghost bride will definitely save the day. In these 3 days, they figured it out, it wasn't just Lin Ye being lustful, the two were mutually attracted. The ghost bride would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Chapter 035, The Truth. The so-called scam. Guess wrong? Lin Ye's mind was completely in chaos. Not in the water, not in the old house, and not on the mountain. Then where is Zhang Wang's wife? The clue suddenly snapped here, like a breath stuck in his throat, neither up nor down, suffocatingly frustrating. Damn. Lin Ye felt as if he had been set up. The blood baby crawled into the coffin, lying in Zhang Wang's embrace, surrounded by rich negative energy, making it comfortable and squint its eyes. He. I like it. Lin Ye. He blinked in confusion, looking at the corpse in the coffin, completely at a loss. By the way, if he carried Zhang Wang's body back, would Zhang Wang happily reward him for completing the task? What kind of situation is this? Rustle. Just when Lin Ye was still struggling with what to do, a rustling sound came from the bamboo forest behind him. He cautiously turned around and saw old Lin leading the tall and sturdy Lin Ye emerging. Little brother, why do you have to meddle in other people's business? Old Lin's kind smile had disappeared, and his eyes were cold and sinister, as if he were looking at a dead man. Lin Ye took out the soul-fixing nail and still remembered to pull the blood baby out of the coffin. Don't enjoy it just yet, we're about to fight. Upon hearing this, the blood baby opened its 4 pale eyes and fixed its gaze on the 2 men in front of it, the huge eye on its chest trembling with excitement. In an instant of eye contact, the blood baby suddenly transformed into a blood-red shadow and lunged at him. Lin Ye couldn't dodge the blood baby in time, his massive fists kept hammering at the blood baby's body, but his skin uncontrollably opened pairs of rotting eyes. For every one that was dug out, more would grow back. Even more terrifying, countless tiny handprints began to bulge under his skin, as if innumerable babies were scrambling beneath the flesh. His abdomen suddenly bulged into the shape of a hand, a piece of flesh was torn open from the inside out, revealing a pale, slimy little hand, trying to tear his body apart. The bizarre struggle, flesh flying, made the scene so bloody it was hard to look at. Lin Ye averted his gaze, afraid to look too long, feeling that if he did, his spirit would sink deeper, and violent, bloodthirsty madness would uncontrollable. Steadily resting on his shoulder, baring its teeth to silently warn the Lin family father and son who were relentlessly chasing from behind. Every time they were about to catch up with Lin Ye, it would timely strike back the two, allowing Lin Ye to carry the corpse back to the yard without danger. Zhang Wang? Zhang Wang, come out and help. He placed the corpse in the center of the yard, not seeing Zhang Wang's anxious shout. Zhang Wang slowly walked out of the door, his sickly smile sweeping over Lin Ye and the corpse on the ground, his own corpse. His calm mood suddenly exploded upon seeing the corpse. You found my body? You actually found my body? Yes, I found it, just in the bamboo forest on that mountain. I'll explain in detail later, can you hold off the two behind us for now? Old Lin and Lin Ye had already entered a frenzied state, rushing over like 2 tanks from afar. You damned thing, I'll kill you. Mind your own business, today is your death day. Zhang Wang pursed his lips and said nothing, moving forward to shield him behind himself. As the Lin family father and son approached, his corpse suddenly opened its eyes and jumped up. With skin that was purple and blue, it looked no different from a zombie. Years of pent-up resentment erupted forth, blowing Lin Ye nearly unable to open his eyes. Amidst cries of blood and tears, Zhang Wang rushed up with the corpse and those faces on his back. Lin Ye turned his head, not daring to look. The bizarre and bloody brutality of the fight pushing human physiological limits. Considering his own sanity, he decided to tuck away his insignificant curiosity. Meanwhile, the blood baby on his back watched eagerly, several times almost unable to resist wanting to help. Another fight? I really can't take it anymore, I have to go to the bathroom, vomit. This sort of restricted scene can be seen twice a day. Just tell me, is it exciting or not? Who dares to watch it live? I feel like the shattered meat is going to splatter on my face. Ye Ji's life is truly amazing every day, while the ones next door either freeze in place or are scared senseless. Everyone is human and scared is normal, but I really admire Yigu, he is truly brave. Am I the only one worried about how this will end? What if Shen Wang goes berserk and starts killing wildly? Peh, bad omen. About 10 minutes later, the tearing sounds of flesh behind finally stopped. Lin Ye turned around and saw the Lin family father and son's skeletal bodies lying on the ground, blood and flesh scattered all over the yard. Zhang Wang's aura grew increasingly terrifying, with dozens of pale faces continuously pulling at his human skin, creating a horror scene that wriggled like tentacles behind him. His corpse still showed no expression, maintaining a stiff posture, with long nails and sharp fangs even splattered with bits of meat. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Ye's forehead. This aura was even more terrifying than what the... Lin Ye's head shattered, desperately twisting on the ground, trying to escape with the remaining fragments of his flesh clinging to his skeleton. I love my wife, I am willing to give everything for her, even my life. Do you understand, father-in-law? The faces behind Zhang Wang all leaned close to old Lin, a chill like being stared at by a dozen venomous snakes made him shiver. What was even more terrifying was that they all spoke at the same time, so don't lie to me anymore, where is she? Old Lin was already dead, so he wasn't afraid of dying again. What he feared was Zhang Wang's endless, inhuman torture. If he and his son could never leave this place, they would have to live every moment under Zhang Wang's shadow, unable to find peace. He shed tears of regret. I really don't have a daughter. I lied to you, everything is a lie. When his wife gave birth to their first child, she passed away due to weakness, and because of this child's death, his wife fell into a deep sadness, her heart broken. If his wife had not later become pregnant with Lin Ye, she would have likely spent her life in tears, suffering from it forever. But fate did not favor them, and destiny decided to play tricks on them. When Lin Ye was born, he was exceptionally frail. They exerted all their strength to raise him to 10 years old, but he was weak and sickly, with doctors predicting he wouldn't survive to adulthood. Hearing this news, old Lin was tormented every day. This was the child he had raised with all his love and care. How could he bear for Lin Ye to come to harm? So he searched everywhere for a cure, but every doctor said the same thing: Lin Ye wouldn't survive to adulthood. In his moment of despair, he encountered a master who told him that if he wanted to change Lin Ye's fate, he must steal someone else's fate. He didn't hesitate, he was willing to do whatever it took to let Lin Ye live. With the master's help, they chose a family's son, and that person was Zhang Wang. He first set fire, killing all the adults in Zhang Wang's family, leaving him alone, a poor orphan begging to survive. Then he incited the town's children to bully him, to insult him until he became a madman, a fool with strange moods. At this point, he appeared and asked Zhang Wang if he would be willing to marry his daughter and become his son-in-law. Once Zhang Wang agreed, he brought him back to the Lin family to raise him. Because of his illness, Zhang Wang often couldn't tell reality from fantasy. Hearing their whispers in his ears made him believe he truly had a devoted wife, and he worked tirelessly for them. When they raised him to adulthood, with the master's help, they lured him to the bamboo forest on the back mountain and cruelly killed him. After death, his body was sealed in an array, continuously providing life force for Lin Ye. Under his nourishment, Lin Ye's body improved greatly, and he became healthier. Chapter 036 Crisis. The Seventh Day Massacre. 666. I thought the butcher was already worse than a beast, but it turns out you're even worse than him. It feels so easy for them to kill, it's simply lawless. Poor Zhang Wang's family, what did they do wrong? Why must the good suffer like this? They must be severely punished. Zhang Wang truly suffered, his family's disaster was entirely unwarranted. I knew that master looked sinister, he can't be a good person. I bet all the tragedies in this town are largely his doing. I agree with Brother Yi, let's pin the master in the 7 stars soul-nailing array and let him taste what it feels like. Alas, the strange happenings in this town all involve poor people, and even after death, they are bound to strange games, used as puppets for killing. Whoa, we who are forced to participate in strange games are also pitiful. When Lin Ye learned this truth, he was so shocked he could hardly speak. He searched for 2 days, and you say he doesn't exist? No wonder he can't be found anywhere. No wonder there are no traces of a female master in Zhang Wang's room, not even a single long hair. No wonder he's gone mad, he can't even remember if he has children. No wonder. All previous clues finally connected, forming a complete storyline. But old Lin's head was squeezed and burst right afterwards. Zhang Wang showed no emotional change in response to his words, only coldly retorted, "Don't lie to me, I know my wife has always been waiting for me." Old Lin. Crazy. You are simply insane. He curled up on the ground and shouted angrily, "It's precisely because you're a paranoid madman that we haven't told you the truth all these years. It's you who refuse to believe, you refuse to believe she has never existed. I never had a daughter, never. Zhang Wang turned his gaze away, too lazy to hear those words he had heard countless times before. He looked at his own corpse, and the face behind him pressed closely against the back of the corpse, tightly linking the two together. After doing all this, he slowly walked in front of Lin Ye. Have you found my wife? Lin Ye. Oh no, it's his turn now. Lin Ye instinctively touched his head, feeling a bit anxious about being squeezed to death too. Seeing he was silent, Zhang Wang slowly let out a puzzled syllable, Lin Ye struggled internally, but ultimately went against his conscience and brought the blood baby closer. I didn't find her, but I did hear some information about her whereabouts. Have you heard of a bond between mother and child? Xiaoping and Xiaoan are your sons. Wherever your wife has been, they can sense it. Xiaoping, Xiaoan, huh? How come they didn't know they had such a power? Isn't that right, Xiaoping, Xiaoan? Lin Ye barely maintained his expression, secretly poking the backs of the two. Xiaoping, Xiaoan, yeah. In Zhang Wang's grayish-white eyes, a glimmer of hopeful light finally ignited. Thank you for finding my wife's news. Thank you for finding my sons. His sincere words made Lin Ye feel embarrassed instead. For some reason, his conscience hurt a bit. Ding. Congratulations on completing side quest, The Substitute. Hidden reward, Zhang Wang's trust. In his dark life, his wife is his only light. When this light was about to be extinguished by cruel reality, your appearance gave him hope. Perhaps this hope is too slim, but it is enough to support his only rationality from collapsing. Tip, he will have 100% trust in you. Please do not shatter his beautiful fantasy. You wouldn't want to face a madman in a frenzy. Seeing the task completion notification, Lin Ye's heart sank to the bottom. This indicated that everything old Lin had just said was true. A person who has endured so much pain can only rely on non-existent fantasies to survive the long years ahead. He can't wake up, and he doesn't want to wake up. Zhang Wang. Are you not thriving? Why is his life filled with suffering? This is fish and other seafood, you should need this. Zhang Wang handed him a basket of items from inside the house. This solved two problems at once. Lin Ye was a little flattered as he took it, then looked at the blood baby on his shoulder. Thank you, but could you wait a few days before letting Xiaoping and Xiaoan accompany you to find your wife? Sure. Zhang Wang readily agreed, then looked up at the dark sky. 4 days from now, everything will come to an end, and I can take Xiaoping and Xiaoan away from here. Seeing him say this, Lin Ye intentionally asked, do you know what will happen in 4 days? The Ghost Bride will completely awaken. He spoke calmly. This realm has already restarted 4 times. If someone can successfully survive until the 7th day, the Ghost Bride will completely awaken. You actually know. Is that surprising? Zhang Wang interrupted him. That powerful and mysterious force can only confine us here, but it cannot erase our memories. I clearly remember that I have been here for 200 years. For a full 200 years, enduring the pain of being a vessel. If it wasn't for the thought of his wife that kept him alive, he would have probably chosen to perish together long ago. What will the Ghost Bride do once she awakens completely? What does it mean for everything to settle and then leave here? She will cleanse the entire town of its sins, break the confinement of this realm, and return our freedom. Zhang Wang spared him almost no secrets. The Ghost Bride is recognized as the most powerful enigma in the town. After 200 years of immersion, she would definitely be able to do it. Is what the Heavenly Master said about the Ghost Bride going on a killing spree actually true? Lin Ye felt astonished in his heart. Then will you die? I don't know, perhaps yes, perhaps no. He spoke openly, nonchalantly leaving the choice of life or death in the hands of the Ghost Bride. Then will I die? The same. What if I don't want to die? Zhang Wang looked at him seriously, paused for a long while, and silently shook his head. So, whether he lives or dies depends entirely on the Ghost Bride's whim? No, Lin Ye felt that things surely wouldn't be this simple. If it were that simple, then the player who first got the hairpin could just please the Ghost Bride and definitely survive, right? The potential dangers are definitely not just the Ghost Bride, those invisible guests, and the Heavenly Master are not good folks either. He didn't believe that the Heavenly Master, who has done so many bad things, could remain detached. There must be secrets hidden within him. Most of the sins in this small town were probably instigated by him. What could be his purpose in doing this? It seems necessary to visit the pork shop again. Lin Ye bid farewell to Zhang Wang, promising to return the blood infant in 4 days, and set off towards the pork shop again. Zhang Wang kept his promise and did not stop the two. A ghost and a corpse quietly stood under the eaves, watching the two depart. Behind him, loneliness opened an unseen net, enveloping him once again. On the way, Little and Small Hand, not yet grown, patted his cheek. Are you looking for a new daddy for me and brother? Lin Ye felt a bit guilty, rubbing his nose. At that moment, he panicked and ended up stumbling onto the right answer. Now he felt a bit caught in a dilemma. You don't like him? If you don't like him, I like him. Little and clapped happily, interrupting his words. Daddy is so full of energy, I love being by Daddy's side. So do I. I like him too. Lin Ye. No wonder you two called him daddy right away, so this was all premeditated? Then why was he feeling guilty at all? He just felt a bit regretful. The blood infant had quite strong combat power and could help him at critical moments. While they were talking, they arrived again at the pork shop. As soon as the butcher saw him, the sound of chopping bones abruptly stopped. Is there anything else? Lin Ye glanced at the butcher's frightened look and didn't intentionally scare him. I'm here to see the Heavenly Master. Saying this, he directly walked past him into the back of the pork shop. Butcher. I'm scared to death. Inside the back room, the Heavenly Master remained seated, as if he had already merged with the darkness. Lin Ye snorted coldly. What will you say about Zhang Wang's matter this time? The Heavenly Master's eyelids drooped, silent and motionless, seemingly cut off from all disturbances from the outside world. Lin Ye was not in a hurry, simply crossing his arms to stand, his gaze piercing as it nailed onto him, carrying a determined posture of not backing down until achieving his goal. After a long time, the Heavenly Master's lips almost imperceptibly parted, and his voice floated through like it came from another dimension. It is the will of heaven, human hearts are like wells, and it is not my wish. Heavenly Master. Lin Ye stroked his chin, looking at him. I find you quite interesting, everything seems beyond your control. Is there someone forcing you to do these things? The sky was dark, like ink, and the Master stared at him with deep black eyes, as if a vortex lurked within, ready to draw one's soul in. The karmic fire burns the body, consuming oneself and bringing disaster. Right and wrong, all reside here. He moved slightly, and the chains on his body emitted a heavy and muffled clinking sound. Lin Ye suddenly burst into laughter, so hard he couldn't stand up straight, until tears of genuine emotion welled in the corners of his eyes before he abruptly stopped. The Master silently observed his wild laughter, tilting his head slightly, a hint of pure confusion showing in his eyes. Zhang Wang told me, at the 7th hour of the day, the Ghost Bride will begin a massacre. Lin Ye stopped laughing, using a knowing gaze to stare him down. I asked him how to survive, and he didn't know. I've seen many pretenders like you, but I just want to live. I don't care about your grudges or differences, I just want to know how to survive. So, tell me the way to survive on the 7th day. A flicker of human understanding crossed his dark pupils. Human nature is selfish, they just want to live. What's wrong with that? Before the hour of the rat, within the time of a single incense stick, awaken the groom, help him complete the wedding ceremony, and you can seal the Ghost Bride once more. How to awaken him? Lin Ye pressed on relentlessly. The obsession resides, merely old shadows, thus the old items can summon back the lingering remnants. Where can I find these old items? That craftsman who manipulates the void and binds souls might know their whereabouts. This description brought to Lin Ye's mind a family at the end of the street on the right, a paper craftsman. Thank you. Lin Ye obtained the crucial information and turned to leave. Just as he was about to step out of the inner room, the Master's deep, distant voice came from behind him. If you lack confidence, unbind the chains, I can offer my help. Lin Ye rolled his eyes dramatically where he couldn't be seen and left without responding. What he said earlier was just to fish for information, he wouldn't really go seal the Ghost Bride. If the Ghost Bride was sealed, where would he find a red-clad vengeful spirit bodyguard again? There must be other ways to succeed, at the very least he couldn't trust everything the Master said. Meanwhile, the live stream room was buzzing with excitement upon hearing this news. 4 times a full 4 times. Finally got the clue to clear the quest. This was not easy at all. That's true, but the paper craftsman is ranked with the puppet theater in terms of task difficulty. It's not going to be easy. It can't be avoided. Let's not forget the game quest also involves helping the family complete the wedding. Without the groom, the wedding can't be completed. Isn't there a corpse of the groom in the mortuary? After all, it's a ghost marriage. I get it. Summoning the groom's soul back is for completing the wedding, and it must allow the Ghost Bride to take revenge, and then let go of her hatred, so she won't hunt the players down anymore. The one upstairs is a genius. Soon, this comment received over 10,000 likes, and spies from various countries lurking in the live stream room also noticed it. All the officials from different nations were filled with jealousy towards Lin Ye upon receiving the news. Why does this young brat have such good luck? Starting off with the Ghost Bride's hairpin and surviving by sheer chance was one thing, he actually managed to rely on the Ghost Bride's protection to live until the 3rd day, and with his efforts, obtained so many clues and items. The other 2 surviving teams entirely depended on analyzing Lin Ye's way to pass and used hints to relay messages in. But even if they were jealous, they would never wish for Lin Ye to die, for they deeply knew if Lin Ye died, their players would definitely not survive to the 7th day. As long as they could successfully clear this instance, when they reached a familiar instance, they would ensure to erase the shame of this failure. They blamed their failure entirely on the enormous cultural foundation of the Dragon Nation. They believed they just lost due to an information gap. That's all. Inside the instance, Lin Ye arrived at the end of the street on the right. Do you notice that the players from the Ma Luo Kingdom are also here? He saw Lin Ye and his eyes lit up immediately. Dragon Kingdom player, what brings you here? I came to complete the task of the paper craftsman. Now the eyes of the Ma Luo Kingdom player shone even brighter, but he still symbolically hesitated. This seems to be a task assigned to me. So you're going to do it? Lin Ye raised his eyebrows and stopped in place, not moving forward anymore. Please go ahead. Ma Luo Kingdom player, no, you should do it. I'll go help Harris with other tasks. Before he finished speaking, he had already run off more than 10 meters away. He had thought of various ways to complete this task over the past 3 days, and was terribly afraid. Lin Ye was willing to take it, so he was overjoyed and couldn't possibly refuse. Lin Ye. This is just too cowardly. He shook his head and looked at the task prompt. Trigger side quest, The Lost Paperman. He is the best craftsman, and the paper figures made by his hands are vivid and lifelike. But he never gives life to his paper figures, which is a taboo, and this has restrained him for many years. However, not long ago, he lost his most perfect paper figure, and since then, he has not been able to make any more paper figures. Task reward, items you need and the groom's token can be exchanged for. Hint, the paper craftsman has been trying to replicate the most perfect paper figure, be careful of your skin. Lin Ye glanced at the last few words and couldn't shake the feeling of a chill creeping up from under his feet. It seems this paper craftsman is quite different from the previous ones. He is a ruthless character who would directly peel skin. The blood infant squirmed uneasily on his shoulder, trying to move away from this place. Let me down. It's not that he's timid, he simply does not want to encounter something so powerful and strange. Should things go wrong, life would be in jeopardy, and he would rather wish for death. Each one is so fierce. Except for the adult is still very gentle. Smack. Lin Ye slapped the blood infant's bottom, and once it calmed down, he said, stop making trouble. There's nothing to be afraid of. Just pretend to be dead like in the puppet show. No. The blood infant fussed, insisting it wanted to get down. It was not a question of fear. It just did not want to see the paper craftsman inside. Hey. The blood infant kept fussing, and Lin Ye almost let it run away several times. In the end, he had no choice but to use the same trick and took big steps forward to knock on the door. The moment the door was knocked, the blood infant felt like it wanted to die. It couldn't catch its breath and immediately collapsed in Lin Ye's arms, pretending to be dead. Lin Ye. Chapter 38, The Tactics of the Heavenly Master. The door slowly cracked open, and a thick, eerie wind rushed out, nearly blinding him. Lin Ye tightened his clothes, wrapping himself tightly. Apart from his face, no other skin was exposed, and he even rubbed his face against the door to smudge it. The blood infant also stopped pretending to be dead and rolled right into his clothes again. Lin Ye cautiously pushed open the door, stepping lightly into the courtyard. Dense paper figures were spread out in the yard, leaving barely any space to step. These paper figures had varying expressions and postures. If it weren't for their hollow eye sockets without life, they would look just like a group of real people from afar. Not seeing the paper craftsman, Lin Ye tried to step inside. Just as he took one step into the yard, all the paper figures suddenly turned their heads simultaneously, their empty gazes fixed directly on him. Lin Ye, he didn't dare to move, not at all. Humanoid creatures already looked terrifying, paper figures are even more extreme. Just being stared at like this made the cold sweat run uncontrollably down his back. You win with Chinese horror, really? I finally understand why the puppet show has to black out. Turns out it's all for our good. The nightmare theme for tonight has been updated. Following Lin Gu has this benefit. In folk traditions, paper figures are said to contain souls. Why do I feel like these paper figures might be hosting evil spirits inside? Don't joke around upstairs, it might scare someone to death. If that's the case, does that mean the paper craftsman's power is greater than that of a fierce ghost? Impossible. Even the resentful spirits that descend into the real world cannot be dealt with by humans. The power beyond fierce ghosts. Blue Star might as well give it to the Eerie game, let humans wander in space instead. Lin Ye stood stubbornly at the door for half an hour, motionless. Under the immense psychological pressure, a thin layer of sweat formed all over his body. Is this situation because the paper craftsman refused to see him, or did he miss something? Right. The paper craftsman has been trying to replicate the perfect paper figure, so he must be lacking satisfactory materials. The door behind him was still ajar. Lin Ye took a step back and then ran towards the back mountain. Arriving at Zhang Wang's burial site, he selected 2 bamboos that had grown best under the nurturing of the yin energy with the help of the blood infant. This time when he entered with the bamboos, he clearly sensed that the paper figure's gazes on him had diminished significantly. Bang! The door behind him was slammed shut with great force, indicating that the paper craftsman had recognized him this time. Sure enough, not long after, an elderly man with graying hair and a hunched back walked out from the inner room. He looked frail and weak, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, but his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. What brings you here? Lin Ye placed the bamboos down, standing straight, and explained his visit, also mentioning the celestial master. The paper craftsman snorted coldly. So that guy sent you. After all these years, he hasn't died. Where has he been hiding? Lin Ye truthfully replied, hiding in the butcher's pork shop. Hearing this, the paper craftsman looked extremely disdainful, a beast that kills his wife and son, two of a kind colluding together. Lin Ye silently praised the paper craftsman. What a good way to curse. Then the paper craftsman's probing gaze fell on him again. You say the celestial master led you here, but why does the scent of the ghost bride on you seem so strong? Lin Ye instinctively raised his arm to smell. Was it strong? He couldn't smell anything at all. However, the paper craftsman was clearly not someone easy to fool. He pondered and said, I am a guest invited by the old residents. No wonder. The paper craftsman stroked his graying beard, narrowing his eyes at the increasingly dark sky. But I advise you not to take unnecessary actions. The wedding is a predetermined fact, and no one can change the outcome on the seventh day. Lin Ye was puzzled. He came to exchange the groom's token specifically to successfully complete the wedding, right? Why would the paper craftsman say he shouldn't take unnecessary actions that would change the ghost marriage on the seventh day? You are right, I don't dare to be too bold. My only wish is to safely pass through the seventh day. I doubt it. The paper craftsman's eyes sharpened, almost writing "you foolish idiot" on his face. Do you know what the groom's token is used for? Lin Ye honestly shook his head. He was a steadfast atheist and had always kept his distance from such things before crossing over. The paper craftsman's eyes revealed a disdainful look of, as expected, ignorant child. Lin Ye was extremely excited. He had encountered a true expert. His face showed no shame from being scolded, only a thirst for knowledge. Please bestow your wisdom, old sir. Seeing him being so humble, the paper craftsman's goodwill surged. He noticed the bamboo had grown favorably and was abundant in energy, which he found very pleasing. It wouldn't hurt to say a few more words. That token, when it passes through my hands, possesses the ability to capture souls. Once it falls into the celestial master's hands, he can use it to seize Li Shochuan's body and naturally proceed to marry the ghost bride. From then on, the two will share fortune and misfortune, their lives intertwined, and in this realm, no one will be his opponent. Lin Ye, wow, really? Is he implying to snatch his wife openly? After all this, do you still insist on taking that token? Lin Ye did not hesitate, his gaze firm. Take it. Since he knew the Master of Heaven's plan, he would certainly not let him succeed. As for the groom's token, he had his own clever uses for it. Oh? The paper-making craftsman slightly raised his brow, seeing his serious expression that didn't seem to be joking. He didn't waste time trying to persuade him again. Come with me. The paper-making craftsman turned and entered the house. Lin Ye, very perceptive, picked up the bamboo on the ground, carefully avoiding the paper people in the yard, and followed him into the house. The room was still dark as if it were not daytime. Even though the windows were open, not a glimmer of light came through. Only a few almost burnt-out candles barely maintained the light. Under the papermaker's guidance, Lin Ye placed the bamboo in a specific location, and then suddenly remembered something and pulled out the candle that the paper butler had given him from his storage space. As soon as this candle appeared, the audiences from the Dragon Kingdom and the livestream instantly became restless. Bro Yi, what are you going to do? I advise you to put down the candle in your hand. Don't do anything dangerous. I completely forgot about this candle's existence. How do you still remember, Bro Yi? Sometimes, people don't need to be so warm-hearted. If you knew this candle was actually made by a player from the Bear Country. Don't light it. Absolutely don't light it. You finally managed to survive until now, don't light it. Unfortunately, Lin Ye couldn't see the barrage of comments. From the very beginning, he suspected that this candle was a hidden item given to him by the paper butler, and now it was just the right time to use it. If it could be used to please the paper craftsman, why not? Just as the wick of the candle in his hand was about to touch the flame, a ghostly voice came from behind him. If you light it, in the next second, you will be devoured by countless restless souls and wild ghosts. Chapter 039 I Need a Heart. Lin Ye's hand shook, and the candle nearly dropped to the ground. The paper craftsman's voice didn't stop, still explaining. The candle made from human wax, created by living people, has a scent that is most beloved by wandering souls, often attracting various restless ghosts to feast on. With a thud, the candle fell from Lin Ye's hand, and he took a few steps back, no longer having the courage to look directly at the candle on the ground. Such a deadly thing had actually been alone with him for 2 days. Lin Ye didn't know if he should be grateful that he hadn't had any thoughts of lighting this candle for the past 2 days. He. The paper craftsman let out a mocking sound. With such a cowardly heart, you still dare to come alone to my paper workshop? This was completely a different matter. Lin Ye, feeling nervous, retreated back to the paper craftsman's side, biting his lip and saying nothing. The paper craftsman sat in the place where he usually made paper figures and casually picked up a piece of white paper. Do you know what materials I need to make a perfect paper figure again? A task prompt flashed through Lin Ye's mind, and he instinctively covered his face with his hands. He couldn't really be interested in his skin, could he? His movements earned him a disdainful glance from the paper craftsman, who would want his skin when he looked so shabby. I'm making paper figures, not real people, why are you so nervous? Lin Ye didn't dare to respond to this, quietly crouching down holding the blood infant, honestly answering the previous question, do you need fine bamboo and rice paper? He had never made a paper figure, and he didn't know what materials were needed, so he could only make a wild guess. The paper craftsman pursed his lips, too lazy to say anything more about his cowardly appearance. Anyway, he had gotten these kinds of stares ever since he became the paper craftsman's assistant. I need a fresh and living heart. Lin Ye. It would be better to ask for skin. I once made the most perfect paper figure. It had feelings just like a person, could cry, could make noise, could laugh, accompanying me through countless springs and autumns. And what brought these differences was that it had a human heart, a bright red, beating, warm heart. Perhaps I'm old, or perhaps it grew tired of accompanying me. A few months ago, it drew eyes for itself. Then he left the paper doll shop. You must be wondering, where did that heart come from, right? Lin Ye quickly shook his head. No, he was not curious at all. The paper craftsman smiled wider. I knew you would be curious. Lin Ye? That heart belongs to the celestial master. He has done many bad deeds and his time is short. He knelt outside the paper shop for 3 days and nights begging me to save him. He said he didn't want to die, he wanted to live forever, even if the price was losing his humanity. At first, I didn't want to pay him any mind, but he offered me secret techniques from the paper crafting lineage, content I had never seen before. I was tempted and agreed to him. After months of research, I created the paper doll recorded in the secret technique and transplanted his heart, tricking the way of heaven to save his life. The paper craftsman looked at Lin Ye with bright, piercing eyes. Do you think I was right to save him, or wrong? Lin Ye. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Did he really have to answer such a life and death question? The invisible pressure exuding from the paper craftsman made Lin Ye's heart race wildly, and finally, before the craftsman ran out of patience, Lin Ye quickly came up with an answer. Heaven willed it this way. Right and wrong, all matter here. These nonsense words were learned from the celestial master, but he spoke very seriously, as if this was the only truth he believed in. The paper craftsman was stunned for a moment and then laughed at him, cursing, sharp-tongued. Lin Ye followed with a smile, secretly relieved. This old man might not seem murderous on the surface, but he was likely someone who disregarded human life. A slight displeasure could lead to bloodshed. So now, you just need a heart to make the second perfect paper doll? Of course. The paper craftsman set down the white paper in his hand and picked up a bamboo stick to examine. Such good materials will surely yield double the results with half the effort. Lin Ye lowered his head and exchanged glances with the bloody infant in his arms. The two simultaneously thought of someone, the butcher. His heart was especially fresh and strong. If I can help you find a satisfactory heart, will you give me the token? The paper craftsman glanced at him sideways, not believing he had such ability, but he didn't show it, of course. Wait a moment, I will be right back. Lin Ye got up and didn't forget to pick up the candle on the ground, putting it back in his storage space. When he arrived at the butcher's shop again, the butcher was still chopping bones with a loud thud. Seeing Lin Ye's figure, his instincts told him that this visitor meant trouble. The butcher dropped the bone-chopping knife and ran away. Seeing this, Lin Ye directly pulled out the bloody infant from his arms, took a big stride to gather strength, and swung his arm hard. The bloody infant accurately landed on the butcher's back. He. Daddy. The bloody infant stretched out its small hands and tightly hugged the butcher's neck. Under the magical voice, he lost his footing and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Ye caught up, smiling as he squatted down in front of him. Why are you running? You little rascal had a sly grin from afar. How could I not run? Of course, the butcher didn't dare to say this openly. He put on a flattering smile and stood up from the ground. What do you want from me? It's nothing serious. Lin Ye spoke casually, as if he were discussing the weather. I just want to borrow your heart for a bit. Sure, huh? What? The butcher's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? He couldn't have heard wrongly. This kid actually wanted his heart? Lin Ye didn't waste words. He just gave the bloody infant a glance, and the next second, the butcher's chest felt empty, and that beating red heart appeared in the bloody infant's hands again. Let's go. The bloody infant held the heart and climbed back up onto Lin Ye's shoulder. The two turned and left without any lingering thoughts, leaving the butcher standing there confused by the wind. From the moment they met until losing the heart, it was only a minute's time. Lin. The paper craftsman's eyes flashed, but he did not say much. For him, it was enough to have a beating heart. Whether it was human or ghost was not within his consideration. He smiled as he took the heart, pointing to the door, and said, just wait in the yard. I will finish making the paper person in no more than 3 incense sticks time. Lin Ye nodded and held the blood baby, coming to the yard. The waiting time was unbearably dull, and he stared at the paper people scattered around, suddenly recalling a forbidden film he had watched before. In that film, paper people usually had a substitute function. He wondered if he could ask the paper craftsman for a few. At the same time, he felt fortunate enough, if it weren't for the groundwork laid by the previous task, this time the paper craftsman's task certainly wouldn't have been so simple. He wondered how the progress of other groups of players was, if anyone was faster than him. If the players in the live broadcast room could hear his thoughts, they would surely tell him loudly, "No. Brother Ye, you are the fastest man in this entire dungeon." Chapter 040, Substitute Paper Person. The waiting time quickly passed, and the paper craftsman opened the room door with a beaming smile. "Thank you, I have finally fulfilled a wish." In his hand, he held the other two items Lin Ye needed and a jade ring. Lin Ye took the items and carefully observed the ring in his hand. "How do I use this to capture souls?" "Just wear it on the corpse of the groom," the paper craftsman said happily, stroking his beard, seemingly casually asking, "Are you really going to help the celestial master?" Lin Ye grinned and shook his head. "I'm not foolish." The paper craftsman glanced at him suspiciously but ultimately said nothing more. It was Lin Ye, with some shamelessness, who spoke up. "I have a small request, may I ask if you can fulfill it, old sir?" "Let's hear it." "I would like to ask the old sir to make 4 life-sized paper people for me and my companions." The paper craftsman did not question what he wanted this for, only showing a bit of appreciation in his eyes. Seeing that there was still time, he responded, "You can call your people over." Lin Ye repeatedly bowed in thanks and tapped the blood baby's head, instructing it to find people. He had no idea how the blood baby found them. The 3 squeezed through the gap of its eye, crying loudly. They couldn't die and couldn't escape, a double torment of body and mind. When the door opened, the paper people in the yard turned their empty eye sockets toward them. If it weren't for their sharp eyes catching sight of Lin Ye, the 3 might have nearly fainted on the spot. The blood baby spat the 3 out beside Lin Ye, its awkward body shrinking back to the size of an infant, climbing back onto his shoulder and burrowing into his clothes. The 3, having escaped death, breathed heavily, huddled together, afraid to move. Over there, the paper craftsman was calmly making paper people, while Lin Ye stood in front of him, motionless, acting as a model. Seeing the 3, Lin Ye asked seriously, "My paper person is almost done, who will be next?" "What next?" The 3 looked more and more confused. They were doing their tasks just fine when suddenly the blood baby grabbed them here, almost scaring them to death. Now, hearing Lin Ye's nonsensical question, they instinctively understood it as, "Who's next to die?" The 3 cried out together in distress. "I thought I could survive the 3rd day smoothly, why do I have to die suddenly?" "Woo woo woo, I don't want to die. I haven't broken any rules of death, why must I be killed? Is there no justice left in this world? Woo woo woo. Don't kill us. We beg you, don't kill us, our meat isn't tasty at all." The paper craftsman paused in his actions, showing displeasure on his face, and all the paper people in the yard sensed his mood, surrounding them with ill intentions. Terrified, Lin Ye stepped forward and slapped one of them. "Stop crying. It's not easy for him to agree to make paper people for us, and you've messed it up. Who doesn't suffer without a paper person?" The 3 of them finally fell silent, their hearts still racing as they tried to make sense of the situation before them. Lin Ye lowered his voice and leaned closer to them. "This is the best paper craftsman in the town. The paper person he makes is lifelike, comparable to a stand-in. If you want one, you better keep your mouths shut." "A stand-in effect? Is there really such a good thing?" Seeing that the 3 of them were tricked by him, the paper person behind them also stopped moving, and Lin Ye ran back to his place happily. Soon, a lifelike life-sized paper person was born into the hands of the paper craftsman, its facial features and shape, particularly its spirit, bore a striking resemblance to Lin Ye. If it weren't made of paper, you couldn't tell it apart from Lin Ye himself. Lin Ye immediately started showering compliments like a rainbow fart. The paper craftsman, flattered to the point of bursting with joy, still pretended to be serious. "You're smooth-talking." Lin Ye shamelessly chuckled. "Just drop your fingertip blood on the paper person's lips to complete it." "All right." Lin Ye bit down hard on his index finger, instantly feeling tears well up from the pain. It's always shown that way on TV, why didn't anyone tell him it would hurt so much? The paper craftsman watched him amusingly. "Does it hurt?" "No, it doesn't hurt." Lin Ye insisted stubbornly as he moved forward to drop his fingertip blood on the paper person's lips. That touch of crimson, against the paper person's eerie face, became even more enchanting, like a demon that had just drunk human blood. "Huh?" The blood baby on Lin Ye's shoulder made a confused sound. "Exactly the same?" To the eyes of the living, the paper person with fingertip blood showed no change, but in the eyes of the strange being, it already appeared indistinguishable. Realizing this, Lin Ye stuffed the paper person into the storage space, followed by sincere thanks and a barrage of compliments. The paper craftsman shot him a glance, his eyes carrying a hint of amusement. "Next one, come over." Lin Ye gave the trio a knowing look, and despite their fear, Harris was the first to step forward. Fortunately, nothing happened during the entire process, though he was shaking in his boots. When he received his paper person, the blood baby was once again full of amazement, another identical person. This comment eased Harris's tense expression, and gratitude inevitably surfaced in his gaze towards Lin Ye. Players from Mallow Kingdom and Turkey Kingdom, seeing this, also let go of their resistance, eager for their own paper person. By the time they bid farewell to the paper craftsman, the sky was gradually darkening. The four walked down the returning street, genuinely thanking Lin Ye, as this substitute paper person was nothing more than a disposable strange item. They felt incredibly lucky to have stumbled upon such a bargain, all thanks to Lin Ye. Lin Ye wore a smug expression and briefly shared the information he had gleaned with the trio. The seventh day will likely be an unavoidable slaughter. Surviving the next 24 hours will be very challenging, and this paper person can be considered as a life-saving item gifted to us by the craftsman. Let's strive to survive to the end. The three were so moved they were close to tears. Thankfully, they had wisely avoided provoking players from the Dragon Kingdom when they first entered the game, and it was already a stroke of luck to have made it this far. The feeling of being supported was nothing less than this. When they returned to the backyard, the paper butler had long been waiting. Dear guests, how did the item exchanges go? The trio led by Harris immediately took out 7 items from their storage spaces, all of which were exchange strategies explored with their lives by players in the first 3 rounds. Though they lacked the bravery to tackle other tasks, at least they had kept busy and managed to bring back those 7 items without incident. In the butler's eyes, there was no surprise at all, just a gentle shift in gaze towards Lin Ye, silently asking, "What about you?" Lin Ye casually waved, and the items from his storage space appeared in the clearing, exactly 7 in total, neither more nor less. As the 3 instinctively counted, their faces were filled with incredulous shock. He actually managed to exchange for 7 other items that had never appeared before in just 3 days. At this moment, the only thought left in the minds of the 3 was, he really is a Superman. Is this the power of the Dragon Kingdom players in the Chinese horror dungeon? Hiss, so terrifying. Simply terrifying. Even the paper butler showed a hint of surprise, as if he never expected someone could gather 14 items in 3 days. After being taken aback, the smile in his eyes became even more meaningful. Congratulations to all esteemed guests. Chapter 041, Midnight Knock, Getting Urgent. I admit that when Brother Yi took out the 7 items, it thrilled me. It's just that feeling of showing off. Brother Yi is so authoritative, the Dragon Kingdom is just so authoritative. Jealous, all you haters from other countries, our Dragon Kingdom is just so full of talents that it makes you jealous and die, ha. Since the bizarre game appeared, we have been leading far ahead, and now with talents like Lin Ye emerging, we are just so excellent, there's no way around it. This time our national fortune will definitely allow us to lead again. Those countries wanting to continue suppressing and attacking us should open their eyes wide and watch out. Don't let a small success turn into a big loss. The success of the Dragon Kingdom players left the haters from all countries defenseless, wanting to provoke a fight but unable to scold the Dragon Kingdom audience, only being pressed down in anger. They couldn't understand why the Dragon Kingdom always managed to bring a savior at critical moments, with such good luck. Could it be because there are more people? But the population of a sand country is even greater than that of the Dragon Kingdom. Why aren't they like this? It's all because of their damned culture, 5,000 years unbroken. How can they even play? Inside the dungeon. The paper butler slightly bowed. Esteemed guests, please rest early. The wedding will be held in 3 days, and there are still many preparations to make. As before, the moment his voice fell, the paper butler's figure disappeared from the spot. Such a calm reaction filled the 4 with great unease. Before heading to their rooms, they couldn't help but huddle together to discuss. The players from Malu country felt the least secure. No one has survived past the 4th day in 4 rounds of games. Will anything happen tonight? Harris, with his many dungeon experiences, confidently said, as long as we don't leave the room, no bizarre thing could ignore the rules to enter and kill players except for the owner of the token. Remember, no matter what, don't step out of the room. As the dungeon progresses to later stages, the more players that survive, the more advantageous it is for the player camp. So Harris's words were a heartfelt advice. Lin Ye patted the blood infant on his shoulder, asking in its puzzled gaze, will something terrible happen next? Terrible? It tilted its 2 soft little heads, trying to understand what Lin Ye meant. Awaken. It uttered the 2 words after careful consideration. Whether it was terrible or not is unknown, it only knows that all the undead are awakening, including the most powerful bride ghost. When the adult strength reaches its peak, she will tear apart the bondage of this world and be completely free. In the eyes of all the bizarre, this is a good thing. They have long been tired of hundreds of years of unchanging imprisonment and do not like to perform for humans under the interference of mysterious powers. They only like to swarm and devour the flesh and blood of humans. To them, this is an ultimate enjoyment. It seems the upcoming transformation of the ancient house will intensify. Lin Ye deduced from the blood infant's words, tonight will be very difficult, we must remain rational and absolutely do not leave the room. The Dragon Kingdom player is right. Harris nodded in agreement, being the first to enter his room, seriously repeating before the door closed, "Do not step out of your room under any circumstances." Having said that, Lin Ye set the blood infant down at the door and entered the room second. Soon, 2 loud door slams echoed outside, signaling that everyone had entered the room, ready to face tonight's deadly trial. Lin Ye sat at the edge of the bed as usual, waiting for the ghost bride to arrive. After a tiring day of completing tasks, having a chat with his wife in the bedroom at night was truly enjoyable. Husband, a red figure appeared as promised, whispering sweetly in his ear, "Were you waiting for me?" Lin Ye's ears turned a slight shade of red, and looking at her red veil, he suddenly wanted to lift it and see her face. His hand unconsciously touched the corner of the hanging veil, his throat tightening nervously, palms sweating. "Can I?" But the ghost bride gently shook her head, saying, "Only after the wedding is completed can my veil be lifted." Lin Ye's nervousness slowly eased, and he shyly replied, "Well, okay. Traditionally, the veil can only be lifted on the wedding night, that's just the way it is." Seeing his reaction, the ghost bride nervously fidgeted with her sleeves. "Will you be angry with me, husband?" No, how could I?" Lin Ye hurriedly waved his hands to explain. "If anyone should be angry, it should be you, my wife. My actions were inconsiderate, please don't mind, I really want to see how you look in your wedding dress, it must be beautiful." His heartfelt, cheesy words made the ghost bride blush again. She refused to hold his hand, sitting far away, shy and timid. The adorable Lin Ye almost had a nosebleed. But it completely broke the viewers in the live stream. "I haven't used this line to chase girls in 800 years, and the ghost bride actually fell for it, it's ridiculous. The ghost bride is this easy to woo? If I went in, I'd win her over in no time. Hey, you upstairs, look down, just like that. I remember this isn't Valentine's Day or Qixi Festival, why is this bizarre game showing me this? Doesn't anyone feel the pure atmosphere between them? This is actually a bit sweet, what should we do? Don't ship them, humans and the bazaar don't end well. Who would fall in love with their food? I would love fried chicken for a lifetime. That sounds delicious." Inside the instance, the faintly ambiguous atmosphere finally began to settle down. The ghost bride also prepared to get up and leave. "I have to handle some matters tonight, no matter what happens outside, husband, please remember not to leave the room." "Okay." Lin Ye nodded heavily, his dark eyes showing obvious concern. "You take care as well, my wife." I will remember." The ghost bride shyly replied, and in a flash, her red figure vanished from sight. Lin Ye suddenly felt the room was empty, he buried himself under the blanket, and the little bit of reluctance in his heart had not yet brewed before he was choked by a musty smell, coughing heavily. "Lin Ye. Forget it, let's just go to sleep honestly." The livestream audience couldn't help but laugh at Lin Ye's behavior. Seeing him sleep peacefully, they began flooding the chat with goodnight messages. They thought it would be an ordinary night until a sudden loud banging on the door echoed through the livestream. Those still awake in the livestream were startled by the noise, and the chat began to fill with scattered comments once again. Lin Ye was sleeping soundly, the banging continued for half an hour before he finally groggily sat up in bed. He glanced at the game time, realizing it was only 1 a.m. They couldn't wait to cause trouble so soon? Lin Ye ignored the banging outside, lay back down, and turned over, preparing to continue sleeping. The thing outside seemed unwilling to accept defeat, banging once every 5 minutes to disturb peaceful dreams. It was as annoying as summer flies, if not more so. It quieted down for half an hour. Just when the viewers in the live stream thought this torment was finally over, a voice came again from outside the door, and this time it was the voice of the blood baby. "Lin Ye? Lin Ye, are you there? Help us. There are powerful monsters outside, they've come in. They want to eat us. Help me. Whoa. We're scared. Help us. Lin Ye. Whoa. Lin Ye." Lin Ye was so disturbed he pulled the quilt over his head, but that voice was still incredibly piercing, as if whispering in his ear. The content was even more speechless, with no desire to complain. Although the blood baby had the intelligence of a child, it knew it couldn't fight and should run away, rather than keep banging on a door that couldn't be opened, expecting a powerless human to save it. "Lin Ye. It's the master. The master escaped. What I'm saying is true. She went to the butcher's tonight to try to eliminate the master in one go, but she was tricked and is now missing. The master also unexpectedly broke free from the chains and is now rampaging in the old house. You believe me, Lin Ye, what I say is true, hurry and save me. Help me." Lin Ye, annoyed, threw off the quilt and sat up suddenly. "How do you want me to save you? You can't even defeat the master, do you expect me, a human, to defeat him alone?" The blood baby hurriedly replied in panic, "You have what he wants, as long as you give it to him, he will let me go." Lin Ye sneered, "The groom's jade ring? You want this? Are you sent by the master?" What are you talking about, Lin Ye? We are Xiaoping and Xiaoan. We are clearly on the same side as you. Are you sure you are on the same side as me? Of course. Then go make noise somewhere else, don't disturb my sleep. Why is this guy so stubborn? The things outside were also quite irritable, but in the end, they chose to persist in knocking on the door. Aren't you worried about the master? She's trapped in the butcher's, if it drags on, she will lose her soul. The master treats you so well, and you still turn a blind eye when she's in danger. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be guarding you. Fine, if you won't save me, I will. Even if the master kills me today, I will definitely rescue her. Mentioning the ghost bride, Lin Ye's heart was rarely stirred. She did say before leaving that she would deal with some mess. Was that mess referring to the master? The master shouldn't be stronger than the ghost bride, right? Lin Ye thought this as he turned over and fell into a deep sleep again. He had made up his mind not to open the door tonight. No ghost would make him budge. The things outside seemed to realize this as well, and reluctantly cursed a few words before leaving in anger. He thought he could finally have a good night's sleep, but in a half-dreaming state, Lin Ye unexpectedly smelled a burning smell at the tip of his nose. He suddenly opened his eyes and found that a raging fire had somehow ignited in the room. Outside the door It looks just like the real thing. If it were real, no one could endure the flames without screaming, unless he was a mute. Wild Brother's reaction right now speaks volumes. My gosh, this is too realistic. If it were me, I would have already run out of the room in panic. Don't worry, if it were you, you would have been eliminated long ago and wouldn't be alive to witness this. Polite response, your mom. The fire is surely fake, but the pain is real pain. To make Lin Ye believe that this fire is real, something outside has manipulated it so that he feels a sharp sting. Fortunately, the pain isn't too strong. As he keeps telling himself it's fake, the pain basically vanishes without a trace. He is someone who has escaped a puppet illusion. How could he be fooled by such a clumsy setup? Outside, something is enraged and wants to show him some real consequences, but a mysterious force of rule suddenly strikes, forcing it to recoil and abandon its hunt for Lin Ye, redirecting its focus onto others. This despicable human, he will eventually pay for this humiliation. In Harris's room, the water has flooded most of the area. He struggles to break the surface, but the more he tries, the faster he sinks. He can even clearly sense that he is sinking deeper than 10 meters. Everything around him becomes blurry, even breathing becomes extraordinarily difficult. He suddenly recalls a time in his childhood when he nearly drowned. No matter how much he struggled or called out, he could hear nothing but the mocking laughter from the shore. They were the ones who pushed him into the pool as a prank, so why didn't they save him? Why did they laugh recklessly? He cannot understand, and he can only slowly lose consciousness amid the growing fear of suffocation. Since then, he has feared any places related to water. He hates swimming and is terrified of feeling that near-death suffocation again. Am I going to die? Just like when I was a child, dying alone in an abandoned pool that no one knows about. No. No. He doesn't want to die. He can't die. After all he has gone through to survive, why should he die? He doesn't want to die. A strong desire to live explodes in Harris's mind, but this time he doesn't choose to struggle. Instead, he relaxes his whole body, as if falling asleep, quietly floating in the water. It is very hard for a person to overcome the things they fear. Even though Chris keeps telling himself that everything around him is fake, that overwhelming suffocating feeling still clings to him like a shadow. But no matter what, he absolutely will not entertain the thought of opening the door and walking out. He will live well, live to see the sunrise on the 4th day. Chapter 043, You are clearly already dead. Unlike Lin Ye and Harris who are in deep trouble, the player from the Molo Nation finds snakes, insects, and mice everywhere in his room. These are his greatest fears, especially snakes. The moment the slick, cold touch of a snake brushes against him, he is so terrified that he jumps up from the bed, screaming. More and more bugs and snakes crawl toward him, enough to engulf him completely. Just when he is paralyzed with fear, there is a sudden knock on the door, followed by Harris's voice. How is your room? Our room is filled with snakes. Lin Ye didn't escape and is now nothing but bones. The Molo player's voice suddenly spikes in pitch. Who is dead? Outside, Harris falls silent for a moment, his tone noticeably sorrowful. Lin Ye, I never expected such a powerful person would die. I kept trying to convince him to leave the room, but he refused. The Molo player's mind goes completely blank. Lin Ye, how could Lin Ye be dead? He actually died just like that? How could it be? How could it be? He was unwilling to believe, loudly rebuffing. Are you lying to me? You are not Harris at all, you just want to trick me out. Outside the door, Harris said nothing more. This time it was the voice of the Turkey country player, filled with urgency and a hint of impatience. We both saw it with our own eyes. How could it be fake? If it weren't for Harris, I would have died in the belly of the snake too. If you don't want to come out, you can die in the room like Lin Ye. Let's go, don't mind him. Okay. The voices outside gradually faded away, and the Mallow Country player's tense nerves reached their peak. He couldn't control his urge to open the door, wanting them to take him alone. But reason kept telling him, it's all fake, he must not be fooled. Until he was forced into the corner of the room, swarms of snakes, insects, and ants rushed onto his legs, biting him. The sharp pain made his scalp tingle, and he struggled and screamed continuously. It hurts, it really hurts. This isn't fake, it is absolutely not fake. If it were fake, why would it hurt so much? It shouldn't hurt this much. It shouldn't. He could no longer deceive himself, the balance in his heart collapsed with a bang as he struggled to rise from the snake swarm, charging towards the door. Don't go. Wait for me, wait for me. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. Creak. As the door was forcefully pushed open, the cold night wind blew through, making him shiver, frozen in place. Mechanically turning back, there were no snakes, insects, or ants in the room, obviously nothing at all. The pain seemed to vanish like an illusion from his mind, he was fooled. Tricked out of the room by a ridiculous illusion, he was about to face even more terrifying unknown dangers. Swish. In the surrounding darkness, it felt as if something awakened, he sensed countless gazes weighing heavily upon him. With a stiff turn, he controlled his already weak legs, trying to quickly return to the room, but his vision bizarrely receded rapidly. In the live broadcast, the Mallow Country player's figure was pulled into the darkness by an unknown entity. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before the live room suddenly went black. In contrast, the Turkey Country player's room was also suffering extreme pain and torment. When he couldn't help but reach for the door, the sour sound of the door opening brought him back to his last shred of sanity. Looking at the door right in front of him, he stepped back in terror, his mind involuntarily thinking, who just went out? What was he now, still alive? A great panic enveloped him, and he nervously crawled under the bed, constantly praying in his heart that this night could pass faster, faster. The next morning, Lin Ye, with panda eyes, opened the door while yawning repeatedly. The second person to open the door was Harris, his expression clearly not good, evidently having not slept well the night before. The two exchanged glances, nodding at each other as a greeting, then stood in the yard waiting for the other two. They waited and waited, spending nearly half an hour without seeing the other two appear. Lin Ye and Harris looked at each other, both exchanged ominous thoughts in their eyes. Something happened. They were the first to arrive at the Turkey Country player's door, and Harris kicked the door open. At the sound outside the door, a cry of despair came from under the bed. Lin Ye walked over and lifted the bedsheet, indeed finding the Turkey Country player trembling and hiding under the bed. It's okay, come out. Unexpectedly, the Turkey Country player hugged himself in even greater fear. Get away, get away. You're fake, you're fake. I don't want to go out, go away. No one knew what he had experienced last night to be scared like this. Lin Ye and Harris could only crawl under the bed and forcefully drag the person out. But he struggled fiercely, even scratching Harris's face. Harris really couldn't stand it anymore and slapped him on the face. When he stopped struggling and looked over blankly, he spoke coldly, awake now? Lin Ye raised his chin and pointed to the blood baby at the doorway. If he's not awake, let Xiao Ping and Xiao An help him wake up. The blood baby cooperatively showed a sinister expression, its pale four eyes flickering with eerie light, and a red long tongue flickered in the cracked lips. Just a single expression filled with resentment made him calm down and regain his senses instantly. No need. All right. Lin Ye sounded quite regretful. Shall we go see what's going on with the Mallow Country players? The three arrived at the door of the Mallow Country player, and Harris kicked open the door just like before. With the sunlight, they could see the Mallow Country player curled tightly in a corner of the room. If they listened closely, they could hear him mumbling with his lips, not knowing what he was saying. Go away, don't eat me. Don't eat me, get away. Help me, can anyone come save me? The three stepped forward, and he still didn't react, lost in his own world, clearly in a much worse state than the Turkey Country player. Harris moved his wrist and looked at the other two for their opinions. What if I slap him? The two nodded in agreement. At this point, there was no better way. Smack. After two slaps, the Mallow Country player finally focused his vacant eyes and, upon seeing the friendly three, directly began to cry out loud. Great, I'm still alive. I'm actually still alive. So good, woo-woo. After he cried enough, Lin Ye crouched in front of him and asked, what happened here last night? I saw snakes all over the room, they were gnawing at my body, it hurt so much, As he said this, he suddenly seemed to remember something, his eyes widened in shock, and his gaze landed on Lin Ye's face. Lin Ye, confused, urged, what? What happened? Keep talking. A ghost. The Mallow Country player pushed Lin Ye away and crawled behind Harris using both hands and feet. How are you here? Didn't you get burned to death? Lin Ye tilted his head and pointed at himself, feeling an absurd sense of humor. Are you talking about me? It's you. You clearly got burned to death. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it with my own eyes. His words made both Harris and the Turkey country player step back in shock. Lin Ye was burned to death last night? How is that possible? Chapter 044, There are dead among you. Reverse the story. Accuse the thief. Clearly you are the one who died, not Are Ye Goo. I just saw the Malu country player turn silly, and I specifically checked his livestream. It's really closed. The person in front of us is definitely a ghost in disguise, Ye Goo. You must not be fooled. Whether Ye Goo will be fooled is unknown, but the other two are less certain. Last night, the Turkey country player almost fell for it. I wonder if he can hold it together tonight. Are you sure the room is still safe as time goes on? What does the upstairs mean, my gosh? Inside the instance. The four of them clearly formed a three-legged stance. Harris and the Turkey country player banded together, keeping their distance from Lin Ye and the Malu country player. Lin Ye got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and said with disbelief, "You say I'm dead, but I say you're dead too. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it with my own eyes," the Malu country player shouted in fear. Lin Ye crossed his arms and changed the subject. "How did you see it with your own eyes? Didn't you leave the room last night?" This reminded Harris and the Turkey country player, if he really left the room, then the person in front of them was very likely to be a ghost in disguise. The Malu country player also realized this point. In a hurry, he explained, "Last night I was tricked out by a ghost posing as Harris. He said Lin Ye was burned to death and urged me to go out quickly. Only after I went out did I realize I was deceived. There was no one outside. Just as I was about to return, I heard a terrible scream from Lin Ye's room, and the smell of burning flesh. Through the crack in the door, I saw with my own eyes that Lin Ye was dying in the fire." Oh, Lin Ye elongated his tone. "You mean you were tricked out of the room by a ghost, saw me die through the crack in the door, and then successfully returned to your room to live until now?" This sarcastic tone was clear to anyone not a fool. The player from Maluo country had a problem. What he said was not trustworthy. "I'm telling the truth." He rolled up his sleeve to reveal the terrible scratches on his arm. "If it weren't for that paper man, I would have died last night." His words were logical, but what a pity. He had picked the wrong person to mess with. Lin Ye stepped forward, grabbing his collar and throwing him out of the room. He raised his chin towards the blood baby, still watching the show. "It's yours now." The player from Maluo country backed away in terror. "What are you doing? Are you going to kill me in broad daylight? Don't forget the entire Maluo country stands behind me. I represent the whole country." Lin Ye dug in his ear, uninterested in his threats, just impatiently waved his hand at the blood baby. "Hurry up and do it, I'm annoyed early in the morning." The blood baby looked at the person in front of it with disdain, wrinkling its brow. It didn't like to eat such smelly humans. This human was filled with the scent of his kind, and all his insides had been hollowed out. How could one eat that? Littleton quietly raised his eyes, trying to see some joking element on Lin Ye's face. After all, they had been together for so long, there should be feelings, right? How could he feed it such a thing? Littleton wanted to shake his head to refuse, but Xiaoping had already climbed onto the Maluo country player and drooled all over him. Littleton. Big brother is such a greedy monster. The player from Maluo country desperately tried to push the ghost baby off him, only to find he couldn't touch it at all. His pleading eyes turned to Harris and the other two. Help me, help me. You can't just watch Lin Ye kill me. I'm your companion. We are all players. All players. Harris. The problem was, he didn't dare speak loudly to Lin Ye, the Turkey country player. Even if Maluo wanted to settle a score, it should be with Dragon Country, not someone from Turkey. He pretended not to see, that was the best choice. So, the two of them tacitly averted their eyes, looking at the sky, the ground, and the air, just not at him. Lin Ye sneered at him disdainfully. "Why falsely accuse anyone else when you can accuse me? It seems you've forgotten how the last two died at the hands of the blood baby." The blood baby's hand had already reached into the chest of the player from Maluo country. Yet he continued to struggle and plead, "I'm not lying. What I saw was true." Ah. A wave of excruciating pain hit him as his chest was ripped open by the blood baby, his scream sending chills down people's spines. Xiaoping eagerly leaned down to devour his blood-stained ribcage, while Littleton disgustedly turned a complete 180 degrees, looking her towards Lin Ye. Empty, dead for a long time, so smelly. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, unsurprised. How could a rookie like him, tricked out of the room, possibly survive? Even if he had a substitute paper man, his fate would just be torn into pieces at the same time. Lin Ye turned to the two who didn't dare to look directly. "Stop shivering, his insides have long been hollowed out." Upon hearing his words, Harris and the others F. "Oh, I didn't notice that either." Lin Ye casually flicked his hair. "If he didn't confront me, he could live a bit longer." The two The Ma Luo country player saw that things were exposed and stopped pretending, his features suddenly twisted and fierce. Did you think I was the only one who died last night? Ha 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 ha. He is mixed in among you, he will kill you will all. Ha ha ha. PFF. His head was bitten open by Xiaoping like a watermelon, brain and fluid spilling out. The scene was truly not pleasant. The three of them felt a bit nauseous and let out a ugh. The words that had yet to be spoken got stuck in their throats, the body without a head slumped to the ground. Alright, Xiaoping, stop eating. The same kind was bizarrely devoured right in front of them. The scene looked strange no matter how you viewed it. Xiaoping's movements did not stop, the chewing sounds growing louder. Xiaoan feared Lin Ye would be angry, hastily patting Xiaoping's head. Stop eating, you big glutton. Xiaoping did not listen, instead, he chewed even faster, finishing an adult man's body in just a few seconds. After being full, he patted his little belly, innocently blinking his eyes at Lin Ye. I'm done eating. Lin Ye. Xiaoping, still unsatisfied, licked his lips, pointing at the two behind him, and asked in an innocent voice, Can I eat these too? Harris and the other quickly waved their hands in fear. No, of course you can't eat them. Kids eat too much and it's bad for their stomachs, better not. Xiaoping blinked, still looking eagerly at Lin Ye. He only listened to Lin Ye, what others said had no effect. Lin Ye thoughtfully stroked his chin, looking at the two. The Ma Luo country player just mentioned that he wasn't the only one who died. Could these two have also left their room last night? That serious thinking expression made Harris and the other break into a cold sweat. Fuck. Is he really considering using them to feed the ghost baby? Has he gone mad? Or has he already been controlled by the bazaar? No matter which situation, it was fatal for them. Sometimes teaming up with a big shot doesn't always bring benefits, like in the current situation. Ask, if the big shot wants to kill you, how can you survive? Answer, what the hell? Just think about your last words. Lin Ye pondered for a moment and asked, Did you two leave your room last night? No. Harris was the first to thump his chest and guarantee, I slept in the water all night and didn't even think about opening the door. I didn't either. The turkey country player quickly followed. All right. Lin Ye nodded lightly, picking up the blood baby and heading to the dining hall. The two behind him simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully he hadn't gone crazy and started a massacre. The turkey country player asked anxiously, but what if Lin Ye is also fake? Do you think that reaction from the blood baby could be fake? Harris shot him a glance. Even if he is fake, what can you do about it? Just take care of yourself and be careful not to kill yourself. While saying that, Harris didn't have any confidence in his heart. What if Lin Ye was truly fake? What should they do then? That very slight thought quickly took root in both their hearts. Fear began to sprout and grow, gnawing away at their remaining sanity. Chapter 045, Zombie? Zombie. I thought he just wanted to frame Ye Gu, but didn't expect it was to sow discord. This move is too twisted. Are there only 3 players left who have to guard against each other? Clear judgment and decisive choices, things are okay on Yi Ji's side, but the two groups next door are in the heavy disaster area. They not only suspect each other but haven't even caught the real traitor who died. Isn't the country able to intervene? Why don't they send information in? Do you think the bazaar game is stupid? The information transmitted depends on luck, and which players can see what isn't certain. How do you know if it's the country that hasn't intervened or the bazaar game sabotaging it? The expressions of the American and Turkey players seem to be shaken. Don't drag our brother Yi down at the end, you bastard. If those damn teammates dare to ruin brother Ye's good deeds, I'll wipe their official website out. Still worried about what traps await in the strange dungeon on the 4th day? Inside the dungeon. After 3 people silently finished their breakfast, the paper butler appeared on time. But it seemed to be in poor condition. Lin Ye noticed that its only real eyeball was shriveled up against the eye socket, as if someone had crushed it. Injured? Lin Ye secretly planted a question in his heart. Dear guests, please follow me. Today's task is to arrange the wedding room. Wedding room? Lin Ye was the first to stand up and follow the paper butler outside. The other two didn't understand why he suddenly became so excited, following him outside with full of doubts. After turning several corners, they finally arrived at a large courtyard. They were almost dizzy from the twists and turns, not understanding how a house could be like a maze in Dragon Country's culture. Please finish arranging the wedding room within 1 day. After the paper butler finished speaking, it vanished again, like a dismissive shopkeeper. The courtyard was filled with everything that could be used for cleaning, and there was a huge pile of decorations, looking dazzling. More importantly, there were 2 living maids dressed as servants, looking exactly the same, likely twins, but their bodies and facial muscles were very stiff, giving off a strong puppet vibe. One was sweeping the floor, while the other was sprinkling water. The 3 of them looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Although Lin Ye was a Dragon Country person, he was also confused by these complicated decorations, unable to name many of them. Such a big courtyard. The player from Turkey looked up and took a glance around, worriedly saying, "Can we really clean it all up in one day? We have to complete it even if we can't." Harris said seriously, they had no room to refuse the task given by an important NPC. "Let's walk around and see if we can find any clues." After saying that, Lin Ye stepped into the house, almost choking on the dust that filled the air. He really couldn't understand what kind of wicked interests the strange game had, always doing things purely irritating to people. Covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve, he began to examine the structure of the wedding room and was amazed to find that the space inside was as big as 4 players' rooms combined. Not to mention there was an even larger courtyard outside, with a cluster of artificial hills. It was simply a daydream for the 3 of them to want to clean everything in one day. Lin Ye glanced at the blood infant lazily lounging on his shoulder. Its expression implied that there was no strange existence around to threaten it, allowing him to explore with peace of mind. So he bent down and started rummaging through boxes. Soon he discovered a shiny gold ingot in a jewelry box. The existence of the gold ingot was too eye-catching. Everything around was old and covered in dust, while it sparkled brightly, as if just placed there. Lin Ye instinctively felt it must be useful. Just as he took a bite, Harris's voice came from outside. "Come quickly, I found something." Lin Ye hurriedly walked out to see Harris and the Turkish player standing behind the 2 maids, where they had a long opening similar to a piggy bank on their backs. "What does this mean? Are we supposed to bribe them?" Lin Ye pondered as he took out the gold ingot and found it was just the right size to fit in. He inserted the gold ingot into the maid who was sweeping the floor, and she seemed to be activated, her speed increasing to the point of leaving after images. In just a few minutes, she swept the entire yard clean. The 3 of them? It really is a paid sweeping robot. It seems our task today is to find enough gold ingots. After confirming the goal, the 3 immediately sprang into action, not daring to waste a single second. Lin Ye, as usual, went to the bridal chamber, and this time he found a gold ingot under the bed, but he did not find a third one. Realizing there were no other gold ingots here, he stepped out of the bridal chamber, casually stuffing the second gold ingot into the back of the watering maid. Then he headed to the artificial hill in the center of the courtyard. There was a decent-sized pool, the water surface dark, with only a few scattered lotus leaves, yet not a sound of flowing water could be heard. It's stagnant water. Lin Ye crouched by the edge of the pool. The overpowering stench made him roll his eyes, and he had no choice but to toss the blood infant into the water. Xiaoping and Xiaoan, oh? No, it's too smelly. I'm going a bit farther away. You guys look for those kinds of coins under the water. Xiaoping and Xiaoan. Why again is it him? Is it human? Is it human? Though reluctant in their hearts, it obediently submerged under the water, and after a short while, it emerged and walked toward the shore, seeming to carry something in its hand. The more Lin Ye looked, the stranger it seemed. What the blood infant had in its hand looked like a person. Only when it got close to the shore did he see clearly what the blood infant held, and it truly was a corpse. At the instant of seeing the corpse, Lin Ye stumbled back with 3 steps for every 2 he took. Official robe, green skin, long armor, tusks. It looked exactly like the zombies from the dramas. Good heavens. Xiaoping! What are you doing? He shouted and climbed up a nearby tree. Throw it back, quickly throw it back. Xiaoan hesitated, pointing with his fingers. He had just urged Xiaoping to do the same, but he didn't listen, and he felt helpless. After all, brothers have been unable to beat their older siblings since ancient times. Xiaoping paused for a moment but then sat by the shore, opened his mouth, and bit down on the corpse's hand. Lin Ye! You big glutton! He dares to eat a zombie! Playing with the bite, it felt like biting into a stone, hard as a rock, and completely unyielding. Ha! Xiaoping, confused, shrank his neck, hesitated for 2 seconds, and continued to bite onto the corpse's arm without letting go. Lin Ye's forehead was pounding, forced to remain on high alert in the tree for a long time, while the corpse on the ground still showed no reaction. He hesitated to climb down the tree, observing the corpse from a few meters away. The more he looked, the more he was convinced this was indeed a zombie. What a predicament! How could there be a zombie at the bottom of stagnant water? No wonder this mission was so challenging. The bizarre game seemed determined to stuff all elements of Chinese horror into it. How could the difficulty not be high? Xiaoping, do you even know what this thing is that you are eating? Lin Ye stamped his foot in anger. Xiaoping raised his little head in confusion, wondering why he couldn't eat it. If it's a human corpse, then it can be eaten. Lin Ye was truly speechless. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking hidden side quest, Mysterious Corpse. Tip: players are encouraged to explore. Perhaps there are unimaginable entities beneath the water. Task reward: something feared by celestial masters. Unexpectedly triggered a hidden quest. And the reward is something that celestial masters fear. Isn't this sending him items on purpose? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow in surprise, his attitude doing a complete 180. Xiaoping, you did great this time. Xiaoping, happy from the praise, grinned widely, his mouth stretching to an exaggerated angle, then lowered his head to bite the corpse's shoulder again. Lin Ye. Forget it, as long as the child is happy. He turned his gaze to Xiaoan, who was showing disdain for the corpse. Is there anything else under the water besides this corpse? There are many, many corpses. They. Xiaoan struggled to find appropriate adjectives from his already limited vocabulary, like this. Xiaoan's hands waved erratically. Lin Ye watched for a long time without understanding what it was, deciding to go down and look himself. He patted Xiaoping's head, signaling him to stop eating. Take me to the place where you found the corpse to have a look. Only then did Xiaoping reluctantly release the corpse on the ground. The body swelled and grew larger, the eye on the chest splitting open into a dark gap. Lin Ye resigned himself and crawled into the gap, not forgetting to bring up the corpse from the shore for the safety of Harris and the others before entering the water. As soon as he submerged, all kinds of foul smells rushed into his nose uncontrollably. It felt like his body had soaked in something for too long, with various liquids mixing together, and a layer of fatty corpse water floating on top. The stench was unimaginable, and the visibility was pitifully low. Lin Ye could feel that they were continuing to sink, the depth even exceeding 20 meters. What kind of lake can be dug to such a depth of 20 meters? What exactly is down there? Chapter 046, this zombie is quite over the top. Finally, the blood baby stopped moving. It was pitch black and misty all around, and Lin Ye couldn't see anything. Can't we get a bit closer? Xiaoping said nothing, but Xiaoan's small, thin body crawled to the edge of the gap, a pair of bluish-purple small hands covering Lin Ye's eyes. Instantly, his vision pierced through the entire water layer like an X-ray laser, revealing the scene at the bottom of the lake. At the bottom, a murky pit appeared, adorned with eerie patterns. The lines on it resembled tree branches extending in 5 directions, densely packed with bodies kneeling in the same direction. At the center of their worship was the only body standing upright in the scene. The other kneeling bodies all had bluish-purple skin, while his corpse energy and body were deep green, almost blending into the dark water at the bottom of the lake. From a distance, Lin Ye could sense the powerful oppressive force from him, causing his breathing to involuntarily quicken. As the live broadcast switched perspectives, everyone was equally amazed. So many zombies, roughly estimated to be over 100 at the bottom of the lake, but are they worshipping something? What do these eerie patterns mean? Can any expert shed some light? 5 elements corpse-raising formation works excellently in the water where the yang energy is cut off and the yin energy is pervasive. Luckily, all these nearby are undeveloped zombies, evolving to the lowest grade purple zombie. I know this topic, the one in the middle is a green zombie. What nonsense, green zombie? If you look carefully, those floating bodies have more than just corpse energy, they also have long hair. This is a half-evolved hair zombie, with bronze skin and iron bones, unafraid of fire and sunlight, as powerful as a ghost bride. Holy crap, how can there be so many taboo creatures in one instance? Let's not say anything anymore, let's run, it'll be too late when the hair zombie wakes up. Congratulations to Brother Yi for casually uncovering a hidden version, gather your things and run. What purple zombie, green zombie, hair zombie, Lin Ye only knew there were such creatures as zombies, such detailed classifications he had rarely encountered. This also led to him being like an illiterate in the instance, charging around without understanding anything. For example, right now, he patted Xiaoan's head. Let's go take a look, that zombie in the middle seems off, it looks like it has some kind of water plants behind it. Xiaoping and Xiaoan's eyes widened in disbelief, tilting their heads. Are you serious? Just now, the corpse they dragged was one they sneaked away from the outer layer. What difference is there between that one and the zombie king in the middle? They didn't dare provoke it, and this human is coming up to provoke the zombie king? No wonder the adults chose this human, even the zombie king is not taken seriously. After a moment of confusion, Xiaoping and Xiaoan did indeed lead Lin Ye to continue descending, but they only dared to stay on the outer ring, refusing to go deeper at all. Lin Ye had no choice but to carefully observe the bodies on the outskirts, and surprisingly, he began to see some clues. The clothes and ornaments on these hundreds of corpses. In the Song dynasty and the Ming dynasty, the time spans almost several hundred years. In other words, these corpses at the bottom of the lake have been brought together by generations of one family. What does the Li family want to do? What's the use of raising so many zombies when they can't even be traded for money? Lin Ye was completely puzzled, and the side quest was a mysterious corpse. Could it be that he was meant to find out the identity of the corpse? He had no clues for the side quest for now, but he didn't want to give up easily. He needed something that could frighten the celestial master to intimidate him. Otherwise, on the last day's wedding, it would be hard for him to snatch the groom from the celestial master. Just as he was at a loss, he inadvertently caught sight of a pair of eerie green pupils staring directly at him. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. He saw that the zombie in the center of the formation had opened its eyes at some point, staring motionlessly at him and the blood infant. It seemed to be observing their movements. Clearly, the blood infant noticed the zombie opening its eyes long before he did. Its massive body stood still like a mountain. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully awakening the Zombie King. Zombie King, currently going through a critical moment of evolving from a green zombie to a hairy zombie. It hates being disturbed and holds grudges. If you accidentally catch its attention, congratulations, you have successfully established an immortal rivalry with it. Lin Ye. Is this something worth celebrating? Congratulations, my foot. Hairy zombie description, covered in hair, tough as iron, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the body. In the early stages, it is not afraid of fire or sunlight. Tip: the player cannot inflict damage on the Zombie King in any way, perhaps a puppet can help you. Lin Ye. What do I do now? Lin Ye cursed inwardly, but on the surface, he still dared not make any sudden moves. Time seemed to freeze, neither side took further action, and the atmosphere fell into a strange calm. At this moment, Lin Ye didn't know if he was tense, but the audience from Long Country in the livestream were all on edge, fearing that the hairy zombie would go on a killing spree. After a long standoff, faint voices calling Lin Ye came from the shore above. Perhaps it was because he had been missing too long, and Harris and the other person were worried that he might have encountered danger. They couldn't help but search for him. It was these voices that stirred the hairy zombie. Its long hair moved like a water snake, filled with momentum, slicing through the water directly toward Lin Ye's face. Run! Before Lin Ye finished his sentence, the blood infant had already darted out like a fish. Clearly, in terms of fleeing for their lives, they had more experience than Lin Ye. The Zombie King was indeed powerful, but it was still a notch below catching them. In just a moment, the blood infant led Lin Ye swiftly out of the water, speeding up the shore. Harris and the player from Turkey, who had been anxiously searching on the fake mountain, were drawn by the sound of splashing water. When they saw Lin Ye and the blood infant, they bared their teeth in surprise. He's willing to dive into such dirty water, he must be quite a character. Just as the two were about to greet him, they heard Lin Ye shout at the top of his lungs, "Run! Get away from the pool!" Before they could react, a larger splash erupted behind Lin Ye, accompanied by a piercing sound as several long green hairs, filled with murderous intent, rushed toward the group on the shore. There was no need for Lin Ye to say much, their bodies had already developed a muscle memory in response to danger, turning around and fleeing without a second thought. Fortunately, the hairy zombie could only act within the pool's edge. Once they ran out of the fake mountain area, they were basically safe. Realizing this, the three of them came to a stop, albeit a bit late. The blood infant spat Lin Ye out from its body, curling up and diving back into his clothes. Zombie King, scared. With the crisis averted, Lin Ye laughed as he patted Xiaoping's head. Scared? You were just munching on it so fiercely? Xiaoping shrank back a bit more into him, scared. Who would have thought that stealing a bite from a zombie would attract the attention of the Zombie King? What a stingy Zombie King, what's wrong with so many clansmen eating one? If I had known, I wouldn't have been so greedy. Chapter 047, Seeking Help from the Puppet. Brother Yi, how can you still laugh? You almost scared me to death just now. That hair was just a little bit away from piercing the ghost baby's head. Just because your name is Lin Ye, doesn't mean you should go looking for strange places to hunt everywhere. Promise us you won't do this next time, okay? The two groups next door are honestly searching for gold, and they have already made good progress, yet Brother Yi is still obsessed with adventure. Don't you think exchanging for gold is too easy? Especially that coin in the butler's hand, he just gives it when asked? Let's set all that aside for now. Can someone explain why the ghost baby is still holding onto that zombie? Inside the instance. Lin Ye's smile froze on his face as he stared at the zombie on the ground, lost in thought. You just didn't throw it away? The blood baby poked its head out from Lin Ye's collar and swallowed hard. Food. He just couldn't give up food. Lin Ye. Eat, 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 that's all you know. Lin Ye. Harris spoke, still shaken. What was that thing just now? And this? A player from Turkey pointed at the corpse on the ground, not daring to come any closer. What is this? Why does it look so strange? Forgive their ignorance, at the moment the Ghost Bride instance appeared, they only brushed up on knowledge about Ghost Brides. Zombies, especially hairy zombies, were completely outside their understanding. This on the ground is a regular zombie. Saying that, Lin Ye pointed toward the lake. That hairy one in the water is called a hairy zombie. Lin Ye briefly explained the difference between these two types of zombies to the two of them. It was probably like the difference between an ordinary person and a cultivator. Once they finished listening, their faces turned pale instantly. How could there be such things here? It's the fourth day of the instance, and such things have already appeared. What more terrifying things would show up in the remaining 3 days? Could they really survive for 7 days? Lin Ye felt a bit guilty and averted his gaze. Normally, zombies wouldn't appear. But he chuckled and didn't waste any more time. I'll go out for a bit, you guys take care of things here. Saying this, he bent down to lift the corpse off the ground and took big strides toward the exit. Harris and the others didn't say anything. Big shots usually prefer to act alone, so they understood. They focused on finding gold, taking care of the big shot's worries. Lin Ye carried the corpse to the puppet theater's entrance, making the blood baby want to die. It protested, twisting on his shoulder. "Why, are we here again? You don't understand." Lin Ye gave it a mysterious expression and, taking advantage of its confusion, quickly knocked on the door again. The blood baby's eyes widened. Not this trick again. Bullying a child, how shameless. Before it could react, Lin Ye had already tucked it into his clothes. "Don't say I'm not loyal, this time you can just play dead, I'll deal with the puppet." Blood baby. The door quickly opened from the inside, and the blood baby swallowed back all its complaints, silently hugging its small, pitiful self. The puppet with its inhuman woman's face appeared at the door, dark flames in its glassy eyes fixated on the corpse on Lin Ye's shoulder, burning ever more fiercely. Behind it, puppet strings fluttered chaotically. Compared to their last meeting, the resentment on it seemed to have intensified. This was the first time viewers in the livestream room saw a puppet, and they instantly filled the screen with amazed comments. With its appearance, just standing there motionless at midnight would scare half the people to death. The eerie nature unique to Chinese horror could all too easily spark the most terrifying fantasies deep in one's heart. It was no wonder this puppet show was the most brutal among several quests. "It's you again." Its voice still had that distinct singing tone, the puppet strings behind it moving even more frantically, threatening to pierce through Lin Ye's very lungs. "Don't move." Lin Ye threw the corpse in front of it, valuing his life as he retreated back to the street. "I'm here to deliver something to you." "Deliver me, a corpse?" The puppet slightly doubted this and lowered its gaze, while the puppet strings behind it tentatively pierced through the left chest of the corpse, bringing out its obviously decayed brown heart. "Lin Ye. Did it just poke through so easily?" To know, the blood baby couldn't even bite through the skin of the corpse. He silently retreated several more steps. "Where did you find this?" "At the bottom of the lake in the old mansion's backyard." Lin Ye spoke very quickly. "There are hundreds of such zombies down there, and even a hairy zombie." The puppet disdainfully threw the heart away, and the puppet strings behind it pierced through the limbs of the corpse, controlling it to stand up like a marionette. "Take me to see." Under the puppet's control, the corpse picked it up, and with a malicious gaze, stared closely at Lin Ye. "If you dare to deceive me." "Absolutely not. I'll take you there right now." Lin Ye turned around and quickly walked towards the old mansion, the corpse carrying the puppet closely behind. The puppet gazed at the thick sinister aura over the old mansion. The reason it was willing to meet Lin Ye was that it sensed a calling. Somewhere in the old mansion, something was calling it. The closer it got to the old mansion, the stronger this feeling became. It was eager to meet the person who summoned it. Could it be the one it had been looking for all along? At the entrance of the old mansion, a red figure stood silently in place. The powerful resentment emanating from her made the puppet instinctively halt in its steps. Every strong and strange entity has its own territory. Rashly entering another entity's territory is akin to signing a death warrant. Two sides, to the death. Through the red veil, their gazes met, and intense killing intent rose in the air. The blood baby shivered in Lin Ye's arms, terrified by the two powerful entities fighting. It could really scare them little minions to death. It kept tugging at Lin Ye's clothing, hoping he could quickly distance himself from this trouble-prone place. "Wife." An inappropriate voice rang out between the two powerful entities, and Lin Ye smiled broadly. "How did you end up here?" Ah. The anxious blood baby kept pounding on his chest, thinking he must be crazy. How could he dare to involve himself in a fight of this level? Is he trying to lose his life? The ghost bride tilted her head slightly, retracting her killing aura. "Husband, come to me." Lin Ye hurriedly stepped forward, took her hand, and his voice unconsciously tinged with longing. "I never could see you at this time before." "I was dealing with something." She ambiguously offered an explanation. Lin Ye didn't press further, leaning in to whisper in her ear, while the ghost bride's aura gradually softened. The puppet tilted its head. It was not difficult to see the surprise etched on its face. How could the ghost bride be so close to a human? Is this development correct? Chapter 048, When Gods Fight, Mortals Suffer. The tense atmosphere disappeared without a trace due to Lin Ye's intervention. The ghost bride sensed the puppet's gaze on Lin Ye and coldly spat out a single word: "Scram." The puppet moved its stiff joints and lowered its posture. "I just want to go in to confirm one thing. Consider it a favor to you." The ghost bride snorted disdainfully, coldly rebuking. "You think I would believe your..." Before she could finish her sentence, her sleeve was gently tugged. "Honey." Lin Ye interrupted her words. "I called it here. There are zombies in the lake at the backyard. It's here to help me catch them." The ghost bride fell silent for a moment. Husband truly intends to deal with that zombie king? Lin Ye felt bitter inside. It wasn't that he wanted to take action against the zombie king, but this was a hidden task. Who would have thought that he would accidentally trigger an unending confrontation with the Zombie King? This luck was truly unmatched. Now that it had come to this, there is no retreat anymore. Lin Ye nodded solemnly, so I need the puppet's help. Only then did the puppet realize that this human was actually pleading for it. The Ghost Bride is extremely ruthless, wandering in the town for years, and no one dares to provoke her. How could one human possibly plead? Instinctively, the puppet still regarded Lin Ye as the Ghost Bride's prey, so upon realizing this, its first reaction was to feel it was overestimating itself. It was ready to take action, and at a critical moment, it could save this human. He was still useful and must not die at the Ghost Bride's hands now. I can't force my way into the forbidden area in the backyard. Be careful, my husband. The Ghost Bride no longer opposed, but instead took a jade bracelet from her wrist and put it on his hand, gently patting the back of his hand. As if saying, my husband, just do what you want, I will take care of everything. Lin Ye was so moved, thinking to himself that this thigh to hold onto was really nice. After the Ghost Bride left, he lovingly touched the jade bracelet on his hand and waved at the puppet, let's go. Unbeknownst to him, the puppet was already petrified in place. The Ghost Bride, when did she become so easy to talk to? It even doubted whether the Ghost Bride was deliberately luring it in to suddenly attack. So, it stood still, its expression conflicted and spectacularly intricate. Still, Lin Ye impatiently turned his head and shouted at it, what are you dawdling for? Come in. Puppet. It really looked more and more like a scam. Forget it, at worst, I'll kill this human before the Ghost Bride makes her move. Anyway, I need to take him along to bear the blame. With this thought, the puppet controlled the body carrying it and carefully stepped onto the ancient house's stairs. Its expression was highly tense, fearing the Ghost Bride might leave some hidden tricks, but after entering the ancient house, she never made a move. Instead, Lin Ye kept impatiently urging it, what are you looking around for? Can you walk a bit faster? The blood baby curled up in his arms was giving him a thumbs up for the nth time. This human dared to speak to Lord Puppet like that, he was the first. This level of courage, no need to say more. Puppet. How could this be possible? The Ghost Bride could not really let it in? It didn't believe it. It remained cautious, paying attention to the surroundings until it entered the backyard. Indeed, nothing happened. The puppet's eyes turned, gazing at the jade bracelet on Lin Ye's wrist. It could easily influence the Ghost Bride and obtain her personal belongings. This human seemed not only to be the Ghost Bride's prey but also a more precious existence it could not comprehend. The puppet felt strange, but now was not the time to ponder this. After all, the Deadwater Lake was ahead. The person is at the bottom of the lake. Lin Ye looked at the calm water surface, not daring to get close, fearing that the long-haired monster was lying in ambush in a place he couldn't see. The puppet stood in a high vantage point, its puppet strings controlling the body sinking into the water. Through the body's eyes, it easily found the strange formation at the bottom of the lake. The hairy zombie at the bottom was furious since Lin Ye interrupted it before and didn't catch anyone. Its hair flailed around in the water, indiscriminately attacking the surrounding corpses. Suddenly, it felt a gaze filled with malice, openly landing on it. It searched around in confusion and finally locked eyes with the dead body. A ghostly fire danced in the dead body's eyes. Through those eyes, it seemed to see a person behind filled with malicious curses. That familiar scent. In the Zombie King's moment of thought, the puppet apparently recognized him, the killer responsible for its master's entire family dying without a burial place. It desperately sought a way to escape, to find him for revenge, and unexpectedly he was right under its nose. Seeing an enemy made one especially irritated. The puppet let out a howl, and the resentment of 1,000 years erupted in an instant. The silk thread behind it went crazily into the water with a fierce momentum, turning the corpses that had not fully evolved into zombies into its puppets, which attacked the Zombie King one after another under its control. Although the Zombie King had not completely transformed into a hairy zombie, his strength was already able to stand shoulder to shoulder with one, only lacking a final push. The two fought fiercely, and it was difficult to determine a victor for a time. The puppet was resolute in killing the Zombie King, even if it meant being shattered into pieces. The resentment and hatred accumulated in its heart made it impossible to remain rational. When it could not inflict further harm on the Zombie King, it leapt high, its body sinking to the lake's bottom. But it was not over. A puppet thread behind it had somehow wrapped around Lin Ye's waist, dragging him down to the lake bottom. The blood infant screamed and ran off faster than a rabbit. Looking around, neither the Ghost Bride, the puppet, nor the Zombie King was someone he could provoke. If he didn't run now, when would he? Lin Ye. No. What about him? Why didn't they take him with them when they ran away? The foul odor that could not be hidden by the deadwater surged over him, and in that moment, Lin Ye nearly felt like dying. You unreliable guy, blood infant. At a critical moment, a bracelet on his wrist unexpectedly emitted a faint red light, forming a protective shield to block the surging lake water. Still, the bride was reliable. Smack! A puppet thread struck the bracelet, and the faint red light dimmed a few degrees instantly. Hey! Lin Ye cursed angrily, "Are you crazy? I'm your ally. How could you turn against me? Are you out of your mind?" However, the puppet, which was dealing with the Zombie King, ignored him and threatened in a chilling tone. "Ghost Bride, if you don't help me kill the Zombie King, then I will drag this human down with me before I die." Lin Ye. This was the first time Lin Ye gained such a direct understanding of the peculiar and treacherous. This is simply a beast. A beast. Chapter 049, The Ghost Bride Goes on a Killing Spree. Lin Ye, furious, took out a soul-anchoring nail from his storage space, ready to stab fiercely at the puppet thread around his waist. In the next second, each of his limbs was hooked by a puppet thread, which suddenly tightened, threatening to rip his legs off. Lin Ye gasped in pain, continuously cursing inwardly. "Damn puppet, no sense of martial ethics. You're really ridiculous." Ah! An earth-shattering roar echoed above the lake, as the Ghost Bride forcibly tore through the restrictions, her powerful resentment spilling out, disturbing the still water. A blood-red figure descended from the sky, her long hair dancing wildly in the resentment, her wedding dress billowing under the powerful aura, making a rustling sound. She floated above the lake, her eyes burning with a terrifying blood-colored light. "Dare to touch my husband." The Ghost Bride's voice was chilling to the bone, each word laced with a terrifying killing intent, "Seek death." The blood infant trembled and buried its weak body into the earth. It did not understand why it found itself here, witnessing a scene that could only be described as divine beings fighting. It really had no life to join this commotion. The Ghost Bride waved her hand, and the resentment instantly tore through the lake's surface, exposing the lake's bottom, dozens of meters deep, to the air. The Zombie King was tearing apart the last puppet body, the puppet's silk thread deeply embedded in his body, but it could not inflict a fatal blow on him. She pressed her palm down, and countless red silk like a blood dragon swooped down, first wrapping around the puppet thread entangling Lin Ye. Those incredibly tough threads melted away like ice and snow upon contact with the red silk. Lin Ye immediately felt the restraints on his limbs loosen, and his whole being was lifted towards the shore by a gentle force. "Husband, wait a moment." The Ghost Bride's voice was still cold, but there was a trace of barely noticeable tenderness when facing Lin Ye. The next moment, she turned to face the two enemies at the lake's bottom. The tenderness in her eyes instantly transformed into a tremendous killing intent. Even through the red veil, the puppet and the Zombie King simultaneously shivered. The Zombie King let out a furious roar first, his body hair rising like countless steel needles shooting into the sky. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out thick black corpse gas, corroding the lake water with a sizzling sound. The Ghost Bride did not dodge or evade, and the red silk wove into an impenetrable net in front of her, easily blocking all attacks. The corpse gas crashed into the red silk, dissipating rapidly as if it had met its nemesis. "The 100-year Corpse King is weak and vulnerable." The Ghost Bride sneered, her body gathering resentment into a more terrifying blood mist, in which something even more horrifying was roaring to devour everything in front of it. The Zombie King seemed to sense the fatal threat, suddenly stomping on the giant stone at the lake bottom, his form swelling by a third. With claws that brought a tearing momentum, he pounced at the Ghost Bride, causing the lake water to churn back, an intimidating force. At that moment, the puppet suddenly erupted into action, countless puppet strings attacking the Zombie King's back from every tricky angle, clearly trying to ambush him while he was unprepared. Faced with the bizarre, powerful assault from both sides, the Zombie King was utterly powerless. Countless threads pierced through his copper wall-like body, pinning him in midair. The Ghost Bride's eyes turned blood red, raising her hand and grabbing forward. 5 blood scars appeared out of thin air, ripping through space like sharp claws and leaving a deep, visible wound on the Zombie King's chest. The Zombie King let out a painful roar, black blood gushing from the wound, but soon began to heal at an observable speed. The Ghost Bride's assault did not stop. The red silk coiled around his neck like a venomous snake. The Zombie King struggled wildly, clawing backwards, but only tore apart a few strands of red silk, while more red silk wrapped around him tightly. The puppet strings, not to be outdone, pierced into his body even more frantically, wanting to cut him into countless tiny corpse pieces. "Since you both want me dead, then come with me to the grave." The Zombie King roared, his eyes turning pure black, and the corpse gas around him surged wildly. He finally broke free from the bindings. The entire lake bottom began to tremble violently, numerous bones crawling out from the sludge, forming a terrifying army of corpses at the Zombie King's command. Lin Ye stared blankly at the scene before him. "How many people must die? Overestimating yourselves." The Ghost Bride regarded the army of corpses with disdain. One hand had already penetrated the thick corpse gas protecting the Zombie King, accurately grasping his throat and slamming his massive body to the ground. Roar! The Zombie King struggled frantically. The Ghost Bride knelt on his chest, raising her other hand high. Boundless resentment gathered and compressed in her palm, ultimately transforming into an incredibly solid dagger that flickered with ominous bloodlight. Without a shred of hesitation, her arm turned into a phantom, and the blood dagger precisely plunged into the Zombie King's third eye. All of the Zombie King's movements instantly froze, his body convulsing violently, emitting a hiss sound as air escaped his mouth. The source of his corpse core within began to crack under the chilling resentment's impact. The ghost bride expressionlessly twisted the dagger. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded from within the zombie king's body. The violet light in his eyes extinguished completely, his body quickly turning gray and withered, ultimately transforming into a pool of murky black water, devoid of life. The terrifying zombie king was thus annihilated, both body and spirit. The ghost bride slowly stood up, her wedding gown still as bright red as blood, untouched by dust. She did not glance at the puddle of black water, her gaze swept towards the exhausted puppet, and then her flowing black hair shot towards the puppet like a sharp blade. Wherever it passed, those armies of corpses were smashed into heaps of broken bones. Those horrifyingly numerous armies of corpses were so easily shattered in her hand. The puppet hurriedly manipulated all the strings to defend, only to be horrified to find that those strands of hair could easily cut through its strongest strings. Puff! Countless strands of hair pierced through the puppet's body, nailing it firmly in place. The ghost bride stretched out her hand, and the puppet's body began to shatter piece by piece. I spare your pitiful life because you are useful to my husband. She coldly warned, dare to hurt my husband again, and I will make you wish you were dead. The puppet, stiff and motionless, found itself unable to muster a single thought of resistance under the overwhelming pressure of the ghost bride's powerful aura. The ominous aura emanating from the blood mist behind her sent chills down its spine. Inside it seemed to exist a terror it could not even begin to imagine. Who could have imagined that in just 100 years, the ghost bride could grow to such a terrifying strength? In this world, perhaps no eerie presence could match her anymore. I don't dare. Seeing it obey, the ghost bride withdrew her hair, the blood-red hue and coldness in her eyes fading as she walked straight toward Lin Ye. I have come late, my husband was scared, she softly said, different from the terrifying figure she was just moments ago. Lin Ye shook his head, looking at her with concern. I am fine, how about you? Are you hurt? Let me see. He took a couple of steps forward to grasp her hand, but the ghost bride stepped back to avoid him. Underneath her sleeves, her hands were trembling slightly, and beneath the red veil, her face looked particularly pale. I am fine, the restrictions in the back courtyard are recovering, I cannot stay for long, my husband needs to be more careful with what he does next. After cautioning him, her figure involuntarily staggered, and to prevent Lin Ye from worrying, she disappeared right there. Lin Ye's heart was filled with mixed emotions, unsure how to describe his current feelings. Amidst more worry, an unavoidable hint of joy? Chapter 050, asking the senior to save my benefactor. Censor it. Censor it. Next time, make sure to censor this scene. I finally understand why the ghost baby is so afraid of the ghost bride. In front of her, ghost baby fighting looks like child's play. I feel like my mind and body have both taken 1,000 hits. Who understands, family? She seconds the Mao Jiang. That is Mao Jiang. She actually got him in seconds. Oh, red-clothed ghost, I bow to you. Ye Ge, at this time, can you not be so pleased? With the ghost bride being so powerful, you should be worried about your own head on the 7th day. He can't really take the ghost bride as his wife, can he? No way? Hard to say. So fierce. Inside the instance. As the ghost bride vanished, the lake water began to flow back, burying a ground full of corpses. The surroundings returned to their previous state, as if that fierce battle was just an illusion. Lin Ye dazed for a long time before finally digging out the bloody baby from below. You are even more timid than an ostrich. Saying this, Lin Ye couldn't help but reach out to rub the little Ping's face, venting the resentment that had built up from being abandoned earlier. Little Ping looked wronged, and Little Lin shrank beside her, afraid to speak. It wasn't that they were timid. Clearly, if they had dodged a little slower during that earlier scene, they would have been swallowed by the powerful wave of resentment. Little Ping and Little Lin sighed together, turning around and preparing to run. They didn't want to follow Lin Ye anymore, it was too scary, too scary. Carrot? Lin Ye was quick and caught the bloody baby, pulling it into his arms. Where are you going? The bloody baby struggled. Let go, let go, let go, let go. Lin Ye shook the jade bracelet on his wrist. If you don't behave, I'm going to use this to hit you, do you believe it? The bloody baby stopped struggling, climbed up onto his shoulder, and started to feign death. Lin Ye smiled, deciding not to trouble this little guy anymore, turning his gaze toward the lake surface, wondering if the puppet had made it up after the water had rushed back. He rummaged for gold coins in the rockery while keeping an eye on the lake's movements. Before long, the still lake surface finally made sounds of flowing water. Lin Ye immediately stood up straight and saw the puppet finally float to the surface, its back carrying a complete skeleton dressed in clothes. Upon closer inspection, one could find the clothing on the skeleton covered in messy threads and stitches. It seemed to be stitched together by puppet strings. The two looked at each other, and Lin Ye immediately started cursing it out loud. The puppet's face turned pale, but it did not dare to retaliate. After Lin Ye finished cursing, it silently carried the corpse on its back and walked out. Lin Ye followed it outside, catching a glimpse of the blood baby on its shoulder, giving him 4 thumbs up. He grinned widely, feeling embarrassed. He couldn't return kindness with kindness. If he could defeat the puppet, it wouldn't have been just a simple cursing. Lin Ye continued to follow the puppet to the paper craftsman's door, and before he could ask anything, the puppet laid the corpse across the entrance and then plopped down to its knees with a thud. I beg. Senior, please help save my benefactor. The paper craftsman was quite skilled, even the puppet came to him for help. Lin Ye watched the puppet bowing repeatedly, wondering, should he do one as well? Just as he was about to bend his knee, he was unexpectedly supported steadily by a paper person that appeared from nowhere. Young man. The paper craftsman, stroking his white beard, slowly appeared at the door. I can't afford such a bow. Just moments ago, the Ghost Bride had nearly disturbed this place, her people. He truly could not handle that bow. Lin Ye detected the teasing tone in his words, feeling embarrassed and scratching his head, straightening up his body. Only then did the paper craftsman turn his gaze towards the puppet. His spirit has been extinguished and cannot be saved. I beg. The puppet was deaf to this, its joints cracking with each movement, repeating only, Senior, please save my benefactor. I am willing to give everything as a reward. Little puppet, your fate has come to an end, why do you insist? The paper craftsman sighed deeply, facing another peculiar puppet with noticeably more kindness. The puppet lowered its body, its head deeply bowing into the dust. The heavens are unjust, good and evil are wrongly assigned. Someone has disturbed the yin and yang, forcefully taking the 3 souls and 7 spirits, turning my benefactor into a being that is neither alive nor dead. The puppet cried out with sorrow, my benefactor was destined for great wealth and honor, all I seek is for my benefactor's soul to return to the heavens, achieving a complete life. Foolish child. The paper craftsman shook his head, his body has become a puppet, his soul long scattered, how can you ask for completeness from the void? Please show mercy, Senior. The puppet's joints creaked like dry branches in despair. The paper craftsman, with bright, penetrating eyes, gazed deeply at the puppet, then fell silent. Stillness quickly spread through the air. Only Lin Ye felt confused, not understanding what riddle they were playing at, almost unable to help but interrupt them several times. Can the riddle man just get out of this instance? Fine. Ultimately, it was the paper craftsman who first gave in. Come with me. Thank you, Senior. The puppet was overjoyed, immediately carrying the remains as it stepped over the threshold, while Lin Ye followed closely behind, bringing the blood baby with him. What Lin Ye didn't know was that just as he stepped over the threshold, the live broadcast screen went black again. What is it that we cannot hear? Who are they protecting from this horror game? Things that need censoring aren't censored, while things that shouldn't be blacked out are. Is this a performance or not? Are they afraid I'll learn the art of resurrection? In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's high-level officials. We've checked, this black screen is not due to some internal force in the instance, but a disconnection by the game system itself. The group of elite officials fell silent for a moment. Someone suggested, could it be that they are about to speak the key to clearing the game, which is why the game system blocked us? This speculation gained unanimous agreement, and at this point, they could only think positively. As for Lin Ye's safety, after witnessing the Ghost Bride's strength, they were more assured than ever. Within the instance, the paper craftsman led the two to a cellar in the backyard, which similarly housed various paper figures. The only difference was that these paper figures looked rather familiar. The puppet quickly recognized, these are all the innocents who were dragged into death in the town. Good. The paper craftsman affirmed its words, then pointed to a corner, your master is also here. Upon hearing this, the puppet immediately walked up to a paper figure with a handsome and delicate face. Feeling a familiar wave of soul energy, a single crystal-clear tear fell from its glass-like eyes. Benefactor. There really was still a trace of soul lingering. Back then, I predicted that this small town was destined for this calamity. I was originally an outsider, a solitary light illuminating a cold wall, meant to stay quiet and not inquire about the matters of life and death. Yet these townsfolk, though unrelated to me by blood, treated me with warmth. Especially that little girl from the Zheng family, named Nianxi. She often brought intriguing little things to the shop. Sometimes it was half a piece of candy, sometimes it was wildflowers coated with morning dew. She would sit on the doorstep, saying childish words and laughing, even bringing some life back to my withered years. In the end, I could not help but feel a little pity. I went against the will of heaven, using paper as a medium, stealing a trace of their residual souls to embed in the paper puppets. I did not seek to extend my life, I only wished to give these people who should not perish a chance for survival. Chapter 051 My back is the entire humanity. If you want to save your benefactor, take this paper figure. After the 7th day wandering in this world, with heaven and earth so vast, you will surely find a sliver of opportunity to grant him completeness. After speaking, he looked at the countless silent paper shadows standing in the cellar, feeling a sense of relief at the thought of sending away this old friend. If it weren't for my greed for that secret technique back then, how could this situation have come to pass? Sigh. Thank you, Senior. The puppet bowed deeply once more. As long as there is still a glimmer of hope, it would never give up on its benefactor. It's too early for thanks now. The paper craftsman said calmly, the seventh day, life and death are still uncertain. The Celestial Master and the Ghost Bride. In the end, it was a gamble that no one could predict. After the paper craftsman spoke, his gaze involuntarily searched for Lin Ye's figure, only to see him standing in front of a paper figure with a vague appearance, lost in thought. Old man, why can't I see the face of this paper figure clearly? The Ghost Bride is powerful. The paper figures I made can hardly depict her features more clearly. Lin Ye reached out, lightly touching the paper figure's blurred face. Is there a trace of her soul here too? The paper craftsman walked beside him, looking at the paper figure, his tone unconsciously softening. This child, Nianxi, bears the most burden. If on the seventh day she fails against the Celestial Master and dies at her hands, I have no regrets. Nianxi? Lin Ye's heart stirred. Jiang Nianxi. So her name is Jiang Nianxi. Jiang Nianxi. A very beautiful name. Lin Ye turned to the paper craftsman, his gaze earnest. Could you please be a bit more specific? You have been speaking in riddles, I truly cannot understand. Lin Ye originally thought the other party would continue to avoid the topic, but unexpectedly, this time, the paper craftsman actually revealed openly. The zombie king that the Ghost Bride just killed is the transformed body of the Celestial Master. He has been pursuing the path of immortality, harming the people in the town by all kinds of cruel methods to help him cultivate his soul. His dead body is buried at the bottom of the lake, assisting him in the cultivation of his corpse. The reason he was suppressed in the butcher shop was for self-preservation, otherwise, his soul would have been torn to shreds by the countless souls of the dead in this town. Congratulations, player, you have completed the hidden side quest and received a hidden reward, a box of seemingly ordinary matches. A box of seemingly ordinary matches. Perhaps these matches cannot harm anyone, but they are the most dreaded existence for the Celestial Master. At the moment the prompt ended, a box of matches quietly appeared in his storage space. This was the first time the reward did not require him to acquire it actively. Perhaps you outsiders think the Ghost Bride is very brutal? The paper craftsman looked into his eyes, suddenly asking. Lin Ye snapped back to attention from the task prompt, honestly nodding. A single round can wipe out more than 200 people, and with over 30 teams, isn't that brutal? The Ghost Bride is about to become a nightmare for the entire Blue Star. The paper craftsman smiled gently. Think carefully, is she really as ruthless as you imagine? Lin Ye frowned, pondering this question carefully, and soon he understood the problem. According to the strange game's punishment mechanism, failed dungeons will manifest in the real world, but the Een Marriage Ancient House dungeon has failed 3 rounds without showing up in reality. Why is that? Have you figured it out? The paper craftsman observed the change in his expression and spoke softly. If someone can live to the 7th day, the Een marriage ceremony will inevitably take place. The reason no one has survived to the 7th day is that the Ghost Bride absolutely does not allow anyone to initiate the 7th day wedding ceremony and won't give the Celestial Master a chance to turn the tables. In this realm, it seems the Ghost Bride is trapped, but in reality, the one truly suppressed is that sinful Celestial Master. So that's how it is. Lin Ye understood in his heart. Just as he was about to nod, he suddenly reacted. If no one can survive to the 7th day, then what about us? You? Ha! The paper craftsman chuckled. I don't know what kind of sorcery you've put in Nianxi's head. She actually kept you here until now. Otherwise, with her methods, you should have already entered the 5th round of restart. He waved his hand and continued, take this paper figure. If you can find her a glimmer of hope, it would fulfill a wish of mine. Receiving his permission, Lin Ye did not hesitate to put the paper figure into his storage space, and as he looked at the 2 paper figures standing side by side in the space, he felt inexplicably at ease. Old gentleman. Lin Ye's eyes suddenly became resolute. I know what to do now. The wedding must be completed. This is the main quest of the dungeon, and it cannot be changed. Since the Celestial Master also aims for the Een marriage, then he will not let him succeed. The paper craftsman saw through his thoughts. Do you really think you can do something even the Ghost Bride cannot? All this time, the Ghost Bride has been trying to kill the Celestial Master. Even at her full strength, she hasn't been able to. Now that she's weakened after removing the Zombie King, she has even less chance against the Celestial Master. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow and smiled, his demeanor full of confidence. Perhaps the old gentleman does not know, behind me is all humanity. He did not finish his sentence. After bidding farewell to the 2, he hurriedly left the paper crafting shop. After successfully finding Harris and the players from Turkey, he turned seriously towards the void ahead. Fellow comrades, I need your help. The livestream exploded with excitement at his words. Brother Ye is talking to us. He is really talking to us. Brother Ye, just say it, we're your strongest support. Lin Ye paused for a moment to let the message sink in, then continued, I will enter the meat shop again shortly. I want to know the origin of the chains and runes on the Celestial Master, as well as how to break his barrier so that other strange beings can harm him. Please. He bowed deeply towards the void, and upon seeing this, Harris and the Turkish players also expressed their commitment to support Dragon Country fully. This was not just for their survival, but for the benefit of all humanity. Don't underestimate our Taoist heritage. After our last meeting, I've been going through materials and even brought out my master who has been in seclusion for years. Brother Ye, don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Upstairs, a real man. Our Buddhism is also researching the origins of those runes. And we. Scholars from various factions and folk experts responded in the barrage, fearing that the country wouldn't see their messages. In the livestream, Lin Ye had once again entered the meat shop, and the room of high-ranking officials in the Dragon Country was filled with anticipation, as everyone held their breath, hoping that the extraordinary people from the common folk could bring about a breakthrough. Chapter 052, Killing the Celestial Master. That night, the Ghost Bride did not appear, and Lin Ye tossed and turned, unable to sleep. That night, the entire Dragon Country was brightly lit, with both the knowledgeable and the ignorant searching through documents, eager to contribute to clearing the dungeon. As dawn approached, Lin Ye finally fell into a deep sleep. He was awakened again by the sound of fierce knocking on the door. When he opened it, he saw the excited expressions of Harris and the players from Turkey. "This is a reminder scroll sent by my country," Harris said excitedly as he shoved a piece of paper into Lin Ye's hand. Lin Ye focused and saw that it indeed contained the method to break the seal. The chains bind the soul with dark iron, and the rune is a reverse Een rebirth symbol. The core of the barrier is beneath it, a pure yang object can break it. Perhaps fearing the strange game would interfere, the note did not clearly state what the pure yang object was. So when Harris and the players from Turkey read the note, they were only partially informed and quickly brought it to Lin Ye, hoping he would know what it was. Lin Ye certainly knew what this pure yang object was, but it was somewhat hard to say. He pretended to cough a couple of times to cover his embarrassment. "Today, you all will complete the butler's task, and I will go meet the Celestial Master." "You alone?" Harris was shocked, to be honest. 3 days ago, he had obtained the hardest 7 items by himself. Now he was supposed to face the Celestial Master alone? Wasn't that a bit too brave? Lin Ye was taken aback, his brows instinctively knitting together. "Do you want to go too?" It wasn't impossible, but if he died, he shouldn't blame Lin Ye. No, Harris immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. Grateful for surviving behind the big shot, he was still in shock. Lin Ye's expression returned to normal, and he headed to the dining hall with the blood baby. During breakfast, he deliberately drank a few more bowls of porridge, only stopping when he suddenly felt the urge to urinate. After the paper butler issued the tasks and left, he immediately stood up and headed towards the pork shop. The butcher instinctively softened his legs and knelt down. I haven't done anything bad these past few days." He was truly scared of this young man, who had threatened him with a 7-star soul-digging array to take his heart. Why didn't he mention earlier that he had a deep relationship with the Ghost Bride? Yesterday, the Ghost Bride had killed the Zombie King, and all the strange beings in town sensed it. The Ghost Bride's powerful strength made all the strange beings fearful. If he had known earlier that Lin Ye was protected by the Ghost Bride, he wouldn't have dared to make a sound in front of him. Lin Ye cast a light glance at him. "Come in and help me." Okay. Good. The butcher quickly agreed and followed him into the back room of the pork shop. The Celestial Master was not in a G. If not knowing its true nature, one would almost be deceived by this hypocritical face. The butcher hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Lin Ye. Lin Ye scoffed, ruthlessly exposing, "Protecting peace? It is to ensure your continued survival, secretly recovering, and then squeezing out the last bit of value from all of us, right?" His eyes were sharp as knives, turning to the butcher. "Make your move." The butcher shivered, no longer daring to hesitate, using all his strength to slightly move the tianshur, revealing the pattern at the center of the formation on the stone bed. The tianshur raised his head, and the hypocrisy in his one eye finally couldn't hold up, settling into a deep, cold resentment. "Outsider. Acting without leave, fear the backlash of fate." Lin Ye completely ignored his curse, waved his hand to drive the butcher out of the inner room, then unfastened his pants. The purest, most yang object, none other than the urine of a boy. The tianshur finally couldn't maintain his hypocritical expression. Impudent. Such a humiliating action made his face redden a bit. He, a dignified tianshur, revered by thousands, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? The live-stream audience from Longwei yawned, yet laughed as if they might die. This is the tacit understanding of Longwa people, just mention a yang object and they get it immediately. Luckily it's Brother Ye chosen. If I went in, it would be of no use. Too bad it was blurred, otherwise, I also want to see it. Upstairs, go to the pigsty. Stop daydreaming about our Brother Ye. Inside the dungeon. Lin Ye was releasing the essence he had repressed all morning. The stone bed emitted a violent sound, rich black smoke suddenly billowed out, seemingly mixed with numerous twisted, suffering small faces. Boom! The runes on the wooden stone bed instantly faded and shattered, the invisible barrier completely collapsed. The temperature in the pork shop dropped sharply, the cold wind howled, and the Tiancher spat out a mouthful of essence blood, feeling so weak he could barely speak, yet his eyes were fixed firmly on Lin Ye. He wanted to kill him, kill him. Lin Ye knew that just breaking the barrier wouldn't kill the Tiancher. To truly kill him, he needed powerful and strange moves. He took out a human candle wax from the storage space and opened the matchbox, drawing out one of the only 3 matches. Facing the Tiancher's terrified gaze, Lin Ye revealed a playful smile. The Tiancher must know what I have in my hand. Without hesitation, he struck the match to ignite the human candle wax, and an extremely strange, indescribably sweet fragrance suddenly erupted. The Tiancher's pupils suddenly constricted to the extreme. For the first time a look of nearly breaking terror appeared on his face. No! Stop! Quickly stop! You can't! Lin Ye grinned and showed him an extremely annoying smile. Take care, no need to see you off. Before his words even fell, he had already turned and rushed out of the inner room of the pork shop at the fastest speed, sweeping past the dumbfounded butcher, not looking back as he ran wildly into the distance. Almost at the same time he stepped out of the pork shop. Creak, creak, creak. On both sides of the ancient town streets, all the tightly shut, decayed doors and windows were suddenly pushed open from the inside by an invisible force. The sounds of collisions echoed continuously, one after another. Figures slowly stepped out from those dark doorways and windows. The old woman, her daughter, puppets, Zhang Wang, and all the strange ones that had appeared before. Chapter 053, The Shadow Marriage. The Inevitable Fate. Their bodies twisted, faces unclear, only endless resentment and hatred intertwined and boiled in the air. All the pain, unwillingness, anger, and hatred accumulated over a century erupted completely under the strange scent of that human candle wax. They were the townspeople harmed to death by the Tiancher, wronged souls who had been imprisoned and unjustly killed for 100 years. At this moment, their gazes were all locked onto the direction of the pork shop, locking onto that culprit whose aura was rapidly weakening. It was unknown which wronged soul let out a blood-curdling scream first. In an instant, all hatred ignited. In the next moment, the entire ancient town seemed to come alive, devoured by a black, surging torrent of resentment. Countless strange figures, like a black tide breaking through a dam, surged out from every alley and every corner, frantically rushing towards the butcher shop. They howled and roared, so numerous that they nearly flooded the streets. The scene was grand and terrifying. Inside the butcher shop, the celestial master struggled to crawl to the door, and what he saw was this despairing scene. Thousands of vengeful souls he had created with his own hands were rushing towards him with overwhelming hatred. No. I am the celestial master. I am the chosen one. You cannot. His final scream was instantly drowned out. The black torrent crashed through the weak wooden door of the butcher shop, submerging the dim light within. Countless cold, empty hands grabbed him, tearing at his soul, devouring his last strength. The celestial master's screams lasted only an extremely brief moment, vanishing like a stone thrown into a raging sea. His soul was torn apart by the collective resentment accumulated for centuries. His spirit scattered, never to be reborn again. Lin Ye hid behind the ancient gate, the blood infant tightly clutching his hem, curiously and fearfully peering through the crack in the door at the terrifying scene of countless ghosts charging. Daddy! It exclaimed in shock, concerned for the butcher who hadn't managed to escape the butcher shop. Lin Ye exhaled gently, patting the blood infant's head in silent reassurance. The greatest hidden danger was finally eradicated. It should be over now, he murmured to himself. Harris and the players from Turkey gathered around Lin Ye after completing the tasks assigned by the steward. Upon hearing the good news that the celestial master had been eliminated, they couldn't help but cheer with joy. As long as they completed the wedding on the 7th day, they could leave this instance smoothly. Victory seemed to be right in front of them. Lin Ye looked at their excited faces, and a faint smile appeared on his brow. However, this ease and joy did not last long. The first to notice something was wrong was Lin Ye. The smile on his face gradually faded, and his brows subtly furrowed as he looked up again at the sky above the town. There, the dark clouds, which had thinned due to the celestial master's demise, had mysteriously gathered again, becoming thicker than before. Black resentment continuously spawned and rose like a living thing from every corner of the ancient town, merging into the swelling clouds above. The cloud cover pressed lower and lower, as if it were a massive, filthy shroud meant to completely wrap and bury the ancient town. A heavy, heart-pounding sense of oppression replaced the earlier brief silence after revenge. The situation seems a bit off, Lin Ye said in a deep voice, breaking the newly arisen light atmosphere. Harris and the players from Turkey instinctively looked up upon hearing this, their joyful expressions instantly freezing, gradually replaced by a hint of unease. Why are they still here? Harris's voice sounded a bit dry. But no one could answer this question. The night quietly came under this extreme oppression. When the last glimmer of light was swallowed, the ancient town fell into complete darkness. EW. A cry filled with endless pain and resentment instantly echoed throughout the entire ancient town. It was the Ghost Bride. As if it were a signal, countless vengeful souls in the sky above the ancient town let out a responding roar. At this moment, the room was no longer safe. The first to suffer were the players from the other two teams. The figure dressed in wedding clothes had quietly appeared outside the door without anyone noticing, the red veil moved without wind, and countless terrifying blood-red figures gathered around. Lin. Instant kill. The comments in the livestream went completely wild, fear and confusion flooded the screen. It's gone. 5 players have just vanished all at once. Wasn't the master gone? Why is the Ghost Bride still killing players? Could it be that Brother Ye's analysis was wrong, and what the master said was right? Shouldn't they work together to complete the ghost marriage ceremony to seal the Ghost Bride? I knew it. Those strange entities kept saying the Ghost Bride would start a massacre. The biggest threat is not the master, but the Ghost Bride. On the 5th night, a big cleanup will take place? This dungeon isn't leaving anyone alive. Brother Ye. Brother Ye, be careful. She's coming for you. Inside the dungeon. The Ghost Bride easily eliminated the other 2 teams of players and pushed open Lin Ye's door. Harrison, the player from Turkey, trembled, curled up behind Lin Ye, terrified to face such a horrifying Ghost Bride for the first time, completely shaken. What should we do? Why did the Ghost Bride suddenly go mad? Are we going to die? This dungeon isn't leaving us any escape, right? We can't survive in the Ghost Bride's hands. Lin Ye looked at the Ghost Bride at the door, his heart gripped tightly as if in an icy hand, sinking to the bottom. A huge confusion and chill swept over him. Why? He had clearly eliminated the master. Why was the Ghost Bride still killing players to stop the final wedding? He couldn't help but start to doubt himself. Did he misjudge the way to survive the dungeon from the very beginning? Was cooperating with the master the correct answer? The Ghost Bride raised her hand without actively attacking, and the jade bracelet on Lin Ye's wrist suddenly glowed red, enveloping him. The violent murderous aura around her faltered and became chaotic for a moment. Her raised wrist struggled weakly, eventually falling. Before Lin Ye could say anything, the Ghost Bride's figure flashed, suddenly soaring into the air, suspended beneath the thickest black cloud hovering above the ancient house. She did not leave, nor did she continue her slaughter. She simply stood quietly in midair, waiting for fate's final judgment. For Lin Ye, she gave up the massacre, choosing to begin the last day of the ghost marriage ceremony. Time passed second by second in this extremely strange, oppressive, and terrifying atmosphere. The 5th night's darkness felt unusually long. Lin Ye gazed at the red figure in the sky, his heart twisted while confusion peaked. What went wrong? Chapter 054, Twist After Twist. The next day. The dark clouds dissipated, all ghosts retreated, and the sky rarely cleared up. The whole ancient town was silent, with every household's door wide open, but no strange shadows were seen. The Ghost Bride had also vanished. Only the ancient house was bustling with activity. The ancient house that had been empty for the past 5 days was now filled with expressionless yet nimble maids and servants. They hung up red silk and posted darkly dreadful decorations, busily preparing for tonight's wedding banquet at midnight. The festive decorations combined with the house's eerie aura created a spooky and unsettling vibe. The 3 of them huddled in Lin Ye's room, trembling as they passed the night. Now, amidst the calmness, the 3 felt not relief, but a deeper chill rising from their hearts. The dungeon still had something sinister lurking. A blood baby peeked out from Lin Ye's shirt, excitedly turning to look at him. The wedding is really coming. How could a human easily change the century-long resolve of adults? How did he manage that? He still dared to hold the adult's hand. In the blood baby's eyes, Lin Ye's image was instantly elevated to an unshakable position. No wonder the adult wanted to keep him behind. The door quietly opened, and a few pale-faced, blushing paper-maid figures floated in, stiffly bowing and signaling the 3 to follow them. Harrison, the player from Turkey, flinched back in fear. But Lin Ye stopped them with a look. They had no choice but to muster their courage and were taken to the side room to be groomed and dressed. The process meticulous as if they were truly honored guests attending a banquet. But the pervasive silence and the empty stares of the maids only evoked images of livestock washed clean before slaughter. What do they want to do to us? The voice of the Turkey country player trembled. Dressed in a bright red uniform that made him look more like a sacrifice. The guests are not human. Harris mumbled, repeating the initial hint from the instance. And as he realized it, his face turned pale. No wonder all the weirdness in the old town referred to them as honored guests. So that means as guests, we will definitely die at the wedding. That's why they aren't in a rush to kill us. The instance truly was filled with deadly words. Fear wrapped around the heart like cold vines. Only Lin Ye, when the paper maid tried to change his clothes. His blood infant suddenly bared its teeth, letting out a threatening low growl. The thick resentment causing the paper maid to freeze, daring not to approach again. Lin Ye silently patted the little head of the blood infant, understanding that it was left behind by the Ghost Bride to protect him. With it here, he could explore the ancient mansion freely today. As long as he could find a way out before midnight tonight, there was still hope to clear the instance. Don't dawdle, we still have time. At Lin Ye's reminder, the two snapped back from their fear and boldly left the room surrounded by the paper maids, relying on the presence of the blood infant. Time passed in oppression, the sun slanting lower. The viewers in the livestream felt deep concern for the three who were darting around like headless flies. Time was running out. As midnight approached, the noise in the old mansion reached its peak. Countless blurred figures filled with greed began gathering in the courtyard. The whispers surged like a tidal wave, their eyes occasionally sweeping across the room where Lin Ye and the others were, filled with unabashed hunger. Amidst this clamor, a strange paper figure silently evaded all gazes, slipping into the deep hall of the back room like a ghost. Inside the morning hall, the candlelight flickered, the atmosphere eerie. The groom, lying quietly in the coffin, wore a strange smile as if certain of victory. The heavenly master had fallen, the ghost bride was forced to complete the ritual. He would be the final beneficiary. The paper butler approached the coffin, still slightly bowing, his voice flat and emotionless. "Young master, everything has been arranged." In the coffin, the groom's eerie smile widened, nearly reaching his ears, his stiff voice filled with uncontrollable pride and greed. "Very well. Once the ritual is complete, all the outsiders must die, even the ghost bride will have to submit to me. This century-long scheme, I have ultimately won." He seemed completely immersed in the ecstasy of his imminent rebirth. Not noticing the paper butler, who with bowed head, had a very subtle hint of mockery and greed flicker across his paper face. "Congratulations, young master, on achieving your wish." The paper butler maintained a humble posture, slowly stepping forward, but his paper hands quietly lifted, with faint light flickering at his fingertips. Then, his originally somewhat coarse paper hand suddenly became as black as ink, the edges sharp as real blades. In a flash, it swiftly stabbed towards the heart of the groom's corpse in the coffin. Put! With a muffled sound, the black paper hand easily pierced through the groom's luxurious clothes and shriveled flesh, accurately stabbing into the heart. Countless twisted black runes surged crazily into the groom's body from the paper hand. Only that pair of wide-open eyes was filled with ultimate shock and unwillingness. "Ha!" The paper butler let out a low, hoarse cold laugh. That voice was no longer a deliberate imitation but was filled with the old man's malice and pride. "Fool! In life, you were used and couldn't tell right from wrong, even in death, you still lack memory. It really is deserving of being my carefully chosen pawn." The groom stared at it with his eyes wide open. Although he did not understand why the butler had betrayed him, he refused to believe that he would lose. As long as that jade ring did not appear, he would not lose. The main character of the wedding must still be him. The smile at the corner of the paper butler's mouth became even more sarcastic, just as he prepared to continue mocking. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp and slow clapping sound abruptly rang out in the silent funeral hall, carrying a hint of mockery. The paper butler raised his head in confusion, looking toward the source of the sound. There stood Lin Ye, clapping his hands, as he slowly walked out from behind the large curtain, followed by Harris and the Turkey Kingdom players. "Wonderful, truly wonderful." Lin Ye stopped clapping, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing straight at the paper butler. "I originally thought the problem was with the groom, but I didn't expect that the hidden yellow bird in the end would be you." The body of the paper butler visibly stiffened for a moment, the only remaining inky black eyes fixed fiercely on Lin Ye, his voice becoming dark and dangerous. "Aren't you supposed to be in the guest room now? How could you?" Of course, it's because they had the substitute paperman. However, he couldn't be bothered to explain this to it, directly interrupting him with a question. "Is this paperman's skin comfortable, Master Taoist?" The last four characters were like a thunderclap, suddenly blasting in the dead silent funeral hall. The paper butler's features, which were drawn on, twisted violently, and his gaze became increasingly sinister and fierce. Lin Ye hadn't really expected a response from him. Speaking for himself, I said, "Why did the papermaker senior tell me that the heart he used to make the paperman was yours?" It turns out he was subtly warning me to be careful of paper men. I just never expected that Master Taoist would be so ruthless even to himself. For the so-called power of immortality, you would not hesitate to disassemble your soul, body, and heart, hiding them in different places. You even relied on this paperman's shell, scheming your way into the ancient house, quietly waiting for the moment of the final harvest. The paper butler was silent for a moment. "So what? I've plotted for 100 years, even if you see through it, at this moment, the ritual is about to begin, and the Een energy is at its peak. I have already become one with this place. What can you do to me?" Lin Ye laughed. "Unfortunately, you still lack one thing if you want to take the groom's position." The expression of the paper butler completely cracked. This human actually knew this too? What had that old fellow told him? Lin Ye flipped his wrist, revealing a jade ring that exuded a sinister, warm glow in his palm. The groom trapped in the coffin and the paper butler both displayed expressions of utter shock. He really has it in his hand. The groom's token, the jade ring. Li Shochuan's body began to tremble violently. Even at a great distance, he felt as though his soul was about to be sucked in. How could this thing appear here? How could it? No. Instead, the paper butler's reaction was somewhat unexpected. After the initial shock, he quickly regained his calm, even the smile at the corner of his mouth widened. Finally, you are willing to take it out? Finally, you fell for it. You're right. I truly am the final yellow bird. His ambiguous voice just dropped, before Lin Ye could react. The player from the Turkey Kingdom who had been standing beside Harris suddenly burst forth with a bizarre, identical black glow erupting from his eyes as the paper butler. His body first stiffened, then, with agility far surpassing that of a living person. The jade ring with a sharp angle charged towards Lin Ye, clearly premeditated. This turn of events left the live stream room astonished. Oh my, the paper butler being the master has already shocked me, and now there's a twist? When were the players from Turkey controlled? I've been watching the live stream of the three of them, and I haven't noticed when the master acted. Could the jade ring be taken away? How is that possible? Look at Brother Ye, he seems so self-assured, just relax and keep watching. Brother Ye put the paper doll in the compartment and hid in the morning hall. I didn't realize what he was doing at first, but I know he wouldn't be silly enough to take out the jade ring. Wait, speaking of the paper doll, I know when the players from Turkey started acting strangely. Inside the dungeon. Lin Ye was indeed self-assured. Even when aware of the Turkish player's odd behavior, he still stood firm as a mountain. Because Harris had been prepared, the moment the Turkish player moved, he suddenly executed a standard grabbing throw, using his weight advantage to slam him hard to the ground. He pressed his knee firmly against the player's back and swiftly pulled out the soul-binding nail Lin Ye had given him earlier, stabbing it into his heart. The Turkish player thrashed madly on the ground, his eyes returning to normal, crying out in pain. Harris! Ah, Harris! Why did you attack me? Why? Slap. Harris delivered a merciless slap. Fuck, you didn't even know you were controlled and almost ruined our plan. The Turkish player, nursing a swollen face, looked particularly confused. I was controlled? When? No, to be precise, you are already dead. Lin Ye didn't turn around, his voice firm. The Turkish player looked even more terrified. What are you talking about? When did I die? I'm clearly alive and well. Harris added, before we hid in the morning hall, that paper doll you put in the compartment was off. The Turkish player's face went pale, wanting to continue arguing. Harris pointed to the blood infant on Lin Ye's shoulder. Do you think you can fool it? Fortunately, the blood infant noticed the paper doll's oddity, and Lin Ye had secretly given him a soul-binding nail. Otherwise, today he might really have fallen into the master's hands. All these days you have been staying with us without ever using the doll, but the paper doll you took out was fake. The reason is simple, you can't open the game's storage space. Only players who have been confirmed dead or completely contaminated cannot open the storage space. This is Harris's advice based on his experience as an old player. The Turkish player thought he could cheat with the doll he casually created, unaware that he could not hide it from the blood infant. No. The Turkish player couldn't believe it, he was clearly still alive. How could he be dead? How could that be? He still had consciousness, still able to think, he could not be dead, it was impossible. Harris leaned in, staring firmly into his eyes, asking slowly, are you sure you really didn't open the door and go out on the night of the fourth day? Of course. The Turkish player's words got stuck in his throat, memories forcefully pulling him back to that night. He clearly heard the sound of the door opening at the last moment before he came to his senses, but where did the sound of the door come from? He stayed in the first room while the Turkish player stayed in the seventh room. Lin Ye and Harris hadn't heard the door open, so why did he hear it? And that sound of the door opening was clearly right next to him. After realizing this, the Turkish player's eyes filled with immense confusion and fear, and the memories of death, forcefully suppressed, finally began to surface. He murmured, did I die at that time? Upon realizing this, the Turkish player twisted in pain, his body fully distorting into a puppet, skin turning blue and purple, no longer resembling a human. The livestream picture that belonged to him abruptly stopped. The viewers in the livestream room were left speechless. The player from Turkey really has been dead? Then why has his livestream room been active for so many days? Is it a bug in this strange game? We didn't even notice he had died for so many days. If this is the case, does it mean they can no longer judge a player's death by the closing of their livestream room? This strange game is truly shameless. Seeing the Turkish player like this, Harris no longer held back, directly killing him with a soul-fixing nail. The paper butler understood that his advantage was gone and was about to escape. Crack! A match struck lit up, and a cluster of eerie blue flames suddenly burst forth like a heartbeat, freezing the paper butler's body in place, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Ye continued to approach him. Lin Ye's lips held a mocking smile, as if telling how ridiculous his previous confidence was. Perhaps we can cooperate. The Ghost Bride should be your biggest enemy. If you kill me, she won't spare you either. She has already been consumed by resentment, The paper butler still wanted to struggle, but unfortunately, Lin Ye ignored him, not believing a word he said. Lin Ye flicked his wrist, and the eerie blue flames precisely landed on the paper butler's chest. Aha! The paper butler twisted and convulsed madly in the flames, making crackling sounds. The curse of the celestial master mixed with his wails, creating a chilling atmosphere. In just a few breaths, that twisted paper figure was completely reduced to a small pile of gray-white ashes, scattered and falling to the ground. The celestial master had truly welcomed a complete and utter annihilation of the soul. The funeral hall once again fell into dead silence. Harris let out a long sigh of relief, his legs going weak as he nearly fell to the ground, his face filled with fear and gratitude. Lin Ye lifted his chin, looking at the coffin. Don't be too quick to relax, there is still one more inside. The groom, who witnessed the entire process of the celestial master's death. You guys, don't come over. Chapter 056, The Wedding, Successfully Taming the Ghost Bride. Lin Ye leaned into the coffin, unceremoniously slapping the groom's face. So you're forcing the living to have a ghost marriage, huh? The groom. Why can't he do what he bought with money? What is this human going crazy about here? Of course, he didn't dare to show such emotions. He couldn't move now and could only plead with his eyes for Lin Ye to save him. If Lin Ye was willing, he would cooperate with anything. Anything. Lin Ye tinkered with the jade ring on his finger, his gaze turning sharp. Die. The groom. No. The groom cried out in his heart. Why couldn't they even negotiate? At least, give him a chance. He desperately tried to twist, but under the confinement of the black runes, he was utterly helpless. Unbelievably, all the efforts the celestial master made turned into a wedding dress for Lin Ye. Lin Ye grasped the groom's stiff hand, and that ring symbolizing destruction was steadily slipped onto the groom's bony thumb. No. At the moment the ring fitted, the groom let out a piercing howl that didn't sound human at all. In the instant his soul was devoured, his body started to twitch and convulse violently, his skin visibly turning gray and shriveled. In the end, he became a real skeleton. Harris watched the rapidly decomposing corpse in the coffin, shivering violently, looking at Lin Ye with a hint of awe in his eyes. Such a decisive act was something even many veteran players couldn't achieve. For a newcomer like him to have this boldness was truly rare. Thud. Thud thud. Suddenly, a dull yet rhythmic sound of gongs and drums came from outside the funeral hall. The sound grew clearer as it approached, accompanied by faint yet unsettling sounds of swana, bringing a celebration with a sense of eerie foreboding. The hour has come, the wedding is about to begin. Lin Ye quickly took out the wedding attire and put it on. Harris was suddenly handed a blood baby. You. For a moment, Harris was unsure whether to be afraid of the blood baby in his hands or to be surprised by Lin Ye's smooth actions of putting on the wedding clothes. What do you want to do? Get married, can't you tell? Lin Ye said matter-of-factly, looking down at the blood baby. Take good care of him, don't let the guests eat him. The blood baby nodded obediently, while Harris stared at him, unsure of what to say. You really want to marry the ghost bride? Aren't you afraid that the ghost bride will turn you into a dried corpse on the wedding night? How can someone have the courage to do this? Of course, without the groom, the ceremony would be incomplete. How can we pass? Lin Ye spoke heroically, but deep inside, he was happily thinking that he could finally be with his wife legitimately. Harris looked at him with a look of respect. How was this any different from shouldering all the danger and leaving the escape chance to him? His eyes turned slightly wet, feeling ashamed for having doubted him and thinking he wanted to take the bullet for him. The sound of gongs and swanas grew closer, and Lin Ye couldn't help but urge, you better hide, don't come out before dawn. Okay. Harris nodded heavily and was about to hide behind the mourning hall's curtain with the blood baby. Oh, by the way, return the soul-fixing nail to me. He extended his hand, looking like he wouldn't let him take advantage of him. Harris paused in his steps. A delusion, right? How could Lin Ye be such a petty person? It must be for protecting himself against the ghost bride. Harris shook his head, dismissing the thoughts in his mind, returned the soul-fixing nail to him, and then hid behind the curtain. Not long after, Lin Ye felt an invisible force grabbing him. His body was no longer under his control. The sound of gongs and swanas had reached just outside the door, incredibly noisy, yet no human voices could be heard, only the clamor of instruments. A cold wind suddenly rushed into the mourning hall, causing the white candle flames to flicker wildly, nearly extinguishing. Creak. The old mansion's door was slowly pushed open by an invisible force. Outside the door, mist swirled, and shadowy people filled the area. And there, amidst them, were the paper substitutes for him and Harris. The paper figures carried an incredibly luxurious red flower palanquin, each face pale, cheeks painted with exaggerated blush, eyes hollow, moving in a strangely synchronized manner. The leading paper figure grinned with a stiff smile and emitted a shrill voice. The auspicious time has arrived. Please the bride to exit the palanquin. Its voice abruptly halted. The luxurious palanquin's curtain lifted automatically, without wind, revealing a pale but delicate and perfect hand resting gently on the palanquin door. Soon after, a figure dressed in intricate and splendid red wedding clothes slowly stepped out of the palanquin. The ghost bride had appeared. She still wore the red veil, obscuring her face, but at this moment, the overwhelming madness and resentment that once suffocated her seemed to dissipate strangely to a great extent. In its place was a long-held sorrow of a century and a hint of a nearly ethereal, cautious hope. She no longer needed the support of those paper servants. Step by step, she walked toward Lin Ye, who stood at the threshold of the morning hall. The surrounding sounds of gongs and swonas continued to be loud but faded into a blurred background sound, all the pale-faced guests frozen in place, like genuine paper puppets, silently watching this scene. The ghost bride stopped before him, slightly tilting her head as if gazing at him through the veil. Lin Ye felt that invisible force controlling his body, pulling him, reaching out his hand toward her. Her fingertips were warm and delicate, gently resting on his palm. At the moment of contact, Lin Ye seemed to hear a soft sigh of relief, dissipating amidst the noisy music. No bowing to the heavens, no honoring the elders. In front of this eerily silent morning hall, amidst the flying paper scraps and bizarre guests, they simply faced each other and slightly bowed. The moment they bowed, Lin Ye looked through the gap under the bridal veil, seeing her delicate chin, and a tear slipping down quietly, vanishing into her wedding dress. Ceremony complete. A sharp voice rang out again, elongating the tones. Ding! Congratulations, player has stripped the groom's identity and successfully completed the wedding, achieving husband of the ghost bride. Husband of the ghost bride, you are the only husband in the life of the ghost bride. She will have 100% possessiveness over you. Anyone who wants to harm you will face the ghost bride's pursuit. Ding! Congratulations, player has successfully tamed the ghost bride, gaining a red-dressed evil spirit bodyguard, upgradable. Establishing a spiritual contract. Spiritual contract established. If you die, the ghost bride dies as well. If the ghost bride unfortunately dies, the contract is void. Before Lin Ye could see the hints clearly, he felt the scenery in front of him change rapidly. In the next moment, he realized he was already in a wedding room decorated in a very festive manner. Bright red wedding candles burned, crackling softly, casting a warm glow throughout the room. A dragon and phoenix embroidered quilt covered the bed, and the table was set with wedding wine and several exquisite snacks. Everything looked like any ordinary newlywed's wedding room. Chapter 057, Wedding Night. The ghost bride sat quietly on the wedding bed, the candlelight dancing on her intricate wedding dress, flowing with warm glow. Lin Ye had already regained control of his body. He took a deep breath. The faint smell of blood in the air seemed to be replaced by a rich sandalwood scent. Is it time to enter the bridal chamber? His palms were slightly sweaty, standing awkwardly in place, not knowing what to do next. Husband, the ghost bride gently called, you can lift the veil now. The veil? Oh, right. I need to lift the veil. He walked to the side of the bed, cleared his throat with some nervousness, and said, then I lift it? The figure beneath the red veil moved slightly, seemingly nodding. Lin Ye extended his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly as they touched the soft red silk. He steadied his nerves, gently pinching one corner of the veil, and slowly began to lift it. First revealed was a snow-white chin, followed by full, rosy lips, a high nose bridge, and finally a pair of clear, shy, and timid eyes. Lin Ye's breath caught in his throat. He had imagined the ghost bride's beauty under the red veil might hold sorrow from before her death, but he never expected it to be this breathtakingly beautiful. Untouched eyebrows resembled black mist, unpainted lips looked like rubies, skin whiter than snow, glowing softly in the candlelight. Her eyes were especially captivating, full of shattered starlight, shimmering with shyness and undeniable joy as they gazed at him. Husband. She called out again, two blushes blooming on her cheeks, adding to her beauty. Lin Ye stared blankly and blurted out, my wife, you are so beautiful. The words slipped out, filled with pure sincerity and a hint of foolishness. Hearing this, the ghost bride's blush deepened, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, and in that moment, she exuded no trace of a terrifying ghostly aura. She was completely a bride lost in the joy of her wedding. The atmosphere became subtly ambiguous and quiet. Lin Ye cleared his throat lightly, his gaze landing on the wine pot and cups on the table, quickly prompting, wife, shall we drink the wedding wine now? The ghost bride nodded gently, Lin Ye walked to the table, poured 2 cups of wine, the liquid clear, emitting a faint, pleasant fragrance. He handed 1 cup to the ghost bride, their arms brushed closely, and he could even smell her cool, faint fragrance. Their eyes met, and the candle flames crackled softly. As their arms crossed, they finished the wine in 1 gulp. The wine was slightly sweet, bringing a warm sensation down his throat, not spicy at all. Ahem, after drinking, Lin Ye felt his face slightly warming. I don't know if it's the effects of the wine or something else. Is the ritual completely finished now? The ghost bride took the empty cup from his hand and gently placed it back on the table with another cup. Her movements were graceful and natural, then she looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with obvious expectation and shyness, and gently tugged at his sleeve, her voice as soft as a whisper. Husband. It's getting late, we should rest now. Her gaze pointedly drifted towards the bed adorned with a bright red quilt. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat, then raced faster. It's the wedding night. Is this not good? But the atmosphere has been built up to this point, so not doing it would be worse, right? After thinking this through, Lin Ye took hold of the ghost bride's cool, soft hand and smiled brightly. Okay, my wife, let's rest. The red candle lit the room warm, a moment of spring night was worth 1,000 gold. The curtains fell, the long night stretched on, and only hushed whispers of breath could occasionally be heard. Wife, I won't. Wife, I seem to not be sure. Wife, so soft, so fragrant. Wife, I feel so satisfied. And the live stream had been cut off the moment the curtains fell. Now not just the people from Long Country but everyone in the world was dumbfounded. Wait, is Lin Ye really bedding the ghost bride? I thought he put on the wedding dress just to finish the task, how did he end up in bed? To be honest, the ghost bride is really beautiful. It's not about beauty, the problem is the ghost bride is eerie. Is she some kind of system that you marry? Harris is still praying for Yiga, not knowing he's already in the bridal chamber. I can't stop laughing. No one thinks the ghost bride is sucking EGE's life energy, right? Yo, Long Country's contestant is actually blinded by lust at such a crucial moment, he's doomed. Keep your mouth clean, your contestant didn't even make it through the first day, what's there to be proud of? The livestream gradually transformed from shock at the wedding night into a battlefield of insults between both sides. Regardless of the speculations outside, time continued to pass, and the next day the livestream finally lit up again. Lin Ye pulled back the curtains and sat on the edge of the bed, his clothes casually sagging to reveal a small, firm chest, along with several ambiguous red and purple marks. The ghost bride was demurely tidying his disheveled clothing from behind, a blush clearly evident on her stunning face. What the hell? Is that a strawberry on Yi-Ji's neck? It is, right? I'm blind. I thought last night was an illusion, but now I wake up to this? No. Is this real? And he's still alive? He looks quite refreshed? Upstairs, take away the quite, that's exceedingly refreshed. It can be said that Lin Ye single-handedly refreshed everyone's worldview and understanding. The ghost bride can truly be a bride. Inside the instance. The ghost bride finished tidying Lin Ye's clothes, slightly raised her eyes, just in time to meet his smiling gaze. Husband, we can leave once the sun sets. From now on, husband and I will be one, accompanying each other through life and death. Okay. Lin Ye smiled widely, calmly accepting their relationship. As long as they overcame the sacrificial marriage ritual, the seventh day of the instance would be the most relaxed and pleasant, at least for Lin Ye it was. He and the ghost bride were inseparable like a couple in love, constantly showing affection. Until the sun set and the game concluded. Ding! Congratulations to Long Country player Lin Ye and American player Harris for successfully clearing the instance of the ancient wedding ghost house. They will be teleported back to the real world in 1 minute. Long Country player Lin Ye is the first to successfully complete the sacrificial marriage ritual and completely resolve the ghost bride's century-long resentment. Long Country's national fortune has increased by 10%, all citizens have slightly enhanced physiques, and random special resource veins have descended within Long Country's borders. Chapter 058, Return. Eerie Incident Response Center. The game system's prompt echoed in Lin Ye's ears, but he always felt that this voice was a bit gritting. How can it not be gritting? After all the trouble of cultivating two incredibly powerful dungeon bosses, before he even started a few rounds, one got killed by him, and the other got taken away by him. Other minor bosses also escaped because the seal was broken. This dungeon can't even be restarted. Eerie game is simply full of questions. How can this human both take and eat? So, Lin Ye is it? It remembered. Just wait. In the last minute of leaving the dungeon, Lin Ye saw the ghost bride transform into a streak of light and enter the jade bracelet on his wrist. This way, he could take the ghost bride away, right? Lin Ye felt overjoyed in his heart. In the distance, Harris appeared at the ancient house's entrance with the blood baby. The blood baby hesitated, waved at him, then turned and ran toward Zhang Wang. Affectionately hugging Zhang Wang, his little mouth opened and closed, calling daddy. Zhang Wang bowed to him, bringing his own corpse. Behind Zhang Wang were many familiar faces of Lin Ye. In the very last second before leaving the dungeon, Lin Ye clearly heard a distinct goodbye. The surrounding scenery changed, and Lin Ye returned to the classroom where he first entered the dungeon. It had already been cleared, and high-ranking officials of the country had been waiting for him for a long time. Lin Ye blinked, feeling a bit lost inside until he touched the jade bracelet on his wrist, which calmed him down a little. Lin Ye, welcome home. The first to step forward was a middle-aged man in military uniform, his voice loud and excited, firmly grasping Lin Ye's hand and shaking it vigorously. "I am Zhao Weiguo, the head of the Eerie Incident Response Center. Thank you for your hard work. We have all seen your performance in the dungeon, you did a great job." Behind him, several researchers in white coats and several powerful civilian staff members also stepped forward, their eyes filled with amazement and admiration. Lin Ye felt a bit bewildered by this scene and could only instinctively clasp back. Thank you? I just did what I should do. How is your physical condition? Do you need to undergo a full checkup immediately?" Another researcher in a lab coat stepped forward, asking with concern while signaling the medical team behind to be prepared. His name was Li Ye, a medical doctor at the response center. Lin Ye moved his hands and feet. Aside from feeling somewhat mentally exhausted, he had no discomfort, especially the warm touch coming from the jade bracelet on his wrist, which made him feel incredibly at ease. "I'm fine, doing well." "That's good." Zhao Weiguo nodded repeatedly and then gestured aside. "This is not a place for conversation, we have prepared a dedicated arrangement point for you, please follow us." A group of people surrounded Lin Ye, leaving the school and eventually arriving at a modern facility underground, full of high-tech feel. This is the Eerie Incident Response Center that Dragon Country has painstakingly built. After passing through layers of strict security checks, Lin Ye was brought into a spacious and bright conference room. This was less of a conference room and more like a strategic command center. A huge electronic screen occupied the entire wall, displaying complex data and map information in real time. Around the conference table, a few other figures sat, their presence deeper, indicating they were truly decision makers. The way they looked at Lin Ye carried scrutiny, but more so admiration and expectation. "Please sit." A spirited elderly man in the center spoke, his voice was calm yet authoritative. "I am Qin Yunshan, the highest responsible person of the response center. Your performance in this dungeon was outstanding, bringing great contributions to Dragon Country." Lin Ye sat down as instructed, neither humble nor arrogant, nodding slightly. "You flatter me, I was just trying to survive." The old man nodded slightly, admiring his humble attitude even more. Since the Eerie game came, its player selection mechanism has been completely random. No country in the world can master the rules. What we can do is to provide protection as much as possible after the player successfully returns. At this moment, Dr. Li Ye operated a control panel, and several photos and brief information appeared on one side of the screen. These are all domestic players who have experienced at least one dungeon and successfully returned to our response center, Dr. Li introduced. Including you, there are currently 17 people. Among them, 5 have experienced 2 dungeons, and only 1 has experienced 3. The people in the photos are of all ages, with different expressions. Some of them are in the base, you will see them later, Zhao Weiguo added. Everyone usually undergoes adaptive training and information sharing. After all, no one knows what difficulty level the next dungeon will be, and the more understanding and preparation there is, the more hope there is for survival. Just then, there was a knock on the conference room door, which was then pushed open, and 3 people walked in. In the lead was a tall, cold-looking woman wearing a neat combat suit, her eyes sharp like an eagle, with a uniquely styled dagger at her waist. She merely glanced at Lin Ye and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Following her was a young man with thick glasses holding a tablet, looking somewhat nervous as he continuously adjusted his glasses. The last to enter was a rather stocky man with a buzz cut and a faint scar on his face, who was very friendly and smiled wide at Lin Ye, showing a set of white teeth. Just in time, Zhao Weiguo called out. "Let me introduce you to the player who cleared the Ghost Marriage Mansion dungeon." The glasses man excitedly echoed, "I've heard a lot about you, I'm your fan now." The stocky man looked at Lin Ye with admiration. "Bro, you're awesome. We all watched your livestream." Lin Ye felt a bit shy from this straightforward compliment and rubbed his nose. Just good luck, just good luck." "I am Ice Scorpion, with 2 dungeon experiences," the cold woman introduced succinctly. I am Chen Lin, everyone calls me doctor, with 1 dungeon experience," the glasses man said shyly. This was his idol, and finally seeing the real person made him so excited. Ah. Lei Tao, with 2 dungeon experiences, the stocky man patted his chest. This was the formal introduction between players. Elder Qin slowly spoke, drawing everyone's attention back. "Others are still in the collapsed city clearing anomalies, so these 3 will temporarily help you get familiar with the response center." Lin Ye nodded, learned some other basic information, and then left the conference room. In the corridor, Ice Scorpion spoke briefly. "The living area is on B2, the training ground is on B3, and the database and analysis room are on B4. Your room has been assigned, follow me." The group took a dedicated elevator down. The interior of the base was larger and more complex than Lin Ye had imagined, with alloy walls and flashing indicator lights everywhere. Occasionally, fully armed personnel or hurried researchers passed by, casting odd glances at them. But their gazes often held a teasing smile when they swept by Lin Ye, which confused and baffled him. Ahem. Lei Tao couldn't help but look off to remind him, then pointed at his neck. At first, Lin Ye didn't understand, But when he returned to his room after the tour and looked in the mirror, he suddenly discovered his neck was covered in hickeys. Lin Ye. He had been wandering around the base all day with these? No wonder those people's eyes were so embarrassing. He covered his face, feeling like he couldn't stay there anymore. After taking a long shower, he opened his phone and unexpectedly found that his account was on fire. Suddenly gaining many followers and comments, he flipped through quickly and noticed that most netizens were discussing details from the dungeon. Especially the yard full of flowers. Unexpected. He remembered the squish sound when he stepped into the meat paste, shivering in disgust. But the most asked question was still about his relationship with the Ghost Bride. He replied under a highly praised comment, "She is now my wife." Without reading the replies from netizens, he put down his phone and fell into a deep sleep. There were 3 days left until the next dungeon opened. During these 3 days, he did not return to school but learned a lot of information about past dungeons. He also got to know some authoritative figures in online metaphysics, filling his mind with knowledge. During this period, he received a black card, which had several million in it. Lin Ye felt very satisfied. Finally, he didn't have to pick up garbage anymore. In addition to the money, he also received 2 strange items. The 3 days passed in a flash, and everyone gathered early in the conference room, waiting for the new round of player selection. Chapter 059, Asylum. Death Prophecy. The new dungeon is opening, players are being selected. Players selection completed. Generating player list. Player list confirmed. Congratulations to Dragon Country player Lin Ye for being selected, teleporting. All eyes in the conference room focused on Lin Ye. With a ratio of 9 players to 1 ordinary person, being selected twice in a row was not impossible. But no one expected it would happen to Lin Ye. Lin Ye was already prepared, and under the gaze of the entire conference room, a flash of white light appeared as he reappeared in a pure white space. Soon after, his face appeared in the live broadcast room, immediately causing an uproar. Is it Wild Brother again? I like him. A small dungeon, Wild Brother must handle it easily this time. Did anyone notice that last dungeon Wild Brother took out a jade bracelet? Only went through 1 dungeon and already brought out 2 strange items? Ha, Wild Brother, you're terrifying. Team formations from various countries completed, synchronizing player teleportation. Quickly, Lin Ye appeared on a cold, empty ground, with blackened and withered grass under his feet and towering moss-covered walls surrounding him. Inside the walls, the only building was a huge and oppressive gray-white structure. The style was old, and most windows were filthy, while a few intact glass panes seemed to show blurry figures flashing by. Above the main entrance of the building, a worn sign hung askew, barely discernible, reading, Asylum. The whole building resembled a silent giant, crouching under a lead gray sky, exuding a chilling emptiness and unease. Other players began to appear in the open area, around 40 to 50, each face carrying uncertainty and fear, murmuring quietly in the cold air, adding to the sense of urgency. Lin Ye was somewhat surprised that so many people were teaming up to challenge this dungeon at the same time. It seemed this dungeon was quite large. Congratulations to all players for entering the game dungeon. Dungeon name, Asylum. When you wake up, you find yourself a trainee doctor in a mysterious mental hospital. Here, the patients behave strangely but claim they are the normal ones. The medical staff seem to hide some secrets. The longer you stay, the more you start to doubt, are you really normal? Passing condition, help all the patients under your care pass the discharge assessment and successfully recover for discharge, no time limit. Soon, the heavy door of the asylum was pushed open from the inside, and a figure slowly walked out. It was a nurse. She wore an overly white nurse's uniform, the calves exposed beneath her skirt bent unnaturally, her face as pale as wax, high cheekbones, and lips that were almost weirdly bright. The female nurse pushed a rusty medicine card covered with a black cloth that had a visible bulge in the center, her voice like a tape recorder getting stuck. Welcome interns to the Rehabilitation Center. Now, we will begin roll call. She took out a worn record book and started calling names. Every time a name is called, a player is led into the asylum. Lin Ye. Finally, it was his turn. Lin Ye walked out of the crowd calmly, following the nurse into the door. The moment he entered, he could clearly feel the fluctuations in the air. Looking up, he saw that his floor was the 15th. The female nurse handed him a blue badge with his information on it. Name, Dr. Lin. Responsible floor, 15th floor. Cognitive disorder level, A. Did this cognitive disorder level refer to the patients he would soon encounter? Red for sedation, blue for halting hallucinations, white to make them obey. The female nurse took out a pillbox from the medication cart. Distribute them on time, ensure they swallow it, observe their words and actions, the director needs an evaluation report. Then, she left Lin Ye with a record sheet and a set of keys, pushing the medication cart away as she disappeared down the hallway. Lin Ye looked down at the record sheet in his hand, realizing he needed to record the medication conditions of 10 patients twice a day and evaluate their words and actions. He did not hurry into the wards but instead observed his surroundings. The empty corridor was dimly lit, with faint green, mottled walls, and the strong smell of disinfectant could not hide the deep, underlying stench of decay. The doors to the patient rooms on both sides were tightly closed, with small observation windows left on the doors. At the end of the hallway was a black iron door, which the female nurse had just entered. In the lobby he came in from, there was a small break room, well equipped, meant for players to rest, but he looked around and found no stairs or elevator. It seemed that each player's floor existed independently, and looking out the lobby window, he could only see the dark, oppressive sky. Having understood the basic information, it was now time for the first rounds. Lin Ye put on the blue badge, found the key to room 1501, and pushed open the door that emitted a rotting smell. Inside the ward, there was only an iron bed. Patient number 1 was a boy in a striped patient gown, with his back to the door, sitting on the edge of the bed, mumbling to the wall. Hearing the door opening, he slowly turned his head. His face was pale, with deep-set eyes, staring fixedly at Lin Ye, suddenly breaking into a twisted grin. Lin Ye walked into the ward, and the smell of decay grew stronger. Keeping his expression unchanged, he began to ask according to the record sheet. "Do you still remember your name?" "I am the Prophet." Lin Ye glanced at the two characters Hanzhou on the record sheet and marked an X after the first question. "Have you seen any prophetic visions recently?" "Of course, this is my superpower." "You ask this question every day, do you still not remember my answer?" A hint of irritation flashed in patient number 1's eyes. Lin Ye marked another X and looked at the third question. "Who was the last person you saw in a prophecy?" "Dr. Lin, it's you." Patient number 1 revealed a wider smile, suddenly sounding extremely excited. "I saw it. Red everywhere, is red wrapping around your neck, getting tighter. You are struggling but she won't let go, she is crying and laughing. Suffocating darkness, you will eventually disappear in together with her forever. Just like this, just like this." Patient number 1 stood up and quickly walked to the center of the ward, not knowing where he found a rusty scalpel, cutting open his own skin excitedly while dark blood gushed out. That blood twisted and extended in the air like it had a life of its own, splattering on the walls and floor, not falling down, but writhing and spreading like a living creature, rapidly staining the entire room in a suffocating, writhing dark red. A firm grip around patient number 1's neck, tightening intensely, the immense force causing his eyes to bulge and redden, nearly popping out of their sockets, veins bursting into a horrifying web on the white of his eyes. Half of his face grinning, the other half crying, his mouth continuously uttering curse-like whispers. "Look, Dr. Lin, just like this. You will die like this, happily, forever with her. Lin Ye." He didn't know if he would live or die. But it seemed like he was close to death. Chapter 060, Mental Pollution? "Hey friend, this trick won't even scare us, yet you want to scare Brother Yi? Go home and call your dad." It's all about how to drive someone crazy with 3 strange sentences. Fortunately, Brother Yi is only grade A, those A+, S, and S+ kill monsters have already gone black screen. It seems this instance is about mental pollution, the effective information recorded is still too little. Unlimited time is dangerous, the longer you stay, the easier it is to be polluted. Inside the instance. Lin Ye watched as patient number 1 suddenly went mad, frantically searching for medication in the pillbox. He was truly afraid of the patient killing him. How could he complete the game task then? Red for calming, blue for suppressing hallucinations, white to make the patient obedient. The problem was, which medication should patient number 1 take now? The nurse didn't say anything. At the critical moment, he thankfully triggered a hint in time. Patient number 1, Hanzhou. Cognitive disorder type, death prophecy. As a child never valued, family, classmates, and teachers never cared for him, helpless emotions fermented within him. If he could become more outstanding, would everyone notice him? So he falsely claimed he could see death prophecies, but never expected the people he predicted actually died one after another as he had spoken. Hint: death prophecies do not cause substantive harm to players, unless you truly believe in them. In other words, the terrifying state of the ward was because of the cognitive pollution caused by patient number 1's outbreak? If that's the case, then feed him the blue pill. With a decision in mind, Lin Ye took out a pair of white gloves from his storage space and put them on. These were the bizarre tools the center gave him for dealing with the uncanny, allowing him to touch the strange without suffering harm. There was another bizarre tool, a pencil sharpener, which could cause damage to the strange. Lin Ye took a deep breath and stepped into the ward, his foot sinking into the writhing, sticky black blood. He felt disgusted but forced himself to calm down, quickly walking to patient number 1's side. At this moment, patient number 1 was being choked by countless black hands, his face turning purple from suffocation, eyes bulging, clearly unable to swallow on his own. "This can't be eaten." Lin Ye mumbled, trying to pry open those cold, slippery black hands to stuff the medication in, but found their strength astonishing, not budging an inch. Seeing the surrounding black blood writhing towards the center of the room, Lin Ye's gaze instinctively fell on patient number 1's stomach. How about trying a step straight to the stomach? saying it was doing it. Lin Ye avoided the throat, directly using the pencil sharpener to slice open patient number one's stomach, pushing aside those constantly rising black hands to finally, with great difficulty, find his stomach. Making a small cut on the stomach, Lin Ye successfully stuffed the blue pill into his stomach. After everything was done, he was already sweating profusely. His hands still holding onto patient number one's stomach, bloody and disgusting to look at. Fortunately, the effect was significant. Less than a minute after the medication entered the stomach, the surrounding writhing black blood and tightening arms disappeared like an illusion. Patient number one's gaze returned to clarity, his chest slightly rising, and looking down to see a large hole in his stomach, with his stomach still pulled out by Lin Ye. Slow to realize, he screamed in pain, then rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Lin Ye! Hey, hey! Lin Ye hurriedly tried to stuff the slimy stomach back into the patient's abdominal cavity. The wound is still open, and blood is pouring out. Don't die. Please, don't die. He was panicking. On his first day at the job, if he killed a patient, it would be the end of him. Lin Ye cursed quietly, suddenly stood up, and rushed to the front desk. In the dim light, he fumbled for the suturing needle and thread, then quickly returned to the ward. The entire building, except for one nurse, was left with only him, a medical intern. There was no choice but for him to tough it out and start suturing. The cold needle tip pierced through the skin, the thread weaving back and forth across the pale skin, making a faint hissing sound. Lin Ye's neck hair stood up, a chill running down his spine. Until the last stitch was finished, Lin Ye squatted down on the floor, drenched in sweat, his clothes covered in blood, looking quite messy. After confirming the number one patient's breathing was still there, Lin Ye couldn't help but raise his middle finger to the sky. Can this Western-style horror just leave me alone? It kept provoking him. I really want to puke. Ugh. Patient number one was woken by the sharp stench of sour water. When he opened his eyes, he saw someone vomiting all over him, spitting up yesterday's meal. Patient number one. Please, teach me how to die. His eyes rolled back, almost fainting again. At the crucial moment, Lin Ye quickly spoke, don't pass out yet. I'm the new intern doctor. I'm just not very skilled yet. Patient number one closed his eyes again and again, but finally couldn't hold it in and jumped up, pointing at Lin Ye's nose, yelling, is your hospital sick? Every time, you have to use such idiotic questions to trigger my illness. This time is even worse. You hired someone like you to humiliate me. I've told you I'm not sick, let me leave the hospital. I want to leave. Calm down, calm down. Lin Ye awkwardly wiped the blood off his hands, then quickly stepped back, afraid of getting the vomit on him. I believe you're not sick. I promise you'll leave the hospital soon. You believe me? Patient number one's anger slowly faded as he thought of something and suddenly leaned close to Lin Ye. The last doctor who said he believed me, 3 days ago, hanged himself in the break room, his tongue hanging out, eyes bulging, just like that. He smiled at me. Such childish threats didn't faze Lin Ye. He remained calm, subtly stepping back to increase the distance between them, frowning. So when do you think I'm going to die? Patient number one was stunned. No one had ever asked him that before. Lin Ye's expression immediately became intriguing. You wouldn't not know, right? Who said that? Patient number one's face turned red. Tonight, you'll experience a death 100 times more painful than just now. So, does that mean I won't die during the day? Lin Ye scratched his chin. Patient number one. Lin Ye suddenly darted to the window. I was still worried about how to get downstairs without an elevator or stairs, but now, with you saying this, why should I worry? I'll just walk out the window. Patient number one. No, not this? How is he not following the normal rules? His eyes were about to pop out. After holding it in for a long time, he finally snapped and shouted, the hospital doesn't allow jumping off the building. Jumping off will lead to a punishment worse than death. What punishment? Lin Ye's mind whirred, and he turned his steps, strolling back from the window. Upon hearing this, patient number one's expression turned even more hideous. You'll be dragged by the head nurse to get an injection. Her needle is this big. He made a wildly exaggerated gesture with his hands, his face full of real fear. Her injection will make you forget who you are. You'll start to think the cold walls are speaking to you, and the medicine cart will become your best friend. You'll willingly stay, and become one of us. These words made Lin Ye take the threat more seriously, warning himself to be cautious of the head nurse's mental pollution. And patient number one's voice lowered even more, she is everywhere. He originally intended to continue terrifying Lin Ye, but it seemed Lin Ye wasn't buying any of it. He could clearly sense that this intern's resistance to mental pollution was still very low. Everything he just did was in vain. Damn it. Chapter 061, Patient 2. Han Zhou. Lin Ye accurately called out his name. Patient 1, confused by the change in attitude, looked up and asked, "Huh? I think you are very normal." Lin Ye patted his shoulder, looking extremely serious. "Do you want to be my assistant and help me treat other patients?" Patient 1 was frozen in place. Nobody had ever invited him to be an assistant before. Everyone said he was sick. Why? He didn't understand why Lin Ye would choose him. Clearly, from childhood to now, no one had cared about him. Lin Ye looked at Han Zhou's stunned expression, his tone even more sincere. "Because you are outstanding. You can foresee death, you are exactly the talent our hospital has been searching for. I really can't bear to see your talent buried in this small ward. But, they all say I am insane, a lunatic. That's because they are jealous." Lin Ye waved his hand decisively. "They are jealous of your unique ability." Is that so?" A glimmer of desire flashed in Han Zhou's eyes. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed, "Okay. I will be your assistant." Success in deceiving him. Lin Ye took him into the bathroom to clean off the stains on his body. To show his importance to Han Zhou, he even specially found materials at the front desk to make him an ID badge. Name, Han Zhou. Occupation, doctor's assistant. When Han Zhou received the ID badge, his eyes were filled with novelty, and he played with it for a while before putting it around his neck. Lin Ye patiently waited for him to get ready, then used a key to open room 1502. As soon as the door opened, an indescribable, strong stench hit them. The ward was dark, the only light came from an old TV flickering in the corner, its screen filled with static and making crackling noises. In this dim light, they could see a fat figure sitting on the floor in front of the TV, shoulders shaking violently, making loud chewing and swallowing sounds. Around him, the floor and walls were covered with sticky dark yellow stains and some unrecognizable chunks. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the fat figure awkwardly turned his head. His cheeks were exceptionally swollen, stuffed with something, and the corners of his mouth were even torn open, revealing an unrecognizable mush inside. His eyes showed no spirit, only pure hunger, and his mouth mechanically chewed. Lin Ye looked down at the record sheet, which still had only 3 questions. "What did you eat today? Are you still unable to feel full today? Did you defecate today?" Lin Ye was bewildered. What kind of questions were these? Before he could say anything, patient 2 reached out his fat hand. "Medicine, give me medicine." Lin Ye thought for a moment and handed a red pill to Han Zhou, his eyes filled with encouragement. First lesson for the assistant, feeding medicine to patients. "Come on. You can do it." Suddenly, Han Zhou felt a sense of mission fall upon him. "Okay." He picked up the medicine and moved it close to patient 2, who looked at him in confusion. "Isn't this the patient who lives next door? Why is he visiting his ward?" Han Zhou glared at him. "What are you looking at?" "I am now." He glanced down at his ID badge. "Dr. Lin's assistant. Please call me Assistant Han Zhou." "Patient 2? Although he didn't understand what the guy next door was doing, it didn't stop patient 2 from suddenly grabbing his arm and pulling him forward when he got the medicine. He was starving and didn't care what he grabbed to eat. Patient 2 had immense strength. Before Han Zhou realized what was happening, he stumbled and fell right in front of him. A huge shadow loomed down, and the next second, his head was mercilessly crushed. The sound of crunching echoed in the room. Lin Ye was very glad he had tricked someone ahead of time. Oh no, tricked a strange assistant. The opening kill of the weird game was indeed well deserved. Instead of blood gushing out where Han Zhou's neck was bitten off, a thick, ink-like black mist surged out. This black mist quickly gathered and in the blink of an eye, reshaped into a perfect, intact head. On the newly grown head, Han Zhou's expression first showed confusion, then quickly turned to overwhelming anger. "You dare to eat me?" Han Zhou screamed, his voice filled with a kind of ultimate anger at being offended. "I am Dr. Lin's assistant. The kind with a work badge." He suddenly stretched out both hands, and his originally slender arms transformed, stretching and changing into countless dark, twisted arms that tightly wrapped around patient number 2's chubby body. "Hungry? I'll make you hungry." Han Zhou roared, his black arms seeming alive, roughly prying open patient number 2's mouth, which was still chewing, and crazily burrowing inside. Patient number 2 was stunned by this sudden counterattack, his chubby body struggling violently as he tried to bite off those tentacles, only to find they tightened even more. For a moment, a bizarre scene of mutual devouring unfolded in the ward. One kept consuming, while the other crazily fought back, dark yellow stains and black shadows entangled together. Patient number 2, white. Cognitive disorder type, unable to digest food. Looking at his constantly bloating body, he knew he had a disease that couldn't digest food. He firmly believed there was a bottomless pit inside him, where anything eaten would disappear, driving him to consume everything he could see in this desperate hunger. Tip: his hunger comes from cognitive distortion, not physiological need. Physical feeding will not work but will instead intensify his pain and aggression. Until the prompt was triggered, Lin Ye pretended to start mediating. All right, Assistant Han Zhou, pay attention to your work style. We're here to treat patients, not to give them extra meals. Let him take the medicine first and see the effect. With the upper hand, Hanzhou heard Lin Ye's instruction. Although unwilling, he grunted and shoved the red pill deep into patient number two's throat, ensuring he swallowed it. The effect of the medicine kicked in very quickly. The wild hunger in patient number two's eyes receded like a tide, replaced by a dazed fatigue. He let out a huge yawn, snot and tears streaming down together, then tilted his body and with a thud, fell onto the floor, soon snoring loudly. Hanzhou returned to his lean young self, straightened his precious work badge, and walked back to Lin Ye with his chest held high, wearing an expression that said, "Mission accomplished, praise me quickly." Lin Ye readily gave a thumbs up. "Well done, Assistant Hanzhou. I'll apply for the Excellent Employee Award for you later." Instead, Hanzhou, first flattered and embarrassed, glanced down at his name and then pretended to be indifferent as he shifted his gaze away. "Hanzhou, my name is Hanzhou." Lin Ye noted everything down on the record sheet, gaining a preliminary understanding of patient number two's condition. In a good mood, he patted Hanzhou on the shoulder. "Let's go, Assistant Hanzhou, to the next room." Every time, Lin Ye would deliberately emphasize the words Hanzhou. Although he didn't know if this would have any effect, he had to give it a try. Chapter 62, The Non-Existent Person. Lin Ye took a deep breath and opened the door to room 1503. In stark contrast to the oppressive chaos of the previous two patient rooms, room 1503 looked like a normal children's room. The walls were a soft shade of pastel blue, the floor covered with a soft carpet, and in the corner were piled some plush toys. A girl wearing a clean little white dress. A little girl, seemingly around 7 or 8 years old, is quietly sitting in front of a small table, tightly hugging a slightly worn bunny doll. On her delicate little face, big eyes are blinking curiously, staring at the doorway. The sight of the little girl and her bunny doll makes Lin Ye almost stumble and close the door in a hurry. This classic Western horror image stirs a sense of unease within Lin Ye, a feeling that peaks when the little girl speaks. "Hello, pretty sister," the little girl's voice is soft and sweet, laced with a hint of timid expectation. Lin Ye's prompt is immediately triggered. Patient number 3, Laura. Cognitive disorder type, companion. She firmly believes that the worn bunny doll, Snowball, is her only real friend and claims to see companions surrounding everyone. She insists on interacting with these beings that others cannot perceive and feels isolated and angry due to others' neglect or denial of them. Prompt, when she tries to communicate with her companions, you must begin to be cautious of this unseen presence. Before Lin Ye could say a word, Laura immediately displayed strong aggression. A door-opening kill like this, there are still 7 more to come. Lin Ye feels a bit suffocated, reasonably suspecting that this strange game is deliberately targeting him. Otherwise, why would so many people choose him for an A-level difficulty? This is a blatant targeting. Lin Ye sighs and hands the blue pill to Hanzhou. Assistant's second lesson, give medication to the second patient. Okay, huh? Hanzhou takes the pill, feeling like something is off, wondering why it sounds so much like deceiving a ghost. But Lin Ye's serious expression quickly dispels his doubts as he steps forward to give the medication to the little girl. The little girl obediently takes the medicine and continues to sit quietly in her spot. The effect of the medicine takes effect quickly, but Laura shows no unusual behavior. She even cutely pouts her face and asks again, "Pretty sister, why aren't you speaking?" At this moment, the bunny doll in her arms slightly turns its button eyes, staring blankly at the empty space next to Lin Ye. Lin Ye's expression drastically changes, a wave of icy dread suddenly shoots up his spine from his feet. He can clearly sense that the air beside him has dropped in temperature, a bone-chilling feeling of being watched makes his hair stand on end. Even something is silently creeping up to his back. Hanzhou keenly notices that Lin Ye's mental energy is dropping, and the pollution level is rapidly rising. He looks down at Laura with a pleased smile. "Don't kill him now, you have to wait until tonight." Lin Ye. Is the she in Hanzhou's prediction in room 1 the same one standing behind him now? However, Laura pays him no mind, still talking to herself. Pretty sister seems very unhappy. Her eyes are bleeding. She says you stole her things. The cold aura behind him gets closer, and Lin Ye instinctively glances at Hanzhou, but this guy looks like he is just enjoying the show. Cold sweat starts to beat on Lin Ye's forehead as a sole nail quietly appears in his hand. Until a cool hand rests on his shoulder, Lin Ye suddenly stabs back, but it effortlessly pierces through the air. The cool sensation on his shoulder suddenly intensifies, fingers like ice picks embedding into his shoulder blade, a piercing chill spreads rapidly, making his entire arm numb. Even more terrifying is that he feels another invisible hand gently probing towards his right eye, causing an suffocating pressure. Lin Ye's muscles tense up. Even though he can't see anything, he can clearly feel an unseen presence silently watching him. Laura's whisper continues, "Pretty sister is angry. She said you took her eyes. She wants you to give her eyes back." The hand reaching towards Lin Ye's right eye suddenly accelerated. Lin Ye's heart raced, he couldn't dodge it. In this moment of peril, the jade bracelet on Lin Ye's wrist emitted a faint warmth. A terrifying red shadow appeared behind Lin Ye, bringing a chill far colder and more violent than the invisible force, instantly filling the entire room. Laura nearby seemed extremely frightened, her little face pale, tightly hugging her rabbit doll, shrinking into her chair without daring to move. And Hanzhou, who was still enjoying the spectacle, had already collapsed in the corner, his body twisting and changing with fear, his gaze toward the red shadow filled with unprecedented horror. The suddenly appearing Ghost Bride made Laura and Hanzhou incredibly terrified. They had only seen such a powerful eerie aura with the director. They didn't understand why this human could coexist with such a powerful ghost. The Ghost Bride's shadow had not fully materialized, but even so, it was enough to intimidate the unseen force attempting to harm Lin Ye. Lin Ye felt the icy grip on his shoulder and the threat to his right eye vanish. He breathed a sigh of relief and moved his awakened arm. But Laura clearly did not want to easily give up reaping Lin Ye's life. Her little face drooped, her big eyes filled with tears, continuing to look at the empty space beside Lin Ye. Pretty sister, the sister in the red dress next to you is so beautiful, but she is so fierce. The rabbit doll in her arms trembled slightly, its button eyes daring not to meet the red shadow. These words seemed to be a switch, the temperature in the room dropped sharply again, and an icy killing intent followed. Laura's tears fell continuously, choking as she curled up. So scary. She is so scary. Hanzhou. So, why did he just act like that? Lin Ye was afraid she might really die, so he turned to comfort the Ghost Bride's shadow. Wife, calm your anger, children speak without thinking, children speak without thinking. Only then did the Ghost Bride retract her killing intent, not forgetting to glance at the two with a warning. Laura and Hanzhou's bodies froze under her gaze. Seeing the two finally behave, Lin Ye felt delighted. He had a bodyguard in red, what was there to fear? Soon he would rush to expedite the other 7 wards. After being apart for only 3 days, seeing the Ghost Bride again made him inexplicably blush. Wife, can't you appear in the real world? Why did she leave him alone for 3 days right after the wedding? The Ghost Bride looked at him with gentle, flowing eyes, nearly shaking her head lightly, without explaining. She had suffered serious injuries in the last mission and had been nurturing her body, not sensing that he was in danger, which was why she had not appeared. Lin Ye did not hear the explanation and did not ask too much. Instead, he took this time to spend more moments with her before reluctantly watching her return to the jade bracelet. This mission seemed to reject the Ghost Bride's appearance, preventing her from staying for long. Chapter 063, Gradually Deepening Mental Pollution. Dr. Lin. After the Ghost Bride left, Hanzhou suddenly knelt down, falling at Lin Ye's feet. I feel like I don't have any illness at all. All those death prophecies were made up by me, really, I'm perfectly normal and can be discharged immediately. If Lin Ye had mentioned that there was such a strong eerie presence by his side, he could have knelt even quicker than now. Laura was stunned, she never expected the number 1 patient would shamelessly do this for his life. She looked at the beautiful woman beside Lin Ye, still not disappearing, and cried out loud, what should I do if I can still see the pretty sister? Woo-woo, I also want to be healthy. I also want to be discharged. Lin Ye. It's no wonder she is his wife, that intimidation power is just perfect. Lin Ye took out a pill for Laura and fed it to her, waiting for her to stop crying before patting her head. Don't be afraid. My wife is very gentle and won't hurt you. Laura. Mom, someone here is tricking ghosts. What about me? What about me? Hanzhou leaned in with eager anticipation. Little Han, Lin Ye patted his shoulder, then changed his tone. I knew you weren't sick. We'll go find the director for the discharge evaluation soon. Once you get out, you must turn over a new leaf and be a good person. Hanzhou. Does he have to choose to die between the director and the Ghost Bride today? Seeing his conflicted look of I don't want to be beaten to death by the director, Lin Ye had a guess in his heart. It seems that completing the task of treating 10 patients is far from enough. The threats from the nurses and the director should not be underestimated. Alright, stop looking like you're heading to the gallows. Lin Ye pulled him up. The discharge evaluation is not urgent. Hanzhou immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing he wouldn't have to face the director right away. Dr. Lin, I'll listen to whatever you say from now on. Lin Ye nodded, not saying much more, but instead looked at the still crying Laura. Her condition seemed much worse than Hanzhou's, to the point where medication couldn't suppress it. Only the 3rd patient is like this, how will the rest be? Lin Ye rubbed his aching forehead. Alone on the 1st floor, he could not determine the situation of other players from different countries. He wondered if they were all facing the same level of difficulty as he was. Dr. Lin. Hanzhou cautiously spoke, don't you think you are slowly becoming as normal as us? Lin Ye frowned, becoming like them? That would mean he was being mentally contaminated. He suspiciously checked his body up and down. Had he already reached his limit after only 3 patients? Lin Ye had reviewed the previous task records. Mental contamination could gradually be alleviated through sleep, but hadn't it only just begun? Why did it seem he was being forced to rest? Moreover, he still hadn't completed the tasks assigned by the nurse. Hanzhou guessed what he was worried about and said, you can slip the medicine through the small opening on the door. The patients will take it willingly. Many doctors have done it that way before. It seemed there was no other choice now. But doing so meant he couldn't observe the conditions of the remaining 7 patients, and progress would definitely be greatly delayed. After distributing the medication, Lin Ye sat at the front desk lost in thought while Han Zhou refused to stay there. He took his ID badge and returned to the ward. Unable to obtain more effective information, nor reach other floors, Lin Ye's expression grew grim. Staying in such an environment for too long, one wouldn't need mental contamination to go mad. What would the way out look like this time? Just as Lin Ye was deep in thought, the black iron door at the end of the corridor made another sound. A pale-faced female nurse slowly pushed a rusty medicine cart towards him. It was still covered by a bulging black cloth that seemed to twitch slightly as the cart moved. The nurse stopped at the front desk, her bright red lips curving in a stiff arc. "Lunchtime, yours." She took an aluminum lunchbox from the lower layer of the medicine cart and placed it on the counter. Inside the box was some suspicious-looking mush emitting an indescribable odor. Lin Ye dared not touch the lunchbox and seized the opportunity to speak with her. "If my patients recover, how can I take them to see the director? Is there a way to go up or down here?" "Mealtime, no work talk," the nurse interrupted him bluntly, her voice like a tape recorder stuck on repeat. "Eat, eat." After saying this, she stared at Lin Ye expressionlessly, as if confirming something. Lin Ye had an uneasy feeling. There must be something wrong with the food in that box. But if he didn't eat, judging by the nurse's demeanor, he might break some rule and invite some sort of punishment. So he picked up the lunchbox, shoving large mouthfuls into his mouth, making motions of swallowing as his throat bobbed continuously. Seeing him eat, the nurse did not linger, decisively pushing the cart away. Until her figure completely disappeared into the depths of the corridor, Lin Ye finally spit out the slick, mushy substance from his mouth. He guessed correctly. The nurse would force players to eat, but there were still loopholes to exploit. As long as they didn't expose any obvious flaws, the nurse wouldn't do anything to them. The crisis was temporarily relieved, but Lin Ye's heart did not relax. The nurse's behavior of forcibly delivering meals was itself extremely suspicious, and he couldn't help but wonder if the patients here originally were really patients? Could it be that the hospital turned them into this? Did the director or the nurse have medicine that could make them completely normal again? The scale in Lin Ye's heart began to tilt toward the key point of survival being the hospital itself. However, this was not urgent for now. He could wait until the evening when the situation worsened to take action. Especially the door at the end of the corridor, he must go in and investigate. After resting for a while, Lin Ye still decided to meet the 4th patient. The door to room 1504 was pushed open. The room was unlit, and the only light came from a small, dirty window high up on the wall, where a huge, bloated figure almost filled half the room, slumped against the wall. Even though Lin Ye was somewhat psychologically prepared, his pupils suddenly contracted. Because it was already hard to call this a person. His body looked like it was awkwardly stitched together from countless swollen flesh masses, the skin stretched so tight it was nearly transparent, with fluid wriggling beneath. Countless limbs, resembling tumors or extra growths, protruded unexpectedly from various parts of his body, drooping limply and swaying slightly. 4th patient? Cognitive disorder type, somatic deformity. He firmly believes that his body is undergoing terrifying and uncontrollable deformities, leading him to deep despair and self-loathing, and he refuses to communicate, often remaining completely still. Warning: his deformity may have some contagious nature. Long periods of observation require caution. The 4th patient didn't even need to make any extra movements, his warning was already triggered. With a headache that felt like it was about to explode, Lin Ye sensed something wriggling beneath his skin, struggling to break free. He urgently retreated from the room, slammed the door shut with a bang, and leaned against the wall to breathe. Only after a long while did the abnormal sensation in his body disappear. Just a single glance. P.S. Successfully entering the debut showcase. Data is very important during the showcase. Thank you all for adding the book to your shelves, following updates, urging updates, commenting, and reviews. The author will adjust the update time to 8 in the morning. If the data is good, there will be an additional update for Chapter 3 in the afternoon. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 064, Key Items. Stop, is the difficulty of this dungeon right? All door kills, in less than an hour half the players are dead, even our wild brother is starting to doubt life. Luckily we have the Ghost Bride with us, otherwise, we'd be in deep trouble. The pollution level of the 4th patient is this high, what about the 6 after him? Enough. Wild brother, I really feel for you this time. But is the difficulty over here really at level A? Why does it feel almost as bad as the S level that the unlucky guy in the next room encountered? Earlier, foreigners shouting that the ancient house dungeon was hard. Look at what your dungeon is like. Compensation, we must have compensation. Almost forgot about this TMD, bring on the compensation. Inside the dungeon. Having calmed down, Lin Ye dared not provoke the remaining patients again. Instead, he returned to the front desk obediently. Progress seemed to be at a standstill, but Lin Ye was not anxious. He was waiting for news from the country. The benefits he brought to the Dragon Kingdom in the last dungeon were enough to support them in conveying information to him at crucial moments. The dungeon had already been open for so long, and given the difficulty, many players should have died. He believed the country would convey some useful news to him. Sure enough, a small note soon appeared in front of him. Lin Ye picked it up to read, and there was only a short line of small characters on it. The deeper the pollution, the harder it is to maintain human form. The hint was too obvious, easily attracting the intervention of the strange game, but for Lin Ye, this sentence was already enough. He almost instantly understood the implied meaning behind the note. He took big strides to room 1503 and pushed open the door to the ward. Perhaps due to being overly frightened by the ghost bride, Laura was curled up in the corner of the bed with red eyes, tightly hugging her rabbit toy. Suddenly seeing Lin Ye, her body instinctively shrank back, and her mouth twisted, ready to cry again. Lin Ye raised his hand, inadvertently revealing the jade bracelet on his wrist. A silent threat. Laura's cry caught in her throat, her expression even more terrified. "I'm sorry, Dr. Lin. I will obediently take my medicine, I'm sorry. Don't be nervous." Lin Ye tried to make his tone sound friendly. "I just want to take a look at your room, is that okay?" Laura dared not refuse him and quickly nodded, fearing that if she hesitated, she would see that red-dressed sister again. Lin Ye's gaze carefully swept every corner of the room. If the deeper the pollution, the harder it is to maintain human form, then why did patient number 3, Laura, show less physical mutation than patient number 2? So he concluded that there must be a special presence in room 3 affecting Laura's pollution level. The soft pink-blue walls, the soft carpet, the pile of plush toys, everything looked too perfectly normal. Lin Ye's gaze finally fixed on the slightly worn rabbit toy in Laura's arms, Snowball. This toy almost never leaves her hand. Could it be the key? Lin Ye said directly, "Your Snowball looks really cute, can I borrow it to take a look?" Laura warily hugged the toy tighter, her big eyes full of resistance. "No. Snowball is my friend. I can't give it to you. I'm just going to look at it, I'll give it back to you soon." Lin Ye tried to get closer. "No!" Laura screamed, her emotions instantly agitated. "Go away. Bad doctor. You want to steal Snowball. Pretty sister. Hit him. Hit him." With her screams, the temperature in the room began to drop abnormally again. The invisible presence seemed to deepen its malice towards him. It was obviously impossible to forcefully snatch it. Laura's resistance to this matter even surpassed her fear of the ghost bride. Lin Ye had to stop advancing and gave her a soft and hard approach, even calling Han Zhou over to team up. Under their almost worn-out guarantees, Laura finally relented. "Then, you can only look at it here, you can't take it away, and you have to give it back to me quickly." "Deal." Lin Ye immediately agreed, carefully stepping forward to take the worn rabbit toy from Laura's hand. As soon as he held the toy, Lin Ye felt a strange coolness come from his palm, easing the slight pain in his forehead caused by the pollution. Sure enough. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and carefully examined the toy. Soon, his fingertips touched something hard at an inconspicuous crack on the back of the toy. Lin Ye pressed slightly with his fingertip, squeezing out a small piece of warm and smooth, black stone through the seam. That cool feeling came from this stone. And just as the stone was removed, Laura's gaze began to blur, and her body trembled slightly, as if enduring great pain. "Cold, so noisy, they are coming again, so many. The air around her began to twist again. The invisible pretty sister in Laura's mouth seemed to become clearer and more malicious. Lin Ye stuffed the stone back inside the toy and quickly returned Snowball to Laura's arms. As soon as Laura hugged Snowball, her gaze refocused. Only feeling wronged and scared, tightly hugging the doll, never willing to let go. Lin Ye took a few steps back, his heart already clear. The key item to suppress pollution really exists. To heal all the patients, he just needed to find more suppressants. "Laura, who gave you this doll?" It's from Mommy." Laura's small face buried behind the rabbit's ear, her voice muffled. "Mommy used to be a nurse here. After she gave this to me, she disappeared." Laura's mother was a nurse? And she is missing? This means the medical staff in this hospital truly has something to suppress mental pollution. He immediately asked, "When did Mommy disappear? Did she leave anything else? Or say something special to you?" Laura tried hard to recall, her small brows tightly furrowed. "Mommy was very scared before she left. She said if you feel uncomfortable, hug Snowball tightly, and she also said, don't let the uncle in white take it away." The uncle in white refers to the director? Or other medical staff? Did Mommy ever mention anything about the director or how to go downstairs? Lin Ye guided her, trying to uncover more clues. Laura's eyes became a bit bewildered and terrified. She shook her head vigorously. "I don't remember. Mommy was taken away that night and never came back. The nurse sister said Mommy was transferred to another hospital, but Laura knows that's not true." Tears began to spin in her eyes again. "They are lying. Mommy wouldn't abandon Laura. She must have been taken into the end room by the uncle in white. It seems that tonight, a trip to the end room is a must." Chapter 065 Night Exploration. After calming Laura's emotions, Lin Ye took Han Zhou and left the number 3 ward. Just at the moment of closing the door, he seemed to inadvertently catch a glimpse of a white figure. When he focused again, there was nothing there. Lin Ye, feeling uneasy, turned to Han Zhou. Can you see the pretty sister Laura mentioned? Han Zhou shook his head in confusion. Lin Ye thoughtfully locked the door. After sending Han Zhou back to the ward, he returned to the front desk, patiently waiting for nightfall. After skillfully sending the nurse away, he stuffed the aluminum lunchbox along with the paste inside into the storage space. After delivering medicine to 10 wards, Lin Ye's headache intensified. Understanding that he needed enough rest to continue, he returned to the lounge and directly lay down on the single bed in the corner. Feeling terrible with the headache, Lin Ye tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, secretly lamenting how torturous mental pollution truly is. His fingers unconsciously stroked the jade bracelet on his wrist. Lin Ye had an idea but was afraid the people in the livestream would hear, so he lowered his voice, a bit shyly murmuring, "Wife? Can you sleep with me for a while tonight? I miss you." As soon as he finished speaking, a red figure appeared on the single bed, turning away from him. Lin Ye smelled a familiar fragrance, first startled, and then happily buried his head in her neck. The breath was filled with the familiar scent from their wedding night. Miraculously, his headache eased a bit. No one spoke. After a few minutes, Lin Ye mustered his courage to wrap his arms around her waist. "Nianxi, can I call you that?" At this moment, he was incredibly grateful that Nianxi was facing away from him, otherwise he'd surely be exposed with his big red monkey-butt face. The ghost bride softened, letting out a gentle murmur. "You can." "Nianxi?" "Mum." "Nianxi?" "Mum." Lin Ye, satisfied, buried his head even deeper. After some time, the headache was gone, but an odd fire arose from within his body. He knew what it was and tried to alleviate it with willpower, but his arm reflexively tightened, hugging Nianxi even closer. The tighter he hugged, the stronger the fire became, the stronger the fire, the tighter he hugged, a vicious cycle. Soon, Lin Ye was tortured to the point of breathing rapidly. The people in the live broadcast room stared wide-eyed at this scene. "Brother Ye. I didn't hear anything. Why did such a pure conversation and scene make my old face blush?" "Pure? Isn't that single dog upstairs? I bet little Ye must have come out by now. My first time with my first love was like this too. I suddenly miss it a lot. Am I the only one worrying if we can still broadcast after this?" "Nianxi." Lin Ye held her hand. "Your hand is so small." The ghost bride shyly said nothing. "Nianxi, you smell so good, and you're so soft." The ghost bride curled her fingers slightly, still blushing and not knowing what to say. Until Lin Ye's hand slipped into her clothes, his heavy breaths brushed against her earlobe. "Nianxi, is it okay?" The live broadcast room went dark with a snap. In this environment, Brother Ye, what enthusiasm! 2 hours later, the live broadcast room screen finally returned. Lin Ye and the ghost bride had a blush on their faces, holding each other, a handsome man and a beautiful woman in a scene of peaceful happiness. In this small world, it surprisingly made one feel a trace of inner peace surging from deep within the heart. Lin Ye slept very contentedly, and when he woke up again, it was already late at night. After a few hours of sleep, his spirit had recovered to normal levels. Looking at Nianxi, who was still in a light sleep in his arms, he couldn't help but lean down and plant a kiss on her forehead. Unknowingly, his feelings for Nianxi seemed to have deepened. Just as he was about to get up, his peripheral vision accidentally caught sight of the lounge door. He saw that the door, which should have been tightly closed, was now pushed open a narrow crack without him knowing how it happened. And behind that dark crack, an eye filled with bloodshot veins, enlarged to nearly occupy the entire white of the eye, was staring intently inside the room. That gaze mixed extreme greed with a kind of coldness that felt inhuman. Lin Ye's blood almost froze in an instant, all warmth and tenderness replaced by terror. Instinctively, he protected Nianxi behind him, but his cool hand was grasped by a warm touch. "Husband." The ghost bride's voice rang in Lin Ye's ear. "Let her in, I will devour her." The ghost bride had already recognized that the person outside was the woman from room 3 who was trying to harm her husband. But at that time, she had just broken through the dungeon's restrictions, and did not act rashly. Since she was now delivering herself to the door, then she couldn't be blamed for being impolite. Hearing Nianxi's reassuring words, Lin Ye's tense nerves relaxed slightly. After a moment of thought, he figured out the identity of the person outside. He recalled Han Zhou's death prophecy and let fear fill his mind. Creak. The crack of the door was fully pushed open. Blood flowed out from the doorway, covering the small lounge, and countless black arms appeared out of nowhere, reaching for Lin Ye's neck. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner as predicted in Han Zhou's prophecy. Unfortunately, the companion referred to by Luala was destined to be unable to harm Lin Ye. The moment she fully stepped into the lounge, her only outcome was death. Lin Ye saw the satisfied Nianxi return to the jade bracelet, picked up the key, and entered room 1. Han Zhou watched his expression, which was quite marvelous, shifting from white to green, ultimately struggling to accept the fact that he was still alive. With the ghost bride here, how could his death prophecy possibly take effect? If it couldn't take effect, then was his death prophecy still a prophecy? For the first time, he was shaken. Lin Ye didn't care what Han Zhou was thinking. Anyway, he alone didn't dare to go to the room at the end. He had to find someone to help him. I suddenly remembered that we are running low on medicine for tomorrow. You should come with me to get some. Han Zhou was left dumbfounded as he was dragged to the black iron door at the end of the corridor. The iron door was not locked. Pushing it open, Lin Ye didn't even need a second of hesitation. By the time Han Zhou realized what was happening, Lin Ye had already entered the room. Fear crept up slowly into his heart. Why did we come here? Han Zhou's voice trembled uncontrollably, almost collapsing to the ground. The room behind the door was not the terrifying lair of the director he had imagined, but rather, an abandoned nurse's station and storage room. The room was filled with dusty medical equipment and scattered filing cabinets, the air thick with a mixture of dust and disinfectant. Most eye-catching was the medication cart in the center of the room, yet there was no sign of the nurse. The medicine, it's not here, right, Dr. Lin? Let's hurry and leave. Han Zhou clung tightly to Lin Ye's arm, his teeth chattering, desperate to escape immediately. However, Lin Ye ignored him, his gaze drawn to a file rack beside the medication cart. There was a label on the rack that read, Personnel Files, Resigned. A thought flickered in his mind, and he quickly approached to search through it, soon finding what he aimed for, a file belonging to Laura's mother. Lin Ye flipped through it rapidly. The records were quite ordinary until he saw the last page of the remarks section, where a scrawled line of hurried writing caught his eye. Private stash. Director ordered recovery, refusal to cooperate, taken to observation room on the night of X month X. Missing. Laura's mother was indeed missing. But he didn't know where this observation room was located. Chapter 066, Players Gather. Besides this small room, there were no other clues. As for where the nurse had gone or how to access other floors, it was impossible to investigate further, and the situation fell into a deadlock once again. Lin Ye's gaze involuntarily turned back to the medication cart, from which the medicines had been taken out during the day from beneath the black cloth. Could it mean something that the nurse intentionally left it here? A thought crossed Lin Ye's mind, and as his fingertips brushed against the thick, greasy black cloth, he cautiously lifted a corner. After seeing what was underneath the black cloth, his scalp went numb with shock, icy dread surged within him. For beneath the black cloth was not medicine at all, but a person. A person being forcibly stuffed into the narrow space of the medication cart in an absolutely inhuman, terrifyingly bizarre position. His body was grotesquely twisted, bent backward close to 180 degrees, his entire upper body and head cruelly contorted behind him, revealing a face twisted in extreme pain. His blood-red eyes were fixed upwards, suddenly locking eyes with Lin Ye, who had lifted the black cloth. Lin Ye felt his scalp nearly explode. If it weren't for his quick reaction, he would have screamed. This sudden fright was truly deadly. At least the only consolation was that this thing showed no aggression towards him. Just as Lin Ye was about to cover the black cloth and step back, the person on the surface suddenly opened his purple lips mechanically, and a red pill rolled out. Lin Ye froze. So, the medications given by the nurse were produced this way? A terrifying thing that could continuously produce different medicines. Han Zhou, witnessing this scene, suddenly felt a churn in his stomach for some unknown reason. At that moment, he forced a smile in his misery, thinking that at least the medicine came out from the mouth, not from, well, somewhere else. Let's go, let's check somewhere else. Lin Ye carefully covered the black cloth again, and the two walked out of the iron gate, one after the other. Just as they stepped out of the iron door, a pale arm extended from beneath the black cloth, slowly pointing toward a corner. In the corridor, the temperature was abnormally low, and the floor felt soft and collapsed underfoot, as if undergoing some kind of transformation. Seeing this, Lin Ye felt a breath of relief. Change represented clues, which was better than being stuck in one place. Lin Ye led Han Zhou away from the depths of the corridor, arriving in front of room 1, casually glancing at the doorplate across the way, which read 1511. Ha! 1511. Lin Ye looked up at the doorplate across from him. The 4 numbers clearly appeared on the door of the opposite ward. To ensure he wasn't mistaken, Lin Ye specially counted all the rooms to confirm that an additional one had truly appeared. There was unexpectedly an 11th ward that didn't exist. What could be inside? Lin Ye, without hesitation at such a clear change, would never give up the chance to explore. So he called out to Han Zhou, who was about to return to the ward. Wait, let's go in and take a look. Han Zhou looked at him speechlessly. Was Dr. Lin made of iron? Not afraid and even taking the initiative to get closer. The hospital becomes very eerie at night. He lowered his voice, trying to dissuade him. The doctors and nurses here are not normal people. It's safest to stay in the ward. You are right. Lin Ye adjusted his name tag, but we are doctors now. Han Zhou, seems to make a bit of sense. Lin Ye pushed the door open, and the two cautiously peered inside through the crack, using the corridor's light to see that there was only a slide inside. Strangely, the slide's exit actually pointed upwards toward the ceiling in an unusual manner. Lin Ye's reminders showed no reaction, proving that the danger of this slide was below that of patients. They could explore it without worry. However, Lin Ye looked at the deep, unknown dark slide entrance and expressed from the bottom of his heart, "How about, you go first?" Hanzhou? Why did it feel like Dr. Lin brought him along purely to test the waters? But he ultimately did not refuse, willingly letting go and sliding down, his figure instantly swallowed by the darkness. Lin Ye followed closely behind. The moment they slid into the tunnel, a strong sense of weightlessness hit him, and instead of the cold metal touch, it felt soft, elastic, and even had a hint of warmth, as if sliding through some creature's esophagus. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ye felt solid ground beneath him, and then he fell onto a somewhat soft plastic floor. He quickly rolled over and jumped up, cautiously looking around. To his surprise, he had ended up in a children's playground, and the place he had just slid out of was clearly the colorful mouth of a cartoon whale slide. Lin Ye looked around, the dark surroundings showed no sign of Hanzhou. A confused expression appeared on his face. Where exactly was he brought to? From the shadows came a strange noise and a few suppressed breaths. Who? Lin Ye's body instantly tensed, warily looking toward the source of the sound in the shadows. Soon, 4 figures cautiously emerged from behind a huge, faded cartoon castle model. 2 men and 2 women. At the forefront was a blonde woman with big waves, who first revealed a friendly smile. "I'm Emily, a player from Gallia, you might have seen my previous livestream." She looked to be in her late 20s, wearing dirty work clothes that couldn't hide her good figure. Her sharp and vigilant eyes showed a subtle scrutiny in her friendly demeanor. Next, the 3 behind her stepped forward one after another. A tall, burly man with a cold expression crossed his arms and simply spat out a few words. "Morgan, from Bear Country." A thin, pale man wearing glasses spoke urgently. "Jean Juwenhao, from Pickle Country." Lastly, a young girl with brown curly hair and freckles exclaimed, "I am Ali, from Italy." As for Lin Ye, no introduction was needed. As a newcomer who had shone brightly in the Marriage Ancient Mansion dungeon, there were very few people in the world who didn't recognize him. Lin Ye quickly scanned them, suddenly understanding. This playground should be a special gathering point to bring players from different floors together, nearly leading him to think this dungeon had to be solo cleared. "You seem to have arrived a bit late. We got to this playground in the first half of the night." Emily continued to speak kindly, proactively divulging information. Ali trembled in fear and took the initiative to speak. "We had 10 people in the first half of the night, and now only the 4 of us are left." Seeing that the others had no malice towards him, Lin Ye wanted to ask more, but at that moment, ding dong! The harsh and cheerful broadcast echoed throughout the amusement park without warning. "The 9th round of hide and seek is about to begin. Please all visitors find a hiding place immediately." Countdown, 10, 9, 8. "That thing is coming again, hide quickly." Jean Juwenhao urged, rushing towards a hollow cartoon dinosaur sculpture beside him. The other 3 followed closely, and with no place to go, Lin Ye squeezed in as well. In the narrow space, the 5 didn't even dare to breathe. Through the holes in the sculpture's eyes, Lin Ye saw a huge shadow completely composed of thick darkness stretching toward them, like a silent tide. It was filled with malicious glares watching the entire amusement park. Lin Ye's pupils constricted. What on earth was that? P.S. An extra chapter as a gift. Thanks to everyone's continued support, requests for updates, rewards, comments, bookshelves, gifts. Your encouragement fills the author with motivation. Thank you so much. Chapter 067, The Clown House. Nightmare Monster. A fantasy creature that parasitizes human mental worlds. Its form is often the host's nightmares, feeding on fear. Tip: it can only be lured by fear. To kill it, one only needs to eliminate the host's fear. The host's fear? But the problem is, whose nightmare is the amusement park? Lin Ye felt his mind was a bit chaotic. Could this additional room lead directly to the patient's nightmares? Could overcoming the nightmares of 10 patients be one way to treat them? Is this the path to survival? This side quest is purely a head-scratcher? An even more disgusting copy than a battle royale had finally emerged. 3, 2, 1, the game begins. The moment the broadcast ended, the movement of that black shadow noticeably accelerated. There were no footsteps, no sounds of breathing, only a suffocating mental pressure that seeped into every person's bones like icy water. The monster seemed to be sniffing around, its black tendrils probing the slide entrance, drilling into the base of the carousel, sweeping through the ball pit. Suddenly, the monster leaped toward a nearby giant plastic mushroom house filled with holes. After finding nothing, the monster seemed a bit angry and accelerated its movements, quickly sliding toward a hobby horse near the cartoon dinosaur sculpture where Lin Ye and the others were hiding. The Italian player Ali covered his mouth tightly, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Next to him, Jean Juwenhao's face turned as pale as paper, his eyes behind his glasses filled with despair. Emily and Morgan also tensed up, silently spreading fear was inching closer, and at this rate, it was only a matter of time before the monster found them. Lin Ye forced down the fear in his heart and stepped out before the tendrils could reach, swaggering boldly in front of the monster. The eyes of the 4 widened. Indeed, he was the ruthless player from the last quest. Isn't this too hardcore? Lin Ye glanced at the others and explained, as long as we have no fear, this monster won't harm us. He even gave a personal demonstration, making it hard for the others not to believe him. But they all understood the reasoning, yet in the face of such extreme horror, rationality felt like a candle in a wild wind. Jin Juanhao's mental defenses collapsed first. He suddenly pushed Morgan in front of him aside, screaming, "I don't want to die." He disregarded everything and rushed out from their hiding place, running frantically toward the slight exit he remembered. "Fool!" Emily cursed under her breath. But it was too late. Jin Juanhao's fear was like the brightest lighthouse, guiding the monster's direction. The black tendrils surged forward at alarming speed. Like an arrow shot from a bow, it lunged towards Jin Juanhao, wrapping around his body and dragging him deeper into the amusement park. "Where is the monster taking him?" Lin Ye turned his head to ask. The three of them shook their heads in confusion. "Every time we play hide-and-seek, the monster ends it early as soon as it catches someone. We were all too scared to approach." Before Lin Ye could finish, he turned and ran after the shadow of the monster, leaving the other three looking at each other hesitantly, still choosing not to follow. Lin Ye had no time to worry about them, all his focus was locked on the monster ahead. The monster moved quickly, weaving through the twisted amusement rides, soon dragging Jin Juanhao to a dark corner. There stood a ramshackle clown house with peeling paint, its enormous grinning face appearing especially sinister in the dim light. Lin Ye quietly approached, carefully peeking inside. What he saw made his stomach churn. In the center of the clown house was a black iron pot, puffing with steam. Underneath it burned a greenish flame, the thick soup inside continuously bubbled, revealing eerie white bones and scraps of torn clothing. Beside the pot, scattered numerous human bones, some still fresh and bloodied, others already rotten and blackened, piled high like a mountain. On a nearby bloodstained table lay several recently dead player bodies. The monster shoved the stunned Jin Juanhao into a cage suspended in midair, casually grabbing a player's corpse, tearing it apart, and tossing it into the soup, stirring it leisurely with black tentacles. The entire interior of the clown house resembled a scene from a human slaughterhouse. Damn! The overwhelming and indescribable smell of strange meat, mixed with a burnt aroma, made Lin Ye's head spin. He truly didn't understand why the monsters in this bizarre game had such peculiar tastes. After going through a few more levels, Lin Ye could even write a book called 108 Ways to Cook Humans. Hiding in a corner, Lin Ye patiently waited for the next game to begin, only rushing inside the house after the monster left. Jin Juanhao saw him as if he were a savior, crying and screaming in the cage, "Dragon Country player. Save me! Save me! We're all players, please, save me." Lin Ye ignored him, he had said not to be afraid to avoid the monster. If he didn't listen, who could he blame? He focused on rummaging through the nearby clutter, hoping to find useful clues in the monster's lair. After thinking it over, Lin Ye decided that hitting the monster's home directly was the most efficient. "Lin Ye! Lin Ye! Can you hear me?" Seeing that Lin Ye was completely indifferent, fear and despair overwhelmed Jin Juanhao. "Are you even human? Ignoring someone in distress? We are the same kind. Do you really want to watch me get cooked by that monster?" Lin Ye glanced at him coldly. "I warned everyone, don't be afraid." Damn! How is it possible not to be afraid? Jin Juanhao broke down, shaking the cage frantically. "That's a monster, a flesh-eating monster. Are you not human? Aren't you afraid? Stop pretending. Get me out. Hurry! Or I'll haunt you as a ghost." Oh, the fresh moral kidnapping. Lin Ye was not angry, he simply spoke to nothingness. Family watching on the screen, please send a few greetings to Xiaoxiba. The Dragon Country netizens in the live broadcast room quickly acknowledged it, happily heading to the Pickle Country's official account. Lin Ye continued searching for clues, soon finding several disorganized doodles. "Lin Ye! Please! I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." Seeing that toughness didn't work, Jin Juanhao began to plead with tears again. "If you save me, I'll give you all my items. All of them. We Dragon Country players are the most trustworthy, please. I don't want to be cooked and eaten." Lin Ye still ignored his words, analyzing the content of the graffiti. The earlier pages seemed to be a series of murder prophecies, and a murder plan? Various cruel and bloody methods of killing were displayed in a chilling way with messy lines. Seeing this, Lin Ye understood completely, this nightmare belonged to Hanzhou. The later pages had even more chaotic lines, barely recognizable symbols like no, die, and stop. The last page's murder scene was shocking. It was the clown house. In the image, a little figure stood in the clown house, their body cut into countless pieces by disordered lines, surrounded by densely written words saying die. It was like telling the world's cruelest curse. Chapter 068, False Prophecies. Lin Ye understood he needed to find Hanzhou quickly. Stuffing the pages of graffiti into his pocket, he turned to leave the clown house. "Where are you going? Don't leave. Lin Ye. Come back. You cold-blooded bastard. A beast that watches others die without helping." Dragon country players are cowards. Jin Juanhao saw Lin Ye about to leave, his last hope shattered, going completely insane, cursing with the worst words possible. Lin Ye remained deaf to it all, unwilling to waste words on a dead man, simply casting him a dark smile. You better pray for a quick death, don't fall into my hands. With that, he ignored Jin Juanhao's reaction and walked straight out. Ding. Triggered side quest, Death Prophecy. An overlooked child wants to gain attention through a death prophecy. Can you feel his internal struggles and kindness from his graffiti? Tip: eliminate his fears and let him feel valued. Reward? It was an unknown reward. Lin Ye was a bit surprised. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. While feeling surprised, he also breathed a sigh of relief, finally triggering a quest, which was much slower than the last instance. Lin Ye looked down at the jade bracelet on his wrist, only now realizing how lenient Nianqi had been in the first quest. Feeling a bit awkward, he wondered how he was chosen with such intelligence to get the golden finger and travel. Did they not assess people before selecting them? He was self-aware, his intelligence was at most above average, no more than that. However, since he was here, he would take it easy. After all, being married to Nianqi, he was quite willing. Lin Ye shook his head to dispel such thoughts and focused on searching for Hanzhou. Fortunately, the children's amusement park wasn't very large. He quickly found Hanzhou curled up in a corner, trembling in fear among a pile of clutter. A name tag he made still hung around Hanzhou's neck. It was just a piece of paper with a string through it, with some words written on it. As soon as Lin Ye squatted down in front of him, Hanzhou trembled violently, hugging himself in fright. Sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He didn't mean to kill, he was sorry. Hanzhou, it's me. Lin Ye's voice was not loud but carried an undeniable, reassuring strength. Do you remember who I am? You are. Who is it? Hanzhou looked up, glancing at the name tag on Lin Ye's chest. A flicker of clarity crossed his vacant eyes. Yes, you are the doctor. Dr. Lin. His thoughts seemed confused, but he still recognized Lin Ye's identity. Lin Ye recalled the questions on the record sheet. Do you remember your name? I am first. His gaze grew more bewildered, subconsciously realizing he was not a prophet. His death prophecy seemed broken. So who was he? Who was he again? Lin Ye reached out to adjust Hanzhou's name tag. This action was like a faint flash of lightning, splitting the chaotic fog in his mind. Hanzhou, my name is Hanzhou. Hanzhou grabbed Lin Ye's sleeve. Grabbing onto the last straw of hope, I am your assistant, and today I successfully learned how to feed medicine to patients. He was no longer the small pitiful figure in the corner that no one cared about. He was the assistant hired by Dr. Lin, who valued him greatly and had been teaching him how to become a qualified assistant. Yes, Assistant Hanzhou. Lin Ye affirmed confidently. As hope reignited in Hanzhou's eyes, a sudden cry came from a distance. Hanzhou's gaze gradually turned resolute. He no longer chose to escape but actively walked toward the clown house. Lin Ye followed closely behind, and the two quickly approached the clown house. The shadow of a massive figure had been waiting for a long time, and upon seeing Hanzhou, the black tentacles waved excitedly. You finally choose to show up. Ha 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 ha. The dark shadow let out a wild laugh, and its colossal figure gradually solidified into a shape. That shape wore an identical blue and white patient gown to Hanzhou's, and its body shape was no different. But it was surrounded by ominous black mist, with a face wearing a sinister smile mixed with extreme madness and cruelty. The nightmare in Hanzhou's heart was himself. Let me see what your last death prophecy was. What was it? The monster expanded the black mist, and across from it, Hanzhou did not flinch or dodge, even revealing a hint of sympathy. But the monster had no time to ponder what that meant. The death prophecy appeared in its mind, and it seemed to catch the scent of something delicious. The black mist surged wildly toward Lin Ye. Lin Ye. Again, him? Unfortunately, the monster's wish was destined to fail. A red light flashed, striking it and making it question its own life. Just now, what was that thing? Even Lin Ye looked down in confusion. Clearly, the jade bracelet had not reacted. Where did that red light come from? Hanzhou's lips curled into a mocking arc. You can't kill him. In reality, what had not succeeded, such a deeply rooted dream derived from reality, was even less likely to succeed. The monster's expression turned extremely ugly. Why? Have I not been good enough to you? I granted all your wishes. Why do you keep rejecting me? My wishes? Hanzhou laughed even more mockingly. Did you fulfill my wishes or your own desires? You are a monster, a monster. You only kill. Slaughter innocent people. The monster's voice became sharp. Without me, you would have long been forgotten in the corner. Without me, who would care about a silent, odd freak? I gave you power. I made them see you. Even if through fear. That is not what I wanted at all. Hanzhou confronted it with agitation. That just satisfies your ridiculous bloodlust. Each time a prophecy comes true, I can feel a part of me dying. That is the price. The monster roared, to be valued, to not be ignored, you must pay a price. Ultimately, it's still because you are too weak. If you were strong enough to win attention on your own, how would I have come into existence? Those words struck Hanjo's heart like a sharp knife, and his face turned pale, his body slightly swaying. Throughout his life, his existence was easily overshadowed by more vivid people and events, his parents' gazes, his teacher's attention, even occasional glances from peers that barely lingered on him for a second. That feeling of being completely ignored was like fine sand, silently filling every crevice of his life, suffocating him. Under enormous psychological pressure, he finally broke down and fabricated the ability to possess death prophecies. When those who once overlooked him focused their sights on him, an uncontrollable pleasure surged from within, and he became addicted to this twisted attention, unable to stop like a drug addict. But this false pleasure was always fleeting, soon a greater sense of panic engulfed him. What if they find out that all this is a lie? What should he do? Chapter 069, Mysterious Reward, Additional Update. Every brief attention after a prophecy was accompanied by a deeper fear of being exposed. He felt like a person on stilts standing at the edge of a cliff, swaying dangerously, a moment of carelessness leading to a bottomless abyss. The start of a lie meant countless lies were needed to cover it up. This, in itself, was an endless torment. The turning point came with the birth of the first unexpected fulfillment. His deskmate fell to death from the stairs, merely from an accidental sprain. At first, he felt smug, thinking such coincidences were heaven's favor upon him, saving him. Then came the second, the third. His casual prophecies began to manifest in various direct or indirect, but exceedingly real ways. Finally, he started to realize something was wrong. Those crime scenes seemed to have his presence everywhere. It felt like within him, there was something that could turn his lies into reality. As the death toll rose, he clearly felt it, it had appeared. It was calm, cruel, possessing all the power he lacked. It laughed at his weaknesses deep within his consciousness, enjoying and actively creating deeper fears. It took control of those uncontrollable prophecies, even escalating them further. He finally broke down, realizing there was no such thing as a death prophecy. Those people were all killed by him. They were killed by that indescribable monster within him. Every vibrant life that faded reminded him that he had become a heartless monster. A huge sense of guilt drowned him like cold seawater, plunging him into a bottomless pit of endless regret and self-loathing, suffering day and night in relentless torment. Until finally, he could no longer bear this hellish agony. He looked at the shadowed figure in the mirror and screamed out his decision, "I will kill you. Kill you." He crafted his own death prophecy in the most tragic way imaginable. The clown house became the grave he chose for himself. In self-destruction, he ended this nightmare that originated from him but had long since spiraled out of control. That was the only penance he could think of. The cost. Hanjo pulled back from the memories, his expression shifting from pain to a cold clarity. "You are right." He raised his head and stared straight at the monster. "It is time for me to pay for my mistakes, to utterly kill you." The monster burst into a harsh laughter as if hearing the biggest joke. "Kill me? Just you? You coward who doesn't even dare face them. Without me, you are nothing. You will only turn back into that transparent person. Maybe." Hanjo's expression was extraordinarily calm, which in turn made the monster uneasy. "I admit my cowardice, acknowledge my nasty greed, even confess to the mistakes I've made. But so what?" He stepped forward, ignoring the black tendrils twisting in excitement at his approach, opening his arms. "I fully accept this self." The monster felt the very foundation of its existence collapsing madly, its vast shadow rapidly contracting and fading. It finally realized the seriousness of the issue. The black mist frantically lunged toward Hanjo, trying to stop him. "You're crazy. Stop. Stop. You monster!" Hanjo rubbed the simple badge on his chest. The death prophecy had long been shattered, and he was no longer an ignored existence. Because a doctor had invited him to become his assistant. Hanjo's eyes grew firmer, disregarding the black mist surging towards him. He steadily pronounced, "Die." "No, no." The monster screamed in terror, but could not alter the outcome, ultimately dissipating like smoke blown away by the wind. Completely disappeared into the air. "Dr. Lin." Hanjo turned his head and showed him a smile. "My name is Hanjo. I have never had the ability to foresee, nor can I see anyone's death." 3 sentences corresponded to Dr. Lin's 3 questions during the day. The last remnants of the clown house completely collapsed, reverting back to the cold, familiar walls of the hospital corridor. The surviving players didn't know what had happened, but they were all grateful to be alive. "Congratulations players on completing the side mission, Death Prophecy. Reward unlocked, Dean's Discharge Assessment. You have successfully treated patient number 1. You will gain 1 opportunity to enter the Dean's office to assist your patient in completing the assessment, so that he can be smoothly discharged. Hidden reward, Purified Soul, Special Status. Status description: your soul has undergone a thorough purification, becoming flawed yet pure. Under this status, you will be absolutely immune to all external spiritual pollution, but your emotional perception ability will be greatly reduced, and you will randomly and permanently lose some memories and emotions. My God. These two rewards made Lin Ye's eyes widen in shock. Entering the dean's office. Absolute immunity to spiritual pollution. Lin Ye's lips almost couldn't hold back. It's coming true, this is what it means to hit the jackpot. Excited, he started showering Han Zhou with compliments. However, Han Zhou looked at him strangely. Dr. Lin was actually not brushing him off, truly a rare occurrence. Lin Ye smiled at him. Is your body alright? Han Zhou shook his head. That's great. Lin Ye clapped his hands. I'll come to do your discharge assessment tomorrow. Once you recover you can leave this hellish place. Han Zhou. Didn't he say he would be my assistant? Is he abandoning me now? How mean. Don't think too much. Lin Ye cheerfully patted his shoulder. I'm waiting for you to recover and officially apply to be a doctor to work with me. Our chemistry is definitely top-notch. Now that's more like it. Han Zhou felt pleased and turned back to the ward, looking out at the night scenery, anticipating his new life. How long has it been since I left here? I can't remember, it seems like it's been a very long time. Lin Ye returned to the lounge and couldn't help but sigh at this profitable turn of events. He had started with no clues at all, yet unexpectedly could make contact with the dean the next day. The viewers from Longwei in the live broadcast were equally thrilled. This speed, it has to be Yi Gu. Once we get the stone to suppress patient pollution, we can access the patients in the back rooms. Damn, there are still 9 patients left, just thinking about it gives me a headache. To be fair, being on a team with Yi Gu is great, those other players just got carried along. I'm so pissed off, that stupid pickled cabbage country player didn't die, truly got lucky. Ugh, I'm so angry I still need to go to the pickled cabbage country official site. Hold on up there, wait for me, let's go together. Inside the dungeon. Lin Ye still didn't know the news that the pickled cabbage country player was alive. He rubbed the jade bracelet on his wrist and fell back into a deep sleep. Nianqi, thank you. The jade bracelet silently radiated warmth, nurturing Lin Ye's weary body. P.S. Here's a direct update. Thank you all for your continued support, urging, donations, comments, and adding to the bookcase. Your gifts inspire the author to write enthusiastically, deeply grateful. Chapter 070, Assessment Failure. After dawn, Lin Ye usually faked being unwell to trick the nurse. While distributing medicine to patients, Lin Ye entered Laura's ward, and she tilted her head, watching him curiously. Suddenly, Laura broke into a big smile. Pretty sister, good morning. Lin Ye paused for a moment, almost imperceptibly. Pretty sister, wasn't she swallowed by Nianqi last night? How is she still here? Does it mean if she believes she can see this companion, it will always exist? Lin Ye's lips twitched. Isn't this pure mechanic weirdness? This means she can just play around? Isn't that completely lewd? Fortunately, Laura only greeted him and didn't make any other dangerous statements. She probably got scared by the Ghost Bride and didn't dare to attack Lin Ye again. Laura. Lin Ye crouched down, bringing his gaze level with the little girl. Did you say the pretty sister is always following me? Laura nodded, glancing warily at the jade bracelet where the Ghost Bride lingered, and cautiously said, You took her eyes, she wants them back. I didn't take her eyes. Can you tell her to stop following me? Laura quickly shook her head, her eyes looking even more fearful as she looked at Lin Ye. Clearly, you took the pretty sister's eyes. Great, this was getting nowhere. Lin also watched her finish her medicine, no longer trying to communicate, and left the 3rd ward to deliver medicine to other patients. As he passed by the 7th ward, he heard an extremely faint and intermittent sound coming from inside. No, don't go. Danger, don't. The voice was unclear, mixed with painful gasps, making it hard to distinguish the specific words, only barely catching a few syllables. Lin Ye pressed his ear against the ward door, trying to hear more clearly, but the voice suddenly vanished, fading into silence, as if it had just been his illusion. Don't go? Where shouldn't he go? Danger, was it saying danger? Was it warning him not to enter the director's office? Or somewhere else? Just now, the 7th patient seemed to be reminding me. Lin Ye felt perplexed. Everything in this hospital could not be easily trusted. For players, both patients and doctors were dangerous existences. But regardless, this added a bit of caution for him about the director's office he was about to enter. After distributing all the patient's medicine, Lin Ye returned to the 1st ward. As soon as he stepped into the ward, Lin Ye sharply noticed something new in the room. He saw that where there had been a blank wall, a door had quietly appeared without him knowing. It boldly bore 5 big words. Director's office. It had suddenly shown up there, as if it had always been there, just never allowed to be seen before. So the door to the director's office was right in the patient's ward. Han Zhou seemed to be quite used to the mysterious director's office. He had changed into a clean patient's outfit, his hair neatly arranged, making him look very spirited. Are you ready? Lin Ye confirmed. Han Zhou nodded, a glimmer of hope appearing in the depths of his eyes. Let's go. After all, it wasn't their first time, there was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Ye prepared himself mentally, reached for the doorknob, and just as he was about to push it open, he couldn't help but turn his head. How about you do it? Han Zhou. Are we done joking? He may complain, but he still stepped up, leaning against the door and gently pushing it open. The door opened silently inward. A difficult-to-describe mix of disinfectant and musty paper smell hit his face. Behind the door was a space seemingly shrouded in gray mist, with the outline of a huge desk dimly visible. The desk was unusually tidy, only holding a silver bell, a stack of blank forms, and a pen that looked quite expensive. Behind the desk sat a high-backed swivel chair, the back facing the doorway, making it impossible to see who sat there. Sit. The high-backed chair slowly turned around. Seated in the chair was a figure dressed in a crisp white coat. His face was covered by a smooth, featureless ceramic mask, with two deep black holes for eyes, quietly watching the two who entered. This is the director? Lin Ye felt an invisible pressure enveloping him, his mental strength slowly decreasing without him realizing it. Han Zhou obediently sat down in the chair in front of the desk, while Lin Ye stood behind him. Patient number 1, Han Zhou. The director's voice came through the mask, and Lin Ye sensibly handed over his recorded observation form. The director looked down and quickly skimmed through the form. Then, the discharge assessment officially begins. The director picked up the silver bell on the desk. Gently shook. Ding. The crisp bell sound echoed in the large office. As the bell sound fell, the bookshelf on one side of the office suddenly slid open silently, revealing a dark entrance behind it. A chillier wind, carrying a sinister aura than that in the office, blew out from inside. Assessment Phase 1, Memory Resonance. The director's voice had no fluctuation. Please enter the retrospective corridor, face the source of your illness directly, I will score you based on your performance. Lin Ye looked towards the dark entrance, suddenly feeling that the director really had a problem. Always testing the patients, afraid they wouldn't go crazy, right? Is there such a way to treat illness? Han Zhou stood up from the chair, his fingertips trembled slightly, but he quickly clenched them into a fist, his gaze gradually becoming determined. Step by step, he walked towards the entrance, his figure gradually swallowed by the thick darkness. Lin Ye looked at the director, trying to read some useful information from that smooth mask, but found nothing. Now, he could do nothing but wait. Bang! A muffled sound, as if something heavy had slammed against the wooden floor, suddenly came from behind the bookshelf. Lin Ye's whole body stiffened, instantly tensing. Then came the second sound. The third sound. Each sound louder than the last, as if something inside was wildly crashing against the bookshelf, trying to break through the wall. Something was clearly wrong inside. The director remained motionless, as if he hadn't heard anything. Until the fourth sound rang out, the director placed the silver bell back in its position. What does the director mean by this? Just when Lin Ye's unease peaked, the director's ceramic mask finally turned to him. Dr. Lin, your patient's assessment result cannot be discharged. Failure? Lin Ye's heart sank suddenly. His first reaction was to refute. How could this be possible? He had completed his task, all right? That was certified by a golden finger. Is the director trying to scare him? According to the rules, those who failed the assessment will remain in the retrospective corridor permanently. Please leave. Chapter 071 Patient number 7. His symptoms clearly already, Lin Ye tried to argue reasonably. The director interrupted him, his voice carrying undeniable authority. Please leave, Dr. Lin. The last three words emphasized, carrying a silent threat. The two deep, bottomless black holes on the mask suddenly locked onto Lin Ye. It was no longer that vague gaze, but something more concrete and sharp, as if two invisible ice spikes instantly pierced into Lin Ye's eyes and fiercely stabbed deep into his brain along the optic nerve. Lin Ye's whole body stiffened suddenly, all the unfinished words were instantly choked back in his throat. He felt the air around him become thick like glue, frantically squeezing him, making it extremely difficult to even lift a finger. What was even more terrifying was that his body began to move uncontrollably. His legs seemed to be pulled by invisible threads, rigidly, step by step, turning backward. His brain was screaming madly, wanting to resist, wanting to stay, but his limbs completely refused to listen. Lin Ye tried his hardest, only managing to squeeze out the single word between his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat soaking his back. The director remained silent, the high-backed chair slowly turned back. The door was pulled open by Lin Ye's right hand. Bang! The heavy wooden door was abruptly slammed shut behind him, completely severing his connection with the director's office. The terrifying pressure that had been imposed on him vanished suddenly. Lin Ye felt his legs go weak, almost collapsing to the ground. He hurriedly reached out to support himself against the wall next to him to barely stand firm. His heart was frantically beating in his chest, almost about to leap out of his throat, his temples throbbed painfully, a side effect of excessive mental strain and forced suppression. Lin Ye gasped for breath, instinctively looking back, Where was there still a door to the director's office? Only the familiar and empty white wall of ward number 1 remained, as if the irresistible feeling of terror just now was merely a vivid nightmare. But the rapid breathing, weak legs, and still buzzing brain clearly told Lin Ye that was not a dream. That director had an absolute power that he could not compete with. Moreover, even Han Zhou was left inside. Assessment failed, permanently left behind. Failed? Just like that, failed? Why? Han Zhou's symptoms had clearly disappeared. What went wrong? Lin Ye's mind was in a jumble, a mix of anger, helplessness, and great confusion seized him fiercely. Damn it! Lin Ye muttered under his breath. Questions bubbled and exploded like boiling bubbles in his mind, but no useful answers came. Frustration and anger washed over him like cold tides, but eventually, a sliver of cold reason broke through. Lin Ye asked himself, what were the criteria for the director's discharge assessment? Why did he subconsciously assume that becoming a normal person would pass the director's discharge assessment? Clearly, there were no definitive clues. He had taken this thought for granted. Lin Ye had to admit, he was too hasty. Being dizzy from completing side tasks and entering the director's office, he thought he had gained critical information. But he had blindly sent the director a killer move. Truly an unexpected, foolish mistake. But now was not the time to be lost in self-blame. Han Zhou was still trapped inside. He had to find a way to rescue Han Zhou first. He could not let him die in there. After realizing this, Lin Ye's gaze regained determination. There must be crucial clues in this building that he had overlooked. Information. He needed to gather more useful information. Lin Ye thought of the warning sound from ward number 7 in the morning. The patient inside must know something. The ward number 7 patient chose to remind him in that way, surely wanting to tell him something. Lin Ye felt he should go see the patient in ward number 7. Although jumping ahead to face the 7th patient was extremely risky, he would have to confront these 10 patients sooner or later. Whether he ducked or not, it was all the same, just do it. No backing down. It was just some mental pollution. He possessed a special state capable of purifying his soul, and he wouldn't face deadly situations. Lin Ye found the key to room 1507 and opened the door. In the faint light, Lin Ye struggled to see the internal structure of ward number 7. Where the bed should have been, there was instead a bizarre device made up of countless transparent tubes and glass containers entwined together. Those tubes varied in thickness, flowing with murky liquids of different colors. They wriggled and circulated like a strange ecosystem, emitting extremely faint gurgling sounds. The glass containers were soaking some unrecognizable tissue masses and a person that was hardly recognizable as a human. Her head was abnormally swollen, entirely covered by an oxygen mask connected to several tubes, obscuring her features. Her limbs twisted at extraordinarily unnatural angles, and particularly on her exposed neck and wrists, there were growing white, fluff-like substances resembling fungal mycelium. These mycelium-like substances floated slightly in the water, as if alive, stretching desperately towards the surface of the surrounding water. This scene made Lin Ye's mind flash back to numerous terrifying movies about body modification: Human Centipede, Human Seal. The mutation of the 7th patient surpassed the first 4, reaching a horrifying degree of twisted life. Lin Ye could not help but wonder, would the degree of mutation of the 10th patient not be an indescribable Cthulhu monster? Is this the spiritual pollution of a bizarre world? Unlike the classic Eerie images based on resentment and folklore in the first instance, this instance's Eerie image is completely on the opposite extreme. Can this even be human? This is entirely a grand and cruel torture targeting the player's sanity points. Patient number 7? Cognitive disorder type? Hint, her desire to communicate seems very strong. Lin Ye stood at the door, his face white as terror and nausea churned in his chest. He swore, after going out, he would never watch any Western horror movies again. The live-streaming audience from Dragon Country felt heartbroken for Lin Ye. This scene was hard for them to bear, even through a screen. As a player, having to be in such an environment in person, not going mad was already very impressive. Please, bizarre game, be a little kinder. New, Catalyst. Coming, just right, source, activate. Join, cycle, become, nutrients. Let us, merge, give birth, to perfection. Patient number 7 continued to emit indistinct sounds, and Lin Ye could not fully grasp what she was saying. Lin Ye looked around, trying to find something usable. P.S. I beg each of you, dear readers, to leave a book review. 5 stars aren't too many, 4 stars aren't too few. Fulfill the little author's dream of getting a rating, sliding down in gratitude. Chapter 72, New Patient Number 1, Bonus Update. What a load of crap. Lin Ye looked at his storage space: paper doll, wedding dress, wooden nails, gloves, pencil sharpener. Excuse me, which of these can be used now? Except for that special effect that could be useful, these things were basically useless. Even the devouring ability of Nian Shu was ineffective against the imagined eeriness. Lin Ye suspected this instance was deliberately targeting him. How could a transcender end up like this? Shouldn't he be holding a refreshing story script? Can he apply to go back to the central terror zone? At least he still had some fighting power. While Lin Ye mentally complained and flipped the bird to the sky, he suddenly realized something was off. Those broken and blurry sounds seemed not to come from the submerged patient number 7. Lin Ye's gaze quickly focused on the wildly dancing white mycelium. He saw the tips of those mycelium shaking violently, rubbing and vibrating against each other, looking just like they were mimicking human lips opening and closing. Join us. Nutrients merge into one. An incredible guess rose in Lin Ye's heart. Could these ghostly things be speaking? Good heavens, they'd become smart. Thump. Before he could think carefully, a faint collision sound echoed in the room. Lin Ye looked towards the center of the container, following the sound. He saw patient number 7's head, covered by an oxygen mask, struggling to move a bit. A hand, swollen and pale from soaking, barely recognizable, gradually lifted with all its strength, feeling for the mask on her face. Click, a very faint sound of a buckle popping open. The mask was lifted slightly, revealing pale, cracked lips, which let out a weak yet clear breath. Run. This word seemed to have exhausted all of patient number 7's strength. Her arm fell weakly, and her whole self returned to silence, only the mycelium attached to her becoming more and more agitated. In this situation, it was obviously impossible to ask for any useful information. Moreover, Lin Ye had always been one to heed warnings. Without any hesitation, he turned to rush out of the room. But it was already too late. The moment Lin Ye turned around, he was horrified to find that, he didn't know when, countless almost invisible transparent mycelium, under the cover of darkness, had silently spread all over the door and the walls. These transparent mycelium tightened suddenly as he moved. Buzz. The entire room's light warped. Those wriggling hoses, glass containers, and frenzied mycelium, everything shook violently like the reflection in water after a stone is thrown. Lin Ye felt a strong dizziness, like the whole space was being roughly kneaded and reshaped by an invisible giant hand. When he could barely see again, he found himself lying on a hospital bed, his gaze sweeping around. He could see an iron-framed bed, a bedside table, a chair, and a small window with bars. It was a clean and tidy standard hospital room. Lin Ye stood up from the bed, realizing that the familiar white gown was gone, replaced by a blue and white striped patient outfit. A brand new plastic tag hung on his chest, clearly printed with a line of words. Patient number 1, Lin Ye. Lin Ye's blood turned cold instantly. He had actually replaced Hanzhou to become the new patient number 1. How could this happen? What on earth happened just now? Lin Ye instinctively reached for his wrist. The jade bracelet was still there. The warm touch calmed his racing heart a little. Thank goodness. Nian, she was still here. After calming down, Lin Ye checked his body. He was not injured and did not have anyone else's face. He did not know what it meant to be a patient, but he knew that once he became a patient, the degree of alienation would only increase with the passage of time. At this moment, Lin Ye finally understood, this hospital was not treating patients, it was clearly creating more monsters of spiritual pollution. What patient number 10 was like was unknown, but the director absolutely would not allow a patient to have the possibility of being cured. The beginning of the scenario had already given a hint. Help all patients pass discharge assessment and successfully recover to be discharged. These words clearly meant that players must stand with the patients to fight against the hospital. Lin Ye had actually foolishly gone to provoke the director the next day. He really wanted to slap himself from the first day to wake up. Fortunately, Lin Ye had Nianxi as his biggest trump card. Things wouldn't be too bad. The path to survival was becoming clearer. Now, the most important thing was to find a way to cope with the coming crisis. The medicine given by the nurse was definitely not to be eaten. Lin Ye went to the door, looking outside through the small observation window. The corridor was pitch black. There was not even a ghostly shadow, let alone a human figure. He remembered that when he entered room number 7, the sky was still bright. How could it be dark now? How long had passed? Unable to think, Lin Ye simply gave up, sitting on the bed to recall his memories, feeling certain that his memory had not become problematic yet. Lin Ye took out a pencil sharpener and was about to carve his name on the headboard to prevent his memory from being altered or distorted, his gaze inadvertently catching a scratch. Lin Ye frowned in confusion, his hand following the scratch down to the bedboard, which was uneven and seemed to bear something carved into it. He crawled under the bed, using the faint light coming in from the window. He saw that the originally smooth bedboard was already covered with carvings. Those carvings varied in depth, some were hasty and chaotic, while others seemed desperate and powerless, but without exception, they all carved the same name. Lin Ye. Countless Lin Ye names intertwined and overlapped, almost filling every inch of space on the bedboard. It was as if there were numerous versions of him, at the same timeline, having repeatedly carved their own names here countless times. In an instant, a chill ran through him. Lin Ye's fingers holding the pencil sharpener became cold and stiff. He was not the first person to carve his name. Is this a loop? Beads of sweat rolled down Lin Ye's forehead. I don't even have any impression of it. After a long silence, Lin Ye still carved his name on the headboard. Deep down, he had a darker suspicion, and now all he could do was pray that this was just his guess. Snap. At that moment, the sound of a key being inserted into the lock came from outside the door. Someone is coming. The corridor, which had just been empty, when did people appear? Who could it be? Chapter 73 Heart to Heart. Lin Ye lay back down on the bed, lying still as if he were asleep. He could clearly feel the door opening and closing, and although he couldn't hear footsteps, something was definitely coming toward him. Lin Ye held his breath, and his hand under the blanket had quietly tightened around the soul-fixing nail. As the saying goes, if the timing isn't right, he'll strike first. A cold breeze swept by, and Lin Ye felt the corner of the blanket sink. Then, an unmistakable gaze fell on his face. That means that thing sat down at the edge of the bed and was staring at him. Lin Ye's breath almost became chaotic. What kind of strange habit did this ghost have? Did it like to watch people sleep? Just as Lin Ye was about to explode, a familiar light laugh suddenly came from above him. Lin Ye was startled. This voice, he instinctively opened his eyes and met a pair of bright eyes filled with a narrow smile. The person before him was none other than Yen Shi. She was leaning slightly towards him, her lips curving up in a pretty arc. Husband, are you sleeping well? Yen Shi? Lin Ye was both shocked and delighted, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. Aren't you always in the jade bracelet? How did you get out? As he spoke, Lin Ye instinctively looked at his wrist. The jade bracelet remained bright and lustrous, but its sheen seemed more lively than before. The ghostly bride extended her slender finger and lightly poked his forehead, pouting. Husband probably didn't notice that I had already been expelled from the jade bracelet when you entered the dean's office, right? Ah. Lin Ye was completely dumbfounded. Yen Shi had already been gone for so long? He had acted so recklessly for so long. The ghostly bride moved even closer, almost whispering sweetly in his ear. Husband's aura was nearly cut off, which made me search for a long time. Her tone carried a hint of lingering fear, but her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Anyone who tried to harm her husband deserved to die. At that moment when she got closer, Lin Ye felt a special resonance between them. This kind of resonance appeared only after establishing a spiritual contract, so he was sure the person before him was his Yen Shi. Lin Ye reached out to wrap his arms around her soft waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. I was almost scared to death just now. The ghostly bride allowed him to hold her and reached up to caress the back of his head. It's my fault for being late, which scared you, husband. The way she said this made Lin Ye's cheeks instantly feel hot. Why did it feel like she was comforting a child? But he couldn't help but feel joyful. Lin Ye buried his head in her neck, his voice muffled. I mean, it wasn't that scary, really, it was just okay. The live streaming room was really about to die from laughter. If the sky falls, there's still Yi Ji's mouth to hold it up. You guys don't understand, in front of someone you like, a man can't say no. TSK. Yi Gu was just bullied so badly by the dean in patient number 7, and he didn't even think to complain. Heartbroken for Yi Gu, who remembers he was just a college student who collected garbage to go to school. The two embraced on the hospital bed. Lin Ye told Yen Shi everything about his experiences after entering the dean's office, the terrifying room 7, and his speculations about the hospital. Moonlight spilled through the small window into the ward, the atmosphere of terror still lingering, but Lin Ye felt warmth and courage because of Yen Shi's company. Husband, don't worry. Although this dungeon's restrictions on me are strong, the dean you mentioned is still no match for me. As long as I can find him, I can swallow him. Lin Ye nodded. He had no doubt about Yen Shi's strength, but he couldn't help but worry. You said you were expelled from the jade bracelet, what happened? It should be the power of the rules that you often speak of. The ghost bride slightly frowned. That power seems to not want me to touch the strong and strange things here. It was the same in the ancient town. I could feel that many restrictions came from that power. It should be afraid of you devouring each other, Lin Ye guessed. He understood that the strange game was consciously training the dungeon boss, so it didn't want them to kill each other. The death of the boss would mean the dungeon would permanently close, something the strange game does not want to see. In the last dungeon, he not only killed the celestial master but also kidnapped Yen Shi. Wait, Lin Ye seemed to understand why the dungeon was targeting him. Lin Ye silently raised his middle finger in his heart. Strange game, just wait, better pray not to be found by me. Once he raised Yen Shi into a ghost god, just wait to die, you all. The ghost bride nodded, as if she somewhat understood. She had lived in the ancient town and learned about players and dungeons from many outsiders, but she never understood what they were. Husband, what is a player? Lin Ye organized his words and tried to explain her question in a way she could understand, and he also supplemented her with some other knowledge. Last time I left the dungeon for 3 days, I wanted you to try and see if you could come to my world, but unfortunately, you were still asleep and unresponsive. The ghost bride slightly lowered her gaze, digesting these words. A dungeon world and a real world. Is there such a strange thing in the world? No wonder every so often, different unfamiliar faces would appear in the old house, and those powers that restricted them were actually the rules of the dungeon. Husband, don't worry. Once my strength grows stronger, these restrictions will not be a threat to me. Lin Ye held her tight and, in the dark, kissed her. Then I'll just wait to hug my wife's thigh. This soft life is really sweet. He really loved Nianqi's personality. To quickly enhance Nianqi's strength, he had to get stronger himself. The ghost bride laughed at his words but then shyly spoke. However, in your world, husband, you haven't met any girls you fancy at your age, have you? This question caught Lin Ye off guard. Are you saying a beautiful girl with fair skin, great grades, a wealthy family, and understanding nature would fall in love with a poor boy picking up trash? Lin Ye imagined that scene and laughed first. After his parents died in a car accident on Earth, he rummaged through trash for a while, and every day he smelled terrible, let alone dating. Normal people wouldn't even want to get close to him. No. Lin Ye felt embarrassed to continue. Actually, Nianqi was the first girl he had come into contact with and liked. The ghost bride smiled at his expression and quietly agreed, me too. His parents and brothers had taught her to uphold the virtues of a good wife and to wholeheartedly serve her husband since she was young. Under this influence, she always looked forward to what kind of person her husband would be. But she never expected that before she could lift her veil, she would be sealed in a coffin and buried with the dead. Fortunately, heaven has shown mercy, and I can meet such a good person as my husband. Her voice was soft, but because she was close, Lin Ye could hear it clearly. His heart was gently touched. At that moment, Lin Ye felt that all Western horror and Chinese horror didn't matter. Even if he faced 10 more dungeons, he could charge out. Chapter 074, Jin Juanhao? You brat really have good luck. As the sky gradually brightened, pale light seeped through the barred window into the hospital room, dispelling some darkness, but bringing another kind of dead silence and oppression. Under Lin Ye's instructions, the ghost bride hid back into the jade bracelet. As long as she could find a way to locate the director, they could take him down. With a direction, Lin Ye was no longer so flustered and even accepted his patient identity well. The familiar footsteps finally came from outside the corridor. From far and near, it finally stopped at his hospital room door. The key was inserted into the lock and turned. The door was pushed open. Lin Ye was sitting on the bed, staring straight at the person about to enter through the door. What he absolutely did not expect was that the person at the door was Jin Juanhao. That player from the pickled cabbage country, the Jin Juanhao who was dragged away by the monster in the amusement park due to extreme fear and should have been cooked and devoured. He was actually still alive? What a big fortune! But the Jin Juanhao in front of him clearly looked unwell. His face was an unhealthy pale, and his eyes were hollow, losing the vibrant sparkle of a living person. After seeing him, Jin Juanhao didn't react much. He only forced out a stiff smile and took out a red pill, handing it to him. Patient number 1, it's time to take your medicine. Lin Ye didn't take it, and confusedly pointed at himself. You don't recognize me anymore? Only the second day, and memory issues had already appeared. But, given his timid nature, it made sense to be mentally affected so quickly. Hearing his words, Jin Juanhao almost instinctively rolled his eyes. This patient number 1 usually transformed into various acquaintances, but whatever, last night, he almost died in the clown house, his soul nearly scared away. What did it mean for him to become Lin Ye now? Didn't he know that the thing he hated the most right now was this dragon country player who watched him die without helping? Jin Juanhao irritably urged, take your medicine, hurry. Lin Ye swatted away his hand and retorted, which floor is this? He had a guess in his mind. If this was another floor, then he likely found the right way to go downstairs by mistake. Jin Juanhao was taken aback by his strong attitude. He knew the patients here were not to be trifled with, so he didn't dare to confront the patient number 1 directly. Third floor. It really was. Lin Ye felt a bit speechless. Becoming a patient was the right way to go downstairs? If he got tired of this floor, what would he do if he wanted to go to another floor? Kill off the original patient in the room or kill the player? But for now, since he was on the 3rd floor, he couldn't just leave without doing anything. Lin Ye got out of bed and walked towards the exit. What are you going to do? Jin Juanhao was startled, instinctively taking a step back, nervously looking towards the door. You can't just go out. Lin Ye ignored his words. He wanted to check out other patient rooms to see what the other patients were like. Jin Juanhao's eyes were wide. What was wrong with this patient today? Why was his behavior so abnormal? Could it be that the key clues to the instance had appeared? Thinking of this, Jin Juanhao no longer hesitated and quickly stepped to keep up. Lin Ye didn't say much about it, just signaling Jin Juanhao to open the door to room number 2. Inside, a man dressed in the same patient outfit quietly sat on the edge of the bed, facing the wall. His posture was very upright, but his eyes were hollow, as if his soul had been hollowed out. He showed no response to Lin Ye and Jin Juanhao entering, not even lifting his eyelids. Lin Ye tried calling him twice, but there was still no reaction from the other party. It's useless, Jin Juanhao quietly reminded. They're basically all like this. They will only occasionally follow some simple commands. Lin Ye frowned, stepped out of the room, and had Jin Juanhao open room number 3. The patient in room 3 was a little girl, sitting by the window, rhythmically combing her hair over and over. Next to her was a rabbit toy. Lola? Lin Ye tried to call her name, she still didn't respond. Lin Ye quickly gave up on communicating with her. The patient in room 4 was continually wiping the already clean floor, while the patient in room 5 was repeatedly writing something on paper. After checking several patient rooms in a row, the situations were mostly the same. These patients seemed like robots programmed with simple routines. Repeating some meaningless action, he lost most of his self-awareness. Now, Lin Ye could almost confirm that the patients on the 3rd floor and the 15th floor were the same person. To be accurate, it was the same person in different states over time. The lower the floor, the milder the transformation, which is also why they could maintain a basic human form, albeit with rigid behavior. No wonder these players could all appear in the amusement park at night. No wonder he could come to the 3rd floor after becoming patient number 1. According to this mechanism, he should still be able to go to a few other players' floors. But Lin Ye's envious gaze landed on Jin Juanhao. Why is this kid so lucky? The treatment of patients on the 3rd floor and 15th floor is like heaven and earth. If his starting floor was the 3rd floor, he could smile until his face ripped apart. This kid really stepped on top-level luck. What good fortune! But now his most important task was to find patient number 7 and have a chat. Go to room 7. Lin Ye's tone was not to be doubted. Jin Juanhao's face turned pale, clearly filled with great fear towards room 7. Say 7? No, no, no. It's very dangerous there. What danger? You don't know. She has white threads all over her body, and they can grow through the cracks in the door. Open the door. Lin Ye's tone did not waver at all. From the gap at the bottom of room 307's door, one could faintly see some extremely fine, almost transparent mycelium pushing out, quivering as if it had life. Jin Juanhao was so scared he could hardly approach. Lin Ye signaled him to open the door. Jin Juanhao's hands trembled fiercely, the key was inserted several times before aligning with the keyhole. The scene in the room was not as terrifying as that on the 15th floor. Patient number 7 was sitting on a specially made chair, with far fewer horrifying tubes attached to her. But on her exposed skin, those white mycelium had become denser, as if covered with a thin layer of white fluff. She lowered her head, her long hair covering her face, her hands resting on her knees, but her fingers were unconsciously fiddling with the white mycelium on her legs. The entire floor of the room was also covered with a very thin layer of mycelium, which felt slightly sticky and uncomfortable when stepped on. Lin Ye tried to speak to her. Do you remember me? We met on the 15th floor. Patient number 7's hand movements paused for a moment. She slowly raised her head, looking at Lin Ye. P.S. The new book list has gone up, thank you for your support. Everyone can rest assured, Nian Shi has a lot of scenes, and the next subscript will include a little couple's cosplay. Chapter 075, Key Information. The face revealed by patient number 7 still showed signs of a once delicate outline, but her skin appeared an unhealthy grayish-blue, her eyes hollow and lifeless, pupils seemingly covered by a layer of white mist. Her lips slightly parted, uttering 2 words, M-O-N. It sounded like a man's name. Lin Ye instinctively felt this was a very important name, quickly asking, is that the director's name? Beside him, Jin Juanhao's eyes widened. Was this the right way to ask? No, what did this have to do with the two of them? Sure enough, this was the important clue that had kept him alive in this subscript. Jin Juanhao perked up, focused on listening to their conversation, a sense of assurance about success blooming in his heart, confidence impossible to hide in his eyes. This time, once the subscript was over, their kimchi country would definitely gain great fame, and this honor would be brought by him, Jin Juanhao. Ha ha ha. Patient number 7 nodded very slightly. Lin Ye suppressed his excitement and asked again, are you a family member of the director? Lover, friend, daughter, mother, sister, elder sister, any identity would do, as long as it could be related to the director. Finally, under Lin Ye's eager gaze, patient number 7 nodded again very slightly. It really is. Lin Ye could hardly contain his excitement. With this relationship, patient number 7's dream must hold detailed information about the director. As long as he can smoothly enter patient number 7's dreams tonight, he will get more useful information. Now it seems the only remaining question is how to ensure that the door tonight belongs to patient number 7? Lin Ye pondered and looked at Jin Juanhao beside him. How did you enter room 1511 last night? Jin Juanhao froze at the question. Last night? I didn't do anything. Lin Ye shook a wooden nail in his hand and smiled ominously. Do you recognize this? I advise you to speak honestly, or else don't blame me. Soul-fixing nail? The one that Lin Ye pulled from the terrifying female corpse in the last instance. Jin Juanhao must know what it is, but he never expected that patient number 1 would have this. Are such strange methods so powerful now? Even this can be imitated. It can't be that the person standing in front of him is really Lin Ye, right? Impossible. Your expression should mean you recognize it. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, looking at him dangerously. Speak up. Jin Juanhao shuddered and tried to remember what happened last night. Last night I was thinking of getting some clues, then the door suddenly appeared. I didn't do anything. The door appeared just like that without doing anything? No, there must be something different. Lin Ye thought hard, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind. So that's how it is. In the live stream room, seeing his sudden realization, everyone began to type out question marks. What's it like? What is it? Come on upstairs, use your brains, don't act like a desperate illiterate. I want to know too. Where's the difference? I've compared with the live streams of other players at the amusement park. They all had no issues suddenly seeing the door, only Brother Yu was the exception. Not an exception? Can you please not talk halfway? What are you alive for upstairs? What do you mean? Just die, stupid. Exactly, if you say it, others won't know. Inside the instance. Lin Ye also figured this out. As long as one player with the same patient accidentally opens the dream, then the others can also enter. Jin Juanhao is one of them. And the change should have occurred within Lin Ye himself. The only difference between him and Jin Juanhao is he and Han Zhou appeared in the corridor at the same time. So Lin Ye speculated that to open the dream, they just need to appear in the corridor at the same time as the patient during a specific time. But it doesn't rule out the need to go to the door at the end of the corridor together. With this direction, Lin Ye just needed to wait for tonight's verification. But before that, Lin Ye had one more thing to confirm with patient number 7. Besides you, are there any other patients related to the director here? Patient number 7 cooperatively shook his head and answered his question. Although he didn't know why patient number 7 wanted to help the players, Lin Ye sincerely said, "Thank you." Patient number 7 bowed his head without much reaction, but in a place two people could not see, the corners of his eyes gradually became moist. Lin Ye bid farewell to patient number 7, pushing Jin Juanhao to the door of room number 3, opened the door. He wanted to see Laura again and ask more detailed questions about her mother, as well as where the so-called observation room could be. After getting clues from patient number 7, Jin Juanhao hurriedly unlocked the door to the ward, almost hoping Lin Ye could enter more wards and ask more questions. Lin Ye hurried towards the rabbit doll, and after feeling the stone inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. He stuffed the doll into Laura's arms, and her action of combing her hair gradually stopped. Her hollow eyes began to focus. Do you still remember me? I'm Lin Ye from the 15th floor. Laura clutched the rabbit doll tightly. Dr. Lin. She recognized Lin Ye, her gaze instinctively darted to behind Lin Ye, as if searching for that beautiful sister. But this time, I did not see. Pretty sister, where are you? Could it be that even the companion could not be seen? On the 3rd floor, Laura's pollution level was low, almost no different from a normal person. It's me. Lin Ye crouched down. Your mother seems to have been taken to the observation room. Do you know where that place is? Hearing the words mother and observation room, Laura's body trembled slightly. Fear and struggle appeared on her small face, and her gaze unconsciously drifted towards the door, as if afraid of being overheard. Mom is in a very bright place, with a lot of glass. Her voice trembled, saying it intermittently. There are many eyes, watching, always watching. Many glasses? Many eyes? Always watching? How can I get there? Lin Ye pressed on. But Laura shook her head in fear, burying half of her small face into her doll. I don't know. Laura can't find it. After Mom was taken away, she never came back. Her voice began to crack, her eyes turning red. Laura misses Mom. It seemed there was still no useful information to be gained. They called Mom the number 7 observation subject. Laura added, and this term seemed to leave a deep impression on her. Number 7 observation subject. Lin Ye's heart trembled. This corresponded with the number of patient number 7. Could it be that Laura's mother is the current patient number 7? She was not taken away and imprisoned. Instead, she was sent to the observation room for some kind of treatment and ultimately became what she is now. If that's true, then it makes sense how Laura could possess this stone that suppresses mental pollution. Laura raised her head, her tear-filled eyes looking at him, quietly asking, Dr. Lin, can you help me find my mom? Lin Ye looked at her hopeful yet fragile gaze, unable to give a hasty promise. I will do my best to help you find her. Laura understood his words, gently nodding, holding her rabbit doll even tighter. Lin Ye glanced at the sky outside. There was still some time before nightfall. Though he did not know how the name under the bed in room 1 came about, it was likely related to the fact that Yan Shi was not by his side. Now that Yan Shi had found him, death should not occur again, he could let go and act. Chapter 76, The Basement. The sun quickly set, and the entire hospital was once again shrouded in night. Lin Ye took Jin Juanhao into room number 7 and, after obtaining the woman's consent, brought her out of the ward. Soon, the door of room 1517, representing the dream of patient number 7, appeared right across. After opening the door, he indeed saw that strange slide facing the ceiling. This time, Lin Ye kicked Jin Juanhao in first, then turned back to ask, "Do you want to go together?" Patient number 7 hesitated for a moment but still shook her head in refusal. Lin Ye did not force her, he slid down the slide. The moment he landed, Lin Ye felt something was off. His hands had become small, his arms and legs were shorter, and he was wearing a dirty dress? He had turned into a little girl? Lola? His perspective was actually Lola. "Mom?" Lin Ye tentatively spoke, moving closer to her under the woman's fearful gaze. "Lola came to save you." Above the basement stairs, footsteps and a man's harsh roar could be heard. "Fuck, you dirty bitch. Who are you talking to again?" Accompanied by the footsteps, there was also the sound of a cold metal being dragged across the ground. The locked-up woman burst with extreme fear in her eyes, and she desperately yelled at Lin Ye, "Run! Hide! Hurry! You mustn't let him see you!" She even tried to block Lin Ye's direction with her locked body, though it was completely futile. Lin Ye knew he couldn't fight against an adult thug with his current body. He glanced around and, taking advantage of his small size, squeezed behind some abandoned wooden planks and burlap sacks nearby. The basement door was suddenly pushed open. A tall, strong man appeared in the doorway, holding a glinting iron chain. His gaze slithered through the dark basement like a venomous snake, ultimately locking onto the woman. "Who are you talking to just now?" The man approached step by step, the iron chain dragging across the floor with a piercing sound. "And no, just myself," the woman trembled and answered, desperately shrinking back, trying to distance herself from him. "Bullshit," the man roared, suddenly swinging the iron chain and striking the woman brutally. Crack! The sound of flesh tearing was especially clear in the silent basement. The woman let out a suppressed moan of pain, her body spasming violently. While the man crazily lashed out, he cursed and spat filthy words, "Whore! Daring to lie to me? Who allowed you to dare lie to me? Tell me. Are you hiding some wild man? Huh?" The woman no longer pleaded for mercy, simply curling up her body and silently enduring the brutality, with only the occasional anguished groan revealing she was still alive. The ground was already soaked with her blood, perhaps the child was already lost, but in this small, dim basement, no one cared. Only when the man grew tired did the woman weakly say, "Moan, let me go please." Moan seemed completely enraged by her words, his face twisted as he roughly grabbed the woman's hair, forcing her to look up. "Darling, you are my most perfect masterpiece, belonging to me inside and out, we are one, and always will be." The woman despairingly closed her eyes, tears mingling with blood and dirt flowing down. Why did she ever marry such a demon? Why? Moan, however, looked at her tears as if appreciating a work of art. "Don't cry, my darling, I will make you more perfect, alright? You will soon understand. You will thank me." The man's gaze grew feverish, and he began to chatter incessantly, as if reciting some sacred scripture. "Ordinary flesh is too fragile, too easily damaged, just like now." His fingers traced over her wounds, making the woman shudder. "But it's okay, the latest materials will be here soon, they will be stronger, more obedient. I will make you a truly immortal being, forever beautiful, forever with me." Lin Ye understood, this Moan was not only imprisoning and abusing but also conducting some inhuman transformation experiments. Patient number 7 was likely Moan's wife, and his first experiment. He just didn't know what these so-called materials would be. He had to find a way to leave the laboratory and see outside. It would be great if he could find Moan's lab. Just then, there was a soft sound of a collision from the direction where he was hiding behind the wooden planks. Moan suddenly turned his head, his fierce gaze locking onto the source of the sound. "Who's there?" he roared, throwing the woman aside and striding over, the iron chain scraping harshly against the ground. Lin Ye stayed frozen in place, not moving. "Come out! Get out of here!" Moan roared, violently kicking aside the wooden boards and sacks blocking the way. Just as he was about to be discovered, a suppressed scream suddenly came from behind the pile of clutter. Then, a small figure tumbled out, scrambling away without looking back towards the basement stairs. Moan's attention was captured and he angrily chased after him, shouting, "Little brat! I will tear you apart." Lin Ye stood up silently from his hiding spot, thinking that he surely hadn't moved. Where did that voice come from? It was indeed that useless Jin Juanhao. Immediately afterward, 3 more small children crawled out from their hiding spots. Morgan spoke first. "I don't know how long Jin Juanhao can delay, we should leave here first." The others naturally had no objections and quickly disappeared up the stairs. The surroundings became quiet, leaving behind a woman who was chained and barely alive. "Laura, my poor child." Chapter 077, Special Items. I'm going, it's the shrunken version of Brother Yi in a skirt. Take a picture. The surfing number of Brother Ye has been sent out, looking forward to his reaction. Directly face to face up there, well done. It's a challenge, everyone should be serious. Honestly, I was terrified before the Ghost Bride appeared, but once she did, I strangely felt a sense of safety. Brother Ye being able to take the Ghost Bride away is quite impressive. Inside the game instance, Lin Ye obviously saw the other players in their skirts after shrinking. The two female players looked fine, but Morgan's small muscles with a little skirt. It was a bit hard to look at. Morgan naturally noticed his gaze and couldn't help but roll his eyes. What does this kid from Longwa mean? Does he think he looks good in a skirt? Ah. They were equally matched, neither should mock the other. Ollie was a little girl, this was her first time in a game instance, and she tightly followed behind Emily, her hands and feet feeling weak. Where can we run to? Let's run out first, Morgan whispered, pressing against the corner wall to observe outside. Jin Juanhao should have run to the second floor of the villa, the man's roar and footsteps echoed above them without pause. Outside the villa was pitch black, it seemed there was only this villa in patient number 7's dream, they shouldn't be able to run outside. They immediately decided to hide in a room on the first floor. Just as Morgan was about to dash towards the nearest room, Lin Ye's gaze accidentally caught sight of a room across the living room. Morn's study. Hint, an unexpected surprise may be waiting for you here. Surprise? Lin Ye didn't hesitate at all and immediately charged towards the study. Whether it was due to the dream, the door was not locked and was easily pushed open. Morgan and Emily didn't understand why Lin Ye suddenly ran that way, but they accepted the boss's idea in 0.01 seconds and chose to follow. Only Ollie stood confused in place, and by the time she decided to run over, it was already too late. The man had caught Jin Juanhao, dragging him downstairs, while Ollie bit her lip and quickly dove into a nearby room. Soon, Jin Juanhao's screams filled the entire living room. No. Don't kill me. Please. Morn pulled out a bloodied iron rod from under the table, looking at him excitedly. Don't be afraid, it'll be over soon. Morn raised the rod high, it looked like the scythe of death in Jin Juanhao's eyes, about to fall at any moment. He didn't want to die. To live, Jin Juanhao screamed out loud, there's not just me here, there are others. They are right here. The iron rod hung in midair. Oh? Morn's excitement slightly faded, are you saying there are others here besides you? The four people instantly felt their eyes grow cold upon hearing this. For years, players from the Pickle country have always liked to betray players from other countries in dungeons. Encountering such a person in a dungeon is truly bad luck. He should have killed him directly last night. The desire to survive made Jin Juanhao's brain race, fear overwhelmed all guilt. I have a trick. I can find out where they are hiding, very quickly. As Jin Juanhao spoke, he reached into his pocket under the terrifying gaze of Moan. Lin Ye knew he couldn't wait any longer, if he let him pull out the item, they would all be doomed. No matter if Jin Juanhao was telling the truth, he couldn't be left alive. Lin Ye raised his wrist and whispered near the jade bracelet, Nianqi, kill him. Found it. I'm looking for, Jin Juanhao's motion to dig through his pocket froze in place. Severe pain made him instinctively look down, and he saw a large cloud of blood mist on his chest, his heart was already empty. Jin Juanhao's body collapsed to the ground, his eyes full of incredible confusion until the last second. He did not understand why he would die. The livestream from the Pickle country was cut off, and the player was declared dead. The audience from several countries who almost got betrayed got a good vent of anger. Especially the audience from Dragon country, who directly applauded and praised the Ghost Bride's excellent kill. To prevent the Pickle country's netizens from coming to Brother Ye's livestream to bark, they quickly took over the official comment section of the Pickle country. First, they sternly condemned the dreadful behavior of their player betraying players from other countries, and then demanded they compensate for the economic losses nearly caused to all countries. In the dungeon, Morgan, closest to Lin Ye, clearly heard what he said. But he did not understand, who was Lin Ye speaking to? The next second, seeing Jin Juanhao really die in the living room, his eyes shrank in fear. A player from Dragon country actually had such a powerful item, that could kill from a distance. No wonder it's a strong, ancient Eastern country. Morgan felt incredibly fortunate that since the bizarre game had arrived, there had been no obvious unpleasantness between Bear Country and Dragon Country. The smile on Moan's face turned into pure confusion. Who killed his experiment? Who did it? He suddenly looked up, his blood-red eyes madly scanning every corner of the living room. Just as he was preparing to search carefully, a series of noises suddenly came from the basement. Moan's attention was instantly drawn away, he abandoned the search of the living room and turned to the basement. The crisis was temporarily lifted. Ari relaxed and hurriedly walked out from her hiding place. Just as she was about to run towards the study, an iron rod quietly appeared behind her, breaking her body in half. With half of her body gone, Ari's organs spilled onto the ground. She didn't even have time to feel pain before her consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Immediately after, Moan, hiding in the corner, came out with a deeper smile on his face. He threw away the iron rod in his hand and dragged half of her body into the basement. The three in the study dared not make a sound, fearing to attract Moan's attention again. The living room temporarily returned to dead silence, only the smell of blood lingered in the air. After a long while, the door to the study was gently pushed open just a crack. Morgan and Emily nervously peeked outside and confirmed Moan had really left, before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Lin Ye then touched the jade bracelet, asking Nianqi's opinion. Should we swallow Jin Juanhao's body? The jade bracelet flashed twice, indicating no. Compared to humans, she clearly preferred to devour her kind, satisfying her appetite while also boosting her strength. Lin Ye understood Nianqi's meaning and did not press further. The next second, red blood mist appeared before him. After the blood mist disappeared, only a paper airplane remained in place. Common item, paper airplane. When you throw the paper airplane while silently repeating a person's name, the paper airplane can lead you to that person. Usable times, 5 times. Remaining times, 2 times. Is this the strange device that Jin Juanhao just mentioned can find people? Good stuff. Maybe I can try to find out where the dean's body is. Lin Ye quickly stuffed the paper airplane into the storage space. Chapter 078, Golden Finger, you? Then Lin Ye shifted his gaze to the layout of the study, and soon saw a clear hint on a bookshelf. Special item, Silver Bell. Can cover abnormal auras, making them indistinguishable from normal people. After use, no abnormalities can trace their true location. Hint, using it on abnormalities works even better. Lin Ye, ha. Is this silver bell the surprise the hint mentioned? It sounds useless. Just as this thought flickered through Lin Ye's mind, the hint before him suddenly changed. Hint, using it on abnormalities works even better. It's so obvious, hurry up and think of a way to get it. Are you an idiot? Ha. Yay. Lin Ye widened his eyes in disbelief, doubting if he had read it wrong. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, and the hint had returned to normal. Hint, using it on abnormalities works even better. Lin Ye. Something is wrong, very wrong. Lin Ye was certain he hadn't misread, that Golden Finger just insulted him. He found it absurd but quickly shifted his focus back to the special item, not dwelling on it too much. Being a little harsh is fine, it's not unacceptable. Due to his reduced size, Lin Ye had to move a stool over to barely reach the box containing the special item. After opening it, he indeed saw a silver bell quietly lying in the box. Isn't this the bell on the dean's desk in his office? Lin Ye recalled the situation back then. He remembered the dean ringing the bell at the entrance to the recurrence corridor, which opened automatically. Now that he thought about it, the bell was not the key to open the recurrence corridor. It was clearly the dean's trick to cover the bell's true function. Wow, he's pretty cautious. Lin Ye attempted to put the silver bell into the storage space, but unsurprisingly, it failed in the end. This is a dream world, everything is fake except for the players. It would be strange to take away a fake. To get this bell, he must take it from the dean himself. After putting the box back, Lin Ye rummaged around and found a safe. After asking Nianqi to help open it, there were 2 old folders inside. Lin Ye opened the top folder and found the medical records of patient number 7. It detailed how she was gradually inoculated with the bacteria and became the experimental mother. The experiment lasted over 10 years, and by the end, she could only survive submerged in nutrient solution. At the end of the document was a brief note. My master, I have found a way to approach you. I am creating you, one day you can return to my side again. Is the dean still a religious fanatic? Seeing this, Lin Ye had no more doubts. This was a fanatic whose profession just happened to be a doctor, exploiting innocent people for human experiments with the aim. Attempting to create a god. This plot is quite in line with the normal development of Western horror. The odd game does a decent job imitating it. The second document recorded how Lola was discovered to have genes that could perfectly counter the side effects of this bacteria, leading to her becoming a drug bag. The red, blue, and white pills were actually all made using Lola? Lin Ye thought about what he and Hanjo saw behind that door at the end of the corridor. Beneath the black cloth of the nurse's medication cart was a person crammed inside. The medicine was spat out from that person's mouth. Could it be that this person has some intricate connection with Laura? No. No. Lin Ye immediately denied this thought, as he noticed a detail. The records in the file showed that the modification experiments spanned over 10 years. In 10 years, Laura couldn't possibly still look like a child. At that time, it was too dark, and the person in the medicine delivery truck had almost no hair. Lin Ye subconsciously took them for a boy. But according to this file, could the person in the medicine delivery truck be Laura as an adult? In a flash, Lin Ye seemed to understand that he had missed some crucial information. Why did he walk so fast back then? He should have tried talking to the person in the medicine delivery truck. He wasted such a great opportunity, he really wanted to slap himself twice. Lin Ye regretted deeply. Once he got out of here, he had to go back to that room at the end of the corridor. Putting the file back in place, Lin Ye and the other two quickly finished searching the remaining areas of the study, confirming that there were truly no other useful pieces of information before preparing to leave. The information gathered tonight was enough. Lin Ye was already quite satisfied. Clearly, hoping for a cure for the patients through normal means was not going to work, because the old man, the director, would block the evaluation. Finding a way to get rid of the director was the truth. If he could take over the director's position, that would be even better. Lost in thought, Lin Ye was suddenly tapped on the shoulder, and he confusedly tilted his head to see Morgan and Emily looking terrified at the door. With a puzzled glance, he noticed the study door had, at some point, been pushed open just a crack. Through that crack, the faint, swaying yellow light from the living room seeped in, casting a long, twisted beam of light on the floor. And on that beam of light, exactly reflected a eyeball. A blood-red eyeball, overly inflated with excitement. Who else could it be but Moan? He pressed tightly against the door crack, completely motionless, as if he had been peeking there for a long time. No sound broke the silence, and this sudden scare was simply the best accelerator for their heartbeats. What do we do now? Emily tried to stay calm, but her voice still trembled uncontrollably. Morgan's muscles tightened, instinctively clenching his fists. Unfortunately, his body was too small now, offering no resistance in front of an adult man. Their situation had fallen into a deadlock. It seemed that waiting for death was the only option left. Moan naturally thought of this too. The eye in the door crack slowly turned, and a suppressed yet excited laugh emanated from his chest. Dragon Kingdom player. Emily's quivering voice entrusted the last hope to Lin Ye. Quick, think of something, please. I beg you. Lin Ye remained incredibly calm as he told the two how to respond. First, don't be afraid. Second, cry. After saying this, Lin Ye was the first to shout loudly, Mom. I'm scared. Someone wants to kill me. I'm scared. Someone wants to kill me. Someone wants to kill me. The two didn't understand what this meant, but they valued their lives, so they followed Lin Ye's lead. Morgan immediately followed suit, shouting loudly, while Emily didn't yell as loudly as the two but cried with the most heartfelt sincerity. Because she truly feared dying here, thinking of Jean Juanhao and Ali's gruesome deaths made her tears flow even more fiercely. Moan initially thought little of the trio's actions until a series of terrifying sounds came from the basement, and he suddenly realized. But it was already too late. A woman's voice came from the narrow basement stairs. Laura, my poor child. P.S. The weekend has come to an end, and the climb up the rankings is strong. Thank you for the support, family. Starting from today, I will resume normal updates. Chapter 079, Entering the Dean's Office Again. For a mother, it is absolutely unacceptable to allow anyone to harm her child. Lin Ye deeply understood this. Mycelium surged from the basement like crazy, and in just a few breaths, Moan's figure was completely swallowed by the white mycelium. The nightmare monster of Patient 7 was effortlessly defeated by maternal love, utterly powerless. Perhaps Patient 7 did not want to scare the Lola in her eyes, so she did not leave the basement, and after swallowing Moan, the mycelium crawled back down. Until the surrounding scene changed back to the hospital corridor, Patient 7 did not show herself in the deep dream. Lin Ye looked up at Patient 7, who was still waiting in the corridor. The medicine and the black stone and the Lola doll are all your self-preservation methods to suppress the contamination level of the patients. Actually, none of you are sick. The way you are now is all thanks to the Dean, and the longer you stay here, the deeper you will be affected. The Dean is now in the top floor, where the contamination is the worst, right? Under Lin Ye's probing gaze, Patient 7 nodded slightly. No wonder the patients always claimed to be normal people, because they originally were normal people. However, the longer they stayed here, the more they would inevitably be contaminated and gradually become abnormal. The last sentence of the instance's description was also a reminder to players that they must clear the level quickly, or they would be more easily assimilated in the later stage. Especially this rule that players could only appear on specific floors as patients was quite troublesome. The Dean would love to turn everyone into patients, pushing them right into the line of fire. He understood the implied condition for clearing the level almost completely, summed up in one phrase. Screw that Dean. According to previous strategies for clearing, Lin Ye should first find a tool that could kill the Dean, then figure out a way to find and eliminate the Dean. But well. Lin Ye looked down at the jade bracelet on his wrist. It was just bad luck for the Dean that he happened to have such a tool. It could perfectly feed the Dean as a snack to his wife. In the last instance, paper crafting master and Zhang Wang both said Nianqi's power was growing fast. He just didn't know whether Nianqi's current power was Ghost General or Ghost King. Lin Ye wasn't worried about this issue. Even if Nianqi was just a red dress, she had already wiped out all the boss monsters that appeared in 5 years. How strong could a strange being that could only rely on illusory spiritual pollution be? In this, the advantage was his. After realizing this, Lin Ye first pushed the immobile patient 7 back to her ward, then re-entered the depths of the corridor through the black iron door. This time, Lin Ye lifted the black cloth with a prepared mindset, once again locking eyes with a pair of bloody eyes. After waiting a moment, she spat out a pill. Lin Ye thought for a moment, picked up the pill, stuffed it into his pocket, and continued to wait, holding his breath. He did not wait too long, as a pale arm indeed stretched out from underneath the black cloth, slowly pointing to a corner. There was really a clue. Seeing this, Lin Ye's eyes were not filled with joy from guessing right, but all frustration for having missed it the first night. After quietly cursing himself several times, he walked toward the corner that was pointed out. There was nothing special, just scattered piles of abandoned documents and medicines. Lin Ye searched for quite a while before finally pulling out a key from a folder. However, it seemed there was currently no door that could be opened with this key. Lin Ye tucked the key into his pocket and covered the black cloth back on the medicine cart before returning to the ward to fall into a deep sleep. Lin Ye? Lin Ye! Wake up! In his dream, Lin Ye was awakened by someone calling him. He opened his eyes to see Emily standing afar, looking at him with a wary face, as if she never expected patient number 1 to turn into Lin Ye. Lin Ye yawned, unbothered, and stood up from the bed. Which floor is this? Fifth floor. Lin Ye? So he was really the only unlucky guy on the 15th floor, right? Emily looked at him with suspicion. Are you, really Lin Ye, or? Of course I'm real, Lin Ye did not hide. I found a way down, just can't control the floor, it's completely random. Down? He found a way down on just the 3rd day. No wonder he is a hardcore newcomer who can clear the haunted house dungeon. She had been wandering here for 2 days, and not only did she not find a way down, she didn't even dare to approach the last few patients. Emily's thoughtful gaze sized up Lin Ye, gradually developing a crooked idea. She quietly loosened her collar, unintentionally revealing her proud assets. Her eyes intentionally created an impression of fragility and admiration, taking a small step forward, her golden hair falling, adding a fragile beauty to her pale face. Emily was very confident in her beauty and figure. She was even lovingly referred to as a goddess in the quirky dungeon by netizens from Gaul. She knew that as long as she showed weakness, no man could refuse her request. You're impressive. I still have no clues. Maybe you could tell me the way down. Don't misunderstand, I just think we are teammates. I just want, if I could know the way, maybe I could help a bit instead of always holding us back. After saying that, Emily innocently blinked, with a charming demeanor like a little woman relying on him. Lin Ye frowned, recalling this person's earlier antics in the dungeon. Not for any other reason, it was simply that her change of face was too quick, leaving a deep impression. 1 second calling him big brother and baby, the next second she was stabbing him with a knife. The key was that her trick really worked. Few could refuse a beauty showing weakness. Thinking of this, the pencil sharpener had already appeared in Lin Ye's hand. He nonchalantly increased the distance between them, while his mind ignited with the crooked thought of entering the director's office again. It's very simple, just do a discharge evaluation with the director. Is it? Emily's eyes lit up, silently sighing that this trick was indeed effective. As expected, no man could refuse. What do I need to do to find the director for the discharge evaluation? Can you help me? Of course. When this was mentioned, Lin Ye immediately became enthusiastic. Tell me what the 3 questions in the medical record are. If I answer all correctly, the door to the director's office will appear in the ward. Hearing this, Emily immediately looked down at the record book in her arms, then asked those 3 questions targeting patient number 1. As soon as Lin Ye heard, they were the same questions as with Han Zhou. He easily answered correctly. Sure enough, the door symbolizing the director's office appeared again on the blank wall of the ward. Lin Ye had initially wanted to head directly to the director's office last night, but unfortunately, Jin Juanhao had died, and he couldn't proceed alone. Fortunately, he had smoothly changed floors the next day, and Emily was even more enthusiastic about entering the director's office than he was. She was truly a good person who liked helping others. When Emily saw that door, her eyes sparkled with pride, almost unable to hide her triumph. She easily obtained the qualification to enter the director's office? Learning to leverage her own advantages was indeed much more profitable than blindly exploring the dungeon. Chapter 80, The Director's Anger. Ah, our goddess is truly something, just a little flick of her finger, and how can the big boss refuse? He still obediently spilled the beans. He got lucky, a little punk who scavenges garbage. Have you ever encountered a beauty of the goddess level in your life? Oh my god. Goddess Emily truly embodies both beauty and wisdom. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, proud comments appeared out of nowhere. What are they laughing about? Are they so happy after being tricked? Sigh, they aren't wrong. How could Brother Yi speak so easily about it? It's you again, you foolish pig. Can you just go home already? Good attack power. Do you know what it means to turn the tables? Guess why Brother Yi brought up this topic. Why? My temper. Everyone, don't get angry. I'm from the slaughterhouse, let me handle it. Just give me an address, and I'll find you right away. Inside the instance. Lin Ye and Emily humbly took turns inviting each other to go in first, both smiling, feeling like they had gained something. Eventually, Emily, unable to resist, entered the dean's office first. After Lin Ye entered, he immediately sat in the chair in front of the desk, casually glancing at the silver bell above. No prompts appeared, the dean in front of him was likely not the real deal, and the dean's office was probably just a low-level illusion. Lin Ye wasn't in a hurry, he decided to get Han Zhou out first and then think of a way to reach the top floor. Patient number 1, Lin Ye. The dean, as before, quickly glanced at the record sheet without looking up, but this time he didn't hastily ring the bell, instead, he fell into an eerie silence. The new patient number 1 in front of him had no trace of being contaminated. It was already the third day since they entered the hospital, how could there be no signs of contamination at all? Ding! The clear sound of the bell echoed in the large office. The dean turned his head in confusion and saw Lin Ye carefully shaking the bell with a mischievous smile. Seeing him look over, Lin Ye's face displayed a cheeky grin with 8 visible teeth. A hole appeared at the side of the bookshelf, and Lin Ye swiftly slid through the opening with the silver bell in his arms. The dean was momentarily stunned by his actions and instinctively chased after him but stopped just in time before the entrance. He couldn't do anything that might expose him to danger. Just as he was about to back away, a mysterious red thread suddenly wrapped around his wrist, pulling him entirely into the hole. Smack! The bookshelf closed, sealing the entrance completely. Emily. What about her? Where could she go now? Lin Ye fell to the ground, and the surrounding scene was still the hospital corridor. At that moment, Lin Ye didn't know that the dean had also been pulled in by Nianxi, he was only lamenting the disappearance of the silver bell in his hand, realizing it was indeed fake. Lin Ye got up and brushed off non-existent dust, cautiously surveying his surroundings. This hospital corridor felt too normal. He walked towards the stairwell and even saw the elevator. Except for the absence of any person, Han Zhou's recaptured world was surprisingly normal. Was it because the fear had been removed? Lin Ye entered the elevator, fought for a moment, and pressed the button for the 15th floor instead of going to the top floor. As soon as the door of room 1501 opened, he saw Han Zhou enjoying fried chicken and cola while watching a funny soap opera on the TV. The only unchanged thing was the rough craft badge hanging around his neck. Lin Ye? Wait, did this guy come here to enjoy himself? Han Zhou seemed to sense the gaze at the door, mumbling indistinctly, "Who is it?" When he saw Lin Ye at the door, dressed in patient clothes with a look of disbelief, the chicken leg in his mouth fell to the ground with a thud. Dr. Lin. Han Zhou's face was filled with shock and disbelief. How did you get out? And what about your clothes? Isn't there still 9 patients? How did Dr. Lin make them all recover so quickly? In other words, did Dr. Lin even enter Ward 10? So impressive. It seems you've been living quite well in the backtracking world. Lin Ye walked into the ward and shut the door behind him. Backtracking world? Han Zhou paused for a moment, then as if realizing something, he explained, Dr. Lin, you misunderstand. I have finished the evaluation in the dean's office. This is the real world, and I will be discharged soon. Reality? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, beginning to understand why he was trapped here. Your discharge evaluation has failed. Now I have taken your place as patient number 1. Lin Ye pointed at the number on his hospital gown. The dean won't let anyone pass the evaluation. His goal is to turn everyone into patients, forever trapped here. Han Zhou's face twisted in confusion, but the dean told me personally that my treatment was very successful, that my pollution value has been cleared, and I just need to complete the final observation period to be discharged. His eyes were filled with firm belief in reality. This backtracking world perfectly constructed the ending he desired, making him deeply trapped within it, unwilling to wake up. But he couldn't ignore Dr. Lin's words, as he was most likely right. So had he really been trapped here for 2 days? However, just as he was about to think it through at that moment. Beep. A sharp, piercing alarm blared throughout the entire floor, even the lights in the ward suddenly flickered red. Outside the corridor came a flurry of hurried footsteps, along with the anxious shouts of medical staff. Lock down the 15th floor. All security doors, emergency lockdown. High risk, unregistered infected person has intruded. Repeat, high risk, unregistered infected person has intruded. Lin Ye and Han Zhou both revealed the same puzzled expression. Wasn't the corridor empty just now? What was this infected person? Lin Ye uncertainly spoke, this infected person isn't referring to me, right? Han Zhou nodded, seeing the situation, it was most likely him. The television screen in the ward suddenly turned into a sea of static, and then a cold, twisted voice emerged. Disobedient patients must be punished. You can't escape, Lin Ye, you can't escape. It was the dean's voice. The moment his voice fell, the scene in the ward began to violently twist and distort. Han Zhou, who was still uncertain, no longer had any doubts when he saw the scene before him. He was tricked by the dean. Lin Ye walked up to the television and kicked it. If you're so capable, come catch me. Han Zhou. What had happened outside in these 2 days? How did Dr. Lin suddenly become so tough? P.S. This substory is about to end, just need to wrap it up. Chapter 081. Come on, let's fight. Extra update. The person opposite seemed surprised that Lin Ye had become so tough. After a few flickers, the static on the television suddenly went black. Lin Ye kicked again. Keep shouting. Go on. After being bullied for 2 days, they really thought they were emperors? If he had known that the way out was killing the dean, he wouldn't have wasted time on patience and would have directly rushed to the dean's office. Han Zhou. Was this still the Lin Ye he knew, the one who liked to hide behind him? The footsteps in the corridor grew increasingly chaotic, sounding like a large group was rushing towards Ward 1501. Lin Ye raised his middle finger at the television. Just wait, I'm coming to find you. Dean. Dr. Lin, did you say that backwards? Han Zhou nervously looked towards the door. Shouldn't we run first? Lin Ye said nothing, but took a leg off the stool and handed it to him. Use this. After that, Lin Ye took out a sickle from his storage space, gripped it tightly, and then pushed open the ward door with determination. Seeing the medical staff surrounding from both sides of the corridor, Lin Ye did not hesitate, swinging the sickle and charging forward. Han Zhou. He glanced at the leg of the stool in his hand, then looked up at Dr. Lin's sickle, his confusion evident on his face. Does the gap really have to be this large? The live stream room was almost dying of laughter at Lin Ye's antics. Brother Yi, are you even unwilling to give him a soul-fixing nail? Ha ha ha. Han Zhou, don't cry, I know an old friend you might be interested in, its name is Blood Infant. Brother Yi seems to have figured out that the way to deal with the director is by confronting him, but could he be too hasty, not even looking for any tools? Upstairs, do you dare to look into the eyes of the Ghost Bride and ask again? Wait, where did this sickle come from? It's from the last dungeon, Zhang Wang's. I didn't expect Brother Yi to swipe it. Inside the dungeon. Lin Ye swung the sickle with great strength, effortlessly slicing through heads. If he couldn't beat the formidable old Lin, could he really not handle these little ghosts? Not to mention, Zhang Wang's sickle for cutting grass was indeed quite effective. As he saw the medical staff in the corridor getting their heads slashed off one by one, Han Zhou finally mustered the courage to join the fight, holding the stool leg. A few minutes later, Lin Ye looked at the bizarre sight of heads and bodies separated but still struggling on the ground, and waved at Han Zhou. Let's go to the top floor. Today, he really wanted to see what existed in this recapitulation corridor. Reaching the top floor, Lin Ye directly took out a paper plane and threw it, silently reciting the director's name over and over. The paper plane seemed to be dragged by an invisible hand, wobbling as it flew toward the depths of the corridor, navigating through twists and turns until finally stopping in front of a door. The door was boldly labeled with 3 words, Observation Room. Han Zhou stepped forward to push the door, only to find it was locked. Just as he was at a loss, Dr. Lin suddenly pulled out a key from his pocket and with a click, opened the door. Han Zhou? You have this too? What has Dr. Lin been doing these past 2 days? Lin Ye pushed open the door to the observation room, the only light source coming from the densely packed surveillance screens on the wall, which were somewhat blinding. So this is what Laura meant by eyes and glass. In the center of the room sat a figure in a white coat. He slumped in a large leather swivel chair, wearing a bizarre helmet filled with wires and sensors, countless cables extending from the helmet, connecting to the surrounding humming and massive machines. His body trembled slightly, as if immersed in some extreme focus or pain. Clearly, this was the director's true form, and he was using this equipment to fully maintain and control the Dream Hospital, completely unprepared for Lin Ye and Han Zhou's intrusion, or rather, he couldn't distract himself from what he was preoccupied with. Lin Ye stepped forward, easily finding a silver bell from the indicated spot. With a thought, he stored the bell in his inventory. Could it be really? This means actually, the entrance to the recapitulation corridor is the exit to escape the dream and return to reality. The floor they entered was the real illusion. No wonder when Lin Ye stepped into the hall, he found himself on the 15th floor, where besides the hospital rooms, there weren't even stairs to go down. Dr. Lin, here. Han Zhou stood by the window, his gaze filled with surprise as he looked at him. Lin Ye felt confused and walked over to look through the glass, only to see the open space in front of the hospital filled with players. Lin Ye counted, there were about a dozen players, each with their heads down, wearing the same bizarre helmet, like they were trapped in a dream, completely unaware. And the dead players were not among them, their bodies were being dragged into the hospital by a crimson tentacle. In front of the open space, Lin Ye was shocked to see his own body. Now Lin Ye was completely sure that when they entered the floor with the nurse, they had already fallen into the director's controlled illusion. So he used the identity of a patient to accidentally escape the illusion? Lin Ye smirked, as long as he killed the director, the illusion would definitely collapse, and all the patients he had trapped and tormented would be freed. Thinking this, Lin Ye no longer hesitated. He raised his scythe and stepped toward the defenseless figure. Lin Ye's arm lifted, raising the scythe stained with countless strange energies, just as he was about to bring it down. Suddenly, a red thread shot out from the jade bracelet on his wrist, pulling a mass of black shadow into the director's body. In the next second, the director's helmeted head jerked, and he struggled to open his eyes. Seeing the scene before him, the director's eyes widened in shock. No, how could you be here? He had not lost his way in the top-level corridor and had successfully opened the observation room door. In just 3 days, how could he manage to leave the dream and accomplish all this at the same time? This is simply impossible. Didn't I say to wait? Lin Ye's scythe fell with lightning speed. If you meet me, you've drawn 8 lifetimes of bad luck. You actually blasphemed my lord, you will. The director didn't have time to finish his words. The sharp blade easily severed the director's neck. Everything happened so fast. Hanzhou stood in shock, holding the leg of a stool, as if he had become an unnecessary background character. The fierce battle he had imagined, the director's desperate counterattack, nothing happened at all. That director who trapped him in the deep dream world, controlling everything, was killed by Dr. Lin in a single blow like an ordinary person? Just like this? Hanzhou's voice was dry and trembling, filled with a sense of unreality. Lin Ye flicked the non-existent blood droplets from the scythe, his tone calm. What else? I hate hearing the villain's dying words, it's bad luck. He didn't want to be cursed by a dying person. No matter if the curse would come true or not, it just felt uncomfortable to hear. In the Dragon Country live streaming room, the barrage momentarily froze, then exploded. Is it over? It's not. Did the director just disappear like that? With one blow? Just one blow? What happened to the ultimate boss? What happened to the fierce battle? Is Zhen Wang's scythe that amazing? Director, don't I care about my pride? Yigu, sorry, with a scythe, I can do whatever I want. JPG. The stool leg in Hanzhou's hand looks very unnecessary, ha. Isn't the point that Yigu didn't even let the Ghost Bride make a move? He chopped the boss by himself. The director died so miserably, So the way to survive is really just to chop the director directly? Simple and brutal, I like it. Unfortunately, this side quest was not as simple as the Dragon Country netizens thought. Almost at the moment of the director's death, the entire observation room, no, the entire hospital began to shake violently. The floor beneath them started to twist and deform, undergoing some unexpected mutation. It was as if something beneath the ground was awakening. Lin Ye was the first to burst out the door, not forgetting to shout, "Assistant third lesson, run." No matter what was happening, running first was the right choice. Hanzhou followed closely behind. As they fled the corridor, Lin Ye accidentally turned his head back and clearly saw a mass of scarlet tongues emerging from the walls. Looking down from the window, the distance was too great. Lin Ye initially thought he saw red tentacles, but now he realized they were not tentacles at all. They were clearly massive tongues, crimson, slippery, covered in thick liquid. This scene was truly bizarre and filled with an indescribable sense of nausea. The wall crumbled like fragile paper, the floor buckled and tore, and those scarlet tongues writhed, slapping as they left behind slippery, stinking goo and deep corrosive marks. In the current situation, it was impossible to normally go downstairs. Lin Ye glanced at the corridor window not far away and dashed forward without a moment's hesitation. A particularly thick tongue swung in from the side like a giant python, trying to wrap around them. Lin Ye suddenly pressed down on Hanzhou's head, and the two barely managed to dodge the foul wind by diving in close, as the tongue crashed heavily into their previous position, completely shattering the ground. Jump! Lin Ye shouted loudly, grabbing Hanzhou's arm, and with the last piece of collapsing floor providing a push, they charged towards the cracked window. Just in the moment they were airborne, countless hungry tongues closed in behind them, completely consuming the corridor. Crash! The glass window shattered in response. The two surged out of the hospital rooftop like arrows from a bow, leaping into the high sky. Behind them was the terrifying wave of tongues madly spilling out the window, trying to chase them, while in front was an empty void dozens of floors high. The feeling of weightlessness hit them as they fell rapidly but then suddenly vanished. Because Lin Ye was caught. The Ghost Bride safely supported his lower back, as a red silk from her sleeve was about to reach for Hanzhou, when a red tongue shot out from the side, swiftly curling him back into the hospital. Hanzhou's figure almost vanished instantly into the terrifying wave of tongues. Hanzhou! Lin Ye gasped, realizing too late. The Ghost Bride brought him down to the empty space of the hospital, and the entire hospital before them was collapsing, mutating into a terrifying stomach filled with gaping red tongues. Lin Ye's vision blurred as he returned to his body, and in the next second, the remaining players around him woke up, confusedly tearing off their strange helmets. What appeared before their eyes was no longer the eerie, abandoned insane asylum they had entered, but a terrifying monster awakening. Oh God! What is that thing? Although those who survived were seasoned players with dungeon experience, the horrifying scene before them made them recoil from the depths of their hearts. Several massive tongues tore through the ground at an astonishing speed, lunging towards the players. Run! Run fast! Nobody knew whose voice screamed in desperation, and the survivors scattered like ants from a disturbed nest, in a panic to escape. Only Lin Ye stood still, watching the prompt that appeared before him. Special entity, Dream Eater, a malformed product of failed godmaking. A living bazaar nourished by the fanaticism and experiments of the mad director, taking the entire hospital as its shell, consuming fear to grow. Its core is formed from the despair of countless patients fused with the director's twisted faith, awakening as a greedy, crimson giant tongue, eager to drag everything into an eternal deep nightmare. Hint, this is a nice snack for the Ghost Bride. Lin Ye finally understood, the hospital itself was the greatest bazaar. The director was merely its caretaker and controller. Now that the caretaker was dead, the hungry monster was completely awakened. Lin Ye turned his head to glance at Nianxi. No wonder she had been disinterested in the director earlier in the office. It turned out she had always wanted to devour this monster right in front of her. Husband. The Ghost Bride's voice carried an indescribable reassurance. Do not be afraid. I will not hurt you. The Ghost Bride swallowed the words she didn't finish, taking a delicate step forward to shield him from the monster. She raised her pale hand, the wide sleeves of her wedding gown moving without wind. In the next moment, a thick, indelible blood mist surged from her body, like a bursting dam or an immense net covering the sky, rapidly spreading towards the mutating hospital ahead. The blood mist was not illusory. Everywhere it passed, the air seemed to be stained, assimilated. The ground was coated with a dark red hue, and a heavy rust smell filled the air. Lin Ye wrinkled his nose, feeling a familiar sandalwood scent. That scent was very familiar to him, unique to Nianxi. The wildly writhing crimson giant tongue crashed into the blood mist's range. It felt like being trapped in a thick, bloody swamp, every movement becoming extremely difficult. In the blood fog, faint cries, the sound of dragging chains, and the barely perceptible rustle of thrown paper formed an oppressive domain, continuously swallowing those tongues made of nightmares and fear. The Dream Eater sensed a threat, and more giant tongues split off from the main body, recklessly crashing into the blood fog. However, those terrifying attacks, powerful enough to crush steel and concrete, fell into the swirling blood fog like a stone sinking into the sea. The blood fog merely rippled slightly before swallowing all these attacks completely. Occasionally, a tongue would break through the surface, only to be instantly shredded by sharp red silk shooting out of the fog. The Ghost Bride stood in the center of the blood fog, her wedding dress increasingly red and dripping, her figure obscured and revealed in the thick mist, as if she were the ruler of this realm. The surviving players had long stopped their meaningless fleeing, staring blankly at this dramatic scene. Someone recognized the Ghost Bride and exclaimed loudly, "It's the Ghost Bride! From the last dungeon!" Unbelievable gasps echoed one after another. That was the strongest dungeon boss since the Bazaar game appeared. And now, this top-level anomaly, which should have been trapped in her own dungeon, not only appeared here but was also devouring the hidden boss of this dungeon. This completely overturned their understanding of anomalies and dungeon rules. That Dragon Country player. Did he do something? Someone cast an odd glance toward Lin Ye, who remained unscathed at the edge of the blood fog. How could he possibly control such an existence? Since the Bazaar game arrived, some had tried to control the vicious spirits appearing in the human world. But without exception, they ended up dead and miserable from the backlash, and over time, more people chose to use less risky strange tools instead of trying to control vicious spirits. Not to mention that controlling a vicious spirit would definitely lead to death. The process of controlling itself was extremely dangerous. How could a vicious spirit of the Ghost Bride's level be subdued by an inexperienced rookie? They couldn't help but recall the last dungeon's wedding, thinking Lin Ye's active participation was to meet the clearance condition. But now it seemed, could anyone become the groom and command the Ghost Bride? Realizing this, the players beat their chests and stamped their feet, secretly cursing themselves for missing out on hundreds of billions. Yet they had to comfort themselves. The backlash and price of controlling such a powerful vicious spirit must be even greater. Maybe this kid wouldn't survive a few more days. Chapter 083, Back to Safety Again. My god, the Ghost Bride is still too authoritative. Is this blood fog her ghost domain? It looks really terrifying. Brother Yi, I misunderstood you. Now I realize how much pressure you are under. I really should die. Is the Ghost Bride's power really not up to the level of a ghost general? Why do I feel it's a bit ridiculously powerful? I was the one who spread knowledge before, sorry for being smacked in the face. This kind of power is definitely above the ghost general. Not only the Dragon Country audience but people from other countries were also left speechless and shocked by this scene. Since the Bazaar event began, only the three big countries, Dragon Country, Bear Country, and America, have been able to stay at the forefront. The originally balanced situation was completely shattered by the existence of Lin Ye and the Ghost Bride. Once they came to understand, the phone of the Dragon Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs was directly overwhelmed. It was all countries coming forward to make friendly overtures. Even Pickle Country and Foot Basin Country shamelessly approached. There was no choice, even America was being friendly, they weren't stupid enough to annoy themselves. Even if their relationship could ease just a little, it would be enough for their country's players to maintain a semblance of goodwill when seeing Lin Ye in the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the blood fog of the Ghost Bride had fully enveloped the hospital building, rushing rapidly toward the top. As the carefully nurtured abnormality was about to be completely swallowed by the Bride of Ghosts, thick lead-gray clouds gathered from all directions at a visible speed, pressing low over the hospital. Amid the clouds, faint thunder sounded ominously, hinting at warnings. The Bride of Ghosts only glanced up, completely disregarding these warnings. Her blood mist accelerated, wrapping around the crumbling hospital building, even rushing toward the sky, dyeing the ominous clouds bright red. Soon, the clouds were no longer filled with dull thunder, but were instead filled with countless mournful wails and sharp, haunting sounds that made one's scalp tingle and heart race. The surviving players curled up in relatively safe corners, trembling with fear. This was no longer a battle that humanity could understand or partake in. Lin Ye stood at the edge of the blood mist, the Bride of Ghosts' power gently kept him at bay as he looked up at the building that had been completely engulfed by the blood mist, feeling the rising aura of Nianxi. He silently vowed in his heart, I will find more such food for Nianxi in the future. The swallowing process lasted several minutes. Soon, the blood mist rapidly receded like a tide, and the heaven-shrouding scarlet along with the spine-chilling wails of countless ghosts disappeared. The originally twisted and mutated hospital building returned to normal, although it was still in ruins, the suffocating chill was completely gone. The figure of the Bride of Ghosts slowly materialized in front of Lin Ye, her wedding dress an even deeper shade of red, and her aura considerably more chilling and terrifying. She looked at Lin Ye, a blush seeming to appear on her pale face. My husband, did I scare you? Lin Ye shook his head, stepping forward impatiently. Are you hurt? At this moment, the small worry in the Bride of Ghosts' heart completely vanished. She understood that her husband truly cared for her. I am not harmed. Her voice remained cold, but carried a hint of lazy satisfaction. I only need to rest a bit more to digest what I have gained. Lin Ye nodded, concern etched on his face. All right, you rest easy. The Bride of Ghosts' figure transformed into a wisp of red smoke, silently merging into the jade bracelet on Lin Ye's wrist. As the powerful abnormality left, the clouds slowly dispersed, and surprisingly, a few long-awaited rays of sunlight penetrated through, illuminating this devastated place. The surviving players looked at each other in disbelief. Had Lin Ye just flown them out? The large door of the hospital, which had been on the verge of collapse, was pushed open from within by someone. One person, two, three, more and more figures helped each other, staggered, and walked out from the dark doorway. They wore tattered but clean patient uniforms, their faces pale from not seeing the sun for a long time, staring blankly at the outside sky as if awakening from a long dream, feeling the faint warmth of sunlight on their skin. These were all the patients who had been sacrificed by the director to the Dream Eater, trapped in endless nightmares. Now, with the deaths of the Dream Eater and the director, they were finally liberated. Among the crowd, a familiar figure stood out prominently. Lin. Dr. Lin. Hanzhou stumbled out, his face brimming with incredible excitement, the rough name tag hanging on his chest still glimmering faintly in the sunlight. Lin Ye quickly stepped forward. It's good that you're okay. I don't know what happened, it felt like I was pulled in and had a long nightmare, and then I just came out. Lin Ye proudly puffed out his chest. No need to thank me, it was my wife who saved you all. Hanzhou. A flash of red in room 3 crossed Hanzhou's mind. Dr. Lin's wife could not possibly be that person, right? Dr. Lin. At that moment, Laura also came holding a rabbit doll, grasping her mother's hand as she approached the two. Patient number 7 looked much weaker than the others, barely able to stand but still managed to say, thank you. If it weren't for this doctor's arrival, perhaps they must continue to suffer day after day in the nightmare, eventually becoming a part of that monster completely. Lin Ye smiled modestly and said, oh, no need to thank me, it was my wife who saved you. Patient number 7 reacted and responded with a smile, your wife must be a very beautiful lady. Lin Ye nodded non-committally, and she was indeed the most beautiful person he had ever seen. Meanwhile, the surviving players watched the sudden appearance of dozens of patients, confused, when they heard the system's prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to Longwa's Lin Ye, Moxiangwa's Morgan, and other players for successfully clearing the instance of the insane asylum, about to be transported back to the real world. Congratulations to Longwei for receiving double points, national luck increased by 10%, all citizens' physical fitness slightly enhanced, random technological resources have arrived in Longwa. The surviving players were stunned at first, then erupted into thunderous cheers. They had definitely been carried by a big shot. Although the clearing rewards were relatively small, it was better than dying. The surrounding scene began to change as Lin Ye waved goodbye. Hanzhou also waved goodbye, his gaze sweeping over the homeless patients. At this moment, a seed was quietly planted in his heart. Once Lin Ye's figure completely left the instance, the bizarre game started to go mad with anger. Is this kid sick? Why is he going to kill the director for no reason? The way to survive in this instance was either to honestly solve the nightmares of 10 patients or to directly kill 10 patients. The clearing conditions were written so clearly. Is there something he doesn't understand? Which way is not easier than killing the director? Yet he chose to kill the director. What the hell? Is it endless? Ah. Is it endless? He could let it slide for taking its boss, but swallowed its hidden bosses from other instances too. Does he understand what hidden means? Is this a buffet? Just wait for it. Back in the conference room, besides Ice Scorpion and Lei Tao, everyone else was present. They all wore smiling faces looking at him. Lin Ye probably understood that they had all seen Yan Shi devouring other bizarre creatures. However, everyone wisely chose not to ask, only excitedly informing him that other countries had sent many great things. Among them were quite a few odd items, wanting him to see if any caught his eye. Lin Ye looked around. These odd items were not as useful as those he had obtained in the ancient town, and most were one-time use. He took a few, then said goodbye to everyone and went back to rest. After waking up, taking a shower, and having a hearty meal, Lin Ye opened his social media, and again saw many netizens discussing the insane asylum. He saw several impressive different commentaries and casually liked them. What puzzled him was why the most popular image was a photo of him in a small version of a dress. Lin Ye felt no shame, he just wondered how Yan Shi would feel about it after seeing it. He looked down at the jade bracelet. For the past 3 days, Yan Shi had not appeared. Lin Ye did not disturb her but went to the training ground in Area B3, asking Chen Lin to teach him darts and gun use. After experiencing the 2 instances, his physical fitness had almost doubled, and his grip strength had reached a terrifying 200 pounds. If he wasn't chosen for the next instance, Lin Ye planned to take Yan Shi to the nearby fallen cities to devour some bizarre creatures. He could also go on a trip. By the way, he also wanted Yan Shi to try out the silver bell. And his golden finger seemed to hide some secrets too. P.S. A new instance will be updated at 8 p.m. The little couple play is coming. Chapter 084, is it him again? Achieving the 3-time achievement. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Ye and Chen Lin arrived at the conference room. His expression was quite worried. I wonder how Ice Scorpion and the others are doing with their tasks. For a full 3 days, they had been in a state of being out of contact. I'm afraid, this doesn't look good. Lin Ye patted his shoulder as a way to comfort him. After sitting down, everyone nervously stared at the countdown on the screen for the dungeon to open. New dungeon is opening, players are being filtered. Player filtering completed. Generating player list. List has been confirmed. Congratulations to Dragon Country player Lin Ye for being selected, teleporting. This result caused an uproar in the meeting room. It appeared, a triple selection that had never happened before. How could this be? Chen Lin was so shocked he stuttered, Yi. Brother Yi, did you offend the strange game? Lin Ye. Yes, and he planned to continue offending it. Although being selected 3 times in a row was indeed very unlucky, the people in the meeting room were not so worried. With the Ghost Bride around, his chances of safety in the dungeon were higher than anyone else's. In a flash of white light, Lin Ye's face appeared once again in the live broadcast room. Wow! It's Brother Yi again. Awesome, awesome. Seeing Brother Yi, I know we're safe this time, even if it's another Chinese horror. You upstairs, stop that. Don't jinx it. This large-scale dungeon will randomly select 1/2 of the countries to enter, synchronizing player teleportation. This kind of large-scale dungeon had appeared several times before, but Dragon Country was always unfortunately among the chosen 1/2, and this time was no exception. As the white light faded, Lin Ye found himself standing in front of a school gate, surrounded by towering mountains. The iron gate was grand and old, with curved iron patterns at the top spelling out, Jiaohua Girls High School, but it was rusty, exuding a sense of decay from years of neglect. Inside the gate, several grayish-white teaching buildings stood silently, most of the windows were dark, with only a few letting in a ghastly light. The sky was a strange, unchanging dull yellow, suffocating and hard to breathe. Congratulations to all players for entering the game dungeon. Dungeon name, Girls High School Horror Stories. You unexpectedly received a transfer notice from Jiaohua Girls High School. This renowned school located in the mountains is famous for its strict discipline and excellent results, but the taboo legends circulating within the school are spine-chilling: the empty classroom singing at midnight, the third locker from the end of the corridor, and the strange invitation from reflections in the mirror. Clearance condition: before the end of this semester, find the deceased person in your class. Wait, Girls High School? Lin Ye quickly looked down at his outfit, relieved to find it wasn't a skirt. Then his gaze swept around. This time the number of players far exceeded before. Almost 100 people gathered at the school gate. Without exception, they all wore a uniform and highly recognizable school uniform. The boys were in dark blue suit jackets with white shirts and ties, while the girls wore matching suit jackets paired with plaid pleated skirts and white knee socks. Lin Ye was quite surprised. Wasn't this the classic Korean high school uniform style? Girls' High School Horror Stories? It was indeed a classic from the Korean horror series. Blue Star and Earth were truly parallel worlds, even this was the same. In the crowd, Lin Ye even saw an old acquaintance. Harris also noticed Lin Ye's gaze and didn't shy away. After all, Lin Ye's fame had exploded, making it good to befriend someone powerful. Harris took the initiative to greet him, but before he could speak, someone stepped in first. Dragon Country Lin Ye. It was Emily. As someone who had previously been the unfortunate player brought along and was chosen again, you could imagine how excited she was to see Lin Ye. Harris watched her familiar expression, his eyes filled with strangeness. Everyone knew about Emily's glorious past. How did Lin Ye end up with her? Faced with Emily's enthusiasm, Lin Ye calmly pulled out a scythe and pressed it against her fragile neck. This player. You don't want your copy to fall apart before it even starts, do you? Emily. She slowly retreated, not daring to move closer. She thought that having Lin Ye help her in the last copy meant he cared for her a little, but how could he change so quickly? Other players who wanted to get close to her saw Lin Ye's actions and gave up on that idea. They labeled Lin Ye as someone not to be messed with, reminding themselves to stay away from him. Lin Ye then withdrew his scythe, content to shrink into the crowd and wait for the game to begin. Harris silently stood beside Lin Ye, while Emily, feeling indignant but afraid to approach, could only stand a bit farther away. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from a distance. Lin Ye looked far away and saw a tall man pinning a small woman to the ground, shouting words like baka, looking for death, and bastard. Harris hurriedly clarified, the one hitting is a player from the Foot Basin country, Wenojiro. He has 5 copies worth of experience and is the highest ranked player from the Foot Basin country. He hasn't entered a copy for a year, and who would have thought this large-scale copy would choose him? He is a well-known troublemaker. The player on the ground is from the Kimchi country. Wenojiro has held a grudge against him since the last time he was sabotaged. Lin Ye nodded. Why do players from the Kimchi country always manage to annoy others? Since entering the copy, the two he encountered loved to seek death in every way. Viewers in the live stream were mocking the situation. American backstabber, Gallic country turncoat sister, Foot Basin country troublemaker. We have all 3 of these gods in one copy. Just look at the mess this is causing. These 3 have always put on a show. This copy will surely be exciting. Don't forget our wild brother, the jungler. Jungler? What's that? He loves to explore every nook and cranny. If he can fight, he will, and if he can't, he'll run. That's how he got the name. This generation's internet users are really something. Inside the copy. A chill wind swept through, stirring up dead leaves. The only entrance to the school was a small side door next to it, just big enough for one person to pass through. Inside sat a dimly lit guard room, and further in was the path to the main teaching building. Both sides of the path were filled with dead shrubs, their twisted branches resembling struggling arms. The player's reaction time was up, and the door to the security room was pushed open. A hunchbacked guard, over 50 years old, appeared in front of the crowd. He looked relatively normal, but his cold gaze swept over the more than 100 players in front of him. The unmasked malice made the players' breathing hitch, and an eerie silence fell around them. Tap tap tap. A faint yet rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from deep within the campus. 12 teachers, appearing along the path flanked by the dead trees, emerged through the small side door before the players. They all wore dark professional attire, their faces plastered with standard smiles, corners of their mouths nearly reaching their ears, but their eyes were hollow, as if wearing exquisite masks. We will now begin class assignments. Students whose names are called will step forward and follow your homeroom teacher to the classroom. The 12 teachers began to call out names in succession, their gazes like solid objects, landing on their respective students with a cold indifference, as if examining an object. The players standing behind them dared not make a sound, only feeling a chill at the back of their necks as if being stalked by a cold-blooded creature. Unknowingly, whether the bizarre game was intentional, Lin Ye, Harris, Emily, Wenojiro, and the player from the Kimchi country were all in the same class. The class assignment ended quickly, over 100 players divided into 12 small teams, following 12 bizarre guides, like lambs being led to different dens. No one spoke, only the oppressive sound of footsteps and the wind rustling through the dead branches echoed in the air. The shadows of the teaching building gradually descended, resembling a gaping maw of blood, gradually swallowing the figures of the players. Bang! The door was violently locked by the security guard, cold eyes carrying a hint of a smile. Another batch of humans sent to their deaths. They will surely like it. Chapter 085, Strict School Rules. The Class 2 of the 3rd year, where Lin Ye was located, was at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor of the teaching building, and their head teacher was a woman who looked incredibly strict. A suit skirt, black-rimmed glasses, a meticulous hairstyle, tightly furrowed brows, sharp eyes. Such a classic image of a disciplinary teacher. In the classroom, there were more than 30 neatly dressed female students, their backs unusually straight, hands properly folded in the center of the desk, chin slightly tucked in. Upon the arrival of the new students, there was no curiosity on their faces, only a dead silence, as if they were just carefully arranged dolls placed here. The entire classroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, their breathing barely noticeable. At a glance, what you see are already dead people, are they not all just corpses? Where is the lively spirit in an entire class? This is a new transfer student, everyone welcome. The classroom erupted in uniform applause. The head teacher decisively arranged the 7 new students at their seats, then knocked on the blackboard and began to read the school rules. 1. During school hours, except for physical education, students must wear school uniforms at all times and keep them neat. 2. Before the class bell rings, students must enter the classroom and take their seats. Latecomers should stand in the corridor until the next class begins. 3. During class, whispering and passing notes are prohibited. If you have a question, you must raise your hand and wait for the teacher's permission to speak. 4. Total silence must be maintained during lunch break. Anyone making noise will be taken to the confinement room. 5. After school, students must participate in club activities, choosing at least one club and must not be absent. 6. After evening study sessions, students must return to the dormitory within 15 minutes. No entry or exit is allowed after the dormitory doors are locked. 7. When encountering school leaders wearing red bow ties, students must proactively greet them. 8. The class monitor must thoroughly clean the classroom before dismissal, especially ensuring all mirrors are spotless, no stains allowed. 9. No entry is permitted to areas above the 4th floor without permission. 10. The school absolutely forbids early romantic relationships. Absolutely, not allowed. After stating the last rule, the head teacher's sharp gaze fell upon the only 4 boys in the class. It's obvious who this rule is aimed at. Lin Ye and the 3 others. Oh no, they have become live targets. On the podium, the head teacher had already picked up chalk and started writing on the blackboard, the screech of chalk on the board sounding especially harsh in the overly quiet classroom. Lin Ye's seat was in the second to last row, his vision able to capture the entire classroom, but he didn't notice any obvious abnormalities. His deskmate was a girl with long hair, very pretty, and her posture was also excellent. At first glance, Lin Ye thought she must be a dancer, and her eyes were slightly red, as if she had cried. This configuration simply represents beautiful but tragic strength, she must be a target for school bullying. Lin Ye immediately locked onto her, certain that she had some clues. Finally, when the class was over, Lin Ye was just about to talk to her, but before he could say a word, she hurriedly grabbed her backpack and left. Muttering something like, "No time, no time." What's no time? Lin Ye intended to chase after her but was stopped by Harris, who handed him a note, "Don't rush to question them, go find a club first." They had arrived at the school in the afternoon, and now it was already after school hours. According to the head teacher, they must participate in club activities after school. The other students in the classroom were hurriedly leaving only the 7 players behind. Lin Ye gave up the thought of chasing her out and looked down at the note, realizing it contained the school rules that the head teacher had just mentioned. Harris explained, "I'm afraid I might forget, so I wrote it down." "It's a habit." "Forget?" Lin Ye's face showed confusion. "You can't remember this?" Harris. "Ha." Wenojiro sneered from the side, "As if you can remember everything." "I can," Lin Ye replied casually, his face full of confusion as if asking, "Is this so hard?" Wenojiro. How can he act even tougher than me? The audience from Long Nation in the livestream also looked puzzled. Brother Yi has this skill too? Who do you look down on? Brother Yi is from Jingbei University. That's the nation's top university. Oh my, Brother Yi hides his talents? I always thought Brother Yi was just a funny guy. This skill is great. We won't have to worry about forgetting the rules in rule-based dungeons. Inside the dungeon. Lin Ye still stuffed the note into his pocket. "I saw a club recruitment advertisement on the bulletin board when I arrived, let's go take a look." After saying this, Lin Ye took the lead out of the classroom, not bothering whether others followed him. Harris and Emily exchanged glances and, with unspoken agreement, followed him. "Lin Ye, as long as you don't provoke him, he will pretend not to see you. He is absolutely a unique good-tempered big shot who generously shares game progress." Player Park Chaeyoung from Pickled Cabbage Nation was afraid Wenojiro would hit her again, so she quickly scampered after him. Remaining were players Anna from Bear Country and Lucas from Windmill Country, who hesitated for a few seconds before also following. As newcomers, they also had good judgment. A lot of players had already gathered in front of the bulletin board, and seeing Lin Ye, they all tactfully made way. In this large dungeon, players from Long Nation, American Nation, and Bear Country were respected, even if they had no skills or were just silly and lame. Who would dare target them? Just a second out of the dungeon, and they could be cut into pieces by their nation behind them. Not to mention Lin Ye was strong himself, and had the Ghost Bride protecting him. Who would dare provoke him? They couldn't help but cast envious glances at Emily, Anna, and Lucas, wondering how they were so lucky. Even though they were in the same class as the top players in Blue Star, there was also a boss who had cleared 5 dungeons inside. How could such good luck not fall on them? Lin Ye, however, was unconcerned by the attitudes of those around him, and focused on reading the announcement. Soon he discovered the recruitment advertisement for Strange Tales Society in a corner. This is what I was looking for. After browsing the content above, Lin Ye headed straight towards the Strange Tales Society according to the address. After browsing the advertisement, aside from Harris and the 6 others, no one else was willing to follow. They needed to observe for a bit longer. They didn't want to dive into something so dangerous right from the start. The activity room for the Strange Tales Society was located on the top floor of a standalone, old annex at the back of the teaching building, a very remote spot. The lights in the corridor flickered dimly, the air filled with dust and a musty smell, revealing a sense of decay that had been forgotten for a long time. Upon reaching the end, Lin Ye pushed open the creaky wooden door, and the scene inside the activity room came into view. The room was small, but the walls were covered with various blurry photos and hand-drawn campus maps, with many suspicious spots circled in red pen and messy notes beside them. Lin Ye counted, there were about 12 places. Was this hinting that there were 12 strange tales in this school? Chapter 086, School Uniform. 6 girls sat around a long table, quietly discussing something, their expressions tense, focused, and even tinged with a hint of suppressed excitement. Hearing the sound of the door opening, 6 pairs of eyes turned to the entrance, filled with vigilance and curiosity. One girl wearing black-rimmed glasses, who seemed to be the president, pushed up her glasses and spoke, "Are you, the new transfer students?" Her voice carried a hint of confusion, as if surprised by their arrival on the first day. Isn't it nonsense? The genders of the 4 in Lin Ye are enough to explain everything. Lin Ye nodded and directly stated his purpose: "We are very interested in the school's urban legends." The female president exchanged a glance with the other club members, her tone softened. "I am the president, Jin Shuxian. Since you have found your way here, it means you are different from those good students who only follow the rules." She gestured to the few empty chairs. "Sit down, but let me warn you first, exploring urban legends comes with risks, so you should be mentally prepared." The 7 sat down cautiously. Ueno Jiro spoke up first. "What risks?" The 6 women all showed a strange smile, speaking in unison. "You might actually die." Lin Ye let out a breath of relief. This copy was nice, like coming to retire. "What urban legends do you know?" Another short-haired girl curiously asked, her gaze sweeping over Lin Ye and the others. Lin Ye casually mentioned a few common ones, like the 13 Steps, the Pen Spirit, the music classroom, and Hanako in the toilet. Harris immediately mentioned the 3 he had received upon entering. Hearing the urban legends mentioned by Lin Ye and Harris, the 6 female club members all displayed a mocking, eerie smile. Pen Spirit? Hanako? Just tricks to scare children. President Jin Shuxian adjusted her glasses. "Do you know about the invitation from room 404? The 7 shook their heads in unison. It said that at the end of the 4th floor of the girls' dormitory, there is a room 404. No matter how many times the dorm supervisor locks it during inspections, the next morning, that door will always silently open a crack. Even after midnight, some have heard very, very soft footsteps coming from room 404. Tap, 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 not hurriedly, echoing from the end of the corridor, and finally, quietly stopping in front of a certain dorm room." The 6 girls shivered simultaneously but then strangely laughed, as if enjoying the thrill of the horror brought by this story. The 7 players felt little, already immune to such horror stories, but they still cooperated and pretended to be afraid. Lin Ye huddled his shoulders, looking both frightened and curiously intrigued. Then who was the original occupant of room 404? In 404, the president dragged her tone, unconsciously tapping her fingers on the table, creating a slight tapping sound. The original occupant was an outstanding senior. The short-haired girl added, "She had excellent grades and was very beautiful, but..." She did not continue, her gaze subtly sweeping over Lin Ye and the other boys. "She fell in love?" Emily guessed instinctively, recalling the strict school rules. But Jin Shuxian did not elaborate further, instead rising with a few members. "It's time for class. We wish you good luck tonight," she said meaningfully before her figure quickly disappeared at the door. Lin Ye stared at the direction where the 6 disappeared. The first victim has appeared. Harris and the others nodded noncommittally. It seemed they would be busy tonight. Back in the classroom, Lin Ye found his deskmate already in her seat. Her condition was not good, her knuckles were abnormally red and swollen, and a small section of skin exposed below her wrist was covered with purple bruises, her uniform stained and disheveled. This must be what it's like to be bullied at school. Lin Ye sat down, trying to speak to her in a calm voice. "Your uniform sleeves seem torn and a bit dirty." His deskmate immediately trembled, her hands anxiously clutching her sleeves. You saw wrong. But the first rule of the school is to maintain cleanliness." Lin Ye lowered his voice. "Aren't you afraid?" His deskmate's body suddenly shuddered as if struck by the most terrifying nerve from this sentence. She slowly turned her face, her eyes filled with fear and a hint of desperate pleading. "Please, can you go to the logistics room on the 1st floor in Ascan Park to help me get a new uniform? They will find out. I will die. Please, help me." Logistics room? Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and he agreed. There was still time before evening self-study, so he got up and went downstairs. The viewers in the live stream were also unusually excited. Here it comes, a new wild point, Brother Yi is starting again. Is he going to explore again? Ha, gee Yi, you guy. The logistics room is clearly an information point. Other players are also moving, but the locations are all peculiar. One unlucky guy is going to the teacher's office. On the first floor logistics room, a middle-aged woman with a harsh face and critical eyes was sitting inside, knitting. Hearing footsteps, Aunt Park lifted her eyelids, glanced at Lin Ye, and spoke with an unfriendly tone, "Transfer student? Don't come here for no reason." "Teacher, I came to help a classmate get 2 new school uniforms. They accidentally got dirty." Lin Ye maintained a polite facade. Aunt Park muttered, "Always causing trouble," reluctantly got up, and walked toward the mountain of storage racks inside. After rummaging for quite a while, she finally came out with 2 brand new girls' uniforms, shoving them at Lin Ye with annoyance. "Take them. Tell them to cherish them, next time there won't be any." "Thank you, teacher." Lin Ye took the uniforms, feeling the fabric cold and smooth, but it seems she was bullied and didn't dare to tell the class teacher. Bullied? Aunt Park, hearing these words, instantly put her hands on her hips and cursed, "Those little brats coming here to slander, are they? Every girl in this school is outstanding, how could they bully others? You boys really aren't good, you just talk nonsense. If not for the few dead people needing yang energy, how could you scoundrels be allowed in here?" Aunt Park was getting worked up. But Lin Ye caught a key piece of information: several people had died. Just as Lin Ye turned to leave, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a few old uniforms piled in a corner, stained with some dark red substance that had dried and darkened. Lin Ye's footsteps paused. Aunt Park noticed his pause, her voice suddenly rising, "Take the stuff and hurry up. Get lost." That reaction was a bit excessive, carrying a sense of urgency to cover something up. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze, showing no emotion on his face, nodded, "I'm leaving now." Internally sighing, he thought he must find a way to sneak in and take a look. Back in the classroom, Lin Ye gave 1 set of uniforms to his deskmate. She thanked him and headed to the bathroom to change. Lin Ye's gaze swept over the others, they also seemed to have found some clues from their respected deskmates. The evening self-study passed quietly like this. On the first night, the class teacher took them to the dormitory building. Because it was an all-girls high school, the boy students who transferred were all arranged on the top floor of the girls' dormitory. There were a total of 32 empty dorm rooms here. 4 people to a room, and they were on the 4th floor. With fewer than 70 male players, Lin Ye's group was finally assigned to dorm 420, quite a distance from dorm 404. Seeing those living near 404, a touch of sympathy appeared on Lin Ye's face. Being neighbors with the ghost tales, how tragic could it be? Once the class teacher left, Lin Ye quietly slipped to the empty dorm room next door and tried calling the jade bracelet on his wrist. Nian Shi. Chapter 087, The Ghost Tale, has appeared. Additional update. Lin Ye did not know how Nian Shi was doing now. He was extremely worried and afraid that the weirdness from the last copy would have a negative effect on her. After waiting for a while, thinking there would be no response, he turned his gaze only to see Nian Shi smiling gently, standing right in front of him. Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief, rushing forward to embrace her. "You scared me to death, I thought you would fall into a long sleep again." The ghost bride patted his back, serving as comfort. "I am not in any major trouble, my husband does not need to worry." Lin Ye silently retorted in his heart, "How could I not worry? Not seeing her for a day, and everyone else would be going crazy." "Are your wounds completely healed?" Lin Ye still felt uneasy. "After a few days of nurturing, I am fine now." Her strength had returned to its peak. Even if she encountered the terrifying Ghost King, she would still have the power to fight. Feeling completely reassured, Lin Ye and she held each other, whispering for a long time, primarily to prevent the viewers watching the live stream from eavesdropping. It was at this moment that the ghost bride finally had time to look around the room before her. "These beds. I have never seen anything like this before. This is a bunk bed, this is the style used in high school dormitories now." Lin Ye explained briefly and also taught her some modern knowledge. The ghost bride nodded in understanding. "So this is a school. I often see my peers coming and going from school, but I have never truly seen it." This remark reminded Lin Ye of the hidden task dream in the first instance. As a well-protected girl raised since childhood, Nian Shi's only activity area was that small courtyard. She learned to weave, embroider, and was not allowed to have too much contact with her peers, let alone attend school. That family's only purpose in raising her was to exchange her for money. Lin Ye suppressed the bitterness in his heart and took out a silver bell. "Nian Shi, this is a prop I obtained in the insane asylum, you can try it." "Okay." The ghost bride took the delicate silver bell, and a bloody vortex appeared in her palm, quickly drawing the silver bell into her body. Ding-ling. A soft but extraordinary ethereal sound rang out. In an instant, the chilling ghost aura around her vanished without a trace. If it weren't for her still wearing that bright and stunning wedding dress, she now looked just like a living person. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. Now he didn't have to worry about other strange beings being too scared to show up. He could confidently take Nianxi out to hunt for food. After a moment, Lin Ye took out a brand new school uniform. Nianxi, this is a school uniform. Once you wear it, you won't need to go back into the jade bracelet. Stay with me in the instance. Nianxi's wounds had mostly healed, and if she stayed in the jade bracelet, she would surely get bored. The ghost bride gently nodded, her figure slightly twirled, and with a flash of red light, the elaborate and luxurious wedding dress disappeared like an illusion. In the next second, she had changed into that uniform for Zhaohua High School. The fitted suit jacket outlined her slender waist, and the white shirt collar accented her long neck like jade. Beneath the skirt lay a pair of straight and proportional legs. Lin Ye stepped forward, removing the hairpin he had carefully styled in her hair, and her smooth and shiny hair cascaded down, nearly reaching her waist. She stood there quietly, cool, elegant, radiating a unique beauty of the East. The modern school uniform on her created a sense of purity and beauty that transcended time and space, as if she was meant to be that charming bright girl, traversing the campus at this age. Lin Ye felt a sudden pause in his breath, his heart seemed to be struck by something, and it began to race wildly. At that moment, he suddenly felt he wanted to protect someone for a lifetime. In the Dragon Kingdom live stream room. Is this the Ghost Bride? You're telling me this stunning beauty is the Ghost Bride? Long black hair. Does anyone know what long black hair means? The Ghost Bride looks so well behaved, I can't imagine that she spreads blood mist with just a wave of her hand. Look, Yigu is actually bleeding from his nose. What the heck? About my fierce ghost wife in a school uniform, she's gorgeous enough to make me bleed on the spot. Yigu, thanks for the invite, I'm in the instance, and my wife is too beautiful to handle. Are our viewers really just munching on dog food like this? Shocking. The instance has transformed from horror film to campus pure love drama in an instant. Is this a twist of humanity or a moral decline? Other players, struggling to survive. Yigu, falling in love, dressing up, showing affection. This comparison is hilarious. Brother Yi, promise me, next time you take your wife out for shopping in the dungeon, okay? I beg you. The heat in the live broadcast room suddenly soared to an unprecedented height. After a brief shock, other countries quickly used all means to inform their players to never provoke that woman next to Lin Ye. That's the Ghost Bride. Provoking her would be deadly. Inside the dungeon. Husband, you're bleeding. Oh, it's nothing. Lin Ye hurriedly tilted his head back, fumbling to wipe the nosebleed, his ears red as if bleeding, emphasizing incoherently, I'm fine, just a bit too hot. I'll be fine after I drink some loofah soup. Hearing this, the worry in the Ghost Bride's eyes finally faded. After finally stopping the nosebleed, Lin Ye looked at the hairpin in his hand and asked, Nianxi, after this dungeon ends, I'll give you a new hairpin. How about I keep this one for you? In the first dungeon, Nianxi should have already known what her family did, yet kept this hairpin merely because it was the first time they met and he put it on her. But Lin Ye didn't want her to feel upset, wearing this hairpin and feeling troubled. The Ghost Bride nodded, looking obedient and innocent. I will listen to my husband. Lin Ye held her hand. If it weren't for her skin being too pale and her body temperature a bit low, she truly resembled the school's beauty on television. Ghost Bride. Her love for you has surpassed obsession, your existence will soon become her new anchor point. Hint, perhaps you can start a sweet post-marriage romance. Lin Ye frowned. What does the 3 question marks behind that hint mean? Is the single dog jealous that he has a beautiful wife? Lin Ye's complaints were not over when his ears perked up and he suddenly heard strange sounds outside the door. Tap, tap, tap. Boom. A series of unusually clear footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, rhythmic and approaching, each step carrying a damp, sticky quality. Lin Ye knew, strange tales had appeared. Chapter 088, The Invitation to Dorm 404. Dorm 421. The door was gently pushed open a crack, Lin Ye's head cautiously poked out to observe the empty corridor. Behind him, the Ghost Bride's naive and curious little head also peeked out. What is my husband looking at? I'm looking for strange tales. Are you hungry? Lin Ye asked with concern, tilting his head. The Ghost Bride lowered her gaze to meet his eyes and lightly shook her head. Not hungry yet, but the strange tales you mentioned are just low-level vengeful spirits to me, only a drop in the bucket. Lin Ye had considered this long ago. Confidently, he patted his chest. As long as it's a dungeon, there must be a boss. At worst, there are hidden bosses. Once I figure out this dungeon, I'll find something for you to eat. The Ghost Bride smiled shyly. My husband is truly wonderful to me. Lin Ye felt his face heat up and quickly looked away. You're my wife. As a man, this is what he should do. Then let me deal with these vengeful spirits for my husband. A glimmer of coldness flickered in the Ghost Bride's eyes. No, no. Lin Ye quickly waved his hands to reject. Let me practice on these, I definitely want to take you to stronger dungeons in ghost realms to find food in the future. I can't hold you back too much. In order to take care of his wife, he was willing to fight hard. He must strive to become stronger quickly. Okay. The ghost bride smiled with her eyes curving, staying quietly behind him, silently supporting him. Lin Ye repeatedly urged her to stay close to him and retreat to the jade bracelet if she encountered danger before slowly stepping out through the crack of the door. The live broadcast room was filled with speechlessness. Brother Yi, do you hear what you're saying? Who is the biggest danger inside the dungeon? You really don't understand? Brother Yi is a true man, genuinely treating the ghost bride as his wife to protect her. I always thought Brother Yi used this method to control the evil spirits to survive, but now it seems it's not that simple? What else can we say, bro? Just give it a 99. But no matter what, the ghost bride is still an evil spirit. How can people and ghosts? What did the one upstairs say? The ghost bride's copy failed 3 times without any strange occurrences. I just think the ghost bride is quite nice. If you really got close to the ghost bride, you wouldn't be happy. Is it that I wouldn't be happy? I'm just afraid that Ye wouldn't be happy. Inside the copy. Lin Ye slowly moved close to the wall, the footsteps beside him still continued. Thanks to the dim yellow light of the corridor, Lin Ye could clearly see a trail of bloody footprints coming towards him. Ding! Trigger side quest, invitation to dormitory 404. This is a cursed dormitory, and it is said that everyone who enters will become a restless vengeful spirit. They desperately want to escape the curse, but none have ever left that small dormitory. Task: ignoring the invitation is very rude. Please enter dormitory 404 and find a notebook. Tip: there is something hidden in the wall. You can trigger a quest without knocking on the door? This urban legend really is a good person. Lin Ye took out the soul-fixing nail and held it in his hand, preparing to go to dormitory 404, when he suddenly heard the sound of hurried high heels coming from downstairs. Someone is coming upstairs. It was already lights-out time, and according to the 6th school rule, everyone must enter the dormitory within 15 minutes after evening study. So, the hurried footsteps he hears now should be the footsteps of the dorm supervisor checking the rooms. This copy is not a rule-based type, so violating the school rules wouldn't lead to any penalties, he just needs not to get caught. Thinking of this, Lin Ye didn't choose to return to the dorm right away. The school rules had some obvious penalties listed, but the 6th rule did not. What would happen if the dorm supervisor caught him not returning to the dorm on time? Or is there a possibility that he could directly kill the dorm supervisor? Otherwise, she checks the rooms way too often, it's really annoying and delays him from going out to look for clues. At this moment, the footsteps downstairs had already reached the 3rd floor, and Lin Ye was hiding at the stairway of the 4th floor, holding the soul-fixing nail. Strangely, the footsteps disappeared at the corner between the 3rd and 4th floors. Lin Ye patiently waited for a long time, but the footsteps did not reappear. Just as the atmosphere was tense, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Lin Ye knew it was Nianxi, he only heard her say, "Up there." Instinctively, Lin Ye looked up in the direction Nianxi indicated. He saw the dorm supervisor hanging upside down in a very distorted posture in the corner of the ceiling. Her limbs bent backwards like a spider's, clinging tightly to the angle between the ceiling and the wall. Her head was twisted 180 degrees, a swollen, pale face was facing Lin Ye below, her mouth wide open, revealing a dark hollow inside, and her eyes, devoid of pupils, were only murky whites, staring intently at him. Seeing that Lin Ye finally discovered her, the dorm supervisor let out a keek-keek laugh. Suddenly. Tap. 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 The sound of high heels, which had disappeared downstairs, suddenly erupted, charging up the stairs at incredible speed. With the shock of both the visuals and the sounds, Lin Ye almost instinctively grabbed Nianxi's hand and started to run wildly. The dorm supervisor chased after them relentlessly, leaping towards Lin Ye with astonishing speed. Bad kid. Those who break school rules are all bad kids. They must be punished, must. Not running too far, Lin Ye suddenly realized, why is he running? So Lin Ye stopped and turned around to look. He saw that the tap-tap-tap sound was just a pair of high heels, and next to the high heels was the dorm supervisor crawling on all fours. Facing the dorm supervisor's furious eyes, Lin Ye replaced the soul-fixing nail with a sickle and charged forward wildly. The dorm supervisor screamed, thick, foul-smelling saliva dripping from the corner of her gaping mouth, "Bastard! Damn it, those bastards! Men really are no good! Damn it, damn it!" 2 ghostly women, their bodies bloated and soaked, gradually appeared in high heels, dressed in professional outfits. Lin Ye? Why has it suddenly become 3 versus 1? What the hell am I supposed to do now? Lin Ye urgently hit the brakes, making a smooth turn as he grabbed Nianxi's hand and took off running. His target was clear, it was the 404 dorm. Behind them, the twisted crawling sounds of the dorm supervisor mixed with the urgent thuds of high heels, alongside curses filled with resentment, like relentless pests pursuing them. The dorm door with the 404 sign was getting closer, with a cold wind seemingly seeping out from the intentionally pushed door gap. Bang! Lin Ye almost threw himself against it with all his strength. The door to the dorm swung open, a thick cloud of dust and mold hit him right in the face. Amidst the gusts of chilly wind, a strangely enthusiastic invitation echoed, "You want to come in?" Chapter 089, Wall. Inside the dorm, it was clear that no one was there. But Lin Ye felt countless pairs of eyes glaring at him all at once. Behind him, the once ferocious and crazed dorm supervisor in those high heels stood frozen in the hallway, as if they had seen something terrifying, hesitating before the wide-open door of dorm 404. It was as if this dorm 404 was a forbidden place that not even they, with their ghostly nature, dared to tread. Seeing the two of them holding hands, the dorm supervisor's anger boiled over. "Bastard! Idiot! You not only violated school rules but you dare to date. Now you boldly open the door to 404. I will kill you. I want to kill you." But she was just standing there in her impotent rage, not daring to step forward. Lin Ye shouted back, "Come here." The dorm supervisor, however, was not angered. Instead, she let out a cold laugh, as if in her eyes, the two early daters were already dead. Just as the two parties stood in a silent standoff, an unexpected change occurred. Countless cold, formless arms suddenly reached out from the shadows of the dorm, wrapping around Lin Ye and the Ghost Bride's ankles and wrists. The speed was astonishing. Before they could struggle, an overwhelming force yanked the two of them violently into the dorm. Bang! Immediately after, the door to 404 slammed shut. A soft sound completely cut off the inside from the outside. The dorm supervisor witnessed everything from outside. A complex emotion swept across her twisted face. There was instinctual fear of 404, along with a sense of responsibility for the students' lives. Soon, the faint struggle in her murky eyes was completely drowned by immense fear. It's over. That thought vividly emerged in her mind. Dragged in by them, no one could walk out of 404. These two students were doomed just like those before them. The dorm supervisor no longer hesitated and quickly crawled away on all fours, her high heels scampering down the stairs in a panic, even faster than when she came up. In an instant, the corridor was left in a dead silence. And the dorm inside was equally horrifyingly silent. The room was not large, the layout no different from other dorms. 2 bunk beds were placed against the wall but were empty, covered in thick dust. The windows were tightly shut, the glass dirty beyond recognition, and the air was filled with an indescribable stale smell, with a faint rust-like odor. The walls were covered with mottled stains and deep scratches. On the wall near the door, a large splattered dark brown mark that had long dried and turned black silently told the tragedy that had happened there. Everything seemed dilapidated and decayed, as if there was nothing particular about it. Lin Ye instinctively looked at Nianxi beside him, discovering her expression was calm, showing no signs of being offended, even her eyes sparkling as if she found it quite fun just now. "Fear not, my husband, I will navigate through." She reached out to wipe the sweat from Lin Ye's forehead. "There's no need to worry about me all the time, it's distracting. I will stay by my husband's side, never leaving." Lin Ye looked at her obedient appearance and couldn't help but reach out to touch her hair. "All right, stay close to me, don't act unless it's absolutely necessary. Don't scare off the timid food." The Ghost Bride curved her eyebrows and injected a trace of eerie power into the sickle in his hand. "I know my limits." And looking at her husband's lively and fearless approach, she inexplicably felt joy. Lin Ye turned around and began rummaging through the cupboard. He could clearly feel Nianxi's presence and gaze, which made his heart feel steady. At the bottom of the cupboard, beneath a pile of rotten and blackened fabric, Lin Ye successfully found a yellowed notebook. The moment Lin Ye's finger touched the notebook, the scene before his eyes flickered like an old film reel, flashing erratically, accompanied by loud noise and broken images. In the first scene, the broken dormitory became brand new. A girl was sitting in a chair crying, and 3 other girls were surrounding her, softly comforting her. Lin Ye couldn't make out their faces, but he could hear their fragmented words. "Don't believe him, there are no ghosts, I'm with you, it's all fake." The scene cut to late at night. A girl was curled up in bed, her body trembling violently. On the other 2 beds, faint figures could be seen sitting up, whispering intensely about something. "You must speak up," one voice cried, full of desperation. "No. You'll kill all of us," another voice sharply rebutted, filled with fear. "It's useless, they won't believe." A third voice was weak and filled with despair. The argument abruptly stopped, leaving only the suppressed sobs of the girl in bed. The final scene froze in front of a desk. A pale, emaciated hand held a pen, furiously scribbling on an open notebook. The pen tip nearly pierced the paper, the handwriting messy and desperate. "They're here watching, we were wrong, we can't escape, help who will." The handwriting was abruptly interrupted by a streak of ink dragged forcibly across the page. The notebook snapped shut with a bang, and the illusion vanished. Lin Ye took a deep breath, the notebook in his hand cold and sticky, as though it bore endless pain and resentment. For girls keeping a secret together and experiencing something terrifying together. Lin Ye thought for a moment, then opened the notebook again. The first few pages had relatively neat handwriting, even with a touch of a young girl's elegance, recording some trivial daily events. March 4th. I had a nightmare again. Still the same one, cold walls, so many eyes. Shodian and the others said it's just my stress, but this dream feels so real. March 15th. The strange sounds are happening more often. In the middle of the night, I can always hear scratching noises from inside the walls. But when I checked, there was nothing. Am I hearing things? March 20th. I'm not the only one hearing it. Huijin couldn't sleep last night because she heard it too. We're too scared to tell anyone. The school rules say we can't spread rumors, or we'll be sent to somewhere worse. The handwriting in the middle pages began to become chaotic. The strokes were distorted from urgency, and fear seemed to be seeping through the paper. April 6th. We're being watched. No matter where we go, it feels like there's someone following us. In the classroom, the hallway, especially in the dormitory, those eyes, they're inside the walls. I know. They're always watching us. April 22nd. Huijin wants to tell the teacher the truth, she can't take it anymore. We can't let her do it. If she tells everything, we're all done for. They will be angry. We must keep the secret, we must. The handwriting toward the end became nearly insane. Large strokes and irregular writing direction showed that the writer's mental state was collapsing. May 12th. We were wrong. We all made a mistake. From the very beginning, we were wrong. We caused deaths. This is hell. The last page is the very page Lin Ye saw in the illusion. At the bottom, there is a line of extremely small and faint words, as if written with the last of one's strength. Red bow tie. The diary ends here. Lin Ye caught two key points. One was the wall, which matched the hints given. The other was the red bow tie, mentioned in the school rules as something worn by school leaders. Just as Lin Ye was lost in thought. Tap. A faint sound of a droplet falling abruptly rang out in the dormitory. Lin Ye and the Ghost Bride both looked up, following the sound. The source of the sound was that wall, which had large splash-like dark brown stains. Right in the center of the already dried and blackened stain, fresh, thick, dark red liquid was slowly dripping out. That liquid slowly slid down the wall, dragging long blood-colored traces. It was as if the wall was silently bleeding. Chapter 090, The Token of Strange Tales? Kill the dormitory manager. Extra update. Can anyone analyze what this instance's clearing conditions mean? The normal idea is definitely to figure out the stories behind these strange tales, but according to the quirks of bizarre games, it's definitely not that simple. Pay attention to the details. The Strange Tales Club president mentioned that this dormitory is home to a senior. Where does a senior come from in a senior 3 class? It seems these strange tales have been around for a long time. Even if we find out their identities, they aren't the deceased in the class. What a messy timeline. Inside the instance. The bleeding wall quickly turned blood red, and pale, bluish hands struggled to emerge from the bloody wall. Painful and indistinct moans filled the entire dormitory. Join, US, join. The temperature in the entire 404 dormitory suddenly dropped. The cold air was like a solid, making even the air feel thick, as if filled with invisible resentment. Lin Ye shivered from the cold, secretly regretting being too happy too soon. After all, this was a ghost-level oddity, strong enough to give him a challenge. Lin Ye tried to pull the dormitory door, but it was locked tight, and even the windows wouldn't open. Great, now there was no escaping. This wall is so strange. The hints and notes both indicate that there is something inside. Lin Ye raised the sickle in his hand, no longer hesitating, and slashed at the wall. Shoo! The blade struck the wall, but instead of a muffled thud as stone hit, it produced an extremely uncomfortable sound as if cutting through rotting flesh. The strange arms in front of him disappeared because of Lin Ye's action, and he continued to strike the wall again and again with the sickle. With his current strength, the scene inside the wall quickly became exposed to the air. Inside, it was not some brick structure, but rather intertwined bodies that had lost all human shape. Corpses. Open your stinking mouth and let out a piercing scream. Lin Ye was so scared that he took a step back, his grip on the sickle turning white from excessive force, even trembling slightly. Immediately, more and more corpses began to move. They struggled and pushed against each other, trying to break free from the wall. Join us, join us. Lin Ye. It turned out that what was hidden in the wall were these corpses. But the problem is, where should he run now? This is a mob attack. He can't handle even a little. The bride ghost stepped forward, holding the decayed hand of the female corpse in front of her. Don't be afraid, my husband is here to help you. Her tone was gentle, yet the chill in her eyes made the female corpse feel deep fear. The girl in front of him was a more dangerous existence than her own kind. The corpses on the wall suddenly froze like a movie frame, afraid to move again. Congratulations on completing the side quest, invitation from Dormitory 404. Reward, successfully collected the Urban Legend invitation from Dormitory 404. Please survive and acquire the Urban Legend token. Hint, Urban Legend collection progress 1/12. Lin Ye. So you only care that I come in and don't care if I live or die? Lin Ye was speechless. If it weren't for Nianxi being there, he would be dead by now. The corpses in front of him were enough to tear him apart. Under the pressure of the bride ghost's gaze, the female corpse returned to the wall, as if the bizarre scene just now was merely Lin Ye's illusion. Lin Ye wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and mustered his courage to move forward, quickly finding a pen among the wall of corpses. Urban Legend token, a pen filled with malice. Usage, write 404 anywhere to summon the Urban Legend. Time limit of 2 minutes. Hint, Urban Legend does not distinguish between friend and foe, use with caution. After putting away the pen, Lin Ye looked back up at the wall of corpses. He roughly counted, there were 12 of them. It's a pity that they could no longer be recognized as their original appearances. But Lin Ye also couldn't figure out what relation they had to the way out. Based on the timeline, they all must have been previous students. And had nothing to do with the escape hint. Could it be that the people the player needs to find are those who died at the hands of these urban legends? Perhaps tomorrow he could find out if anyone in the class had lived in dormitory 404 or encountered this urban legend. But for now, Lin Ye had something more important to do. He pressed his ear to the door and listened carefully for a long time, confirming the positions of the dormitory manager and the sound of high heels, his body pressed against the wall, quietly moving like a ghost to the dormitory manager's room on the first floor. The door was not locked. Lin Ye gently pushed it open a crack and slipped inside. Quickly leaving the numbers 404 on the wall, Lin Ye left the scene of the crime without stopping and hid around the corner of the bathroom to wait. The dormitory manager and the high heels pushed open the door of the dormitory unguardedly as expected. Join, US. A chilling, eerie laughter and vague invitation sounds echoed. No, no. The dormitory manager instantly realized something, her face showing extreme terror. She wanted to back away, but it was already too late. Join us. A scream erupted, louder than before, filled with countless grudges. In the next moment, countless arms reached out from the dormitory, like a terrifying white wave, instantly engulfing the three figures at the door. The dormitory manager let out a piercing scream, struggling desperately, her twisted body bursting forth incredible strength, ripping apart several hands that tried to approach her, foul liquid splattering everywhere. The high heels also struggled, trying to tear apart the arms that were close to her. But it was all in vain. More arms continued to surge out, tightly coiling around the limbs of the dormitory manager and the high heels, frantically pulling them into the pitch-black dormitory behind. No! Let go of me! I'm not! The dormitory manager cried out in despair, her nails leaving deep scratches on the floor of the corridor. Bang! The door slammed shut, cutting off all sound. The hallway returned to silence once again. Chapter 091, Night Visit to the Logistics Room. 2 minutes later. Lin Ye finally let out a sigh of relief and emerged from his hiding place. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of deep claw marks on the floor and a pool of darkening filthy liquid, but his expression remained mostly unchanged. He stepped into the dormitory manager's room, grabbed the key to the dormitory door, and quickly left. Tonight, he had another place to go. The night was deep. Lin Ye left the dormitory building and quickly crossed the deserted playground and path, arriving at the logistics room on the first floor of the teaching building. Looking at the locked door in front of him, Lin Ye contemplated whether to forcibly break the lock or find another way when a deliberately lowered voice suddenly came from the shadows behind him. Need some help? Lin Ye was startled, quickly turning around with his scythe already positioned in front of him. Who? Get out! Harris stepped out from the shadows and quickly explained, Don't do anything. It's me. Lin Ye, are you crazy? Hiding here to scare people at this late hour. His heart almost jumped out just now. Harris. If you dare to kill the dormitory manager, why be afraid of others? Come on. Harris's gaze shifted and noticed the exceptionally beautiful girl from the east beside Lin Ye. He had seen her following Lin Ye, but he didn't expect her face to be so stunning. Dragon Country player, is she also a player? At the same time, he was even more puzzled. Earlier, the country had used a reminder coupon to warn him to be careful around Lin Ye. The note was obviously blocked by the instance, so he never figured out exactly what he needed to be cautious about concerning Lin Ye. Could it be that he had already been contaminated by the strange things? This thought was quickly denied by Harris. With the ghost bride beside Lin Ye, how could he possibly be contaminated? He simply put it aside. He had experience in dealing with Lin Ye. Harris's question caused Lin Ye to instinctively turn his head to the side, looking at Nianxi. Does he seem unable to recognize you? The ghost bride winked at him and softly explained that this was her rule. Plus, with the help of the silver bell, as long as she didn't actively expose herself, she would always appear normal in the eyes of the strange beings and humans. Lin Ye accepted this explanation calmly. After all, there were plenty of strange beings that could affect human memory. Nothing to be surprised about. No, Lin Ye denied Harris's question. This is a classmate of mine. I've gained her trust and brought her along to find clues. If this explanation was given by someone else, it would sound ridiculous, but coming from Lin Ye, it seemed very reasonable. After all, there had been the blood baby and patient number 1, and now there was another classmate, very reasonable. How did you come along? Lin Ye continued to ask. I saw you go into 404 and kill the dormitory manager. Rather than doing nothing, I thought I'd follow to see if you needed help with anything. Actually, he was envious of Lin Ye's quick actions and wanted to come and get some information for free. You arrived just in time. Lin Ye turned to the side. Can you pick this lock? I can. Harris nodded confidently, pulling out a slender iron wire from his pocket, skillfully bending it into the right shape. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. So you're quite the expert. In the past, I had a little hobby. Harris vaguely explained, squatting down and naturally leaning his ear close as he inserted the wire into the lock hole. His movements were exceptionally skilled and smooth. In just 7 or 8 seconds, a barely audible click sounded, and the door popped open. Done. After saying that, Harris instinctively glanced at Lin Ye's exceptionally quiet and beautiful classmate, feeling an inexplicable sense of discord from her, but he couldn't quite figure out what it was. Lin Ye gently pushed open the logistics room door and slipped inside, the ghost bride silently following him. His target was clear, that corner that Aunt Pooh had been unusually nervous about during the day and didn't want him to see. Harris hesitated for 2 seconds but still closed the door and followed in. Soon, he found a pile of school uniforms stained with dark red substances in the corner. So many new ones. The frequency of these uniforms being discarded is very high here. Lin Ye quickly came to a conclusion. The bullying incidents at this campus seem to have reached a very serious level. There's a name brand here. Harris tried to make out the words under the faint light from outside. Jin Shu Xian. Who? Lin Ye looked up in shock. The president of the Ghost Stories Club, Jin Shuxian. How could it be her? Harris didn't understand why he was so surprised. After all, the only people connected to ghost stories they had met that day were those 6 club members. Lin Ye had no choice but to tell him the name he saw in the diary, 404. This was the first ghost story they encountered, and the name Huizhen was definitely crucial. Maybe it was the root or fuse of everything that happened. It seems we need to focus on this Jin Shuxian tomorrow. She must know something. Harris suggested. Lin Ye nodded. She is the president, and there are only 6 members. It's not hard to see how the others repel these things. Perhaps because she is too unique, she became the target of bullying. To escape this pain, she and her 6 members tried to summon ghost stories to take revenge for them. This was the most reasonable explanation Lin Ye could think of. After all, that's how they portray it on TV, an old cliché. Harris agreed with Lin Ye's idea, since how these ghost stories came to be clearly had little connection with the criteria to clear the levels. It's wise to focus on who has encountered the poisonous hands of these ghost stories. Just as the 3 were preparing to leave, a faint yet exceptionally clear sound of footsteps suddenly came from the corridor outside. Lin Ye quickly pulled Nianxi and ducked behind a row of tall storage shelves, holding his breath. Harris hid next to another row of shelves. In the dark, the footsteps grew closer and finally stopped at the door of the logistics room. Creak. The door slowly pushed open. A thin and twisted shadow was cast on the ground by the moonlight from outside, stretching very long. Who's in there? Aunt Park's strong voice rang out, filled with an extreme chill and coldness. It must be you little brats. No entry after curfew in the dormitory building. Why don't you listen? Why? You little bastards, white trash, idiots. Aunt Park's tone grew more resentful and crazy, as if she had already thought of how to deal with those who broke the school rules. A sickle appeared in Lin Ye's hand. Only one person faced the 3 of them, giving him the advantage. Come out, come out. Don't let me catch you, don't let me. Just at that critical moment, a girl's scream suddenly rang out from outside. Aunt Park was instantly drawn to the sound, abandoning the 3 in the logistics room and running towards the source of the crying. Chapter 92, Timely Rescue, 6 Dead. Once Aunt Park walked far away, the window of the logistics room was suddenly knocked on. Aren't you leaving soon? It was Wenojiro's voice. Lin Ye and the others didn't waste any time and immediately followed him out of that place of trouble. On the way back, Wenojiro couldn't help but mock. Newcomers are just newcomers, acting without thinking. Do you really think a bit of cleverness and luck can let you go wild in the levels? This recklessness will lead to your death at the hands of the strange. Lin Ye was not angered by Wenojiro's words and simply retorted lightly, "Aren't you here because I opened the dormitory door?" He didn't lock the dormitory door when he came out, leaving a convenience for the clever people brave enough to take advantage of that first night. What's he pretending for? Who doesn't know that the 24-hour golden rule when just entering a level is to collect clues as much as possible while you can? Later on, it will only become more difficult. Seeing that Wenojiro still wanted to talk back, Harris quickly interrupted him. "Enough, Lin Ye is different from us, he has his own code of conduct, so keep your mouth shut." Wenojiro snorted coldly, not letting Harris off easy either. "You traitorous scoundrel, you have no right to lecture me." Harris. He truly wanted to rip his mouth apart. The three remained silent, and the atmosphere once again returned to a heavy stillness. The Ghost Bride tugged at Lin Ye's sleeve. "If my husband doesn't like it, can I help you kill him?" Lin Ye grasped her hand, entwining their fingers. "Let him be, I'm already too busy with 12 strange tales, having an old player around can still be useful." But who was the girl who made noise outside the logistics room just now? Lin Ye's question was soon answered. As they were about to enter the dormitory building, Aunt Park suddenly appeared, her body swollen and puffed up just like the dorm supervisor's, more than twice its normal size. She looked completely different from her daytime appearance. And she was holding none other than Park Chae-young, the player from the pickled vegetable country. "Let go of me, let go of me. I was wrong, I won't sneak out of the dorm again, please don't kill me. I beg you." She cried so desperately, but Aunt Park not only didn't hurt her, but also wiped away her tears. "Don't be afraid, Auntie knows you're a good child. Hurry back to the dorm, Auntie won't tell your homeroom teacher." After saying that, she actually let go of her hand. Park Chae-young felt weak in her knees, collapsing on the ground, stunned for 2 seconds, then as if afraid the other would change her mind, she dashed into the dormitory building without looking back, disappearing around the stairwell. The entire process was clearly seen by Lin Ye, Harris, and Wenojiro, who stood not far away. Harris's facial muscles stiffened, his mouth slightly agape, filled with an incredible sense of absurdity. Just moments ago, she appeared ready to kill them, but why did she let Park Chae-young go? Violating school rules and returning late, caught red-handed, yet just a few desperate pleas and she's let go? Not even a single scolding? This completely contradicted their understanding of the bizarre NPCs. Wenojiro's usual smug and mocking expression was completely frozen on his face, his brow tightly furrowed. "What the hell is going on?" Wenojiro squeezed out in an extremely low voice. To successfully rescue Lin Ye and the others in the logistics room, he specially pushed Park Chae-young out to take the hit, and this is the result? What a ridiculous joke. Instead, Lin Ye looked contemplative. Is it just because they all have the surname Park, or are they from the pickled vegetable country? Harris. Wenojiro. What a bizarre explanation. But why did it seem to make a bit of sense? The group hid by the side for a while, waiting until Aunt Park left before they quietly went upstairs. When they reached the 3rd floor, Harris and the others were the first to return to their dormitory, while Lin Ye lagged behind, waiting for Nian Shi to return before he went back to his dormitory. After exploring enough places tonight, Lin Ye fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. During this rare moment, he dreamed a dream. In the dream, humanity faced the invasion of the Bazaar game and was utterly defeated, with Blue Star becoming a hellish end-time scene. In the end, even he died in the hands of the powerful Bazaar game after struggling to survive. The excruciating pain of having his heart and lungs ripped out woke him up. Lin Ye instinctively reached for his chest, the rapid heartbeat reminding him that everything just now was a dream. How could he have such a ridiculous dream? Lin Ye shook his head, unable to think straight, so he decided to just let it go and not dwell on it. It was still early outside, and the people were gathered in the hallway, panic-stricken, their faces pale, pointing in the direction of the stairs. Lin Ye pushed through the crowd, and the sight before him made his pupils contract sharply. At the corner of the staircase leading from the 3rd floor to the 4th, 6 male players' bodies were hanging from the ceiling, their necks tightly bound with rough hemp ropes, like slaughtered animals hung in a row. Their bodies had not yet fully stiffened, and with the cold wind blowing in, their toes weakly swayed. Each face was grotesque, swollen, and purple from suffocation, their eyes filled with the utmost terror before death. Their tongues stretched out long, and white foam still lingered at the corners of their mouths. Female players on the 3rd floor heard the noise and were also frightened. Last night, someone died. On the first night, 6 players died. With such a death, they wouldn't survive until the end of the semester. These 6 bodies seemed more like the silent countdown to death in the dungeon. The surviving players gathered at a distance, whispering in fear, none daring to approach the area of death. Wenojiro was the first to speak. Who are these people's roommates? What happened last night? The crowd stirred, and several pale-faced players stood up trembling. 2 of them, they're from our dorm. A tall, thin boy's voice trembled, but we never left the dorm. Soon, others followed suit. I can confirm that one of them never left the dorm. We also. So many people hadn't left the dorm, yet these 6 people were killed. What's the pattern? Or is there a new ghost story emerging? Lin Ye was completely baffled. He wanted to ask the roommates of the 6 dead players, but they couldn't clarify anything. One of the new players was so scared that he couldn't even speak. Seeing the time wasted, and the class about to start, the players on the 4th floor had no choice. They could only carefully bypass the 6 bodies and make their way downstairs. Emily, Anna, and Park Chae-young consciously found Lin Ye and his group to follow them. Before entering the classroom, Lin Ye glanced behind at the hesitant Park Chae-young, then suddenly spoke to Wenojiro. "Do you want to verify something again?" Wenojiro immediately understood Lin Ye's meaning, and the two of them laughed knowingly. Then Lin Ye arrived at the classroom door and leaned against the wall like a guard. Harris understood what they were about to do and turned to block the back door. Anna, not understanding, looked at the three of them. "What are you planning to do?" Lin Ye raised his chin. "None of your business, go inside first." Anna didn't dare to say more and bent down, running into the classroom. Emily smiled obsequiously, just about to enter the classroom, but was stopped by Lin Ye. "It's not too much to ask you for a favor, right?" I'm not really." Emily instinctively felt something bad was about to happen, and was about to refuse when Park Chae-young screamed and rushed over. "Let me in. Let me in. Baka, get lost." Wenojiro's face darkened as he kicked Park Chae-young to the ground. "If you don't listen, I'll kill you right now." Park Chae-young clutched her stomach and groaned in pain on the floor, hearing those words, too terrified to resist, trembling all over. "What are you doing?" Emily screamed, looking at Wenojiro in disbelief. "What do you mean by this?" "It means exactly that." Wenojiro shrugged and, after everyone from the class arrived, turned to enter the classroom. Emily looked at Lin Ye again. "How can you do this? We are all players, this is murder. If I'm asking you for help, then I can guarantee your safety." Lin Ye paused. "We observed yesterday that the people in this school are particularly tolerant of women. We just need you to help us verify something again." After saying that, Lin Ye entered the classroom. The door was ruthlessly slammed shut. Emily stood in place, her face flushing red and pale. She had always been the one to play tricks on others. When had she ever been treated like this? "Lin Ye, Harris, Wenojiro, you guys are something. Really something." Suppressing her unwillingness, Emily turned and helped Park Chae-young up from the ground, whispering comforting words. "Are you okay?" Park Chae-young shook her head, curling up timidly beside her. Are we going to die?" "No," Emily sighed. "They still care about their country's face. If they really did that, they wouldn't explain it to the international community." At this point, the two could only console themselves this way. But in the classroom, Wenojiro watched this scene with a sneer. "How pretentious." Harris chimed in. "What, do you like her?" Unexpectedly, Wenojiro jumped up in anger upon hearing this, clearly furious. "You get lost too." Harris was taken aback by the insult, and after a moment, he burst into laughter. Lin Ye didn't participate in their conversation and went to his seat, discovering that Jiang Yanqi was already there, seemingly chatting quite well with her deskmate. Jiang Yanqi noticed his figure and walked over with a bright smile. "Husband, you're here." Lin Ye held her hand naturally. "No wonder you didn't respond when I called you earlier." Jiang Yanqi lowered her head shyly. "I was too playful." "That's nothing." Lin Ye ruffled her hair affectionately. "I just like you like this. So vibrant, so bright, this look." Jiang Yanqi shook his arm and shifted her gaze to the girl she had just been talking to. "She said her name is Su Ying, and she carries a terrifying curse. Anyone who comes into contact with her will die." Lin Ye's eyes also turned to his deskmate. "What curse?" "It seems to be the school nurse's office?" She wasn't very sure, as she had never heard that name before and found the 3 words quite unfamiliar. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a side quest, the crying of the school nurse's office. In the silent midnight, the desolate cries of a baby can be heard from the depths of the empty school nurse's office. That sound echoes day after day, seemingly becoming a lingering obsession that never fades away. Quest: please go to the school nurse's office alone tonight and find the true source of the sound. Hint: the mirror may leave some clues. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. "Yanqi, you are truly my lucky star. To trigger a side quest so early in the morning, what joy." Jiang Yanqi covered her lips, smiling brightly. "I'm glad I can help my husband." Just then, the class bell rang sharply, piercing the silence of the teaching building like a death knell. Everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to the two outside the classroom. Lin Ye swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to kiss her, forcing himself to shift his gaze outside. The teacher, wearing high heels, walked to the classroom door with a frosty expression. "Is it class time now? Why are you two here? Why?" Her tone was extremely harsh, filled with undeniable authority and anger, as if she were about to explode at any moment. Emily and Park Chae-young T. While accompanying Yanqi in class, I kept an eye on the situation of the two outside the door. Time passed second by second. Emily and Park Chae-young in the hallway felt like years passing, their bodies trembling from fear and cold, every slight sound in the classroom making them jump. However, the expected harsher punishment did not come. No twisted monsters appeared suddenly, no invisible forces dragged them away, and no supernatural horrors occurred. The homeroom teacher's face was terrifyingly grim, occasionally casting a cold glare at the two outside, but she simply had them stand in punishment. Until class ended, the homeroom teacher suddenly turned her icy gaze toward Lin Ye, and the vacant seat beside him where Jiang Nianqi sat. "You are also a newly transferred student?" Jiang Nianqi nodded obediently. The homeroom teacher's cold gaze immediately shifted to Lin Ye. "Why were you holding hands just now? Did you trick her? Did you?" This question caused the 30 or so expressionless classmates to look on in terror. They all screamed as if early romance was an unforgivable crime. The homeroom teacher's head tilted at an extremely unnatural angle, her neck making cracking sounds, her mouth stretching uncontrollably into a grin, revealing razor-sharp, dense teeth inside. "The school, absolutely, does not allow early romance." Her voice was no longer human, but a mix of roars and sharp scratching sounds. A terrible, resentful aura exploded from her, her body swelling like a balloon. Bad students, dirty thoughts, corrupting the purity of the school, must be eliminated. The homeroom teacher let out a monstrous roar, and her arms, now claws, lunged at Lin Ye with such speed that only an afterimage remained. Lin Ye. So? Chapter 094, Them? The source of fear. Yi Gu, I fell into a trap set by the instance. I see, this school has double standards, targeting male players. Just thinking of how face-changing sister can thrive in the instance while our Yi Gu can only be hunted by urban legends makes me feel bad. Yi Gu, if it doesn't work out, let's put on a dress too. And with a little pitch in the voice, we'll be a cute little boy. Who do you look down on up there? Yi Gu will soon achieve a 4-kill record, believe it or not? Inside the instance. Lin Ye drew out his scythe, the one infused with Nianqi's strange power, glowing a bright crimson, giving off an eerie aura strong enough to scare away evil spirits. The homeroom teacher's eyes flickered with fear, and just as she was about to touch the scythe, she slammed to a halt. This terrifying aura triggered an instinctual fear deep within her nature. Lin Ye pouted. If she wouldn't listen to a proper conversation, she insisted he show his true skills. "Teacher, you listen to me, we are not dating." Is that so?" The teacher's swollen body slowly returned to normal. "Of course." Lin Ye replied firmly, "We are married, the kind that has gone through a ceremony." The teacher's expression darkened. "What did you say?" Lin Ye stood tall. "What's the problem? The school rules only say no early dating, not that we can't get married." The teacher. She ground her teeth, wishing she could rush over and bite this rebellious student to death, but she had to be wary of the scythe in his hand. The entire classroom fell into a bizarre silence. All the high school girls around stared in terror at the two, not being able to date. Here, absolutely cannot date. They'll be discovered by them, will be discovered by them. Several players nearly popped their eyes out. In the Een marriage ancient house instance, they had witnessed Lin Ye's glorious deeds, and Harris had experienced it firsthand. They never expected this guy to escalate things further in the female high school urban legend instance. Having a ghost bride wasn't enough, now he wanted to lure another urban legend ghost? Has this guy turned horror instances into romance instances to grind achievements? Harris scratched his head in confusion, unable to understand. Is this how Lin Ye controls the fierce ghosts? The secret is to date them? The break time quickly slipped away in this eerie silence. The homeroom teacher trembled with anger, her eyes full of unwillingness when she heard the class bell. In the end, she could only squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. "Go back to your seats." No one could delay the progress of the class, not even the homeroom teacher or the other teachers. After speaking, she could only angrily leave in her high heels. If it weren't for that strange scythe, this disobedient transfer student would have been torn to shreds long ago. After the homeroom teacher left the classroom, Emily and Park Chaeyoung cautiously walked in, their bodies still trembling slightly. Emily almost slumped back into her seat, her back already soaked with cold sweat, her heart still pounding wildly. Her gaze fell on her slightly trembling fingers, fear still not completely fading, but more was a strong sense of humiliation. Lin Ye and the others completely disregarded her life. What if they were wrong? She could have been dead by now. And what does Lin Ye have? Just the backing of the ghost bride and that NPC next to him. Without the fierce ghosts, he was just a nobody. She would remember this grudge today. Anyone who goes against her has no good end. Emily took a deep breath, and when she raised her head again, her face only showed the pale and fragile look of someone who had survived a disaster. "Lin Ye, the busy work you mentioned, I already helped, shouldn't you give me some benefits? Like letting me follow you next." Before Emily could finish her sentence, Lin Ye already tossed her a cigarette, a one-time stealth item. "Thanks for just now." Emily. Who cares? She wanted to say something more, but suddenly noticed a very cold gaze settled on her. She glanced over and found it was the transfer student by Lin Ye's side. What's going on? Why does her gaze feel so terrifying? Emily dared not speak anymore and obediently turned to focus on the lesson. However, not far from Lin Ye, Wenojiro turned around and said sarcastically, "Does she even deserve a reward? Does she know how she survives in each dungeon? You people from Dragon Country have also died at her hands." Lin Ye smiled without explaining. The trigger chance for this one-time item was only half, otherwise, he wouldn't have given it away. Little did he know, his expression made Wenojiro even angrier. "You're here to clear dungeons, not to flirt. Don't say I didn't warn you, the seemingly harmless woman's heart is the cruelest." What a statement. Lin Ye recalled Wenojiro's reaction when Harris made that joke, his eyes becoming meaningful, really like the girl from Pickled Cabbage Country? "Wenojiro, get lost. Get lost. Get lost." He turned around, leaving Lin Ye with a cold back of the head. Judging from this reaction, it seems to be confirmed. The love and hate between players is truly exciting, so exciting. Soon, the morning passed quickly. Lin Ye watched the bald physics teacher leave the classroom, stood up, stretched, his stomach growling with hunger. Since entering the dungeon yesterday, he had not even had a drop of water. It seemed necessary to go to the cafeteria. As Lin Ye was about to lead Nianqi towards the cafeteria with the crowd, his deskmate Sui Ying fearfully pulled Nianqi's clothes corner. "You guys should break up, you can't be like this. I'm begging you, they will know, they know everything." Sui Ying's fear was so tangible, but after spending the morning together, she felt that this girl in front of her was exceptionally kind-hearted. She didn't want her to die, so she summoned the courage to say these words of advice. Lin Ye took the opportunity to ask, "Who are they?" Sui Ying opened her mouth, but in the end, was crushed by the invisible fear, suddenly letting go of Nianqi's sleeve, turning around, and stumbling off. Lin Ye looked at her hurriedly fleeing figure, lost in thought. After the earlier test, he had confirmed that these school rules only targeted male players, so although the teacher would be angry when female players broke the rules, they wouldn't actually take action against them. But male players were different. If they were caught violating the rules, they would definitely die. Corpses would also randomly refresh in the dormitory building in the morning. At a girls' high school, why would there be rules specifically against boys? How did these rules come to be in the first place? Lin Ye's mind was filled with various conspiracy theories about the school, but he still couldn't figure out the connection to the clearing conditions. Who in the class was the one that would die? What was the standard for defining that person is dead? It seemed like there was just one piece of crucial information missing. And what Sui Ying mentioned is them. If the rumors were the obvious danger presented by the school, then they must be the hidden bosses of this scenario, right? They, them? Great. Not just one hidden boss, as long as he found them, Nianqi's strength would increase significantly. Although there were no clues about a way out yet, Lin Ye was still in a good mood after understanding this point, walking towards the cafeteria with Nianqi. Harris and the others didn't follow too obviously. Lin Ye clearly had a lone wolf personality, and they didn't want to provoke him, just trailing behind to pick up the scraps. Halfway there, Lin Ye suddenly noticed something was off. Nianqi, why was she saying less? She had seemed curious about everything during class. There was no reason for her to suddenly not want to talk when heading to the cafeteria. Lin Ye thought for a moment and still pulled her to the side, holding her face with concern. "What's wrong? Did you get hurt?" Chapter 095, Internal Split Among Players? In Jiang Nianqi's beautiful eyes, mist began to rise. "Husband, do you want to take a concubine?" Lin Ye. His brows jumped fiercely upon hearing this. Damn it, which bastard spread this rumor? Heaven and earth can testify, he absolutely had no such thoughts. Hint, scum man. Lin Ye. No, what kind of excitement are you creating? Nianqi. Nianqi, please don't cry, I can't stand a girl's tears, I swear I have no such thoughts at all. Really? You must believe me. Lin Ye hurriedly whispered, wiping the corners of her eyes, afraid she would truly cry. And besides, it's all one husband and one wife now. Bigamy is illegal, and I am a law-abiding citizen. I know my husband is sincere. Jiang Nianqi lowered her eyelids, hiding her ghostly eyes. But I am a ghost. The way my husband treats me really isn't because he fears my backlash, to kill my husband? Can humans really open their hearts to accept a ghost that kills without hesitation? At first, he was definitely scared to death. If it weren't for the existence of hints, Lin Ye wouldn't even have taken the initiative to choose the hairpin. No one would willingly seek death, not even him. But, when exactly did his mindset completely change? Lin Ye didn't know. When he came to his senses, he was already filled with thoughts of her. If he couldn't see her for a day, he would be filled with anxiety. Even in the scenario, he didn't need her to charge forward for him at every moment, he just needed her to stay by his side without leaving. Nianqi. Lin Ye solemnly looked into her eyes. I truly like you. If you're afraid I'm lying, then let's dissolve the spiritual contract. As long as I show even the slightest hint of breaking my oath, you can kill me at any time. Jiang Nianxi's eyelashes trembled, her eyes shimmering with tears, reflecting Lin Ye's seriously face. Does husband know what this means? Of course I do. Lin Ye's gaze didn't waver, firm as a rock. You say you're a ghost, but what you've given me has always been the purest protection and companionship. If the existence of the contract makes you feel that my affection is based on fear and coercion, then there is absolutely no need for its existence. The moment the words fell, Jiang Nianxi had already thrown herself into his arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and burying her face in his chest. Feeling the unique warmth and heartbeat of a living person through the fabric, she was both deeply attached and instinctively uncomfortable, but she clung even tighter. I should not have doubted my husband, it was my mistake. Lin Ye extended his hands to hold her even tighter, gently rubbing his chin on the top of her head. Don't apologize, Nianxi, I like it when you have demands of me. That made him feel that Nianxi also needed him, that he was not a fragile human who could be easily discarded or die at any moment. Lin Ye reached out again, cradling her face, and bent down to leave a heartfelt kiss on her forehead. At that moment, their feelings completely heated up, imprinting into the deepest parts of each other's souls, eternally and unbreakably. Where Lin Ye was unaware, a prompt quietly appeared. Prompt, Jiang Nianxi. Lin Ye. When Lin Ye arrived at the cafeteria, he walked in with a face full of spring and energy. However, the atmosphere in the cafeteria was clearly off. As Lin Ye walked in holding Nianxi's hand, they instantly became the focus of all gazes. He saw the female players, led by Anna, collectively rejecting the male players from getting their meals. Behind them stood a densely packed group of female students, and under the overwhelming number, dozens of male players could do nothing but pitifully huddle in a corner by the door, unable to step forward. Harris, seeing him come in, took the initiative to explain that Bear Country girl Anna is still a newbie. I don't know what kind of nonsense Emily filled her head with, but she's stirring up all the female players and NPCs to block us from getting to the food window. His tone was very gloomy, dealing with such a brainless newbie was driving him crazy. Lin Ye seemed unconcerned. Can they really stop you? The effectiveness of the strange tools against the Bazaar's destructive power might be limited, but against players, well, that was a different story. Putting aside others, just Harris and Wenojiro, these two veteran players, had quite a few good items in their hands. Harris helplessly turned aside, revealing the injured Wenojiro behind him. What happened? They were beaten by this group of NPCs. As long as the female players call for help, they will take action. Lin Ye. This treatment he would apply to enter a boys' school to complete his mission. Led by Anna, though cowardly, still mustered the courage to drive them away. You all should go, you are not welcome here. Are you sure? Harris's gaze turned cold. With so many of us, are you planning to starve us all to death? Wenojiro, unwilling to back down, scoffed. Can you bear to offend us from so many countries just because of your bear country? Anna gritted her teeth. You started it first. We saw how you bullied Emily and Park Chae-young this morning. Who knows if we'll be next? Harris was left speechless. Do you really have no idea why we targeted those two? And Lin Ye has already said he wouldn't let anything happen to them, he just asked them to help out. A female player beside Emily retorted, they never agreed to this dangerous task. You are forcing them. This is robbery, it's murder. Harris. As if Lin Ye's progress hadn't benefited you at all? Lin Ye, backed by the powerful Dragon Country, was not the type to look down on other players' lives from a high station. Did these idiots really not understand, or were they pretending not to understand? Wenojiro whistled. Dragon Country player, why are you wasting time on these useless burdens? If I were you, I would get rid of these deadweights to save trouble. Look at this is how a boss in a bazaar dungeon should operate. Harris discreetly glanced at Lin Ye. It is rare for someone like him not to care about others writing on his achievements to clear the game. Another female player stepped forward to mock, you can't move us now, and we have to thank you for letting us know that these NPCs are friendly to us. Since you don't value our lives as female players, don't blame us for fighting back. Everyone is right. Anna spoke again to lead the situation. Now please leave the cafeteria immediately. If an opportunity to make you famous and enhance your country's international status by eliminating the main forces of other countries was presented to you, what would you choose? Clearly, Anna chose to be the trailblazer. Lin Ye raised his hand and pointed to his head with a difficult expression. If you don't need this, just donate it. He didn't understand why every time this strange game used such low-level provocation tactics, it always succeeded. It's obvious that the strange game couldn't be this benevolent. The help from NPCs comes at a clear price. In contrast, Emily and Park Chae-young were much smarter, knowing how to stoke the emotions of others. This tactic of using a knife to kill from a distance is indeed quite good. Chapter 96, Confinement Room, Additional Release. What a show! I knew the face-changing sister would pull this move. Brother Stubborn really suffered. I analyzed a replay of the dungeon he cleared a year ago. Who wants to hear about his love-hate relationship with pickled vegetable sister? Bro, send me a copy. I want it. Pickled vegetable country hasn't changed its ways. Bullying in schools is still so serious after all these years. When Park Chae-young dies, get ready to welcome these urban legends. Let's get to work. Who dares to isolate our Ye brother? Where are the keyboard warriors? Follow me to attack their official account. Inside the dungeon. Park Chae-young timidly poked her head out from behind Anna, looking at the girl next to Lin Ye. You should not be a player. I didn't see you when I came yesterday. Come over to us. There's not a good man among the men. You must not believe. Park Chae-young's words were suggestive, and Wenojiro, who was already bad-tempered, burst with anger. Nishin. Nishin. I will kill. Fuck you. Before he finished speaking, Lin Ye charged forward, delivering a swift kick. The kick was fierce, the movement so fast that it left only an afterimage. Park Chae-young didn't even have time to react, flying back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto a distant dining table, dishes and cups scattered, her screams choked in her throat. Around them, players gasped in shock. No one expected Lin Ye would suddenly explode with such fury. Lin Ye was indeed extremely angry. He could ignore these provoked idiots, the most troublesome thing was just moving a finger to kill a few people. But he couldn't stand hearing anyone provoke his relationship with his wife. Nianxi had almost cried just now, and Park Chae-young had the audacity to say such things to provoke Nianxi. She was simply asking for death. Lin Ye's cold gaze swept across everyone in the cafeteria. You can try to continue to anger me. In his hand appeared that malicious pen, the eerie aura unique to urban legends oozing out. If he heard another unpleasant word that affected his mood for clearing the game, he would not mind going on a killing spree. Absolute silence enveloped the entire cafeteria. The female players who had been excited earlier were now silenced by this sudden pressure. Their throats felt as though they were gripped by an invisible hand, unable to say a word, leaving only primal fear. Emily in the crowd saw Park Chae-young's miserable state and kept her head down, fearing to catch Lin Ye's attention. Lin Ye snorted coldly, no longer looking at the scared crowd. He took Nianxi's hand and directly walked towards the food counter. This time, no one dared to stop him. Then Harris also walked towards the food counter, during which he angrily bumped into Anna, who looked pale. The US won't let today's events go easily. Wenojiro dragged his injured body past Emily, not missing this great chance to taunt her. Do you think Park Chae-young is a good person? I bet you'll die at her hands soon. You. Emily glared at him fiercely. Don't get cocky. This game was so good to female players, she had plenty of ways to take them down. No, she might not even need to lift a finger, perhaps she'd wake up to find a few corpses. This game was destined to be her domain. Wenojiro rolled his eyes, no longer paying attention to this delusional person. The male players behind him slowly followed, successfully getting their meals thanks to Lin Ye's fearsome presence. But why was this meal? Nothing but side dishes. Lin Ye's lips twitched, no wonder it was the land of kimchi. To fill his stomach, he forced down 5 or 6 bowls of rice before stopping, still wanting more. And there sat young Nianxi, sitting straight across from him, her eyes fixated on every move he made. This focused gaze brought immense satisfaction to Lin Ye's heart. He couldn't help but smile. Nianxi, you mustn't listen to others' nonsense, they are just jealous that I have such a wonderful wife. You have to trust me, understand? Zhang Nianxi nodded, her eyes squinting joyfully. From now on, she would only trust her husband and disregard the words of the envious. Soon, it was time for lunch break. Around them, female classmates were quietly resting their heads on their desks, and Lin Ye's mind wandered. He thought about checking the confinement room. This confinement room didn't sound like a good place, it was probably meant for torturing students. There might be some clues left inside. But now, the problem was that if he actively broke the school rules, he might face more than just the confinement room. Other female players didn't have the courage to help him. After thinking it through, he decided to rely on his wife. Lin Ye shared his thoughts, and Zhang Nianxi readily agreed, slamming her palm down and shattering the nearby desk. The loud crash quickly attracted the patrolling teacher from the hallway. Upon seeing a female student, his face relaxed slightly, the veins on his forehead still bulging. You, come with me. Zhang Nianxi stood up and followed the patrolling teacher outside, while Lin Ye had already hidden within her ghostly domain. Inside the classroom, Harris and Wenojiro exchanged glances and shared a helpless smile. Big players are just big players, going in solo, they couldn't catch up with this exploration progress, completely unable to keep up. The patrolling teacher was fuming as he led Zhang Nianxi through the quiet corridor. The further they went, the dimmer the light became, and the air turned colder and wetter. Finally, they stopped in front of a heavy, rusted iron door. The door had no windows, only a small food slot, upon which 3 twisted characters were painted in dark red, confinement room. As the iron door creaked open, a stronger stench mixed with old blood and some inhuman foul odor wafted out, almost making one gag. Outside, the sun shone brightly, but inside was pitch black, as if this door separated 2 worlds. Go in. Reflect properly. Zhang Nianxi walked in without resistance. Once the door closed, the darkness in the confinement room became even thicker and more oppressive. As Lin Ye emerged from Nianqi's ghostly domain, the stench made him reflexively gag. Enough already, when will he ever get used to the smell in this game? The physique boost from the rewards didn't seem to improve his resistance to this stench at all. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully unlocking a special location. Special location, confinement room. Darkness is the best breeding ground, capable of nurturing the most terrifying existence. Every student who enters the confinement room ends up repenting and obediently keeps silent about what happened inside. This is the most powerful means the school uses to punish them. Hint, please do not keep yourself in a dark environment for too long. In just a short while, in the darkness, some faint and chilling sounds gradually began to emerge. It sounded like something slippery was dragging on the ground. It was also like fingernails repeatedly scratching the metallic walls. And there were intermittent muffled whimpers and sobs, coming from all directions, making it impossible to determine their exact source. Although the exact location could not be determined, Lin Ye could clearly feel that these sounds were getting closer and closer to them. In the darkness, something was coming towards them. Chapter 097, The Peeper. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom and the livestream laughed bitterly. As expected of Brother Yi, he can always find these dangerous corners precisely. Brother Yi, you really aren't protecting me well. If this goes on, my endurance could cut through the blue star. Is everyone no longer even worried about Brother Yi's safety? The upstairs is too worried, looking down on the Ghost Bride, aren't you? Inside the instance. Crack. With a soft sound, a faint light flickered in the darkness. In Lin Ye's hand was the last match from the first instance, unexpectedly proving useful here. To prevent the flame from extinguishing quickly, he even carefully took off his uniform jacket to light it. Such light was enough to see this not too large room clearly. In the corners of the room were suspicious vomit, excrement, and even splattered white spots everywhere. Lin Ye thought of something, and his face instantly turned ugly. He turned and covered Nianqi's eyes. Don't look, it's too dirty. Jiang Nianqi willingly closed her eyes. Husband can focus on finding clues, I'll just not look. Only then did Lin Ye let out a sigh of relief, quickly finding a corner near the door covered in names. Most of the handwriting was messy, indicating the writer's mental state was on the brink of collapse. Only a few complete words could form a sentence. Huijin, please save me. It was a plea for help. The name Huijin had appeared in the notebook found in dorm 404. Another name on it was Xiao Yan. 2 names out of 4 girls have appeared. Was one of them the writer of this sentence, one of the other 2 girls from 404? If so, would it be the owner of the notebook or another girl whose name had never appeared before? Now it was certain that the 4 girls must have experienced many terrifying things in this school. These things even affected them after death, becoming ghost stories that continued to haunt the school. Was the other girl from dorm 404, whose name had never been revealed, the Ghost Story Club president Jin Shuhyun? After all, she knew the most about ghost stories and must know some secrets unknown to others. It would be necessary to ask her carefully during tonight's club activity. And the red bow tie, what did it really mean? Could the killer be the school leader wearing the red bow tie? Lin Ye could not confirm this for now, as they might be good people helping the 4 senior sisters. It would be great if he could meet them at school, perhaps he could get some clues to find the truth. However, the condition to clear the instance was to find the deceased in the class. This timeline doesn't fit, as classmates couldn't possibly be the ones creating ghost stories or causing the deaths in dorm 404. The timeline doesn't match. Lin Ye's mind suddenly jumped to a very absurd answer. Could it be that someone in his current class was related by blood to the killer? That would be ridiculous. Who said it was impossible? Isn't it normal for ghosts to chase after killers for several generations due to blood relations? And such complexity would befit a large-scale instance. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he had stumbled upon the truth. A semester lasts almost 4 months, exploring 12 strange tales, piecing together a complete story, and finding the dead person related by blood to the murderer. It makes sense, it's just too reasonable. After realizing all this, Lin Ye's mind became incredibly clear, like a person who had been constipated finally finding relief. Just as he turned to share this good news with Nianqi, a vague, twisted silhouette slowly emerged from the darkness not far away. It seemed to be made of countless pale arms entangled together, lacking a head, only having a huge, tooth-filled gap at the top, dripping with saliva. In the weak firelight, Lin Ye could not see how big it was hidden in the darkness. A gust of unknown cold wind swept by, and the last flicker of fire stubbornly jumped a few times before completely extinguishing. Lin Ye's last sight was of the monster crawling toward him, those arms wriggling like the legs of a centipede, moving at an incredible speed. A deformity born of resentment. Tip, it has no sight, just stay quiet and wait for it to leave. Thank goodness for the lucky charm that saved his life. Lin Ye quickly held his breath, daring not to move in the dark. The crawling sound soon stopped in front of him, and Lin Ye could feel a thing moving back and forth, searching for something. There was even a slimy substance brushing against the tip of his nose, dripping to the ground. Jiang Yan, she stood still, her crimson eyes faintly glowing in the darkness, finding her husband's situation quite interesting. In fact, she just needed to call out to him, but why did he always insist on being so strong? She didn't understand, but since this was what her husband wanted, she wouldn't interfere. As long as she was there, those low-level horrors couldn't harm him. Lin Ye patiently waited for the monster to leave, unaware that the arms of the creature in front of him were twisting anxiously. It struggled and slowly retreated, disappearing back into the dense darkness. Even the sound of its dragging became much quieter, as if afraid of disturbing something. Inside the confinement room, peace returned once again. Lin Ye groped to take Nianxi's hand, just wanting to sigh in relief. Creak. A sudden soft noise of an old hinge turning came from above him. Lin Ye and Jiang Nianxi looked up at the same time. They saw a small peephole in the ceiling, which had opened silently at some unknown time. A bloodshot, emotionless eye was staring through that hole, greedily focused on Jiang Nianxi inside the confinement room. That gaze made Lin Ye extremely uncomfortable. The unethical peeping Tom. Tip: this thing isn't even fit for a dog to eat. If it can't be eaten, then kill it. Lin Ye felt around and found a small iron piece. With a flick of his fingertip, it accurately embedded itself in that eye. Ah! A horrific, inhuman scream came from above. That eye vanished. He wore a tattered security uniform, exactly like the one used by the school gate guard. You guys? He covered his bleeding eyes, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. How dare you hurt me? I will tell your homeroom teacher. I will deduct your points and call your parents. Chapter 098, a new victim has appeared again. Lin Ye scoffed, the sickle already appearing in his hand, radiating a terrifying aura that could intimidate even the fiercest ghosts. He stepped closer to the old man, the blade of the sickle almost touching the frail neck of the other. Old man, you should be worried about whether I will let you go. Lin Ye's gaze was icy, devoid of any warmth. When did you start peeping? What has happened inside? Do you know this girl named Hui Zhen? With every question thrown, the force of the sickle grew stronger, and the ghostly pressure on the old man also increased, almost crushing his old bones. Feeling the true threat of death, the security guard dared not hide. I have been watching for over a decade. Since this school was still in normal operation until now. The pressure from the sickle pricked the old guard's skin painfully as he spoke quickly. Inside, everything has happened. Disobedient students, those who argue with teachers, and those who secretly dated, have all been locked up. Some for just a few days, but others never came out again. Be clearer, what do you mean by everything has happened? Well. The old guard's gaze flickered. You have seen the things inside. Obedient high school girls are liked by many upper-class people, their preferences. No need to say it too directly, those who understand already understand. Lin Ye had suspected this when he saw those things. Then what about Hui Zhen? Hui Zhen? The old guard's murky single eye revealed deeper fear. She died in 404 a few years ago, and the other three all died one after another. Every person in their dorm was abnormal, and one even had an affair with the principal. The old guard's words abruptly stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want to say, but rather, he couldn't say it anymore. The old guard's throat emitted a gurgling sound, and beneath his skin, it seemed like countless tiny things were writhing wildly, making his skin pale and darken. Help! Help! The old guard reached out to Lin Ye, his face filled with extreme pain and pleading. But in less than a second, he let out an unearthly roar. His body inflated like a balloon, skin cracking open to reveal the writhing lumps of flesh and bone spurs underneath. The old guard transformed into some kind of monster. It seemed he was beyond saving. Jiang Nianxi shook her head regretfully. The power of rules, I cannot forcibly intervene. Lin Ye waved his hand, indicating it was all right, at least he had learned some things, right? With that thought, the crimson sickle in his hand drew a perfect arc. Put. Without any obstruction, the old Gua. Harris nodded silently, signaling him to look inside. The scene inside the bathroom was nothing short of horrific. A male player was lying on his back on the floor, his eyes wide open in terror, as if he had seen something horrifying before his death. His chest and abdomen had been brutally sliced open by some sharp object, with his internal organs and intestines spilling out all over the floor, and blood splattered onto the nearby stall door and walls. The death was incredibly gruesome. It was another male player dead. Lin Ye stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Don't you think this death is very similar to a C-section?" "You mean?" Harris's voice was dry. The mere thought of that possibility drained the color from his face. "Baka! Baka!" Wenojiro shouted in anger. This was obviously targeting male players. These strange, sick things? You die while giving birth in a bathroom. What the hell are you doing with C-section players? And he's a man. A man. Does he have something in his stomach? Then you just cut him open? Is this some sick, twisted politeness? Outside the corridor, Emily's eyes briefly flashed with a trace of hidden smugness and relief. She sighed dramatically, pretending to worry, and whispered to Park Chae-young and the other female players, "This is so terrifying. It's definitely safer to stay away from them. Who knows who will be next?" Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the uneasy female students nearby to hear, deepening their fear and rejection of the male players. Park Chae-young, clutching her still aching abdomen, nodded pale-faced, her eyes filled with dread as she looked toward the bathroom, instinctively shrinking back into the group of female players. Anna, however, furrowed her brows. She understood that even without the female players targeting them, these male players wouldn't make it out. They were all doomed. So Anna spoke up to reassure everyone, "Don't panic. Only male players are dying. Let's quickly collect the clues and try to finish the mission so we can leave this dungeon." The female players all agreed with Anna's words. 7 male players had died within a single day. Their numbers wouldn't last until the end of the semester. Even if they didn't take advantage of the situation, they couldn't help but feel relieved that it wasn't them who died. In this dungeon, they had enough advantages to find a way to survive. The other male players still alive all looked deathly pale. How could they be so unlucky to be selected for such a biased dungeon? This was a curse. Lucas, a player from the Windmill Country, stepped forward. As a newcomer, he almost threw up his guts at the brutal scene of death. "Big shots, what should we do now? If this goes on, it'll be our turn soon. Did he have no signs before he died?" Lin Ye asked those around him. These eerie events couldn't just randomly kill players, could they? The surrounding male players looked at each other. The dead man had only gone to the bathroom for a normal break after lunch. Nothing unusual had happened during that time. This confusion caused some of the less mentally strong new players to collapse in tears, crying out, "What should we do? We're all going to die." "Stop crying," Lin Ye shouted. "I just learned from the security guard that the principal and some of the school's higher-ups were deeply involved in the tragedy at dorm 404 years ago. They were one of the main causes of their deaths. If you don't want to deal with dangerous urban legends, help me find the school leader with the red bow tie and figure out where the principal is hiding." After speaking, Lin Ye prepared to leave. "Helping me finish the mission as soon as possible is the best thing you can do, or else just wait for a grand celebration." Chapter 099, The Vanishing of Jin Shuxian, Extra Update. Doesn't anyone feel like this dungeon is cursed? It's like the male players are being offered as sacrifices to the urban legends. Oh my, it really is. What about the female players? Could it be that the dungeon will treat them better? What if the urban legend targets female players with mental pollution? So, does that mean female players will be gradually assimilated into the urban legends? I understand now. No wonder such a small school has so many strange stories. It's all about these feelings. Upstairs, all the great ones, what would I do without you? Good, turn off the live broadcast and go watch cartoons. In the afternoon classes, Lin Ye could clearly feel that there were more teachers patrolling the halls. Among them was the bald physics teacher. This number meant that the office on the 4th floor might not have any teachers left. After hesitating for just a second, Lin Ye seized the 10-minute break to sneak up to the 4th floor with Nianxi. Looking in through the window, there was indeed no one at the desks. Lin Ye pushed open the slightly ajar door and slipped in. Each teacher's spot had a nameplate representing their identity. He focused on checking the seats of all the teachers from Class 2, Year 3, and he indeed found something. A female teacher had written an entire diary, documenting the strange events happening at the school. From it, Lin Ye learned that Zhaohua Girls' High School, which only had a history of 30 years, was famous nationwide for its excellent graduation rate. The strange events started 3 years ago, all when a girl named Huijin died in dorm room 404. Not long after Huijin's death, her 3 roommates, Xiaoyan, Haiyuan, and Xu Xian, also died one after another, and their deaths were extremely tragic. Since then, bizarre occurrences kept happening at the school, and terrifying ghost stories began spreading among students. As things escalated, another victim emerged after the 404 incident, followed by the 7th, 8th, and 9th victims. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the principal had no choice but to start recruiting male students in large numbers. After the popularity increased, the strange events at the school really did silence for a while. But this calm was ultimately fleeting. After the school discovered its first couple in early romance, half of the students died in just a week. The diary ended here, and Lin Ye glanced at the nameplate, realizing this was the music teacher's position. Good news, he finally confirmed the names of the 4 girls from 404. Bad news, it seemed that all the male students who transferred 3 years ago were dead. Lin Ye figured it out. On the surface, this quest appears to be a mystery-solving type. In reality, it's a large-scale battle royale targeting male players. What's even scarier is that they currently have no clue about how the death mechanism is triggered. Perhaps an unintentional action could lead to disaster. Lin Ye's expression became serious. The longer he stayed in this quest, the more unpredictable the danger became. He needed to move faster. He remembered that last Friday, there was a music class on the schedule, which was the day after tomorrow. Perhaps he could ask the music teacher about the death list from that year then. Now, all he had to do was patiently wait for school to end and then meet Jin Shuxian from the Ghost Story Club. As a member of dorm room 404, she definitely knew the most. Leaving the office and preparing to go downstairs, Lin Ye inadvertently glanced up and found that there were no stairs leading to the rooftop. After careful thought, Lin Ye realized that there seemed to be no five-story building in the school. What did the ninth rule state? That one should not enter areas above the fourth floor without permission. The teaching building and dormitory were the tallest structures in the entire school, clearly structured. The fourth floor was the top level, and above it was only a sealed rooftop, with no fifth floor. This school rule sounded particularly strange. Lin Ye's heart stirred. Perhaps there existed an alternate space above the fourth floor, where those school leaders and the principal wearing red bow ties might be hiding. He needed to find a way to get in and take a look. However, he needed permission to enter. Whose permission? The homeroom teachers? Lin Ye noted this question and timed his entry into the classroom just before the bell rang. As school ended, all the players began to take action while participating in club activities. Just yesterday, at least 6 people dared to follow Lin Ye to the Ghost Story Club, but now only Harris and Wenojiro remained. Lin Ye didn't feel anything strange. Everyone had their own choices, and other places might not be safer than the Ghost Story Club. In order to survive in the instance, one had to rely on their own strength. Pushing open the old, creaky wooden door again, Lin Ye suddenly felt a pang in his heart. It was silent, too silent. Lin Ye looked around, and sure enough, there wasn't a single person in the activity room. He cursed under his breath, blaming himself for being late and letting everyone get away. Lin Ye's head buzzed with frustration, almost driving him mad. If he had known, he would have skipped class to come here. How could he let such a hard-earned clue just slip away like this? Wenojiro stepped aside to approach the wall covered with blurry photos, where another note had been added, clearly stating, "Do not look at the mirror tonight." He handed the note over for Lin Ye and the others to see. Lin Ye's eyelids twitched when he saw this sentence. Tonight's mission hint mentioned that there might be clues in the mirror. If it weren't for the fact that the hint was his golden finger and others couldn't see it, Lin Ye would have thought that Jin Shuxian knew something. Harris voiced his doubt. Can we trust this? This hint is definitely not baseless, Wenojiro said confidently. We can't ignore it completely. Lin Ye didn't state his position. No matter what, he would look for the mirror tonight. Compared to NPCs, he would surely trust his own golden finger. But this process would definitely involve danger, as seen from previous tasks. This golden finger only provided him with task information and clearance hints, and whether he would encounter deadly danger during the task. The golden finger didn't consider this at all. Lin Ye was beginning to doubt that if he were too foolish and died accidentally, this golden finger would probably call him useless. There are no other clues, let's leave this place first. The 4 of them left the old annex where the Ghost Story Club was located, and tried to spread the warning about the mirror as much as possible. However, in the already divided player group, how effective this warning would be remained uncertain. During evening study, Lin Ye looked at Nianxi, who was chatting merrily with Suing, and frowned in annoyance. The female students in this class were tight-lipped. Aside from some irrelevant warnings, they revealed not a word about the clearance conditions. They left no room for players to grab hold of anything. Especially the male players. Emily and her group of female players could at least gather some possible hidden information, but compared to them, the 4 of them were completely isolated from the entire class. In this situation, Harris didn't know if his brain had suddenly gone haywire, but he felt pretty good about his muscles as he touched his arms. So he attempted to flirt with the girl sitting next to him, only to be met with a terrifying slap the moment she noticed his advance. The sound of the slap startled Lin Ye awake, who had almost dozed off with his chin in his hand. What was that about? Harris. He truly felt like dying, wishing he could disappear. Zhang Nianxi leaned closer to Lin Ye's ear and whispered something, causing them both to burst into laughter, while Lin Ye shot Harris a teasing glance. Harris. Indeed, not everyone could enjoy this meal. He might as well stick to clearing the game. Chapter 100, Pika. Midnight. A figure stealthily moved through the campus, heading towards the school infirmary. It was Lin Ye. Because the task required him to go to the infirmary alone, Lin Ye asked Nianxi to return to her bracelet first. The originally cold live stream room instantly became lively. I told you, how could Brother Yi possibly sleep obediently? Welcome to What Energetic Guys Do All Day vlog. The one above has nothing to say. After this, I'd be dead 3 times over. Brother Yi isn't going to look for ghost stories again, is he? The female player has already gotten close to the NPC in the dormitory and knows about the tragedy 3 years ago where half the students died. The female player is subtly asking about who had romantic relationships in the past. Perhaps they will clear the level soon. This dungeon is just too unfair, a blatant targeting. Is there any courage to let our brother Ye attend a boys' school? Inside the dungeon. The white wooden door with the sign of the school infirmary has appeared in front of Lin Ye. This time he has gained experience. He covered his nose before pushing the door, finally avoiding the harm of the air mixed with disinfectant and the smell of blood. The TV dramas and novels he had watched were indeed lies. The protagonists who stayed in such environments without covering their noses were the real supernatural beings. Lin Ye walked into the infirmary, using the dim moonlight to observe. Several hospital beds were neatly arranged, covered with white sheets, revealing vague human shapes beneath, looking like corpses in a morgue. The most eye-catching was the bed located at the very back of the room, facing the doorway. Unlike the other beds, the white sheet on this one was soaked with large dark red stains, the shape of the stains. It vaguely resembled a struggling human figure, especially at the lower abdomen, where the color was deepening to black, as if a large amount of blood had once gushed out and congealed there. The edge of the sheet even drooped some dark yellow streaks, suspected traces of human fat that had dried up. Just when Lin Ye's gaze landed on that bloody hospital bed. Well, what a sharp and piercing baby's cry suddenly erupted from deep within the school infirmary. The cry did not come from any fixed direction but filled the entire space. It drilled into Lin Ye's ears from all directions, carrying endless pain and resentment, one cry after another, unceasingly, crazily assaulting his nerves. Lin Ye was startled by this sudden sound, his heart tightening, looking warily around. After confirming there was no danger, Lin Ye suddenly thought of Xiaoping and Xiaowen, if they were here. He didn't even know if he would have the chance to see them again. Suppressing this untimely thought, Lin Ye mustered his courage and began to check the infirmary. Luckily, the previous clearing reward allowed his vision to remain clear even in this dim environment. The cries sounded as if they were right beside Lin Ye, but after searching around, he saw not even a shadow of a baby or a ghost. Listening for a long time, Lin Ye even began to feel a bit dazed, clearly perceiving that his mental state was being contaminated. Clues. Mirror? Yes, look for a mirror. The hint said there were clues in the mirror, but the current problem was, where was the mirror? In the large infirmary, it could be easily seen at a glance. There was glass reflecting on the walls and on the medicine cabinet, but there was no obvious and complete mirror. It couldn't be that the glass is the mirror, right? Lin Ye tried to walk over, but nothing happened. His gaze returned to that most suspicious bloody hospital bed. A movie clip flashed through his mind, and suddenly a ridiculous idea popped up. Lin Ye walked to the edge of the bed, hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hand, gently lifting a corner of the white cloth soaked in filthy blood. The mattress revealed beneath was even more shocking, covered in dark brown scabs and various unidentifiable stains. He could even see a few strands of entangled black hair stuck to it. At least there was no corpse. Lin Ye comforted himself like that. Despite his inner rejection, he still placed the white cloth down and cautiously lay down on a clean area. Just as his gaze swept across the ceiling, his expression froze suddenly. Because right above this bloody hospital bed, there was unexpectedly embedded a huge rectangular mirror. Lin Ye just wanted to take a chance, because there is a saying that if a living person does the same action in the place where the deceased was before their death, they might see the scene of the deceased at the moment of death. Unexpectedly, by a strange twist of fate, he really found the mirror. But why is this mirror on the ceiling? This position looks so freakish. The mirror was polished to an extraordinary brightness, contrasting sharply with the surrounding dilapidated environment. Strangely, the reflection was not Lin Ye but a girl bound to a hospital bed. What sent shivers down his spine was that at the door of the school clinic in the mirror, there was, he didn't know when, a figure in a white coat, stooped and head down. Due to limited sight, Lin Ye could only see that the doctor seemed to be holding a surgical knife glinting with cold light. The sound of a baby crying reached a peak at that moment, almost piercing through the eardrums. Lin Ye's back was almost soaked with cold sweat. He couldn't lower his head, couldn't confirm whether there really was a doctor with a surgical knife at the door, and couldn't take his eyes away. The mirror on the ceiling, like a cold eye, trapped him in this intertwining trap of reality and illusion. In the mirror, the girl bound to the hospital bed had her mouth stuffed with something, only able to emit desperate whimpers, which eerily overlapped with the piercing baby cries in reality. She struggled violently, her wrists and ankles bound by thick ropes with blood marks deep enough to see bone. The doctor's knife tip ruthlessly cut into the girl's slightly bulging abdomen. There was no anesthesia, only the sickening sound of muscle being forcibly cut. Dark red blood surged out, soaking the bedsheet and dripping down the side of the bed. The doctor's gloved hand violently probed into the incision, feeling around inside. The girl's body twitched violently like a fish out of water, her eyes bulging with blood vessels. In a moment, the doctor's hand yanked outward. A bloody, barely formed fetus, still connected by the umbilical cord, was brutally pulled out. But that wasn't the end. The next scene truly pushed the horror to its peak. The doctor did not attend to the fetus but cradled the squirming mass, turned around, facing the dark corner of the mirror. He slightly bent over and handed the mass out. In the mirror, only a perfectly manicured woman's hand could be seen reaching out from the corner, accepting the still twitching fetus. Then, crack, chomp. A series of splintering, crisp chewing and swallowing sounds, incredibly clear, penetrated into Lin Ye's ears through the mirror. The sound was sticky and wet, accompanied by subtle crunches of broken bones. They were actually eating that fetus. Chapter 101, the male player actually won the revival match. The bound girl was forced to stare at the mirror the whole time, seeming to also hear the sound. Her pupils expanded to the limit, the last hint of life completely extinguished by despair, her head drooping weakly to one side. And that stooped doctor, still with his head down, began to crudely stitch up the girl's abdominal wound with needle and thread, as if he had long been accustomed to all of this. Lin Ye lay stiffly on the cold hospital bed, his pupils contracted violently in horror. The scene in the mirror made his blood run cold, his stomach churn. Ugh! Lin Ye could no longer hold back, the intense nausea surged up his throat. After his body regained control, he violently turned his head and began to retch. Only after expelling the bitter, fishy bile did he finally stop. Cold sweat drenched his entire body, his limbs cold and stiff. So this was the truth behind the crying in the school clinic. Pika, these insane eaters. Lin Ye reluctantly raised his head, his eyes burning as he stared at the diners hiding in the dark corner of the mirror. The mirror on the ceiling, as if a cruel projector, told the tragic past, each frame struck his nerves like a heavy hammer. Unfortunately, until the hospital door was closed again, he could not clearly see the appearance of those diners, they were wrapped tightly and stood in the dead corner of the mirror. Only when Lin Ye walked out of the hospital room did he see a diner with long red curls under her hat. Congratulations on completing the side quest, the crying in the school clinic. Reward, successfully collected the creepy tale, the crying in the school clinic. Please survive and obtain the token of the creepy tale by yourself. Tip, creepy tale collection progress 2 of 12. Almost at the moment the notification sound fell, Lin Ye clearly felt the mattress beneath him became unusually cold and soft. As if something was seeping out from the bloodstains, trying to entangle his body. And the hollow eyes of the female corpse in the mirror seemed to slowly turn, focusing on Lin Ye in reality through the mirror. Even the figures of babies began to appear around the corpse, dense and numerous, not just one. They piled together, their limbs intertwined and pressed against each other, some had long dried into deep brown corpses, while others still held a strange freshness. Their eye sockets were hollow black holes, frozen in extreme pain and resentment, carrying an absolute cold malice through the mirror, directly falling upon Lin Ye. The sound of the babies crying suddenly became excruciatingly sharp, filled with deep-rooted hatred, no longer just echoing in space, but directly screaming in his mind. The live stream room was also filled with startled screams at this scene. Censor! Say it again, censor. Are people from Kimchi country still human? How can such a malicious thing be done? Brother Yi, this time I really can't empathize with you because I just clogged my toilet. The foreign audience lurking in Lin Ye's livestream was not faring much better. At midnight 12, netizens from all countries spontaneously organized an attack on the Kimchi country official account. Along with a few Kimchi country netizens, this malicious behavior is clearly from Southeast Asia. Every country has its food quirks, can't generalize. How can the dungeon content rise to the real world? Their arguments were utterly crushed. Once again cursed, they could not even lift their heads. In the dungeon, Jiang Nianqi patted Lin Ye's back with concern, feeling especially guilty seeing her husband in such pain. Lin Ye hugged her, burying his face in her neck, his stomach still cramping, his throat full of the bitterness of bile and the smell of blood. Husband, if you don't like it, I will destroy this place. No need. After several seconds, Lin Ye finally lifted his head, revealing his eyes reddened from the stimulation. I just am not quite used to it yet. He could still resist the mental torture to some extent. How to break this physical torture? Lin Ye silently cursed a few times, yet another day wanting to return to the Chinese horror dungeon. He had previously thought this was a retirement dungeon, totally wasting emotions. Once he calmed down somewhat, Jiang Nianqi handed him a piece of glass shard. Blood-red words appeared on it. Huijin, please save me. Creepy tail token, a piece of mirror shard. Usage method, anyone who sees this shard will be pulled into the mirror world and endure endless torment. Tip, creepy tales do not distinguish between enemy and self, please use with caution. Lin Ye shook his head. Nianqi, please keep it for me. The scene just now left him with some heavy psychological shadow. He was not very willing to contact this creepy tale again. Jiang Nianqi nodded, placing the mirror shard into her ghost domain, then gently extended her hand to press an acupoint on his forehead. A warm current flowed from her fingertips throughout his body, finally calming Lin Ye's swollen brain. Luckily, Nianqi was here, otherwise, he would really need to see a psychologist after this dungeon ended. Lin Ye, a good-hearted young man raised in a proper environment, had never witnessed such a scene. He recalled a post he had seen before crossing over, which asked, if you were randomly transported into a novel you were reading, what would you do? Now he could finally answer, it would be better to die than to live. Lin Ye thought bitterly, thankfully he still had his wife with him, otherwise, he might seriously consider ending it all. After resting for a while, Lin Ye decided to conclude tonight's exploration. He took Nian Shi and headed towards the dormitory. The campus was still terrifyingly quiet, but this silence hinted at an impending storm. However, as they approached the dormitory building, this ominous feeling transformed into a harsh reality. Before they even reached the building, they heard screams and cries echoing from the dormitory, along with some inhuman roars and crashing sounds. Something has happened. Lin Ye's face changed, and he quickened his steps towards the dormitory. What lay before him was a chaotic hell. Under the emergency lights in the corridor, twisted faces and mutated bodies of monsters were frantically banging against the dormitory doors. Those dorms that had been smashed open revealed players who had been devoured, their bodies mangled and bloodied in the hallway. These monsters still faintly resembled former students, and among them was the male player who had died in the restroom, his body ripped open. If that's the case. Lin Ye's gaze fell on the direction of the fourth-floor staircase, where the 6 corpses that had been hanging there this morning had indeed vanished. Lin Ye remembered the 6th school rule: no entering or leaving the dormitory after curfew. Could it be that the dorm manager's role was not just to maintain order but also to deter these monsters to protect the players' safety? Once the dorm manager was absent, these monsters would invade the dormitory? Lin Ye. Sweat poured down his back, folks. How could doing the right thing end up causing trouble? Lin Ye quickly took out the pen that summoned the eerie tales. Nianxi, a day has passed, is the dorm manager still safe? Chapter 102, the female player displays unusual behavior. Half a minute later. Lin Ye awkwardly locked eyes with the dorm manager. The 2 high-heeled shoes furiously circled Lin Ye, emitting angry clacking sounds, accusing him of his previous actions. Wasn't I just saving you all again? Lin Ye waved his hands in a comforting gesture, giving a sheepish smile. How about we rescue the students upstairs first? The dorm manager looked at him with eyes full of rage. Men, truly, not a single good one. Stop. Before she could finish, Lin Ye changed expression and silently held up the pen, asking, "Are you sure we won't save them?" Dorm manager. The quality of this batch of transfer students is really very poor. With the dorm manager and the 2 high-heeled shoes heading upstairs, the chaos above was quickly subdued. The players were all in shock, and the female players were somewhat protected by their classmates, with only a few getting injured but no deaths. The male players, however, faced a much grimmer fate, with several bodies mangled beyond recognition lying across the hallway. No one understood why the dead male players would turn into monsters in the middle of the night and attack the dormitory. The dorm manager ordered everyone back to their dorms, grunting and beginning to clean up the bodies on the floor. In dorm 421, player Lucas from the Windmill Country could not hold back and cried out, "It's too terrifying, just too terrifying. This mission offers us no escape. We'll all turn into these monsters after we die. All of us." The culprit, Lin Ye. He dared not interject, he was completely scared to say a word. Jiro Ueno yelled at him impatiently, "Shut up." He didn't do anything when the monsters crashed the door, just hid behind them, and now he had the nerve to cry? Lucas choked on his words, realizing Jiro Ueno had a bad temper. Making him upset could easily earn a beating, so he dared not cry anymore. Harris's face also looked quite bad, but in the end, he said nothing. In this heavy atmosphere, Lin Ye rolled up his bedding and prepared to open the dormitory door. "Where are you going?" Yamano Jiro was shocked. How does this kid have so much energy every day? Staying up this late and still planning to explore the dungeon? In contrast, Harris was much calmer. That's how a big shot is. Who would believe that in the last dungeon, his clear time was not even 3 days? Lin Ye did not turn back. "I'm just next door." After speaking, he opened the door and walked out, just in time to meet the dormitory manager, who was still moving bodies in the hallway. "You bad student, you." Before the sentence was finished, Lin Ye was about to pull out a weapon, scaring the dorm manager to quickly lower her head and run downstairs with the body. Only then did Lin Ye smoothly arrive at the next dormitory, set up his bed, and waved to the waiting Nianxi, "Let's sleep." The two embraced and soon fell into a deep sleep. The viewers in the livestream were left with lingering fear. Living alone is one thing, but he's hugging the scariest female ghost. No wonder you can call him Brother Yi. I was worried about severe consequences for dealing with a fierce ghost, but I didn't expect Brother Yi to be living so well. The Ghost Bride is so powerful. Without the clearance conditions, she could easily break through this dungeon. Everyone, don't be envious of Brother Yi. Although he has the Ghost Bride, he also lost his right to choose a partner. Is the person above drunk? The Ghost Bride is so beautiful, Brother Yi must have some special preference to be interested in anyone else. On the third day of the dungeon, Lin Ye was, as usual, awakened by a scream. After waking up, he took Nianxi to the stairway, where 6 new bodies had indeed appeared. Now, the number of male players who had died had exceeded half. Lin Ye glanced down unintentionally and saw Emily standing at the third-floor stairway, staring ominously at the crowd upstairs. Her expression didn't look right, it felt like a ghost possessing her. Lin Ye furrowed his brows, and just as the atmosphere became tense, Emily suddenly turned quickly and headed downstairs. Stop. Lin Ye reacted quickly, stepped on the railing, and flipped down. Harris and Yamanojiro followed closely behind. The three rushed down the stairs and came to the open space in front of the dormitory. But the scene before them instantly sent chills down their spines. All the female players were lined up neatly, their eyes cold and wearing identical eerie smiles. When Lin Ye and the others rushed down, these female players simultaneously turned their heads and gazes toward them. This scene was enough to terrify anyone. Harris yelled loudly, "These fools actually all fell for it." Standing directly in front, Emily's lips didn't move, but a chilling, strange voice composed of many overlapping voices came from her mouth. Not enough, far from enough. The moment her voice fell, all the female players, like startled birds, dashed in different directions, disappearing into the deeper shadows of the campus at unbelievable speeds. Without thinking, Lin Ye chased after Emily because the direction she vanished into was just toward the Ghost Story Club. Harris chased after Anna, who had disappeared into a teaching building. Yamanojiro spat and chose the direction where Park Chae-young had run off to. And the other male players, who came down a bit slower, hesitated for a few seconds before pairing up to chase after the other female players who had left. Lin Ye pushed his speed to the limit, running through the foggy campus in the morning, rushing toward that lonely old teaching building. Chasing after Emily's figure, he entered the third floor of the old building. The corridor on the third floor, where the Ghost Story Club was located, was even more eerie than at night. The sunlight seemed to deliberately avoid here, and not even a weak beam of light could enter. The activity room door was still slightly ajar. Lin Ye slowed his steps, holding his breath, and gently pushed open the door. Inside the activity room, the scene was eerie, lit by flickering candles that cast shadows, making the room bright and dim. Emily stood with her back to the door in front of a blackboard covered in blurry handwriting, utterly still. On the blackboard, a large area was filled with bright red words. Only blood can calm the fury. Only blood is worthy to honor the unjustly dead spirits. Those who can't run, will all die. Will all go to die. These words were twisted and mad, full of insanity's meaning. Emily? Lin Ye called out cautiously, gripping the scythe tightly in his hand. Emily didn't turn around, but her body began to tremble slightly, making a sound that was like crying and laughing at the same time. Not enough. She repeated the words spoken earlier in the clearing, no longer the layered strange sound but her own voice, soaked in a venomous tone. She slowly and extremely unnaturally turned around. Lin Ye's pupils constricted. Behind Emily, a girl's figure in an old-school uniform slowly materialized in the flickering candlelight's shadows. Her face was pale and swollen, with eyes like two hollow blood pits, dark red blood frozen like tears on her cheeks. Her body twisted in an unnatural posture, arms limp at her sides, fingertips dripping with stains that gave off a foul stench. Who is this girl appearing in the Ghost Story Club? Lin Ye struggled to identify her features, confirming she wasn't Jin Shuxian. Who could she be? Hui Jin? Su Yun? Or Hai Yuan? The girl reached out her corpse-stained hand and gently rested it on Emily's shoulder from behind. Emily shook even more violently, her expression flipping crazily between pain and a strange smile. Then the girl leaned down and whispered something in Emily's ear in an extremely small voice. Following this, Emily opened her mouth, letting out a hoarse, intermittent voice. The highest place is the reflection in the mirror. Red bow tie, principal, basement. They saw it. As soon as the words left her lips, the girl's shadow trembled violently as if struck by an invisible force, letting out a silent scream before vanishing into the air. In front of her, Emily, as if drained of all strength, slumped to the ground, unconscious. In the activity room, only the crackling of burning candles and Lin Ye's heavy breathing remained. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully unlocked the side mission, Principal's Office. The principal of Xiaohua Girls High School has always been a thrifty person, respected by all until one day a student accidentally wandered into a door, finding a basement where all truths surfaced. Mission: find the person wearing a red bow tie, and receive permission to enter the principal's office. Hint: your actions in early romance have successfully attracted the attention of them, who are eagerly looking forward to your performance. So much information. It appears they specifically led him here to reveal this information to him. Who is that girl? Lin Ye leaned towards, thinking it was Huijin among the four because the note showed Huijin had been actively trying to save herself. And the two lines aimed at Huijin seen in the cramped room in the school doctor's office also pointed to her leadership among the four. It made sense that such important news about the principal's office would be revealed to the player by her. Would the others also have clues? Thinking of this, Lin Ye eagerly turned and ran towards the teaching building. When he arrived at the classroom, Harris was already back, but his face didn't look too good. Anna has died. How did she die? Lin Ye's heart sank, quickly pressing for answers. I followed her to the art room, all the paintings came to life. Harris recalled the situation at that time. Anna walked into a huge oil painting on her own. The figure had turned its back to the scene. I witnessed her transformation into a horror story firsthand. A living person was dragged into the horror, devouring her life and turning her into a part of the tale. The scene was too horrifying. Harris didn't dare to stay long and quickly ran back. Hiss, Lin Ye felt a chill down his spine. Don't you think the female players are like sacrifices for the horror? Harris nodded heavily. It should be. It's a pity those fools think they are really getting favored. Little did they know, the players were all lambs led to the slaughter. Who could be safer than whom? They could trigger invisible death conditions at any time. How were they not being assimilated by the horror? Just then, Wenojiro stumbled into the classroom. His face was pale, and his left arm was twisted unnaturally, clearly injured. But on his back was the unconscious Park Chae-young. What are you doing? There's a monster in the confinement room, all wrapped in arms. It wanted to drag Park Chae-young inside. Wenojiro answered while placing Park Chae-young back in her seat. I got hurt a bit while trying to save her. Harris looked at him oddly. You actually? Shut up. Wenojiro didn't want to hear these irrelevant things. I just don't want her to die so soon. Too many deaths don't benefit us. He paused and added, besides, when I saved her, the darkness in the confinement room felt especially thick, as if something was passing through her, watching me. Watching? Didn't the hint say that the distorted being born of resentment had no sight? Could there be something else in there? By the way, Lin Ye. Harris interrupted his thoughts. What's going on with Emily? Lin Ye briefly explained what had happened in the horror club. No matter what, we must quickly find the person wearing the red bow tie to get permission to smoothly enter the principal's office. Such an important clue must be chased while it's hot. The two nodded in agreement. Soon, female players were found and brought back one after another by male players and female classmates. The class bell rang on time. Still, there was no sign of Emily. Harris casually asked, was Emily also assimilated and killed by the horror? No, she just fainted. Harris, so you just left Emily in the horror club? In comparison, Wenojiro, you are really a love-struck fool. Emily was assisted back to the classroom by Su-young during the second class. She first glared at Lin Ye, who had left her in the horror club, then spoke softly to Su-young to thank her. Su-young waved her hand to say it was nothing, no need to be so polite. At the same time, she looked at her worriedly. You have been chosen by it, you will die tonight. WH. What? This statement made Emily look up in astonishment. Who is it? No matter who it is, she absolutely refuses to accept dying this way. She must do something, or find a scapegoat. Her gaze turned to Park Chae-young. A vicious plan quickly formed in her heart. Noon. Lin Ye was about to go to the cafeteria with Jiang Nianxi but was stopped by the hurried Lucas. Lin Ye. Lin Ye. Lucas was out of breath, his face anxious and a bit excited. I saw the person with the red bow tie. Lin Ye immediately stopped. Where? When Lin Ye followed him to the place, surprisingly, it was the dance room. The spacious room had huge floor-to-ceiling mirrors on 3 walls, and the reflections carried a gray, blurry feeling. Lucas stood at the dance room entrance, his voice weak. It's in there. Lin Ye scanned the empty dance room. The mirrors reflected both his and Lucas's figures, as well as Nianxi quietly standing behind him. Besides that, it was completely empty. But he could feel an unusual coldness permeating this place. Especially those mirrors, as if countless eyes were peering from behind the surface. Are you sure it's here? Could it be that people are inside the mirror? Absolutely. Lucas hurriedly nodded, cold sweat beating on his forehead, too scared to meet Lin Ye's gaze. I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Ye glanced at his pale face, and without a word, kicked him inside, then followed in himself. The kick was strong, and Lucas screamed as he fell into the dance studio, staggering several steps before barely standing firm. The door behind them slammed shut with a bang, and the blurry feeling on the mirror's surface seemed to deepen, as if covered by a layer of mist. Lin Ye. The door won't open. Lucas rushed over, terrified, pounding on the door, his voice tinged with tears. Lin Ye did not answer him, his eyes fixed intently on the mirror. Lucas anxiously urged him to help open the door, but Lin Ye merely pointed at the figures of the two of them in the mirror. By instinct, Lucas looked in the direction he pointed, and saw the figures of the two of them in the mirror. Chapter 104, Everything's in Chaos. The figures in the mirror had their backs to the entrance, but their heads rotated 180 degrees, their gaze locking firmly onto the two. That cold gaze made Lucas's legs turn to jelly. He tried to move, but the reflection in the mirror did not mimic his actions. Without a doubt, what was in the mirror was a ghost. In contrast, Lin Ye was much calmer. He looked at Lucas and said, "Where is the person wearing a red bow tie?" "He's right here." Lucas's gaze was evasive, and he stuttered, "I really saw him come in." Lin Ye was skeptical. "You didn't actually see anything, and you're deliberately trying to lead me here, right?" As for the purpose, it was clearly to put him in danger. Lucas. No. It's definitely not Emily who had me trick you, no. I didn't trick you. Lin Ye. Did this guy perform as a clown at the circus before coming in? The livestream room was already furious with the fact that Brother Yi had been tricked, but seeing this, they couldn't help but burst out laughing again. Emily, not scared of a godlike opponent but afraid of a pig-like teammate. I wondered why Emily was keeping Suing wandering around the school yesterday, turns out she was scouting. This malicious woman. Brother Yi, hurry back, the house has been robbed, and soon the teammates will be all dead. Haha, I'm dying of laughter, guys. Emily actually tricked Harris into the school infirmary, but that strange tale was already dealt with by Brother Yi last night. Now she's being chased by Harris. Has this woman gone crazy? Is she trying to wipe out other countries? Maybe she's already being parasitized by a strange tale. Don't forget the player from Turkey in Brother Yi's first instance, they were also in this state? Is there anyone looking after Yejuru? He's doing worse than in the last instance. Inside the instance. Lin Ye shot Lucas a disdainful glance, then approached the mirror, stretched out his finger, and lightly touched the cracks on the surface. As if in response to Lin Ye, the two ghostly figures in the mirror simultaneously grinned, revealing dark, hollow mouths, emitting a soundless sneer. Their figures began to ripple on the mirror's surface, like reflections in water being disturbed, as two pale, swollen hands slowly emerged from the depths of the mirror. A chilling aura instantaneously filled the entire dance studio, and the temperature plummeted. Ah! Lucas was so frightened he fell to the ground, pointing at the mirror and screaming, They're moving! What was even more terrifying was that he was clearly at the door, yet the hands reaching out from the mirror seemed so close, as if they would choke him the next second. Jiang Yanqi stepped forward, standing beside Lin Ye. Husband, this is the most basic mirror ghost, its resentment is not enough to support it evolving into a strange tale. The dance studio. Lin Ye recalled the 12 locations marked on the blackboard in the Strange Tale Society, and indeed, one of them was in the dance studio. The isolation room should also be a location for a strange tale. Yet there was no triggered quest to collect eerie tales. This indicates that the eerie tales in the confinement room have not fully formed yet. It seems someone in this school is consciously feeding the eerie tales, Lin Ye guessed, then sighed deeply. Jiang Yanqi thought her husband was worried about not being able to clear the level, and was about to comfort him when she heard his frustrated muttering. This instance came too early, it hasn't even formed yet, what a huge loss. This strange game is really something, why let an underdeveloped instance come out to work? The boss is so weak, it's not even enough for his wife to pick her teeth with. Jiang Yanqi was slightly stunned, then smiled when she realized what he meant, her husband was indeed different from others. While the two of them enjoyed a peaceful moment, Lucas at the door was gripped by an invisible giant force, lifting him off the ground by his throat. He struggled desperately, his face quickly turning blue and purple, the fear of death quickly breaking down his mental defenses. Help, me. He reached out his hand towards Lin Ye, hoping he would help him as a fellow player. Lin Ye just glanced coldly at him before opening the door and walking out. No, don't go. Lucas cried out in despair, you can't turn a blind eye to someone in need. You people from Dragon Nation can't. Lin Ye didn't stop, and under the immense fear of death, Lucas instinctively screamed for his life, you're murdering me. You're a killer. Lin Ye paused his steps, seriously correcting him, what killed you is Emily, it has nothing to do with me. His tone calmly stated the objective fact, and after speaking, he didn't linger, walking straight away. As Lin Ye's figure completely disappeared from view, the hope in Lucas's eyes was utterly shattered. He couldn't understand why things had developed this way. Emily merely asked him to bring Lin Ye to the dance room, after it was done, she would reward him with an eerie artifact. Why, was he about to die? He just wanted an eerie artifact for protection. The ghostly hand reaching out from the mirror was no longer a vague shadow, but had turned into a cold, sticky entity, tightly wrapping around his neck and limbs. More ghostly hands reached out from other mirrors, grabbing his body and dragging him towards the deepest mirror. Lucas struggled desperately, but it was futile as the mirror rippled like a swamp, swallowing him whole. What disappeared last was his hand, reaching toward the door, clawing in vain. Moments later, the dance room finally restored its silence. Only a few fresh blood fingerprints remained on the mirror, proving everything that had just happened. As soon as Lin Ye left the dance room, he discovered chaos engulfing the entire school. There were screams of male players everywhere. He could feel the players' deaths and fears, it seemed to be accelerating the awakening of the school's deeper horrors. What's going on? Lin Ye looked confused towards the direction of the source of the screams from the teaching building. Just as he made his way towards the teaching building, a note suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a message from the country. The gist of it was that Emily had orchestrated a massacre targeting players for sacrifices, and only 1/10 of the players remained. Lin Ye gripped the note that had appeared suddenly, his fingertips slightly chilling. A survival rate of 1/10. This woman Emily is truly insane. Lin Ye. Harris rushed over from the direction of the infirmary to join him. That woman Emily has gone mad. She unknowingly activated the Eerie tales throughout the campus, and now the whole school is out of control. As soon as he finished speaking, piercingly sharp female screams came from the direction of the teaching building. Then, horrified screams and the excited roars of monsters echoed from the old teaching building, the experimental building, and even the playground. The shadows on campus began to writhe, faces of suffering more emerging on the walls, and the ground gradually oozing a viscous, dark red liquid. Everything has completely fallen apart. Fuck. Harris's face turned as pale as a ghost. Let me find that crazy woman, and she won't live to leave this chapter. At that critical moment, the dormitory matron appeared in high heels. Follow me back to the dormitory building. Hurry. At the same time, the 12 homeroom teachers led their respective subject teachers to protect the nearby students, clearly heading towards the dormitory building. Some homeroom teachers even took the initiative to enter the places where the ghost stories had come alive, searching as much as possible for any surviving classmates. Let's go, we should head to the dormitory building too. Chapter 105, The Principal Himself. 10 minutes later, the surviving players successfully entered the dormitory building. Lin Ye stood in the corridor on the 4th floor, seeing the art room's entire outer wall covered by moving oil paints. The cafeteria was engulfed by rolling black fog. In the center of the playground, a chasm had opened, countless roaring monsters crawling out. Those players and NPCs who couldn't escape were instantly swallowed by these fully erupted ghostly realms, not even having time to scream. The entire Xiaohua Girls' High School, except for the dormitory building and a small surrounding area, was rapidly being overtaken by various terrifying ghost phenomena. Perhaps because the 404 ghost story had already been collected by Lin Ye, the dormitory building had not yet undergone any alienation. But this was only temporary. Once the other ghost stories reacted, it would only invite an even more brutal counterattack. Lin Ye wasn't worried. After all, with Nianqi around, he wouldn't die. What he feared was that this chapter wouldn't collapse because of Emily's chaos, right? If they got trapped in this bizarre game and couldn't get out, it wouldn't be fun. When Ojiro came to the 4th floor, bringing bad news, the only surviving female player besides Park Chaeyoung, whom I saved, is the missing Emily. No one else survived. Lin Ye nodded to acknowledge he understood. Seeing the degree of ghost rebirth, he knew that the chances of survival for these controlled female players were slim. The situation isn't optimistic for the male players either. The survival rate is less than 10%. In just 3 days, out of over 100 players, less than 10 survived. The twisted nature of the bizarre game's scenarios has truly escalated. The live broadcast room was confused by this development. Stop. I remember at the beginning this chapter was a puzzle-solving one? Can anyone tell me what's going on now? Calm down upstairs, this isn't the first time the face-changing lady has caused a chapter to collapse, but look, she's still alive and kicking. Truly a disaster that will last 1,000 years. Emily, I just want to survive, what's wrong with that? Dojimoji for self-preservation. Right now, I only care if Brother Yi can complete the chapter before it completely collapses. Brother Yi has been busy for 3 days, he's found some clues, but they don't match the completion conditions. Damn this bizarre game for digging pits on the completion criteria. In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's high-level meeting, Elder Qin glared at the live broadcast screen with a gloomy face and finally said, "What a Gallic country." Everyone in the conference room understood that Elder Qin was angry. Since the bizarre game descended, even though the Dragon Kingdom has always been at the forefront of the world, it has never oppressed other countries like the United States has. So much so that the world has forgotten the cost of angering the Dragon Kingdom. Without needing Elder Qin to say anything else, Zhao Weiguo understood what to do and left the conference room on his own. Chen Lin stopped fiddling with the computer and adjusted his eyes. Elder Qin, my theory has been thoroughly confirmed today. Long ago, he discovered that the bizarre game seemingly couldn't target players at will. It needs to follow some underlying logic, just like the players. In simpler terms, the chapter is more like an arena for the bizarre game and humans, where the bizarre game sets the chapter's content, and humans are the challengers. Once the chapter is recognized by the rules, it can then target human players. At this point, the bizarre game will lose absolute control over the chapter. It is not allowed to eliminate players without reason, it must be done through the rules within the instance. In other words, neither humans nor strange games can directly override the rules. This is what Chen Lin has been arguing about, the theory of rules. And this time, the scale of the instance and the conditions to clear it clearly show that the strange game intentionally raised the difficulty, targeting the players without holding back within the allowed rules. Old Qin nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Lin Ye was selected 3 times in a row, the strange game is deliberately targeting him. Even if it can't kill him, it still wants to trap him in the instance. Li Genoa quickly used a reminder ticket to try to send this message to Lin Ye, but it was unfortunately blocked. He shook his head in disappointment at the people in the conference room. They all couldn't help but sweat for Lin Ye upon getting this expected result. This kid must succeed in returning. Inside the instance. Lin Ye was intently observing the increasingly chaotic scene outside the dormitory building when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to capture an unexpected figure. In the corridor of the teaching building's fourth floor, partially engulfed by black mist, a figure dressed in a sharp suit and a bright red bow tie was standing quietly there. Through the swirling gray fog, it stared far towards the dormitory building. Although the face was not clear, one could distinctly feel the coldness mixed with a lofty, scrutinizing gaze. There! It appeared! Lin Ye supported himself on the railing for leverage, took a long stride, and jumped directly off the fourth floor, plummeting quickly through the air. Nianqi, let's go! Zhang Nianqi understood and instantly enveloped the falling Lin Ye with a blood-red ghost domain, transforming into a stream of light, almost instantly appearing in the corridor of the fourth floor of the teaching building. Behind them, Wenojiro was shocked, his mouth slightly agape. He jumped down? Harris gestured for him to remain calm. If it was Lin Ye, there was nothing surprising. Has he always been this brave? Aha. Harris shrugged, his tone relaxed for the rare moment. Next, we just need to find a way to survive until Lin Ye meets the conditions to clear the instance, and then we can leave this place. Wenojiro. Why didn't anyone say that getting carried by a big shot would feel this exhilarating? This made his prior efforts to clear the game seem a bit foolish. However, in a corner where no one was paying attention, a figure quietly left the dormitory building and followed them. On the fourth floor of the teaching building, the figure in the red bow tie floated backward like a ghost the moment Lin Ye and Zhang Nianqi arrived, merging into the shadows deep in the corridor. Trying to run? Lin Ye coldly snorted and immediately chased after him. The shadows deep in the corridor seemed to come alive, with walls twisting and wriggling, extending countless pale hands trying to block his way. Lin Ye's side didn't even get a chance to act, these ghostly hands were completely devoured by Nianqi's ghost domain. The suited man's figure moved extremely fast and was very familiar with the terrain. After twisting and turning, he finally vanished in front of the storage room door. Lin Ye tried to push the door and easily entered the storage room, where he finally found a full-length mirror deep in the room. Lin Ye remembered the reminder he received at the Strange Talk Club: the highest place is the reflection in the mirror. Looks like this is the entrance. As soon as Lin Ye finished speaking, the man in the red bow tie was forced to show himself by Nianqi's ghost domain. Lin Ye didn't bother to waste words. We need to enter the principal's office, you say yes? The man in the suit. Hurry up, if you don't say it, I'll make you wish you hadn't been born. I agree to let you enter the principal's office. Getting permission, Lin Ye finally turned to look at the mirror with satisfaction. In the mirror, what was reflected was no longer the scenery of the storage room, but a stare. In the reflection that exists in reality. Go! Lin Ye pulled on Nianqi and stepped directly into the mirror. A dizzying sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed them, and when their feet touched solid ground again, they found themselves at the staircase entrance reflected in the mirror. Beneath the staircase was an unfathomable darkness, barely illuminated by the faint glow of the words "Principal's Office," mixed with a chilling presence and a strong scent of decay rising up. Lin Ye led the way, stepping into the staircase first. The staircase was long and steep, as if it had no end. Gradually, the concrete walls transformed into a dark red, flesh-like substance that pulsed slightly. Whispers and cries became clearer in their ears. Lin Ye tried to block out these distractions, and after what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the door marked "Principal's Office." He reached out and pushed open the half-closed door, revealing the scene inside the principal's office. And Lin Ye finally saw the principal's appearance, who had yet to make an appearance until now. Chapter 106, The So-Called Truth. A woman with short black hair. She appeared to be around 40, with well-defined, even sharp features, exuding a sense of competence and coldness from years of being in power. Her eyes were tightly closed as she sat properly behind the desk, her chest betraying not a hint of movement. This office was not the lavish place Lin Ye had imagined, but instead extremely simple. A desk, a bookshelf, and an old sofa, with nothing extra. Even the bookshelf held only the honor trophies the school had previously won. Lin Ye felt confused. The principal was a woman? And she looked so plain? Had he reasoned incorrectly? A straight man's shocking moment returns. Quick, take a picture. But how can the principal be a woman? Based on the security's information, I thought he was a fat pig who kept a female student. Who says women can't do it? What era is this? People upstairs don't see things through corrupted eyes. The age difference clearly suggests a mother-daughter relationship. Indeed, looking closely, she does bear a resemblance to Jin Shuxian. Inside the instance, the principal slowly opened her eyes upon hearing the noise. What kind of eyes were they? Tired, weathered, like an elderly person who had lived through a century, completely devoid of the breath of life. The principal's gaze fell on the two in front of her, reading the shock in the young man's expression, her mouth opening in a helpless manner. Sorry, it looks like I've wasted your trip. Lin Ye didn't know what else to say, only able to awkwardly ask, wasn't it you who handled the issues at school? The principal gently shook her head, denying his question, deep pain evident in her weary eyes. I love everything about this school, every child in the school. Her voice was hoarse and trembling, but I am a failed mother and a failed principal. She took a deep breath, as if using all her strength, and continued, the fact that you found your way here proves that you already know about the tragedies that happened in this school. Dormitory, isolation room, clinic, art room, dance room, every place is attuned for young girls. By the time I learned what the board of directors was doing, it was already too late. She spoke painfully, her cracked lips trembling slightly. My power is so small in front of them. This is the revenge from those children who died tragically, it is the retribution we deserve. The principal's words echoed in the simple office, each word seemed to be painfully extracted from a heavy past, laden with the weight of blood and tears. Her gaze drifted past Lin Ye, as if piercing through the mirror in the storage room, compassionately looking at how the once beautiful campus had turned into its current tragic state. Lin Ye looked at the pained and helpless principal before him and asked straightforwardly, since the evil deeds were done by those people in the board of directors, where are they now? They are dead. The principal looked at Lin Ye with desperation mixed with a last glimmer of hope in her eyes. They were the first batch to die at the hands of the urban legends. I am an unqualified principal and I deserve to die, but those newly enrolled children are innocent, the teachers are innocent, could you please save them? You save them. How do I save? If possible, please find a way to appease Huijin's resentment. She is the core of all this and also the only breakthrough. I beg you to save the remaining children. As the principal spoke, her voice became even hoarser, her emaciated arms painfully wrapped around her head. That child, Huijin, insisted from the beginning that she had a spirit-sensitive constitution, able to see unclean things. Coincidentally, my daughter, Xuxian, was placed in the same class and dormitory with her. It's my fault. I was too busy with school affairs and neglected her feelings, which led her to develop such a personality. In the beginning, I knew a little about the isolation and bullying she faced from the others, but I naively thought it was just kids' play and didn't stop it in time. It wasn't until after Huijin died that I realized how much those children had done to her. They forced Huijin to bear it all and, in dormitory 404, ended her own life. Huijin's resentment was too deep, combined with her special constitution. After her death, she turned into the original urban legend, haunting this school. Later, Xu Xian and the others also faced accidents one after another due to guilt and fear. The astonishing truth revealed in the principal's words plunged Lin Ye into silence for a moment. If what the principal said was true, then this school was not merely plagued by evil people but was a horror cycle of tragedy breeding tragedy, ultimately leading to uncontrolled resentment that retaliated against everything. The board of directors might be deeply guilty, but the fuse was the bullying incident in dormitory 404. To believe, or to not believe? Shock. The event takes another turn. It turns out the principal's daughter was one of the instigators? Huijin, that name sounds so sad, bullied for her spirit-sensitive body and also tormented by that group of beasts in the board of directors, how desperate must she have been? So, it was Jin Xuxian who led a small group to force Huijin to death, and then Huijin turned into a ghost to take revenge? A classic vengeful spirit story? How much of the principal's confession is true? She said she knew a little but didn't stop it. Does that make her an accomplice? How can we trust strange words? We've seen so many tricks, this principal being like this could just be an act. Save, what a load of nonsense. Ye Gu came to clear the level, not to be a hero, okay? In the dungeon. The principal noticed Lin Ye's hesitation and struggled to raise her hand, pointing to a dusty wooden box on the top shelf of the bookshelf. You must be here with a mission, right? There is an old school badge inside, which contains the last bit of my consciousness. If you take it and leave the mirror, you will return to 3 years ago and see for yourself what really happened. At that time, everything you want to know will naturally become clear. Moreover, the principal revealed a sincere look in her eyes. I can also tell you a secret about you challengers, as long as you are willing to help those children outside. I can't hold on much longer, but I don't want them to die like this at the hands of the urban legends. They are also victims. Lin Ye took a deep breath. Having come this far, he couldn't refuse. But before agreeing, he turned to seek Nian Shi's opinion. What the principal said, do you think it's credible, Nian Shi? Zhang Nian Shi blinked in confusion. As a fierce ghost, her way of thinking could not be compared to normal humans. The twists and turns of human thought were incomprehensible to her. She could only sense the most direct emotional fluctuations. Husband, her aura is indeed not strong. Even worse than those who have not yet awakened from their horror stories. Chapter 107, Campus Bullying from 3 years ago. Nianshi's words gave Lin Ye a rough idea. He stepped forward to take out the school badge. Special item, old school badge. Usage effect, the holder can return to a certain point in the past through this old badge and influence the future by changing the development of events. Tip, the impact is minimal and nearly negligible, but you can pull the central figure of the event back to the past, which may produce unexpected results. Central figure of the event? Lin Ye took out that horror pen. If Huijin had died and turned into a horror after 404, then he could completely use this pen to pull her back to the past. His gaze shifted towards the principal, who could easily be brought along as well. With the central figures gathered, the truth would soon be revealed. I agree, but I cannot guarantee I can resolve her grievances. If she attacks me, I will fight back without hesitation. The principal nodded, and a hint of relief finally showed in his weary eyes. Thank you. By the way, what is the secret about the challengers you mentioned? You are not the first person to come here. The principal did not hide it. Before you, 2 or 3 others appeared here one after another. They were also challengers but seemed somewhat different from you. Somewhat different? Lin Ye searched his memories and confirmed that the girl's high school horror copy was indeed the first to appear in Blue Star. Who were the other challengers the principal mentioned? Were there other humans besides those from Blue Star pulled into this bizarre game? Parallel worlds? Or other planets in the universe? What happened to those humans? If Blue Star were to be completely devoured by this bizarre game, would the next to face it be Earth? This thought made Lin Ye's brow furrow sharply. Although he was an orphan and felt good about staying in Blue Star, they couldn't just come and slaughter everyone. Allowing the bizarre game to invade Earth, that would be disastrous. Instantly, Lin Ye's determination to have Nianqi continuously eat and grow stronger grew even firmer. Anyway, he could not allow this bizarre game to destroy Blue Star. Lin Ye suppressed the shock in his heart. The top priority was to clear this copy first. With this in mind, Lin Ye stepped forward, hoisting the unable-to-move principal and running upstairs. The principal was momentarily stunned by his sudden action. What are you doing? Lin Ye did not answer her. In the first copy, he was almost torn apart because he trusted the puppet too easily. No matter how sincere the principal sounded, he still kept a hint of suspicion. In this copy, apart from himself, the only ones he could trust were Nianqi and his golden finger. The principal. Soon, Lin Ye carried the principal, holding the pen to summon horror and the old-school badge, rushing out through the mirror in one breath. When Lin Ye's vision became clear again, he found himself standing in a familiar corridor. The sunlight was somewhat glaring. The air was free of mustiness and the smell of blood, only carrying a faint scent of books. The walls were as white as new, and distant cheerful voices floated through. This was Xiaohua Girls' High School 3 years ago, full of vitality and hope, so different from the haunted realm devoured by horror. Lin Ye immediately looked beside him. Nianqi was still by his side, wearing that school uniform. 3 years ago, her character was still that of a student. The principal was nowhere to be seen, probably already in the principal's office. But what about him? 3 years ago, this high school had not yet enrolled male students. What was his identity now? Lin Ye walked to the window and looked out, discovering he was wearing a security uniform just like that of the creepy old man security guard. Not only that, but he also sported a similarly creepy expression, along with the same half-buried age and hunchbacked posture. So ugly. Lin Ye suppressed his disdainful thoughts and looked up to realize that this was the classroom of Class 2 from 3 years ago. He looked into the classroom. In an unnoticed corner of the classroom, a girl in an old-school uniform was quietly lowering her head. She was small in stature, with long bangs that covered most of her face, radiating an aura of solitude that seemed to say, "Please keep your distance." As if sensing the gaze on her, the girl slightly raised her head. In that instant, Lin Ye clearly saw her eyes, shadowed by her bangs, coldly staring at him. That gaze was not curious or confused, but rather, it felt like a stare that transcended the limits of time. In just a moment, that look vanished, replaced by her timid eyes. Lin Ye knew he wasn't mistaken. This unusual behavior made him almost certain that this girl was Huijin. Even Huijin, who had fleeting memories after becoming a ghost story. It seemed bringing that pen was the right choice. Just as Lin Ye wanted to enter the classroom and talk to Huijin, 3 smiling girls surrounded her first. The leader of the group was Jin Shuxian, wearing a pretty dress with a proud and confident smile, clearly the backbone of the other 2 girls. The 3 of them surrounded Huijin in a haughty manner, while the other students in the classroom seemed unbothered. Not a single one stepped in to stop them. Jin Shuxian snatched Huijin's sketchbook and casually tore a few pages out, saying, "Drawing these creepy things again, aren't you disgusting?" Huijin's face turned pale as she reached out to grab it back. "Give it back to me." "Give it back to you?" Jin Shuxian held the sketchbook high, while the 2 girls beside her laughed and blocked her. "If you want it, kneel down and beg me." The short-haired girl beside her even pushed Huijin's head hard, causing her forehead to nearly hit the corner of the desk. At this, Huijin stopped resisting, silently lowering her head to ignore them. Jin Shuxian, finding it boring, casually tossed the sketchbook on the ground and then lifted a nearby stool, ready to smash it down on Huijin's head. Lin Ye's eyelids jumped, and he rushed forward to snatch the stool away. "Stop. Who gave you the right to bully a classmate?" Jin Shuxian, realizing she was being confronted by a security guard, glared angrily at Lin Ye. She was always pampered at home and school, and no one dared treat her like this. "Who are you? A new security guard? Mind your own business." Lin Ye ignored her outburst, picked up the sketchbook, and returned it to the still-lowering Huizhen. Here, it's yours. Huizhen trembled as she took the book, her body still shrinking slightly due to fear. You. Jin Shuxian was thoroughly enraged by Lin Ye's dismissal. Do you know who I am? Do you believe I can get my mom to have you fired? Lin Ye remained silent, but Jiang Yanqi stepped forward. Aren't you the one bullying the classmate first? Seeing another girl come forward, one that looked so weak, Jin Shuxian was even angrier. Do you dare come with me to the girls' bathroom? She couldn't. Jin Shuxian and the three of them were small and helpless, curled up together, already beaten until their faces were bruised and swollen. From now on, you are not allowed to trouble her again, do you understand? Jiang Yanqi was clearly smiling, but the coldness in her eyes made the three of them shiver, and finally, they couldn't bear the pressure and started to sob quietly. After a 5-minute friendly exchange, Jiang Yanqi finally left the restroom. Lin Ye immediately walked over, concerned and asked, "Are you okay?" Jiang Yanqi shook her head, her eyes softening once more. They won't bother Huizhen anymore. This way, it could be considered an indirect solution to the problem of school bullying. Lin Ye chatted with Yanqi for a while, but didn't dare to get too close, fearing he might be mistaken for a weirdo because of his current appearance. After watching Yanqi return to the classroom, Lin Ye started to wander around the teaching building. He was looking for any suspicious people. If he encountered someone from the board of directors that the principal mentioned, he would take them out with one swift move. During this time, Lin Ye also snuck into the principal's office, but the principal seemed to have his memory blocked and didn't recognize him. Just looking at the principal's capable and busy demeanor, he indeed didn't seem like a bad person, even making frantic calls to improve the students' dietary conditions. That humble appearance would even make a corporate worker say, such dedication. Lin Ye could only return to wander around near the teaching building. At lunch, Jin Shuxian and the three of them obediently did not actively seek trouble with Huizhen. Instead, Huizhen actively finished her meal and sat down beside the three of them. The short-haired girl next to Jin Shuxian hated Huizhen the most and instinctively wanted to scold her away, but when she caught a glimpse of Jiang Yanqi not far away, she immediately behaved. Lin Ye had some impression of this short-haired girl. Wasn't she the one sitting next to Jin Shuxian in the Ghost Story Club on the first day? From their conversation, Lin Ye learned that the short-haired girl's name was Haiyuan, and the other girl with a high ponytail was Xiuyan. The three of them had died one after another after Huizhen's death, since the 404 group was the source of the ghost stories, and Huizhen was someone who had been bullied for a long time with a very simple social circle. It meant that someone among them must have died in the isolation room or the school infirmary. Thus, they wrote that line, "Huizhen, please help me." But how could the main culprits who bullied someone to death seek help from the victim before dying? Unless they all knew from the beginning that Huizhen would become a ghost after her death and saw her as their last hope. But their reason for bullying Huizhen was because they disliked her spiritual sensitivity she mentioned. This situation was filled with contradictions in logic. This suggests that the principal was either lying or hiding extremely important information from him. It seems that resolving Huizhen's resentment is not as easy as it appears on the surface. Lin Ye pulled himself out of his thoughts. Huizhen nearby had already enthusiastically invited the three of them to visit the Ghost Story Club after school. Jin Shuxian's three were about to explode right then. Who would want to go to her creepy Ghost Story Club? How unlucky. But Jiang Yanqi's imposing gaze was too strong, and they had no choice but to nod stiffly in agreement. Huizhen smiled happily, spending the entire afternoon actively breaking the ice with them, seemingly not caring at all about the bullying from before. Time came as expected after school. When Lin Ye followed Yanqi in the distance again to the old building of the Ghost Story Club, he inexplicably felt something was different. Although it was still dilapidated and desolate, it felt strangely more lively due to Huizhen's efforts. Huizhen carefully dusted the tables and chairs and neatly arranged a few yellowed notebooks on ghost stories. Jin Shuxian, Haiyuan, and Xiuyan sat stiffly opposite, their expressions extremely unnatural. But Huizhen didn't mind their indifference at all, and she continued to share the campus legends she had collected. Among them were stories about the dance studio, art room, school nurse's office, teaching building restroom, and the rooftop. The atmosphere gradually eased a bit because of her incessant chatter. Actually, those ghost stories aren't scary. When I delved into their tales, I found they're just a group of victims waiting to be freed. Haiyuan couldn't help but ask, so, are the things you just mentioned real events that happened at school? Maybe. Huizhen shook her head with a smile, but since they have found me, no matter what happens, I should help them find their bodies. Jin Shuxian looked a bit uncomfortable. So, because of the ghosts you imagined, you appear all over the school at night. Are you digging up corpses? Her expression seemed to say you are indeed an insane monster. I hope I didn't scare you, Huizhen said with a somewhat shy smile. I will not ignore any ghost that asks for my help. After saying that, Huizhen took out the cookies she made and shared them with everyone. Jin Shuxian hesitated to take one, took a small bite, and the sweetness melted on her tongue. She looked up and saw the sunset streaming through the window, perfectly illuminating Huizhen's smiling profile. That smile was so pure it made her momentarily dazed. After half a day together, their relationship finally softened, and they even talked about their hopes after the exams. Xiaoyan was the first to speak. My parents are not well, so my biggest wish is to get into a good university and earn a lot of money. Haiyuan rested her chin on her hand. I just want to go to the same university as my boyfriend. After saying this, the three of them looked at Jin Shuxian, hoping she would say something. Under such a gaze, Jin Shuxian hesitated to take out a group photo from her pocket. I want to have a meal with my mom. But, it should be impossible. Jin Shuxian smiled self-deprecatingly, but she really hates me. The activity room fell into a brief silence. Jin Shuxian didn't want sympathy, and stood up to walk outside. Let's go back, class is about to start. Her departing figure was so resolute that she didn't even notice the photo falling to the ground. Haiyuan and Xiaoyan exchanged glances and hurriedly followed after Jin Shuxian. The activity room turned cold and empty again. Only Huizhen sat alone in place, quietly looking at the group photo that had been left behind. Until Lin Ye crouched down, picked up the photo, glanced at it, and tucked it into his pocket. Huizhen looked up at him in confusion and heard him ask with a hint of concern, "You all seem to have a good relationship." Huizhen stared at the two people who had been with her, and after a long silence said, "The principal is lying to you. Everything here has been beautified by her, and I don't need your help to resolve grievances." Oh? This was something Lin Ye did not expect. What do you mean? Because I chose to die. This sentence caused the live stream to boil again. Here it comes, here it comes. After exploring for so long, we finally get to the part where the main character comes clean. I said the principal is a liar. Brothers, I'm saying this today, the principal must be purely evil. Why didn't you say this earlier? Now we've been tricked by the principal, poor Yigu, being toyed with by the strange. I'm really amazed. No wonder the older generation always says ghost stories are nonsense. I've seen it today. Did you see the wall of 404? Huizhen lowered her eyes. I saw them the moment I moved into that dorm. Packed tightly, all squeezed into that tiny 4-person dorm. At first sight, I was terrified. I had never seen so many ghosts, at least hundreds. Lin Ye recalled the bodies crowded together in the wall, his pupils constricted, hundreds of ghosts? Yes, Huizhen's voice was chillingly calm. For 30 years, every year 4 carefully selected girls move into room 404, ultimately becoming part of that wall. I don't understand. Lin Ye raised a question. Isn't Jin Shuxian the principal's daughter? Yes. Her lips curled into a sarcastic smile. To please those people, she went along with them, even sacrificing her own daughter in the end. Do you know? At the very last moment before Shuxian died in the confinement room, she didn't call my name, but rather, she called for mommy. Such a demon, isn't it laughable? Huizhen looked at Lin Ye, her eyes empty. The ones they killed were far more than just these. Those people's twisted desires will never be satisfied. We are all carefully bred here, property with no human rights. Thinking of the other 3, Huizhen's vacant eyes showed a hint of pain. Haiyuan was raised by her grandmother, but unfortunately, her grandmother couldn't hold on after Haiyuan graduated from middle school. Haiyuan's boyfriend was her childhood friend. After her grandmother passed away, he took on Haiyuan's tuition and living expenses. Haiyuan originally entered this high school just because the tuition was completely waived. Haiyuan could never imagine being forced into pregnancy, only to watch a group of people snatch her baby away, ultimately dying in pain on that bed soaked with the blood of countless innocent girls. And then there was Xiaoyan. The school, in order to prevent her from identifying evidence, first tortured her in the confinement room until she went insane, and finally forced her to commit suicide in the Ghost Story Club. Huizhen's voice cut through the heart like a dull knife, every word soaked in the bloody scent of despair. Because of my spiritual sensitivity, I easily came into contact with the deepest darkness of this school. I swear I will expose the school's ugly face and seek justice for those victims. But they invited experts to keep suppressing the resentment of all the spirits in this school. I have no way out. To fight against them, I can only choose to end my life in the most brutal way possible, actively turning into a ghost story to claim their lives. Lin Ye's voice was unusually serious. But you failed, didn't you? Yes. She still couldn't save Shuxian and the others, nor could she wait for reporters to arrive and successfully expose the principal's crimes. Her death was worth nothing. Lin Ye didn't know what to say. From the moment he stepped into room 404 and began exploring, he realized the story behind it was destined to be a tragedy. Zhang Nianqi also showed no reaction. Huizhen didn't expect the two to comfort her, but I still thank you for letting me have them back. Even if it was only for half a day. But now, the dream must wake up. There were more important things she needed to do. Huizhen stood up and slowly walked to the window, her gaze lingering as if sketching the campus that held all their beautiful youth. You shouldn't have brought me in here, you trapped me. The people in this school will only die faster. Lin Ye. I told you I didn't mean to. Do you believe me? The things you mentioned are those ghost stories that are reviving outside? Of course not. Huijin's voice inevitably tinged with despair. There are deep horrors in the school far more dangerous than we are. Never underestimate the evil power of a group of people. Evil? Lin Ye heard this for the first time. Evil is a power that is purer and more destructive than mere resentment. For all these years, I've been guarding here to prevent them from completely devouring the entire school, but now I'm trapped here, not knowing how much longer the outside can hold on. Lin Ye reflected on himself again. He really gets fooled every day, but never the same way. If he believes those strange words again, he is a dog. But it wasn't entirely fruitless, at least now he knows what the hidden boss is. Time is of the essence, let's go find the principal. Lin Ye held the sickle in his hand, filled with fighting spirit, and walked out boldly. A faint remnant of the principal's consciousness wanted to trap them? Dream on. The live stream erupted in cheers. Did you just mention a boss in the dungeon? Did you? I see it clearly now. Brother Yi only plays it safe and grows stealthily in two situations: 1, when the path is uncertain, and 2, when the dungeon boss is uncertain. Once Brother Yi confirms one of them. I know. Once confirmed, let's give a warm round of applause for the Ghost Bride to make her grand entrance. So exciting, the Ghost Bride is about to flip the table. This dungeon will collapse for me too. To the remaining players, good job, don't die yet, Brother Yi will break through soon. Inside the dungeon. Lin Ye quickly rushed to the principal's office. The principal still sat behind her desk, but the atmosphere in the entire space had completely changed. Her face appeared blurry in the dim light, only her eyes burned with a non-human, fanatical light. You actually came. The principal's voice echoed with a strange resonance. It seems Huijin has told you a lot. Lin Ye held the sickle in front of him, ready to strike at any moment. Cut the crap, let us go. Go? The principal slowly stood up, her shadow frantically twisting on the wall, swelling into an indescribable, terrifying shape. You can determine the truth just based on her word? You. She pointed a finger at Lin Ye and the others. You all don't understand, you really don't understand. I am protecting. Using limited sacrifice in exchange for greater order stability. Those girls' contributions are to prevent the evil from fully awakening. Lin Ye's eyes were sarcastic. Sounds nice, but it's just an excuse for your cowardice, choosing to use others' lives to keep the peace. What do you know? The principal's voice suddenly sharpened, and the walls of the office began to show countless faces of pain and struggle. Evil cannot be eradicated, it can only be appeased. Those sacrifices are necessary, otherwise, the entire school would have long turned into hell. The principal spread her arms, dark mist surged out of her body, and the trophies exploded, revealing the shriveled, tiny bones inside. Lin Ye held to the principle of striking first, not giving the principal any time to brew her plan, rushing forward with the sickle, which cut through with a crimson glow. The principal's body was shattered, but the next second, she merged back into the black mist. She seemed completely enraged, and the whole space was filled with her echo. Since you insist on taking Huijin away, then let's stay together and become their nourishment. Chapter 110, Mom, will you also soften your heart? Update. The principal was beyond what he could handle. Lin Ye concluded and quickly retreated to Nianxi's side. Huijin was momentarily stunned by this development. So you can't even beat the principal? Then why are you so confidently provoking her? Just as Huijin was helplessly preparing to help, Lin Ye suddenly turned. Nianxi, it's up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a pure terrifying aura, far stronger than the principal's, erupted from Jiang Nianxi's petite body like an icy tide. She raised her eyes, her gaze was a bottomless abyss that swallowed everything. Lin Ye proudly stood tall, scampering to hide behind Nianxi, ready to take advantage of her strength. The fervor in the principal's eyes froze, replaced by disbelief. You are not an ordinary person? How is this possible? How could such an aura appear here? This is her dungeon. How could such a powerful anomaly appear? Why was she completely unaware? Why? Unfortunately, no one would unravel this mystery for her. Jiang Nianxi tilted her head, revealing an innocent yet cruel smile. The blood-red ghost domain surged towards the distorted, swollen black mist. The true crushing had finally begun. And the principal's resistance crumbled before Jiang Nianxi's absolute power. The twisted black mist was devoured inch by inch, letting out a tragic scream. The principal was hit hard and collapsed to the ground. The surrounding scene began to shake violently and shatter, like a faded oil painting. In the next second, a cold breath wrapped around them again. They returned to the campus corroded by strange tales. Pushing open the door of the storage room. The corridor was dimly lit, stained with blood, and a faint crying could be heard in the distance. The principal's remaining consciousness crawled on the ground but tried to make one last persuasion. Do you really think you can deal with evil? Do you really believe everything Huijin said is right? Without me, do you think she is worthy to fight against evil? For so many years, it's not just her who protected the campus, I did too. As if to confirm her words, the entire teaching building began to shake violently, and bloody handprints spread wildly on the walls, like living creatures. A more overwhelming and chilling malice surged from the ground like a tide. Only I can hold on to malice, only I. Put. Lin Ye burst out laughing at the principal's shameless words. Stop pretending, what do you mean only you can suppress evil? I see you are part of the evil, aren't you? The principal shuddered at Lin Ye's words, her disguise shattered completely. Yes. I relied on their power to barely maintain a fragile balance, but without this, the school would have long been completely swallowed, turning into a dead land. Do you think these students and teachers can still live here well? Do you know why? She struggled to point at the rolling black mist outside the corridor, her voice sharp. Look at this now. Because I was seriously injured, the balance was broken, and they are awakening. Without my restraint, they will have no scruples. You fools have destroyed the last shackle. I am the one who truly delays the disaster. Even if I stand by and watch, I have indeed protected more people. Stand by and watch? Lin Ye saw she would not shed tears until seeing the coffin and took out the photo from his pocket. In the photo, the young Jin Shuxian was held in the arms of a gentle-looking woman, and both were smiling brightly. But the most striking thing in the photo was the woman's long, curly red hair. Lin Ye pointed at the hair and the black nails in the photo. Principal, do those embryos taste good? The principal's pupils shrank suddenly, as if being burned by the photo. She retreated sharply. How do you know? Have those grandiloquent words made you truly think you are innocent? You still claim to protect. Lin Ye rolled his eyes dramatically. Are you not afraid of dying from laughter? After all, these evil thoughts have grown to this extent, you must take a share of the blame, right? The muscles on the principal's face twitched violently, trying to argue. No, you don't understand, only in this way can. Lin Ye took out the bloodstained name tag, clearly showing Jin Shuxian's name. I found this in the logistics room. You said your daughter isolated and bullied others, but in reality, she was the one being bullied, wasn't she? Shuxian, my Shuxian. The principal seemed to have all her strength pulled away, collapsing to the ground, staring blankly at the photo, murky tears sliding down. Did you care that she was your daughter when you tried so hard to blacken her? Lin Ye continued, striking at her heart. I had no choice. Lin Ye couldn't be bothered to listen to her excuses. People like this were the best at turning black and white upside down, and the key was that they truly believed in their own lies. He directly interrupted her and asked an irrelevant question. Have you ever been to the confinement room? What? Without waiting for the principal to react, Lin Ye dragged her 3 steps at a time to the confinement room deep in the corridor, opened the door, and directly threw her inside. The principal's last sight was Lin Ye's silhouette against the light. No need to guess, you haven't been here, just right, someone is waiting for you. Bang! The door slammed shut, and darkness immediately swallowed all the principal's senses. Who is waiting for me? Let me out. Without me, you cannot deal with them. Without me. The principal roared, unwilling to be trapped here. Just one step away. She could completely devour the school's strange tales and regain control, just one last step. At that moment, she heard a sound. A sticky, dragging sound. It was as if something was being dragged from the corner of the wall, accompanied by a faint, bone-grinding crack noise on the ground. Who is there? The dragging sound stopped. Then, something cold and sticky dripped onto her face. The principal froze. She could feel a twisted shape pressing against her, slowly rising in the darkness. In the darkness the principal could not see, a monster made of countless pale arms fused together opened a gaping, tooth-filled seam at the top. One by one, girls' faces emerged from the seam, crying out in pain, then sinking back down. The next second, darkness completely consumed the principal's vision and consciousness. A sharp pain came, the sound of bones cracking and the monster's satisfied swallowing became all she could perceive. In a corner, unnoticed, a girl was curled up. She hugged her knees, expressionless, watching the principal perish in the monster's mouth, her eyes showing no hate, no resentment, only a dead silence of numbness. Help! The principal stretched out a trembling hand from the monster's mouth, giving her final plea. But the girl still did not respond, until the principal's voice fell completely silent, leaving only the monster's nauseating chewing noise. Yet deep within the girl's numb gaze, something was quietly shattering. A glistening tear quietly slipped from the corner of her eye, evaporating in the thick resentment before it even hit the ground. Mom! A very soft whisper spilled from the girl's pale lips. When you threw me here, listening to my tortured screams, did you feel any softness in your heart? Did you feel any softness when you let me fend for myself, starving to death here? You threw my good friend in here, letting me watch her be tortured to madness. Did you feel any softness? Did you ever have any softness for me? Chapter 111, How are you still alive? In the moment the principal was devoured, a dull crash rose from beneath the ground. As the ground continued to collapse, countless indescribable shadows surged from below, their howls overlapping into a noise strong enough to tear the soul. The sky was completely covered by heavy malice, plunged into eternal night. Huijin looked seriously at the deep pit in front of the teaching building, feeling so insignificant in the face of such overwhelming power. But she did not want to give up, turning to Lin Ye and saying, "You all go hide in the dormitory, I'll think of a way to hold them off. As long as we survive until tomorrow afternoon, there will be hope." "No." A voice full of tears suddenly came from the corner of the storage room. Then, a figure stumbled out, throwing herself towards Huijin in the collapsing world, tightly embracing her. Huijin stood frozen, incredulously looking at her sister in her arms. "Sujun? How are you here? You shouldn't. Everyone says your death was suicide, I don't believe it. I knew I would find you, I would." Sujun sobbed, not understanding why her sister just went to school as usual and never came back again. Not even leaving behind a body for them. Huijin's gaze softened. "Why did you come here too? How could you? What would happen if her sister died here, leaving their mother all alone?" Huijin painfully closed her eyes, then gently pushed Sujun. "You go hide in the dormitory, wait for your sister to calm these evils, then I'll take you back, okay?" "No." Sujun shook her head vigorously, hugging tighter. "I searched for you for so long, finally found you. I don't want you to go die again. Please, just for my mom and me, come with me? Let's hide and not get involved in this anymore." Huijin's face showed a struggle, but it quickly transformed into a firm resolve. "I promised them I would help, I promised." "Sister." Sujun's voice choked, unable to utter a complete sentence. The deep bond of sisterhood made Lin Ye pause for a moment. "So you two have this kind of relationship?" Seeing Huijin about to push Sujun away and sacrifice herself, Lin Ye cleared his throat and pointed to the figure of Nianqi in front. "Why don't you both stay in the dormitory? It's fine for me and Nianqi to be here." At his words, Huijin and Sujun, both with teary eyes, looked in the direction Lin Ye was pointing. They saw Jiang Nianqi's abyss-like eyes glowing with a crimson light, and then she stepped forward. Just that simple step. From where her toes landed, a visible blood-red ripple suddenly expanded. Wherever it passed, the swirling shadows vanished, releasing a piercing scream, and the collapse of the classroom building beneath their feet stopped, returning to normal. Such a provocative act sent an angry roar rumbling from deep below. Roar! A massive twisted entity, formed by countless souls, rotten flesh, and deep malice, broke through the ground. It had no fixed shape, like a constantly changing dark tide trying to swallow everything, with countless eyes filled with hatred at its center. Is this the embodiment of evil? Lin Ye felt a jolt in his heart. Just being stared at by such eyes was enough to evoke deep-seated fear and chill. This feeling was akin to an ordinary person surrounded by hundreds of starving wild beasts, facing the despair of being devoured at any moment. Jiang Nianqi faced the huge entity in front of her, moving straight toward it. Huijin watched in horror, about to shout to stop her. She stretched out her pale hand and made a grasping motion in the air. A huge ghostly claw formed purely from dark energy appeared out of nowhere, tearing violently at the embodiment of evil, ripping off large pieces of rotten flesh from that dark tide. The evil let out a deafening roar, frantically counterattacking, as the rolling black shadows crashed toward Jiang Nianqi like a storm. But Nianqi's figure moved like a ghost, weaving gracefully through the attacks, every strike tearing large chunks of flesh from the evil, consuming them directly. Huijin witnessed a battle far beyond her imagination, her face filled with shock, leaving only shock. This was simply a one-sided prey. The girl before them was swallowing the terrifying malice that had accumulated in the school for 30 years in the most direct and dominant way. The remaining players still huddled in the corner, trembling in fear, terrified not only of the dungeon boss's horror but also horrified by the bride's power that surpassed the dungeon boss. Only Lin Ye's eyes revealed dissatisfaction. Did they really have to engage in such a fierce battle just to devour the boss? How could that be? It's just that the malice couldn't defeat Nianqi and was so easily consumed. What if the next dungeon boss they encountered was even stronger than Nianqi? How could he ever feel at ease letting Nianqi face the dungeon boss alone? It seems that in the future, entering the dungeon would require finding a way to severely damage the boss at its source so that Nianqi could come out to devour. As it turned out, Lin Ye's worries were not unfounded. The battle between Nianqi and the essence of evil lasted for a full day and night. Blood and darkness intertwined and tore across the sky, as if to overturn the entire dungeon space. Lin Ye had no choice but to take Huijin and Sujun back to the relatively safe dormitory area. Along the way, Huijin paused, walking toward the confinement room at the end of the hallway. She opened the door to the confinement room, allowing light to enter this dark and oppressive space. Inside the door, the soul of Jin Shuxian still curled up in the corner. Feeling Huijin's breath, she slowly raised her head, and a trace of imperceptible fluctuation appeared in her hollow gaze. Huijin said nothing, just stretched out her hand towards her. Jin Shuxian hesitated for a long time, but in the end, she still slowly placed her hand in her palm. In the dormitory building, a few fortunate survivors gathered together, exhausted and alert. Seeing Lin Ye return, they immediately surrounded him joyfully. Lin Ye scanned the crowd, and found that during his absence, 3 more people had died. As if guessing Lin Ye's confusion, Harris took the initiative to explain. Not long after you left, Emily appeared in the dormitory building, trying to stir up conflict between players and NPCs. Those few people were killed by her. Lin Ye was quite surprised. She still dares to show up? Harris's expression was hard to describe. With this group of NPCs protecting her, she probably doesn't know how carefree she can be. Lin Ye frowned tightly and looked in the direction Harris indicated. In the corner of the dormitory lobby, Emily was indeed surrounded by several students, whispering to a few obviously shaken players around her. When she saw Lin Ye, a confident and cunning expression unexpectedly appeared on her face. This made not only Lin Ye speechless, but also the entire livestream audience. Is this Emily like a cockroach? How can she survive so hard? Seeking survival tutorial. Does she have a misunderstanding about her situation? This woman really has the word shameless stamped on her forehead. I have to say, there's a reason she has survived this long. She knows a principle called to root out the weeds. Indeed, every player that has torn apart their relationship with her has been killed by her. Wait, I'm a bit confused. Can someone analyze if she's thinking about how to kill Ye Gu? Chapter 112, Can't Play Anymore? Lin Ye pushed through the crowd and walked directly in front of Emily and the others. Emily hid behind a few female classmates, smiling smugly. Long time no see, Dragon Country player. But inside, she was almost throwing up. How could Lin Ye be so lucky? He doesn't die even in such dangerous situations outside. Isn't it just about controlling a fierce ghost? What's so proud about that? Offending her, he would still die. You're still alive? Lin Ye spoke, full of disappointment and disgust at her survival. So many players from various countries were wiped out. She can't possibly think she can really walk out of this dungeon alive, right? You. Emily was choked by his bluntness but quickly adjusted. Since we are all players with the same purpose, why must we speak so harshly? Once this was said, the few remaining male players behind Lin Ye completely broke down and unleashed the most vicious words they could think of to attack this venomous woman in front of them. So what if the words were harsh? You've killed so many players, but we didn't see you feeling ashamed enough to die. Emily's face changed colors between green and white as she was scolded, but thinking about how she still had these NPCs protecting her, she felt relieved again. She faked a pitiful expression and squeezed out 2 drops of tears. I didn't mean to. I was also bewitched by the strange. Please don't hold prejudice against me anymore. I feel very guilty about those deaths. Emily's act of feigned justification not only failed to elicit any sympathy, but also made the surviving players even angrier. Guilty? Pooh. A male player with a wounded face spat on the ground, bewitched by the strange? I think you are weirder than the strange itself. Using such malicious means against your own kind. Can this still be called human? Is Galia really a strong country? At this moment, the unfamiliar Wenojiro also started to mock. You killed Anna yet simultaneously offended the Dragon Nation and the United States. Are you a foolish pig? Beside him, Park Chae-young curled up behind him. No one knew what the two had gone through, but it looked like their relationship had eased a lot. Facing the accusations from the crowd, Emily slightly raised her chin. She had faced such accusations from players countless times before, yet she had always remained unfazed. It was just because of an odd item she had stumbled upon. Emily curled her lips into a sinister smile and no longer pretended. She softly spoke, "Kill these men." The expressions of the few female students in front of her turned savage, like puppets on strings. They lunged towards Lin Ye and the surrounding male players. A small black ring on Emily's ring finger gleamed slightly. It was the odd item she had stumbled upon, the control ring, which could temporarily control the will of weak-minded targets. This was also the reason she dared to challenge Lin Ye in the dungeon against other players. Did they really think she was foolish enough to confront Lin Ye without any power? The Ghost Bride was struggling outside. Now was the best time to kill Lin Ye. Since she had already crossed him, Emily could not let him leave alive. She understood that one must be ruthless to survive in the dungeon. As long as she lived to escape the dungeon, her country would naturally take care of things for her. She had the leverage to make Galia exonerate her. Be careful, Harris exclaimed, not expecting Emily to have this trick up her sleeve. However, Lin Ye had completely lost his patience to argue with her. He couldn't even be bothered to look at her, only giving a glance to Huijin beside him. Huijin merely took a step forward, and the few controlled female students instantly regained clarity, looking around in confusion. Emily's eyes widened in shock. Before she could react, Huijin had approached her like a ghost, her pale hand grasping Emily's wrist, which wore the ring. Crack! With a sharp sound, accompanied by Emily's shrill scream, her wrist was forcefully broken, and the ring rolled away. And behind Emily, a door had appeared unknowingly, open slightly. A cold, damp breath surged out from the crack, mixed with a strangely warm invitation. Do you want to come in? Emily didn't dare to look back. It wasn't until countless hands rested on her shoulders that she screamed, "No, no! Let me go!" Her body was uncontrollably dragged towards the door, her legs first sinking into the darkness. Help! Lin Ye! Save me! I was wrong. I really... Her pleading turned into a piercing scream, her body twisted as she was swiftly pulled into the door. The door slammed shut with a heavy bang after she fully entered, vanishing from sight along with the frame like a phantom. The dormitory first-floor hall fell silent, and Harris and others felt cold beneath their feet. What was that? Was it this bizarre method of killing? She actually listened to Lin Ye. Hiss. The big shot truly lived up to his reputation. By the third dungeon, had he already mastered such a terrifying presence? Who would dare to confront Lin Ye after this? Park Chae-young also retracted the hands she prepared to push Wenojiro away, knowing that she was no match for Lin Ye, and dared not play with death anymore. Lin Ye bent down to pick up the ring. Common item, control ring. Usage effect, the wearer can exert temporary mental control over weak-minded targets, forcing them to execute commands. The effectiveness and duration of the control greatly depend on the wearer's mental strength, and overuse may lead to loss of one's own mental stability. Hint, please do not attempt to control vengeful spirits or higher-level oddities with the current mental state of the player. Emily had such a good item? Without a word, Lin Ye pocketed it. Having dealt with the trouble that was Emily, Lin Ye's gaze instinctively turned to Park Chae-young. That look sent chills down Park Chae-young's spine, making her nearly fearfully want to hide inside Wenojiro's body. Wenojiro also felt the pressure and, forcing himself, spoke up, "Dragon Country player, I will deal with her personally." Lin Ye shrugged, "Do as you wish." Anyway, it's not him who has enmity with Park Chae-young. On the contrary, Harris disdainfully clicked his tongue twice. Is this the 30-year-old virgin? Think carefully, if it weren't for Lin Ye in this copy, we would have been wiped out long ago. Wenojiro, suck. Lin Ye ignored the bickering between the two and looked out the door, where the entangled blood and shadows showed no signs of stopping. He anxiously asked Hygiene, "Is there any way to seriously injure this malice?" Hygiene nodded, "But it will take some time." "How long?" "Until tomorrow afternoon." Lin Ye frowned slightly, but there seemed to be no better option at this moment. He looked around and suddenly remembered the conditions for clearing the level, turning to Hygiene and asking, "Class 3-2, who was the first student to die?" Hygiene pondered carefully and then shook her head, 36 students, no one died. As the origin of the school's urban legends, her obsession was to rescue those persecuted girls. How could she actively harm them? Even the female players who entered here did not take the initiative to attack. It was Emily who sacrificed the female players to them. In order to suppress them, Hygiene was forced to unleash all the powers of urban legends to fight against them. Harris and the others were confused. "What do you mean? What does it mean that no one died?" Clearly on the clearance conditions. Only Lin Ye, with calm emotions, gave the sky the middle finger. He had already explored the copy to this extent, even feeding the hidden boss to his wife, and still hadn't cleared it? Are you really playing a horror game? The next day afternoon. Everyone felt an unusual sense of oppression. The malice in the campus surged more violently than before, as if it were making its final struggle. Just when the atmosphere was tense, Hygiene suddenly raised her head, looked towards the school gate, and whispered, "It's here." Chapter 113, Who Died After All? Everyone followed her gaze and saw at the school gate, at some unknown time, a woman with a striking red bow tie appeared. Lin Ye recognized her. Wasn't she the music teacher? So the music teacher was the one with the red bow tie written in the 404 notes. Everyone followed Hygiene to avoid the two eerie battlefields and came to the school gate to greet her. The music teacher smiled and waved at them. "May I ask who is Hygiene?" Hygiene stepped forward. "It's me. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Hygiene's eyes were slightly moist. Initially, she had contacted a reporter to expose the school's misdeeds, hoping to get her help. The reporter quickly agreed, even volunteering to enter the school as a teacher to help her investigate. The red bow tie was precisely the token they agreed upon for their meeting. "I hope I am not too late." The music teacher smiled gently, not mentioning the hardships she had faced along the way. "Not late, not late." After all, hadn't she waited for them? The evils of this school will eventually be exposed, and the wronged souls will finally find peace. Where's the evidence you mentioned? I will report it truthfully for you. Saying this, the music teacher took out a small camera from her bag. Follow me. Hygiene nodded and walked in the front. Arriving at the principal's office door, that originally ordinary door was now faintly emitting an ominous resistance aura. With the music teacher's permission, Hygiene easily pushed the door open. Behind the door was not the imagined room, but a deep downward passage. A strong bloody smell rushed towards them. Everyone cautiously descended, finally reaching a spacious but eerie underground space. This place looked more like a cult altar. The surrounding walls were carved with strange runes, and in the center was a blood pool, while the cabinets in the corners were filled with account books, photos, and videos documenting countless crimes. Congratulations on completing the side quest, Principal's Office. You have figured out everything that happened here and have finally learned the whole truth. When the malice is exposed, the bloody reality will unfold. Delayed justice will arrive, and the dead will find peace. Task reward, blessing of the strange tale. Usage effect, continuously attract the approach of strange tales. When successfully gathering 12 kinds of strange tales, there is a possibility of becoming the most terrifying creator of strange tales. Strange tale collection progress, 2 out of 12. Hint, the strength gap between strange tales is too great, please be cautious and escape. So this is the real principal's office. Lin Ye thought, no wonder there was no task completion prompt when he met the principal. But this task reward to become the most terrifying creator of strange tales? Is this like gathering 12 Dragon Balls to summon the Shinran? For Lin Ye, this is a good thing. With 1 dungeon and 2 strange tales in hand, he has more confidence to stand up to the weird. Found it soon, Harris excitedly raised a list. It was a list of all the victims who had stayed in room 404 over the years. The music teacher stepped forward, raised the camera, aimed it at this evidence, took a picture, and uploaded it. Now, the ironclad evidence is undeniable. At the moment the truth was revealed, the entire underground space, and even the whole Zhaohua Girls' High School, shook violently. Roar! A roar full of unwillingness and despair seemed to come from the depths of the earth. The surging malice tried to make one last counterattack, but because its foundation had been severely damaged, it could no longer withstand Jiang Nianqi's onslaught and was completely devoured. This powerful and bizarre battle, which lasted a day and a night, finally came to an end. Jiang Nianqi looked up at the rolling dark clouds roaring overhead, her eyes full of mockery. You cannot stop me. Even without my husband's help, devouring them is just a matter of time. The bizarre game. You are my dungeon boss. You are my boss. Mine. Lin Ye, you human, you are simply a strange vendor? Carrot? As the malice completely dissipated, the principal's office also collapsed, and everyone quickly exited the passage, returning to the surface. Lin Ye immediately spotted Nianqi on the open ground, rushing towards her. Nianqi, are you hurt? Jiang Nianqi gently rested her forehead against Lin Ye's chest. She did not answer but satisfiedly squinted her eyes, then turned into a red light and disappeared into the jade bracelet on Lin Ye's wrist. Lin Ye touched the jade bracelet, knowing that every time Nianqi fed, she needed to digest and rest, feeling relieved and not disturbing her further. Then Lin Ye turned his head to look, and Huijin was already holding Sujin's hand, arriving at the dormitory building, while Jin Shui and Sol quietly followed them. All the teachers and students also emerged one after another from their hiding spots, gathering in front of the dormitory building. The oppressive and terrifying aura that had long shrouded the campus disappeared, even the smell of blood had diminished a lot. The bewildered strange tale vibes wandering in the campus gradually dissipated under the sunset glow. Soon, many female students dressed in uniforms from different eras quietly appeared throughout the campus. Among them, there were even Shu Yun and Haiyuan, but they did not actively approach Huijin. Jin Shuhyun hesitated for a moment, still left Huijin's side and took hold of Shu Yun and Haiyuan's hands. Until all the victims appeared, they bowed gratefully towards Lin Ye, Huijin, and others, their figures gradually fading and finally turning into flickering lights. They had finally found release. Huijin watched this scene before her, tears gradually filling her eyes. At this moment, she felt that even if it was to fulfill a vague promise to the spirits, willingly giving up her life to become a strange tale, it was worth it. In the end, Huijin's gaze fell on Lin Ye and the others. She deeply bowed, 1,000 words reduced to a single sentence, thank you. Lin Ye took a step forward, lightly supporting her. You're welcome, we are players, our purpose is more just to clear the game. Huijin understood this, but still stubbornly expressed her gratitude. Only Harris, with a confused expression, tugged at his hair. The dungeon boss is dead, but it seems we haven't cleared the level yet? Lin Ye. He almost forgot about this matter. In class 2 of the 3rd grade, who was the one who had already died? Pulling away from the relaxed atmosphere, the few remaining players stared at each other with bitter faces. Who exactly died? Who? Lin Ye and the others placed their hopes on Huijin, but she insisted that no one had actually died. 3 days. A full 3 days. Lin Ye and the others sat around a table in the cafeteria, staring at the monotonous white rice and pickled vegetables in front of them, their faces growing increasingly bitter. If I eat any more, I'll turn into pickled vegetables. Harris weakly poked at the rice in his bowl. Wenojiro rarely didn't refute him but silently put down his chopsticks, his expression serious. Park Chaeyoung was still eating calmly in small bites, but a trace of confusion shone in her eyes. Lin Ye helplessly set down his bowl and chopsticks. Over these 3 days, they had guessed every possible scenario they could think of, even involving the security guard and the dormitory ant, but the clearance hint was as silent as death. This strange game wants to trap us in the instance. Lin Ye rubbed his forehead. This trick is really sneaky. In the livestream, the audience from Long Country was also anxiously watching. It's confirmed, folks, this strange game really can't take a loss. If we can't win, we just cheat, right? What's up with sealing the players in the instance? But the question is, who died? Haven't all the clues lined up? Even if they all lined up, I still can't figure it out. The combinations of so many people are enough for me to count until next year. I have a bold idea. Could it be? Chapter 114 Return. Breaking the Big Defense. In the conference room of Long Country's high-ranking officials, Li Genhua shook his head in disappointment again. The transmission of the message has failed again. Just a day ago, they had a professional team in Long Country calculate the most likely answer. The problem was, it just couldn't be transmitted. After trying over 100 times, using more than 100 different phrases, the strange game simply ignored them. Isn't this just deliberately picking a fight? It's not like the Ghost Bride swallowed your instance, boss. Is it really that petty? This strange game absolutely shameless. Inside the instance, Lin Ye lay on his seat, drowsily staring at the physics teacher at the podium. Unable to leave this instance, with Nianqi also unresponsive, he was so bored he felt like he was going to mold. His gaze shifted and caught Wenno Jiro and Park Chae-young secretly holding hands under the desk, making him even more annoyed. Who doesn't have a girlfriend? I have one too. Lin Ye looked away, his peripheral vision sweeping over the physics teacher's bald head, and for some reason, a sudden answer surged in his mind. Lin Ye sprang up from his seat, rushing up to the podium amidst everyone's astonished gazes, grabbing the physics teacher's hand. I know now. I've finally figured it out. Other players were drawn to Lin Ye's reaction, a glimmer of hope rising in their hearts. The one who died is you, teacher, it's you. Physics teacher. I think you're being a bit rude. This instance has been hinting at us from the very beginning, everyone hates men. They wouldn't hurt any female classmates or female players, so the only ones who could die are men. In other words, among the entire third-year class, the only 8 male homeroom teachers and the physics teacher are the 9 who died. Other players? Is it really that simple? The strange game isn't that foolish, how could it be? Ding! Congratulations to Long Country player Lin Ye for successfully clearing the female high school horror tale instance, soon to be teleported back to the real world. Long Country rewards. 1. Congratulations on receiving doubled points. 2. Long Country's national fortune increased by 2%. 3. Long Country's air quality purification level increased by 5%. 4. All citizens of Long Country have their lifespan base value increased by 3 years and a slight increase in physical fitness. 5. Random agricultural resources have descended into Long Country. Personal special rewards. Congratulations to Long Country player Lin Ye for receiving the titled Strange Game Nemesis, gaining special attention from the bazaar after entering the instance. Lin Ye's figure began to gradually disappear. Other players. This weird game must be crazy, that is actually the correct answer? They thought Lin Ye was driven mad by the pickles, randomly guessing. Seeing this, Harris got up and left to notify a few other players in different classes. Park Chae-young felt a surge of joy in her heart, just about to say the correct answer, when suddenly a sharp pain shot through her throat, a choking sensation preventing her from uttering a single word. She widened her eyes in disbelief, unable to turn her head to see Ushio Jiro behind her. Ushio Jiro pressed his forehead against her shoulder, his fingers tightening with no intention of letting her go. I gave you a year, and you didn't think to come find me? His voice carried a hint of mockery. A year ago was his 5th instance, but it was her first instance. Park Chae-young completely matched his aesthetic, and he already had feelings for her, plus, her constant deliberate seduction made him more than willing to help her clear the game. But unfortunately, you shouldn't have stabbed me at the end of the instance, we were both supposed to survive. At that time, they were trapped in a basement, he carried her to escape through a window above, not expecting her to suddenly pull out a dagger and stab him. Then she left him behind in the basement, ruthlessly sealing the window. If it weren't for the many life-saving tricks he had, he might have really died at her hands. That knife you stabbed me with. It truly hurt. Park Chae-young's face had turned purple from lack of oxygen, she kept beating Ushio Jiro's arm to make a sound, trying to attract the attention of others. Help me, help me. It's useless. Ushio Jiro's words shattered her last hope, they hate students in love, rather than let you leave with me, they would gladly have you stay. No. I don't want to die, I don't want to die at all. Isn't it nice here? At least you won't feel any pain while you stay. This was his final mercy. Park Chae-young's beating grew weaker, her legs weakly kicking, and finally completely slumping down. Ushio Jiro released his hands, letting her body slide to the ground, those once clear and beautiful eyes now only voids of lifeless gray. Harris returned and, seeing this scene, felt no surprise, any old player who made it this far was not innocent. Ushio Jiro waiting until now to act was already his last concession. Let's go. Ushio Jiro said to Harris as he stood up. As his body gradually separated from the instance, Ushio Jiro's last glance lingered on Park Chae-young surrounded by female classmates. Park Chae-young would continue to live, but not as a human, rather, as a bizarre entity. Forever living in the Zhuhua Girls' High School. So what? This instance has collapsed again, right? The bizarre game blared at Lin Ye's departing figure, its teeth grinding in anger. This kid just won't quit, right? You complete the game, you complete it. What do you mean by messing with my instance, boss? With the boss gone, what about the other failed countries? The bazaar cannot descend, no matter how much punishment it inflicts on failed nations or how many disasters it brings. What does it matter? It wants the bazaar to completely devour Blue Star. Having collapsed 3 instances in a row, the bazaar has not descended on the cities of Blue Star for 3 whole instances. If it continues like this, falling to a human, it will be laughed to death by those invaders from other planets. The bazaar game recalled the Ghost Bride instance from the Haunted Mansion, which was the same situation back then. It puzzled over why the Ghost Bride refused to lead the bazaar to descend on Blue Star. Clearly, they could grow faster on Blue Star. Since the Ghost Bride refused to descend, it had no choice but to keep restarting. Who would have thought the 4th time would bring out a character like Lin Ye? Where did he come from? He is simply its nemesis. A calamity. He can't enter the next dungeon. No way. His behavior of eating and taking is worse than the Ghost Bride. Surely, it is true, a family does not enter the same door. In the eyes of the bazaar game, it cannot understand the Ghost Bride at all. Indeed, the bazaar devouring each other does enhance strength quickly, but it's a hassle. Not only must it beat the opponent half to death, but it must also filter out the impurities from the opponent's body, and waste time converting the opponent's power. It's much more time-saving and labor-saving to directly devour humans. And eating similar beings is almost like chewing wax. The Ghost Bride is really bored, seeking her own suffering. But the Ghost Bride's strength truly rises too quickly. Back in the ancient town, her talent was far ahead of the others. The bazaar game really doesn't want to let the Ghost Bride belong to one human. I must think of a way to bring the Ghost Bride back. Chapter 115, I Teach You, Extra Update. Lin Ye returned to the conference room, but it was strangely quiet around him. Just as he was about to ask what was wrong, he noticed everyone's gaze was strangely focused on his side and back. Lin Ye turned in confusion, only to bump into Nianxi's beaming eyes. Lin Ye froze on the spot, his eyes widening in disbelief. Nianxi. Nianxi actually appeared in the real world? He wasn't dreaming, right? Even more confused than Lin Ye were the others in the conference room. Who is she? When did she appear here? For some reason, the moment they saw this little girl, they collectively lost all memory of her. They couldn't remember who she was at all. Crack! Lin Ye jumped up suddenly, his chair scraping loudly behind him, snapping everyone's attention back to the conference room. Lin Ye walked in front of the little girl, excitedly taking small steps. Nianxi? You can come out. I must be seeing things, right? Zhang Nianxi blinked shyly but still honestly said, I haven't seen you for 3 days, I really miss you. As their relationship deepened and their strengths grew, she could appear at any time and space where her husband existed. I miss you too. Lin Ye wanted to hold her hand but stopped himself, held back by the many people around. I miss you especially. Everyone in the conference room was confused by Lin Ye's reaction. This little girl came out with Lin Ye? From the dungeon? Wasn't he controlling a vicious ghost before, the Ghost Bride? What's this little girl doing here? Everyone frowned slightly. For some reason, they had always been unable to associate the little girl in front of them with the Ghost Bride. But weren't they all perceptive individuals? This is Lin Ye's privacy. They have no right to inquire or interfere, even if they could clearly sense something was off. It's merely a form of unwanted person incident, mental contamination. There's really nothing to be startled about. Elder Qin. Lin Ye suddenly stood up straight. This is Zhang Nianxi, my wife. Then Lin Ye leaned down to look at Nianxi. Nianxi, this is Elder Qin, Chen Lin, Uncle Zhao, Dr. Li. With each introduction, Zhang Nianxi gracefully performed a proper junior's bow. Clearly, she misunderstood that all these old men in the room were Lin Ye's elders. After this formal exchange, everyone in the conference room quickly rose and returned the courtesy. Even Elder Qin didn't dare to act like a senior, every movement filled with a respectful caution. Of course, if someone could suddenly appear here, who would dare to underestimate her? Moreover, they always felt that while the little girl's aura was deliberately restrained, there was an underlying pressure present. Miss Jiang, you're too polite. Zhang Nianxi finally raised her eyes, giving a gentle smile. After this friendly exchange, it could be considered a formal introduction. Lin Ye glanced at the clothes Nianxi was wearing. The first time, Lin Ye expressed his needs to old Qin. Can you get some clothes for Nianxi? I'll swipe my card. As he spoke, Lin Ye was about to dig out his card, but Zhao Weiguo quickly stopped him. No need, the country subsidizes these basic needs after you clear the instance 3 times. Oh, I see. Lin Ye quickly stuffed the card back and pulled Nianxi out the door. Old Qin, I'm going downstairs to eat and take a nap. If anything comes up, we'll talk when I wake up. Okay. Once their figures left the conference room, everyone finally reacted. Just now, that little girl was the Ghost Bride, right? How did she come out of the instance? Everyone broke into a cold sweat, as if walking a tightrope over a cliff, only to realize at the end that their safety harness was never attached. Fortunately, they hadn't foolishly offended the Ghost Bride. Old Sheen looked at Zhao Weiguo, who was still in a daze. Aren't you going to prepare? Oh, okay. Yes. Zhao Weiguo hurriedly left the conference room. Inside the room. In just 15 minutes, Lin Ye received the clothes prepared by Zhao Weiguo. It turned out to be a qipao and a matching zhangshan suit, which should be for him. Couples outfits? Lin Ye liked it. He contentedly set the clothes aside, then sat down on the sofa opposite Nianxi to continue the food he hadn't finished before. Husband. Zhang Nianxi curiously looked around. The times we live in are very different. They are quite different. Lin Ye swallowed his food and smiled. This will also be your home in the future. After you wake up from a nap, shall I take you out for a stroll? Okay. She nodded, her eyes revealing curiosity and anticipation. Seeing her innocent appearance made Lin Ye want to drink bottled gourd soup again. Phew, they are already in the room, what's the point of drinking soup? Thinking of this, Lin Ye began to quickly fill his stomach, then pointed towards the bathroom. Nianxi, do you want to take a shower? Bathe? Ghosts obviously don't need to bathe, but Zhang Nianxi saw her husband's warm invitation and did not refuse. Perhaps her husband just wanted her to try something fresh. Zhang Nianxi knew that in her husband's heart, he never treated her as a fierce ghost. This thought brought her joy. She took the clothes and was about to close the door when Lin Ye's hand pressed against it. Husband? Well. Lin Ye's face flushed, his eyes wandered as he hesitated to meet hers. Let's do it together. I'll teach you how to use it. Without waiting for her to react, Lin Ye squeezed in sideways, casually tossing her clothes into the laundry basket. Anyway, the chances are they wouldn't be needed. Bang! The bathroom door was shut by Lin Ye, completely isolating their figures. In the midst of the mist, only two entwined shadows were faintly visible against the frosted glass of the bathroom. Lin Ye woke up the next morning. After staying busy from afternoon to night without eating, he was awakened by his growling stomach. He instinctively tried to get up and then noticed a heavy feeling in his arms. Lin Ye looked down to see Nianxi's peaceful and gentle sleeping face. Lin Ye held his breath, carefully tucking back her hair that was scattered on her cheek behind her ear. Perhaps his movements disturbed her. Zhang Nianxi's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening her eyes. Husband. Her voice was soft and tender, still laced with sleep. I'm here. Lin Ye pulled her closer into his embrace, rubbing his chin against the top of her head. Did you sleep well? Of course, it was good. But wasn't yesterday a bit too indulgent? Though she didn't ask this question, her husband was in his prime, and it was only natural for him to be full of energy. Then let's do it again. By the time Lin Ye got to eat, it was already noon. There were less than 60 hours until the next instance opened, so there was plenty of time. His gaze inadvertently fell on his phone, and Lin Ye's mind sparked. Nianxi, can you take pictures? Many weird things can kill through images, so Nianxi should be able to leave photos too, right? Take a photo? She blinked in confusion. Just like a painting, Lin Ye raised his phone and adjusted the angle. It can capture how we look right now. When she saw the two of them embracing on the screen, Zhang Nianxi's eyes widened in curiosity. Lin Ye seized the moment and pressed the shutter, forever freezing her rare, silly expression. The more he looked, the more he liked it, so he set it as his screensaver. Look, Lin Ye smiled as he showed her the photo. This is us right now. Zhang Nianxi gently tapped the screen on her husband's smiling face, warmth rippling in her eyes. Suddenly, she leaned in and planted a soft kiss on Lin Ye's cheek. Lin Ye felt his heart melt. Nianxi actually took the initiative to kiss him. Husband, let's take a few more pictures. Chapter 116, Let's get a certificate, extra update. Lin Ye stood in front of the mirror adjusting his cuffs. His face still carried the youthful aura of a college student, but his eyes revealed a sharpness born from experience. After enduring the tough lessons from 3 adventures, his growth and change were undoubtedly significant. Lin Ye reached up to brush aside the slightly long hair at his forehead. The young man in the mirror had clean and bright features, and when he smiled, the corners of his eyes drooped slightly, making him seem non-threatening. When Zhang Nianxi appeared behind him in a qipao, Lin Ye's ears turned red in an instant. He awkwardly loosened his hands, which were adjusting his sleeves, but his eyes couldn't bear to move away from her. The lilac qipao highlighted her slender waist, with the collar's frog buttons neatly tied, and the skirt adorned with delicate magnolia embroidery, making her look like a refined lady stepping out of an ink painting. Husband, Zhang Nianxi gently asked, is there anything wrong? You're beautiful. Lin Ye stepped forward and held her hand, his voice gentle, more beautiful than anyone I have ever seen. This was true. Lin Ye never dreamed he would marry such a beautiful wife. Thankful for the time travel, thankful for the golden finger, thankful for the quests, thankful for all the folks in front of the screen. Lin Ye reached up to tidy her hair at the temples. Nianxi, before we go shopping, I want to take you to get a certificate. Are you willing? He explained what getting a certificate meant, and Jiang Yanqi nodded immediately. I naturally am willing. Getting the answer he wanted, Lin Ye almost impatiently took her hand and headed outside. Everyone in the base knew Lin Ye. When they saw him, they greeted him as usual. But Lin Ye was like a peacock displaying its feathers, not only enthusiastically responding but also tirelessly introducing others. This is my wife. This boss who had cleared 3 adventures now resembled a child showing off a beloved toy, so adorably immature. When they arrived at the hall, Lin Ye suddenly remembered that this was the center for responding to strange events, located far away from the city in the mountains. He hadn't left this place during his previous quests and almost forgot about this fact. Lin Ye took out his phone and called Zhao Weigui. Uncle Zhao, I want to take Nianqi to get a certificate. Can you send someone to take us to the city? As soon as Zhao Weigui heard this, he almost dropped his phone. Who? A ghost bride? This kid is serious? Zhao Weigui felt a bit dizzy. It seemed that Lin Ye was actually serious about treating the ghost bride as his wife. This is no joke. Marrying a ghost, getting a certificate? He had never heard of such a thing. Uncle Zhao? Uncle Zhao. Seeing him silent, Lin Ye shouted a few more times on the phone. Wait for me a few minutes. After hanging up, Zhao Weigui reported this to Elder Qin, who was silent for a while before saying, listen to Lin Ye. Now Zhao Weigui understood, it was just getting a certificate. So what if the marriage partner is strange? They can just create a backdoor. 10 minutes later, 3 specially modified armored vehicles quietly left the base, personally accompanied by Zhao Weigui. Before heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Ye first went to the best jewelry store in the city and picked out a beautiful jade hairpin. As he styled Nianqi's hair, Lin Ye wondered if he could only let Nianqi make do for now. When he had time later, he would definitely customize a unique and beautiful hairpin for Jian Nianqi. When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, there were 2 rows of plainclothes guards standing at the entrance. The director was waiting personally at the door. Mr. Lin, everything is ready. Lin Ye had never seen such a grand occasion and instinctively glanced at Zhao Weigui beside him. Zhao Weigui cleared his throat and explained, this is a privilege given by the country to game players. Lin Ye nodded in understanding and didn't ask any more questions. After all, in this era of bizarre game invasions, the identity of players was indeed too special. Not only were they the main force in the game, but they were also the vanguard in cleaning up the occupied areas of the real world. Such treatment was reasonable. During the photo taking, Lin Ye was so nervous that his hands and feet moved in unison. Clearly, it was he who had taken the initiative, but at this moment, Jiang Nianqi appeared more composed. Congratulations to both of you. Soon, Zhao Weigui handed the marriage certificate to Lin Ye. In the photo, the young man in a Zhongshan suit had gentle eyebrows and eyes, while the girl in a cheapo leaned against him, her lips forming a shallow dimple. Lin Ye took a fresh marriage certificate and snapped a photo of their interlocked fingers, posting it on social media. In just a few minutes, over 1 billion netizens erupted. The first dungeon ended, and Yigu said the ghost bride is his wife. I didn't believe it at first, but now the marriage certificate is right in my face? I suspect Yigu has been controlled by the ghost bride. What good person can do such a thing? You're wrong upstairs, he loves her very much. Is there a possibility that Yigu is actually love-struck? There's a kind, too kind. Yigu is indeed Yigu, successfully firing the first shot in the union between humanity and the bizarre. Who will still run away when they see a female ghost from now on? One thing at a time, you still have to run if you need to. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Ye declined Uncle Zhao's kind offer for company, set a time to return, and then hid with Nianqi in the crowd. In the eyes of others, Lin Ye and Jiang Nianqi were just a normal couple. No one could recognize them, and no one would disturb them. Lin Ye first took Nianqi shopping at the mall, picking a few suitable clothes and dresses for everyday wear. Lin Ye was very satisfied and bought all matching outfits. For dinner, they went to a small bustling restaurant near the university town, and while eating, Lin Ye sighed, my biggest wish before was to eat this restaurant's food one day. I craved it a lot. Although he had only been to Blue Star for a short month, those days of scavenging felt distant. Jiang Nianqi thoughtfully picked food for him. Husband, eat more. Her voice pulled Lin Ye from his memories. He smiled foolishly and continued to eat from his bowl. After dinner, they went to the cinema. Lin Ye specifically chose a light-hearted romantic movie, and in the dim theater, he quietly held Nianqi's hand. When they saw the male and female leads embracing on the screen, Nianqi gently leaned on his shoulder, and her faint fragrance made Lin Ye's heart race. After leaving the cinema, Lin Ye took Nianqi to the highest observation deck in the city, where the entire city's view lay under the night sky. Husband, Jiang Nianqi gazed at the dazzling city lights below, softly sighing, this world is truly beautiful. Lin Ye hugged her from behind. He had always struggled at the edge of subsistence and had never felt as comfortable as he did today. Yes, it really is beautiful. At this moment, Lin Ye truly felt that his heart was alive. And what he had right now was happiness he had never experienced before. Really, so happy. Chapter 117, How could a 4-win streak be broken? When Lin Ye returned to the base with Nianqi, there was only 1 hour left before the dungeon opened. As soon as he walked into the hall, he heard someone calling him. Lin Ye. Lin Ye looked up in confusion and saw a well-dressed girl walking towards him. Behind the girl were 2 cold-faced bodyguards. "It's really you." The girl spoke excitedly, her face slightly flushed. What a coincidence. She never expected that she would really encounter this rising star after just trying her luck. Zhang Yanqi frowned, just about to step forward when Lin Ye asked first, "Who are you?" He truly had never seen this girl before. The girl's smile remained unchanged as she playfully explained, "My name is Su Wan, my father is Su Zhangnan." Su Zhangnan, the squad commander of the Anomaly Response Center, responsible for player allocation and strategic resources, with 2 dungeon experiences. Reminder, removing Su Wan would not harm you. Lin Ye's eyes widened. His golden finger had triggered in the real world. And triggering it meant he had to kill right away? And the target was the daughter of the squad commander. Lin Ye felt a bit embarrassed and didn't dare to stay any longer. Just as he was about to leave, a strange aura suddenly erupted from him, rushing towards Su Wan's face. Su Wan's smile froze and turned into fear. The bodyguard beside her reacted extremely quickly, stepping forward, a string of inconspicuous wooden beads on his wrist glowing with a faint gray light, forming a semi-transparent barrier just in time to shield Su Wan. The strange aura collided with the gray barrier, producing a dull thud, both vanishing simultaneously. The bodyguard groaned, his face paled, clearly feeling the strain from using this defensive artifact to block the unexpected attack. The atmosphere in the room dropped to near freezing. The other bodyguard immediately protected Su Wan behind him, his eyes sharp and full of vigilance, his hand resting on his waist where another artifact seemed to be hidden. Su Wan was even more shaken, looking at Lin Ye in disbelief, her voice trembling, Lin Ye? You why? Lin Ye. Come on, if you want to kill someone, it's not the right time, right? Can't you find a more deserted place? Even a fool knows it's not wise to act under the watchful eyes of everyone. Seconds after the incident, Lin Ye's mind raced, almost instinctively pulling out his scythe to guard Nianqi in front of him, who ambushed. At this moment, admitting was absolutely not an option, he chose to join in. The entire hall fell into high alert because of Lin Ye's words. Warning, unidentified assailant has entered. The shrill alarm sounded, dozens of armed guards rushed out from all directions, forming a perimeter to seal all exits. Soon, Elder Qin and others arrived at the central hall surrounded by guards, first glancing at the shaken Su Wan, then looking at Lin Ye, who was holding the scythe. Grandpa Qin! Su Wan cried with a choked voice, wanting to rush over. Lin Ye took the initiative, Elder Qin, Uncle Zhao, I don't know what happened, but suddenly a strange aura attacked Miss Su. Su Wan looked at Lin Ye in surprise, clearly, that strange aura came from him. Miss Su, Lin Ye interrupted her, smiling harmlessly, that aura appeared so suddenly, I didn't have time to warn you, fortunately, your bodyguard reacted quickly. But I clearly saw, Su Wan hesitated. Lin Ye smoothly continued, it indeed appeared from my direction, it seems the attacker's target was me and accidentally harmed Miss Su. Is that so? Su Wan thought for a moment, today was their first meeting, and he certainly had no reason to attack her in the response center. Perhaps she really misunderstood something. Humph. Elder Qin's face turned extremely dark, someone actually dared to plot against Lin Ye in the response center, this was a blatant provocation. Zhao Weigua, how is your security work going? Zhao Weigua stood upright, it is my fault. I will immediately organize a full investigation. He turned around and issued orders to the communicator, activate primary alert. Seal off all areas, personnel are not allowed to leave. Old Qin's gaze finally fell on the pale-faced Su Wan, and he immediately ordered, take Miss Su for a full examination, ensure she is unharmed. After Su Wan left under the escort of the guards, Old Qin turned to Lin Ye with an apologetic look, letting you encounter such an incident in our territory is our oversight. Lin Ye waved his hand to indicate it was nothing, quickly changing the subject, let's go to the conference room, the instance is about to begin. Old Qin nodded, and in the last 10 minutes before the instance opened, everyone in the conference room was already in place. New instance is opening, players are being selected. Player selection complete. Generating player list. List has been confirmed. Congratulations, Long Country player Qinping has been selected, teleporting. This result made the conference room collectively breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't Lin Ye this time, as a newcomer, he would break the record and become the second person from Long Country to successfully clear 3 instances. If he got selected for the 4th time, it wouldn't just be about bad luck, it would really mean that this strange game was deliberately targeting him. But Lin Ye was the first to be unhappy, why wasn't I chosen? Beside him, Chen Lin was speechless. Not about you, Brother Yi, isn't being selected a good thing? Old Qin felt glad about his enthusiasm, truly impressive for the younger generation. Just in time, you can take a few days off. Lin Ye shook his head in refusal, he couldn't let his wife go hungry. Does the strange game think that not choosing him means the instance boss will be fine? Don't forget, the strange game has been around for 5 years now, and its frequency has caused over 100 cities in Long Country to be invaded and turn into desolate ghost towns. If he couldn't find trouble with the instance boss, he could just take Nianqi to deal with these strange troubles instead. While talking, Chen Peng's face appeared in the live broadcast. He was a 30-something man with a beard, and behind him was a peachwood sword. The information showed that he was actually a Taoist priest from the most famous Xianyuan temple in the country. No way, they changed people? What about my big brother Ye? Brother Ye, we will miss you, will we meet again? This new guy is not bad, it's not easy for the strange game to choose a reliable person. This is a single-player instance, synchronously teleporting player. Chen Peng looked blankly at the desolate scene in front of him. He stood in the middle of a muddy dirt road, holding a map and a flashlight, with a backpack full of food on his shoulder. Looking around, the entire village was soaked in a suffocating silence. The slanted houses seemed to suffer from some ominous disease, their walls covered in mold and cracks, many roofs had collapsed, exposing dark beams. Most of the windows were broken, gaping open, some fences in the yards had long fallen, and the wild grass grew taller than a person, casting twisted and swaying shadows in the dim light. At the village entrance, a giant old locust tree had completely died, its bare branches twisting at unnatural angles, reaching for the yellow sky, looking grotesque. Further away, a black-tiled, flying eaves shrine lay quietly in the depths of the village, the only building that still appeared somewhat intact, but it emanated a colder and more ominous aura than the surrounding ruins. Chen Peng felt a vague sense of foreboding arise within him. This couldn't be a Chinese horror instance. Chapter 118, Crying Ridge. Congratulations to all players for entering the game instance. Instance name, the ancestral record of the desolate village. You arrive at an isolated ancient village based on a chance map. The villagers are simple and warmly welcome your arrival. When you try to leave, you are horrified to find that all exits are blocked by dense fog, your phone signal is cut off, and the villagers seem a bit off. Clear conditions: within 7 days, help the villagers find the missing names on the ancestral record. As soon as the news of this instance came out, the whole Blue Star was in uproar. Dragon Country's live broadcast room. Family tree? With a dead heart, seeing this basically confirms it's another Chinese horror instance. It's actually this kind of folk background instance. A whole village of people coming out at night looks just like 100 ghosts parade. Don't panic, this time it's professionals stepping in. Gochen Daoist. Let the eerie thing see the power of orthodox Taoism. Netizens from various countries rushed in. Thick-skinned crab, your dragon country is quite vicious, how can there be such a terrifying instance? WTF, how can this kind of instance be solo? There aren't enough people to die. Why is this time's instance not Lin Ye? Can this guy take the lead? Don't let him wipe out all the other players. What does it mean for Dragon Country to have professionals appearing? Cheat. This is cheating. Regarding these comments, Dragon Country's netizens calmly replied. These guys are just jealous of their Dragon Country's good newcomers and are mad because they can't take advantage of Wild Brother. Solo instances are great. Now let's see how those slacking countries can take advantage of Dragon Country. Inside the instance. Chen Peng came to his senses and excitedly waved his hand in the air. Wild brother, can you see me? I'm the Taoist who explained things in your live room. I can finally take my peachwood sword to face the Eerie alone. The viewers in the live room recognized him and all knelt and shouted big shot, calling that this instance was secured. Lin Ye sat in the conference room, awkwardly covering his face. Is this person really his fan? Why does it feel so shameful to be called by name at this moment? On the live broadcast screen, after greeting, Chen Peng was ready to enter the village. As he stepped 1 foot into the village, Chen Peng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He clearly sensed that countless cold gazes from hidden shadows were converging from all directions, silently nailing themselves to him. Chen Peng swallowed hard and tightened the peachwood sword behind him. Watching the live stream was one experience, but entering the instance was another. This chilling feeling made goosebumps rise all over his arms. This village is not ordinary. After mentally preparing himself, Chen Peng cautiously continued to deepen into the village. In the high-level conference room of Dragon Country, Lin Ye took the initiative to ask, Elder Qin, can I apply to join the eradication team? Elder Qin was taken aback. Right now? Lin Ye nodded seriously. Right now. Are you really not going to rest for a few days? Lin Ye shook his head. Elder Qin truly didn't know what to say. How could this kid be so diligent? Elder Qin Shenlin quietly raised his hand. How about letting Wild Brother join our team? Our team's combat power can match Wild Brother's. Elder Qin was eager for Lin Ye to join the eradication team. He introduced Shenlin and the others to Lin Ye to encourage this thought, hoping they could know each other and bond in advance. Unexpectedly, Lin Ye entered the instance 3 times in a row, and this matter was never mentioned. The center does not advocate forcing players to join the eradication team, but how could they resist Lin Ye taking the initiative? Moreover, Ice Scorpion, Thunderwave, and Chen Lin all had experience in instances, so they could be seen as a high-tier team in the base. But Elder Qin still reservedly asked, "This still depends on whether Lin Ye is willing." "Sure." Lin Ye agreed readily. After all, only Chen Lin was familiar with him in the base. Chen Lin, seeing him agree, stood up excitedly. "Welcome, Wild Brother, to join our 02 team. We can go on missions together from now on." "Ah, so excited. I can go on missions with my idol now." "Just right, Ice Scorpion and the others are not on a mission. It's been about half a month, right?" Lin Ye suddenly remembered how Chen Lin looked gloomy before the last instance started. "Yes, they have been missing for half a month." Chen Lin's face showed worry. The last signal they transmitted was from the B-level Fallen Zone, Shisha Mountain's mountain road segment. Codename, Crying Ridge. There is a high-threat, mentally polluted anomaly lurking there, which a newcomer failed to overcome a year ago. Without further ado, let's set off. Lin Ye stood up and looked at Old Qin. "I will immediately assign more personnel to you." Lin Ye suddenly asked, "What is the anomaly level in the B-class Fallen Zone?" Chen Lin replied, "It's weaker than a vengeful spirit." "Only a vengeful spirit?" Having become accustomed to various bosses above the level of fierce ghosts in the dungeon, hearing this made Lin Ye feel like he could handle it even without Nianxi's help. "Old Qin, there's no need to assign us more people, just Chen Lin and I will do." To Lin Ye, too many people would only be a burden. Seeing the urgency in Lin Ye's eyes, Old Qin gave a few more reminders and stopped talking. Lin Ye geared up alongside Chen Lin, and just as Chen Lin was about to get into the off-road vehicle, Lin Ye stopped him. "No need for the car, we have a faster way." "What?" Before Chen Lin could finish his question, a veil of blood mist enveloped them. Through the blood mist, he could vaguely see the scenery outside rushing backward at high speed. If Lin Ye weren't right beside him, he would have already been scared to the point of trembling legs. "First, tell me about the situation of this mission." Chen Lin opened his phone and displayed the data for him. Number B07, Crying Ridge. Level, B. Core, restless resentment combined with the stench of the earth, creating a cycle of death scene. Weakness, unknown. Clearance condition, break the cycle and successfully pass through this segment. Detailed description, the Shisha mountain section was shrouded in thick mist a year ago. Since then, vehicles passing through at night have always heard the cries of a woman, after which the vehicles lose control and plunge off the cliff, with no survivors. Conventional detection methods have all failed, and the 2 reconnaissance teams dispatched before have returned mentally traumatized, bringing back no useful information. The base has determined it to be a high-threat, mentally polluted anomaly, temporarily numbered B07. Eradication suggestion, none at present. Anomalies that descend rely too much on human technology. Currently, the exploration of Crying Ridge is too low. Captain Bing Scorpion and his team went in before and 2 teams have already gone missing inside. This time our main task is to rescue people. As for the eradication plan, we have no clues for the moment. Lin Ye returned the phone to him. "Let's move quickly, they might still be alive." Chen Lin lowered his head dejectedly, hoping that would be the case. Inside the dungeon, Chen Pang had successfully entered the village. Before long, an excessively thin figure appeared at the village entrance. Beside him was a child of 7 or 8 years old. Strangely, one part of this child's body had grown a completely undeveloped baby head. He. "Daddy, there are people ahead." Chapter 119, Rescue. Shisha Mountain Section, Crying Ridge. Lin Ye looked at the thick fog before him with no particular feeling. Even the cold atmosphere felt less intense than inside the dungeon. Humans are indeed the most adaptable creatures. He was starting to get used to it. Zhang Yanxi stood in front of him, reaching out to touch the thick fog. "Husband, the main body is not here." At her words, Lin Ye's brow slightly furrowed. "Not here? Is there a way to find it?" He brought Nianxi here driven by the goal of confronting the anomaly. How could they manage without finding its main body? The main body of the anomaly can instantly change position through the fog. If we want to find it, we'll probably need to eliminate its points of descent one by one. That sounds quite troublesome. Lin Ye pondered for a moment. "Let's go in and find people first." Chen Lin followed behind them, and as the 3 crossed the warning line, the fog instantly swallowed all light. Visibility dropped to less than 5 meters, with faint cries of women echoing around, disturbing the mind. Chen Lin's face turned pale for a moment, while Lin Ye seemed unaffected, and beside him, Zhang Yanxi was not affected at all. So among the 3, he was the only useless one? Was he holding Ye back? "What are you thinking about?" Lin Ye called to him. "Keep up." Chen Lin quickly focused and tightly followed behind Lin Ye. In the thick fog, visibility was extremely low, and the mountain path beneath his feet became unclear. After walking a few steps, Chen Lin suddenly saw a familiar figure not far away. It was his late grandmother, trembling as she waved at him. "Grandma!" Chen Lin's eyes suddenly became hazy, and he instinctively moved forward. A sickle suddenly swept in front of him, and the misty figure ahead shattered in response. Chen-Lin jolted awake, cold sweat streaming down his face. Thank you, Brother Ye. Lin Ye waved his hand to dismiss the thanks, though his eyes held confusion. Hadn't he already experienced a copy mission? Why was his mental pollution resistance so weak? Fortunately, Chen-Lin couldn't hear Lin Ye's thoughts, or else he would feel rejected by his idol. Only Jiang Nianqi beside them chuckled, thinking that the puppets in the ancient town were 100 times scarier than this. Her husband had gone through their trials, so he naturally wouldn't be bothered by these little tricks. What she didn't know was that even if the eeriness here could affect Lin Ye, he would still enter an absolute immunity state against mental pollution. In summary, mental pollution was basically useless against Lin Ye now. The deeper they went, the thicker and creepier the fog became. The ground beneath their feet also started to feel soft and sticky, as if stepping on the skin of a living creature, even feeling slight wriggling. Brother Ye, watch your feet! Chen-Lin exclaimed, sensing a cold hand grabbing his ankle. Lin Ye did not stop walking and casually pulled him along. Another illusion. At that moment, Chen-Lin's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat, and more frighteningly, he could clearly feel his mental strength collapsing rapidly. He glanced down at the talisman paper he had been holding in his palm. It wasn't very effective. Chen-Lin looked up at Lin Ye's leisurely walking figure. This was the strength of Brother Ye, so powerful. Soon, the three arrived at the thickest fog area, which also had the highest frequency of cliff falls, with visibly twisted guardrails at the roadside. Strange, Chen-Lin panted, his face pale as he scanned around. According to the positioning, the captain and the others should be nearby. Lin Ye walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. The thick fog swirled below, almost alive, writhing. That's below, let's go take a look. Chen-Lin's expression changed. Brother Ye, this is too dangerous. We've never explored the bottom of the cliff. And we don't know how deep it is our rope long enough? Ah. Before Chen-Lin could finish, Lin Ye directly tugged him down. Stop talking so much, let's go. Ah. An overwhelming sense of weightlessness hit, and Chen-Lin struggled in the air, on the verge of falling into the thick, wriggling fog that resembled worms, but his body was swiftly enveloped in a more terrifying blood mist. Chen-Lin fell into the blood mist, breathing heavily, his heartbeat sounding like a drum in his chest. He had never executed a mission like this, never. He almost got sent away by Brother Ye. Chains bound to the cliff by countless dark mists. These chains writhed like living creatures, constantly draining their life force. Some who had been trapped for too long had already turned into grotesque corpses. The white bones on the ground, perhaps all came from this. To actually treat living people as nourishment, Chen-Lin's voice trembled. I found it. Lin Ye's tone was somewhat excited, stepping over the white bones as he moved forward. At that moment, all the corpses suddenly turned their heads in unison, staring at the intruders. They opened their mouths, releasing an overlapping wail, sharper than a woman's cry, the source of the resentment echoing throughout the crying ridge. In an instant, Chen-Lin's scalp tingled. He opened his mouth to say something but couldn't form a complete sentence due to his teeth chattering. Ye. Brother Ye. Lin Ye kept moving forward. If you're scared, stay inside and don't come out, I'll go save them. Chen-Lin gritted his teeth but did not choose to stay put. Instead, he took a step to chase after. The two went straight to the cliff, Lin Ye's sickle sweeping through with a crimson glow, severing the iron chains which dissipated into black mist. Chen-Lin checked the breath of everyone present. Fortunately, all 5 people, including Ice Scorpion and Lei Tao, were still alive. He immediately began the rescue, and soon 5 people started to wake up one after another. The surviving team members helped each other stand. Every face wore a blur of having survived a disaster. When their blurry vision focused on Lin Ye and Chen-Lin's faces, all 5 sighed in relief. It was the rescue from the base. What about the others? Ice Scorpion asked anxiously. She didn't want to risk more lives to save them. Chen-Lin reassured her, Captain, don't worry. The rescue team sent just the 2 of us. Ice Scorpion was stunned. 2 people? The fallen zone is filled with dangers, isn't it foolish for just 2 people to come in? Ice Scorpion's forehead throbbed, her pounding head ached even more. But Lei Tao grinned and leaned on Lin Ye's shoulder. Brother, I knew you would definitely join us in the end, you really proved me right. Lin Ye steadied him, not explaining anything. Lei Tao's gaze swept across the field of bones. By the way, how do we get up? Hearing this, Lin Ye looked towards Jian Nianqi beside him. Jian Nianqi understood immediately, opened a ghostly domain, and soon took the group away from the bottom of the cliff. Ice Scorpion frowned at Chen-Lin. Didn't he say only 2 people came? Chen-Lin realized and quickly said, I forgot to introduce, this is Miss Jian Nianqi, Brother Ye's family member. Family member, not part of their team. Ice Scorpion. Chapter 120. I'm really foolish, really. On the road, Lin Ye shook the communicator in his hand. First, I'll take you all away from this stretch of road, and then I'll notify the helicopter to come pick you up. Lei Tao leaned against him with a wry smile. Leaving here isn't that simple. Before he finished speaking, the valley floor suddenly shook violently. All the The ratio of newcomers entering the instance is higher than in other countries, so until now, only one player has managed to survive through 3 instances. Isn't Lin Ye a newcomer? How did he suddenly become the master who connects 3 instances? Lin Ye stands alone in the shadow cast by the giant skeleton, his figure looking particularly small. He casually resting the scythe on his shoulder, his expression exceptionally calm. What's the use of being tall? You need strength, bro. Stay become. The monster roars, swinging its enormous hand made of countless arm bones downwards. Lin Ye does not retreat, his scythe drawing a striking blood-red arc as it slices towards the giant hand. Wherever the blade passes, the bones are easily torn apart like hot knives cutting through butter. Ah! A horrifying scream mixed with hundreds of voices echoes through the valley. Lin Ye charges forward, using the blood mist as leverage to execute a flip, landing steadily on the giant's shoulder blade. Looking down at the massive creature writhing in pain beneath him, his tone carries a hint of mockery. Is this it? The monster is completely enraged, its heads opening their mouths in unison, spewing thick black mist. That is the concentrated resentment, enough to instantly corrode the mind of any living being. Lin Ye merely scoffs, it's completely manageable, bro. Flipping the scythe over, the blade plunges heavily into the creature's bones beneath him. A faint red light spreads like cracks across the monster's body, reaching the base of the cliff, as the massive skeletal body begins to collapse from the inside. Then, the thick fog that has enveloped Weeping Ridge for years begins to churn violently, afterwards dissipating quickly, as if receding tides, and even the long-lost sunlight starts shining down to the base of the cliff. Lin Ye sheathes his scythe and walks to the astonished crowd. Have you contacted the helicopter? Chen Lin raises the communicator, it will arrive in 5 minutes. Bro, you can't be. Lei Tao's expression is beyond mere shock. Is this really a newcomer? Although this instance is not very high level, the mental pollution is severe. They had been trapped for half a month and nearly lost their lives, yet Lin Ye has just wiped it out? Truly worthy of a master who has cleared 3 instances, his strength probably rivals that of the other one. Stay calm. Lin Ye pats his shoulder, I still have better things I haven't used. Lei Tao. Please give me a tutorial. The expressions of the other 4 are hard to describe, but more importantly, they feel joy. If only more people could be like Lin Ye, perhaps, Blue Star still has a chance. The sound of helicopter blades grows louder as Lin Ye watches a few of them board. Before leaving, Ice Scorpion, as the captain, still asks with concern, are you really going alone? Perhaps you could go back to the base with us first and then plan. Lin Ye wraps an arm around Nian Shi's shoulders. Who said I'm alone? I still have a wife. Ice Scorpion. That works too. Once the helicopter disappears from view, the team members finally react, realizing Lin Ye's mention of wife seems to be the Ghost Bride? So their earlier concerns seem to be indeed unwarranted. Nian Shi. Lin Ye looks towards the distant horizon. Let's begin. The next moment, the two become a blood-red shadow, moving so fast that they seem to rip a crack in the forest. Cherry Blossom Country, no. Country of Asan, no. Big House Country, no. Camel Country, no. The strange game watches the elimination scenes of players from various nations in the instance, feeling quite pleased. Without Lin Ye, the strange dealer, in the instance, it can finally continue causing the bazaar to descend upon Blue Star. This city and that city, all falling into endless panic. However, as time passes, it seems something is starting to go wrong. Why is the number of cities where the bazaar descends on Blue Star not increasing but decreasing? The strange game looks puzzled, it can clearly sense that the arrival point of the Weeping Ridge instance is rapidly decreasing. It hurriedly checked what was happening, and when it saw Lin Ye and the Ghost Bride, there was no longer any confusion. This little guy couldn't harm the dungeon boss, but actually caused chaos in the arrival area. What would happen if it rested for a dungeon? Wouldn't the next dungeon just bring you back? There's no need to cause chaos in Blue Star, The strange game. I'm so foolish, really. Seeing the horror of the Eerie being chased in Crying Ridge, unable to avoid it, the strange game had no choice but to intervene. Inside the dungeon. Chen Pang cautiously walked on the village path, alert to the malicious gazes hidden in the mud houses around him. Behind him, a human-shaped shadow slowly peeled off from the wall, silently standing behind him. The shadow had no facial features, only a human outline, but it emitted a suffocating malice. However, Chen Pang continued forward without any awareness, and with each step, the shadow came closer. It even raised its sharp claws high. The live stream audience was nearly scared to death. Chen Daozhang. Behind you. Behind you. No, just don't look back. Looking back means face-to-face kill. I'm really fed up. Why does the Chinese horror dungeon always have this sneaky stuff? I command all directors to stop filming like this. Chen Daozhang, you've really raised me poorly. Yi Ge is thinking of you for a billion seconds. I'm sorry, Qindaozhang, this village looks too much like the one by our mountain. I have to pack up and run. You hold on for a while longer. Mad, the one upstairs is really a beast, not even saying to take me along. Chapter 121, Yi Gu, saved my dog life. After the distance between the shadow and Chen Peng broke the safety threshold, Chen Peng finally sensed something, his body bristling with uncontrollable goosebumps. He didn't even have time to turn around and could only instinctively dive forward. Swish! The spot where he originally stood now had 3 deep scratches on the stone path, as if it had been slashed by invisible claws. Chen Peng awkwardly rolled up and stood, cold sweat soaking his back. The shadow tilted its head, seemingly dissatisfied with his dodge, and slowly raised its hand again, causing the temperature around to drop suddenly. Even more terrifying, Chen Peng found that his shadow was beginning to meld into that shadow from the bottom of his feet, resulting in a gradual blurring of consciousness. He bit his tongue, the sharp pain instantly bringing him back to his senses, and then spat out a mouthful of blood, barely pushing back the encroachment of the shadow. But the shadow had no intention of letting him go. It began to split, from 2 to 4, from 4 to 8. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 shadows seeped out from the walls, surrounding Chen Peng completely. They all raised their hands at the same time, and the entire space seemed to begin to twist invisibly. Chen Peng was trapped in the middle with nowhere to retreat, already feeling a bone-chilling dread. What on earth were these things? Who could tell him where these ghosts came from in Chinese horror? Strange game, can't you copy? If not, just go back and read kindergarten again, okay? Chen Peng looked at the growing number of shadows around him, gritting his teeth and directly biting his finger, drawing a spell with his fingertip blood on his palm. Heaven and earth are boundless, borrow the law of the universe. A streak of golden light shot towards the shadow, and at the moment the shadow was blocked by the golden light, Chen Peng seizing the opportunity dashed toward the depths of the village without looking back. He crashed through the heavy wooden door of the shrine, quickly bolted the door, and his heart was still racing. The shadows outside seemed to fear some presence, lingering anxiously around the shrine for a moment before retreating in terror. Only then did Chen Peng calm his mind and began to observe the shrine in front of him. The internal space of the shrine was much larger than it appeared from outside, with towering beams disappearing into the deep darkness above, making it impossible to see the top. Directly in front of the main door was a dark-colored offering table, with over 100 spirit tablets arranged on top. Each spirit tablet was painted with extremely glaring scarlet paint, carefully writing the name of the deceased. It is known that the tablets in the ancestral hall are often written in black and with respectful titles. It is a great taboo to directly call out their names, disturbing the spirits or inviting unnecessary entanglements. In Chen Peng's eyes, that red name seemed thick as if freshly painted, not yet dried, reflecting an ominous gleam. In an instant, Chen Peng felt his scalp tingle. This is too much. Most eye-catching was the place behind the tablet above the offering table, covered tightly by a dark red curtain thick with dust. From the dim outline, it could be discerned that this was a statue towering the height of 2 people. An indescribable sense of oppression was spreading from the covered statue, as if something hidden beneath that curtain was not to be gazed upon. I can't look. I can't look at that statue. Chen Peng turned in shock, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. The audience in the live stream was in an uproar. A statue? There's actually a statue under the curtain. Whose good person has such a big statue in their ancestral hall? Can we stop the indiscriminate attacks? I'm just watching a live stream, I didn't even go in. My back is starting to feel cold. If it gets worse, maybe I should just throw up in the toilet, at least that would feel better. Inside the instance. The oppressive aura from the covered statue nearly suffocated Chen Peng. He dared not stay another second and dashed out of the ancestral hall using all his limbs. However, when he burst out of the ancestral hall, he was horrified to find that the scene outside had completely changed. The road he came from had vanished, replaced by countless crisscrossing paths, each looking exactly the same. Chen Peng forced himself to calm down, not to lose his composure. He tried to walk down one path, but after turning 3 corners, he found himself back at the entrance of the ancestral hall again. Switching paths yielded the same result. Don't panic, it's just a ghost wall, let me open an eye to see the yin and yang. As he muttered, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a pair of eyes staring intensely at him from the corner. Chen Peng instinctively turned to run, but suddenly remembered this was the first NPC he had encountered. If he ran, he would lose the clue, right? So, Chen Peng gathered his courage and approached. He saw an old woman, her body hunched almost in half, curled up in the corner, her messy hair hanging down like withered grass, covering most of her face. Through the gaps of her hair, he could see her murky yellow eyes fixed unblinkingly on Chen Peng. The old woman's limbs were twisted at extremely unnatural angles, appearing as if they had been broken and haphazardly reassembled. One is missing. Her claw-like hands scratched at the ground, her nails filled with dirt and blood. Missing, can't find. Chen Peng cautiously took a half step back. Old lady, what are you saying? The old woman suddenly lunged at his feet, lifting her wrinkled face. At that moment, Chen Peng saw clearly that there was a blurred crime character stabbed into her forehead. You! She suddenly widened her eyes, staring fiercely at Chen Peng. It's you. You came now, the numbers are right. The old woman sprang from the corner and lunged at Chen Peng. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, hearing her frenzied voice behind him. Don't run, now that you're here, it's complete, don't run. Her voice followed him like a shadow, seeming to stick to his neck. Chen Peng could feel those cold eyes always drilling into his back. To one side was the unbreakable ghost wall of the ancestral hall, and behind him was the relentless, terrifying old woman. Chen Peng was truly on the verge of despair. It's only the first day, it shouldn't be this hard. He. I'm coming too. I'm coming too. At that moment, a piercing sound of a baby playing erupted in his ears, and Chen Peng instinctively turned around. He saw a small black shadow suddenly pounce down from the side eve. It was a ghostly baby with bruised skin and completely white eyes, and more terrifyingly, there was another baby's head on its shoulder, unsatisfied and howling. Chen Peng and the audience in the live room recognized it at the same time. Wasn't this the blood baby from Brother Ye's first dungeon? How could it be? It has grown so big. The blood baby grinned, its mouth splitting all the way to its ears, filled with rows of fine sharp teeth, and bit fiercely into the old woman's swinging arm. The old woman's arm broke with a snap, and she let out an angry roar, her other hand grabbing hard toward the blood baby. The blood baby rolled away nimbly to dodge. Tastes bad. Old thing's meat stinks. Though it said that, it still hugged the broken arm and chewed it with great enjoyment. The old woman's twisted face became even more ferocious, and her broken arm writhed and grew a new one, ready to pounce on the ghost baby. Zhao Ping. Zhang Wang appeared at the intersection without anyone noticing, and under the light, both the old woman and the blood baby instinctively stepped back a little. Didn't you promise Daddy not to eat things recklessly? Seeing him, Zhao Ping quickly swallowed the broken arm in his hands, then pitifully rubbed his belly. Daddy, I'm hungry. As he spoke, Zhao Ping pointed at the frightened Chen Peng, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. I want to eat this one, smells so good. Chen Peng. Chen Peng looked around instinctively. He didn't even know when the old woman had already run away without a trace. He had been careless, he should have run first. Zhang Wang nodded. Remember to leave some for your little brother. Yay! Zhao Ping clapped his hands in joy, and was about to pounce on Chen Peng. Seeing that his life was in danger, Chen Peng hurriedly shouted, Wait, heroes, wait. I know Lin Ye. Xiaoan tilted her head. Lin Ye, who is that? Zhao Ping, don't know. With food right in front of him, who cared about Lin Ye or Wang Yi or Zhang Yi? He'd take a bite first and talk later. Chen Peng, no way. Brother Yi, why doesn't your name work? Help! Someone save my poor life. Maybe heaven heard his prayers, because suddenly, the sound of the dungeon echoed in his ears. Due to the current dungeon's difficulty being too high, it is now changed to a 2-player dungeon. The second player is being selected. Congratulations to Dragon Nation player Lin Ye for being chosen. Teleporting. Chapter 122, An Old Acquaintance. The strange game let out a sigh of relief as Lin Ye's figure appeared in the dungeon just a little later, and this unlucky strange spirit of Crying Ridge would have been completely wiped out. Lin Ye glanced at the ruined village around him and raised his middle finger toward the sky. You reacted fast this time. He had been preparing for 7 days to kill 8 descending monsters. Seeing the strange game behave so obediently this time, he decided to let it go for now. The strange game. Hearing the announcement, the live room almost exploded with excitement. The real god has descended. All monsters, begone. Brother Yi, quick. Save the field, quick, the blood baby is about to eat your teammate. Blood baby, you're being naughty. Get ready for Brother Yi to spank you. The Ghost Bride is here too. She looks even prettier now. Godly face family, come see. You up there, so brave. Brother Ye's scythe warning. Next time, just pick Brother Yi from the start. Do you know how hard it was following Taoist Chen all this time? Inside the dungeon. Hearing the announcement, Chen Peng was first stunned, then joy surged in his heart. He didn't care about dignity anymore. Barely dodging another attack from the blood baby, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Brother Yi. I'm here. Help, Brother Yi. Your blood baby is eating your teammate. Brother Yi, save me. The blood baby couldn't hear the game announcement and didn't know why this person suddenly got so excited. But after a few seconds of confusion, its grin widened again, and it lunged once more. Moving prey always tasted the best. He smells so good. After missing several times in a row, the blood baby grew impatient, its body swelling on its own, and the huge eyeball in front of it began to turn slowly. But this time, Chen Peng didn't dodge anymore. Instead, he proudly puffed out his chest. Look who's behind you. Whoever it is, I'll still eat you today. The moment the blood baby turned its head, its grin froze instantly on its face. It even rubbed both eyes at once, thinking it was seeing things. Still, they're not an illusion. The blood baby finally realized that Lin Ye was talking about the groom favored by the adult. Why didn't you say it earlier? Lin Ye was also a bit surprised to see the two of them, especially shocked to find that Zhang Wang was left with just a corpse. He asked with concern, "Did you lose a fight with someone else?" Zhang Wang shook his head, realizing his meaning, and began to separate his ghost body from his corpse, ready to show him right there. The scene of more than a dozen faces gradually unfolding behind him, like tentacles dancing. "No, no, no." Lin Ye's eyes darkened as he quickly stopped him. "I don't need to see, go back quickly." It wasn't necessary to be that enthusiastic. Zhang Wang then slowly merged his ghost body and corpse back together, saying, "Brother Lin, we meet again. Not bad for a month." If it weren't for his fast pace through the scenarios, he might not have met them here at all. Zhang Wang agreed, "That's true." He then turned his gaze to the girl beside Lin Ye, whose outfit he had never seen before. It wasn't until she gave off her aura that Zhang Wang suddenly connected the dots and respectfully bowed, "My lord." Zhang Yanqi gently waved her hand, smiling lightly, "No need to be so polite, we have left the ancient town, and now you are free." Zhang Wang shook his head, insisting, "You have protected us in the ancient town for 100 years, and I must pay my respects." With that said, Zhang Yanqi couldn't insist further. She turned her wrist and handed him a piece of yellowed fabric. You could vaguely see the embroidery of half a lotus flower on it. "What is this?" Zhang Wang asked, taking it with some confusion. "In the town, you helped rescue my husband, this is a token of gratitude," Zhang Yanqi explained, her voice seemingly possessing a magic that pierced Zhang Wang's mind. "This piece of fabric is a relic of your wife from back then, it may help you find her faster." "My wife." Zhang Wang's gaze gradually became obsessed as he pressed the fabric against his chest, slowly merging it into his flesh until it was tightly connected to his heart. Zhang Yanqi saw that the dark energy on him grew stronger, and his hidden injuries had improved a lot. She said no more, retreating back to Lin Ye's side. Lin Ye didn't know what Yanqi had done, but looking at Zhang Wang's aura, it seemed even more terrifying now. "Brother Yi." Chen Peng's voice interrupted Lin Ye's thoughts. He looked up to see Chen Peng sprawled on the ground, holding his buttocks and wailing. "It's the blood baby." Chen Peng pointed at the blood baby and immediately complained, "He saw you coming and knocked me down, he totally disrespected you, it's outrageous." Lin Ye followed his pointing finger and saw the blood baby, who had somehow curled up in the corner. The little guy was desperately trying to squeeze himself into the crack in the wall. What an achievement. Lin Ye walked over and lifted him by the scruff of his neck. "It's only been a month, and you've grown so much?" The blood baby, being held by the scruff of his neck, didn't dare to struggle and truthfully replied, "Daddy found me a lot of delicious food." "Oh?" Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, "Are you saying that by following me, I made you starve?" The blood baby looked up in astonishment. Did he know? He actually knows everything. Lin Ye. Great, still someone who can't tell good from bad. Lin Ye stopped teasing him and put him down on the ground. The child, looking about 7 or 8, seemed quite big. Zhang Wang somehow found a piece of cloth to wrap around Xiaoping's bottom. Lin Ye initially wanted to hug him, but when his eyes landed on the bigger eyeball on his chest, he changed his mind and just patted his head. He also took off his jacket and put it on the little guy's bare body. The jacket still carried Lin Ye's warmth, and Xiaoping couldn't help but swallow hard. The scent of food was really so fragrant, he desperately wanted to take a bite. At this critical moment, Xiaoan slapped him to bring him back to his senses. The adult was still watching. Did he want to die? Xiaoping, this greedy little guy, finally stopped his thoughts. "Brother Yi, do you know them?" Chen Peng hobbled over, covering his sore bottom. "I do." Lin Yi nodded with a smile. "Didn't you say you watched my livestream but didn't recognize me? This is the blood baby of the ancient town. Of course I recognized you." A mischievous smile flashed in Chen Peng's eyes. The blood baby froze. "Why do I have an ominous premonition?" Sure enough, the next second Chen Peng jumped up to complain. "When it ate me just now, I mentioned your name, Brother Yi, do you know what it said? It actually said it doesn't. No. You. It doesn't. No. You." Each word was pronounced clearly and forcefully. The moment these words fell, even the air around them fell silent. The blood baby stared wide-eyed, its little forehead slowly forming a gigantic question mark. This was the first time in its life that it had been reported to by a human. Chapter 123, Escape from the Ancestral Hall. The live stream room burst into laughter. "Ha ha, the little fart didn't expect this, Brother Yi is here. Brother Yi, oh no, I become a clown." "Blood baby, stop talking nonsense, I'm the clown now." "Taoist Chen, I also want to experience what it's like to be taken off by Brother Yi." "You don't know me?" Lin Ye narrowed his eyes dangerously, lifting the little guy up again. The blood baby flailed its limbs in midair, and with a smile trying to be cute, said, "I didn't know it was you." Now Lin Ye wasn't so easily fooled. He directly asked, "What's my name?" "Ha?" The blood baby struggled, trying to remember what the name was. "The name is. The blood baby struggled to organize its thoughts with its limited knowledge, the human groom of the adult? What the hell, the human groom of the adult? I might as well be a dung beetle rolling dung. Lin Ye, why do I feel my nose is a bit red? Alright, at least I have a bit of my wife's light. With a helpless sigh, Lin Ye set it down on the ground. Seeing this, the blood baby clung back to his thigh. It had grown too big to sit on his shoulder, so it had to make do with hugging his leg. Lin Ye patted its head, apologized to Uncle Chen. The little one reluctantly said, sorry. Little and chuckled beside them, letting his brother be greedy. In the next second, Lin Ye's palm rested on its head, gently rubbing it twice. Little and looked up, a bit puzzled, but Lin Ye had already pulled his hand back. He also has this too? After catching up, Lin Ye finally turned to Chen Peng to talk business. What's the progress in the instance? Chen Peng recounted everything that had happened since he entered, especially emphasizing the statue under the curtain in the ancestral hall and the situation with the ghost wall. Ancestral hall? Only then did Lin Ye notice not far behind him was a building with a black-tiled roof, but it was blocked by the houses in front, leaving only a roof visible. But why does it look stranger the more I look? What is that red thing gradually spreading out from the top? Lin Ye tilted his head to ask Chen Peng if he could see that red thing. Chen Peng shook his head in confusion. Besides being a bit dim, the sky showed no sign of any red things. No? That means this red thing can only be seen by Lin Ye himself. He instantly realized it was his golden finger. In order to see what the golden finger was trying to say, Lin Ye took a turn and fully understood the scene before him in the ancestral hall. Before his eyes, countless red exclamation marks filled the space. Like a computer that crashed with an error message, the red exclamation marks completely filled the screen. Special location, Ancestral Hall. Here nurtures the heaviest obsession of a family for centuries. Each memorial tablet is a destined person granted by heaven. When obsession exceeds faith, can a god still be a god? Tip, run. 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 All those red exclamation marks were the golden finger warning him to run. Lin Ye's pupils suddenly contracted, and he retreated sharply. Countless scarlet exclamation marks flashed madly in his vision, almost burning his retina. This was the first time he had seen his golden finger lose control like this. Chen Peng rubbed his arms nervously. Brother Yi. What's wrong? Run. Lin Ye grabbed the still-dazed Chen Peng and ran wildly in the direction they had come from. Only when he saw the figures of Nianqi and Zhang Wang did Lin Ye's racing heart slowly calm down. Brother Yi, do you also think that Ancestral Hall is particularly eerie? Chen Peng followed him, not daring to look back. It's simply a sign of great misfortune. He had studied feng shui for so many years, he couldn't be wrong. No kidding. Otherwise, why would he be running? Lin Ye let go of him and ran over to take Nianqi's hand. It's too dangerous here, we need to leave. Hearing this, Zhang Wang took the initiative to say, follow me. He then looked down to see Xiaoping and Xiuan's heads almost buried in Lin Ye's coat. Xiuan waved at him. Daddy, we can stay here. They promised the adults to protect her groom, they couldn't go back on their word. Zhang Wang did not oppose and turned to walk in a direction. The group followed behind him, winding through for a long time before finally leaving the area of the ancestral hall. Surroundings gradually returned to normal. Lin Ye and Chen Peng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, Zhang Wang stopped in front of a courtyard gate covered with dry vines, raising his hand to knock. The door creaked open a crack, revealing a face full of wrinkles. Village chief, it's me. Zhang Wang spoke softly. We just met not long ago. The old man behind the door saw who it was and immediately pulled the door open, beams of warmth on his face. It's Zhang Wang, come in. Who are these? Friends with me, they wish to stay in the village for a few days. Zhang Wang stepped aside to let Lin Ye and the others in. The village chief smiled as he looked them over. Welcome, welcome. It's been a long time since we've had outsiders in our village. If you don't mind, you can stay at my house. Chan Peng. So it turns out you just have to knock to stay? After all the trouble escaping the shadows chase, stumbling into the haunt of the ancestral hall, fighting with an old woman, and almost being eaten by a blood baby. What was that all for? Lin Ye quietly assessed the courtyard. It was a typical farmer's courtyard, clean and tidy, with firewood piled in the corner and a few hens walking about the fence. Compared to the suffocating oppressive feeling near the ancestral hall, this place was almost peaceful. Sorry to trouble you, village chief. Lin Ye spoke sincerely. Not troublesome, not troublesome. The village chief warmly led them inside. Just so happens I have 2 guest rooms available, you can make do with them. Chen Peng leaned close to Lin Ye's ear and whispered, Brother Yi, this village chief looks pretty normal, huh? Lin Ye didn't respond, he was no longer so easily fooled. As for whether he was a good person, he would decide that once he finished exploring this place. This is it. The village chief opened the door to the guest room. It's simple, I hope you don't mind. The room was simply furnished but kept very clean. "Thank you, village chief," Lin Ye said politely. "We are newcomers and are not familiar with the local customs. If we accidentally offend anything, please don't be angry." The village chief waved his hand with a smile. "Our little village has no rules, just that the back mountain and the ancestral hall are usually best not to go to, as that's where we pay homage to our ancestors. Outsiders shouldn't go in." "Are there any events in the village recently? We would like to learn more about the local customs." The village chief rubbed his hands together, his wrinkles bunching up. "Coincidentally, there will be a moon festival tomorrow night. If you're interested, you can come join in the fun." Chen Peng was about to agree when Lin Ye spoke first. "That sounds great, we will definitely participate." Moon festival? Perfect to see what kinds of monsters or ghosts are there. After the village chief left, Chen Peng plopped down on the con, taking a long sigh of relief. Finally met a normal person. I was scared to death back at the ancestral hall. Zhang Wang stood by the window, staring out in silence. Lin Yi walked over to him and asked, "Are you going out?" Zhang Wang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "I can't hide it from Brother Lin, I want to take a trip to the back mountain. The atmosphere there is very different." Chapter 124, Goddess of Childbearing. Go on, go on." Lin Yi reliably patted his chest. "I'll take good care of Xiaoping and Xiaowen." Zhang Wang's gaze swept over the ghostly bride standing quietly behind Lin Yi. With her there, safety concerns were indeed unnecessary. "But Brother Lin, you need to be extra careful with these villagers." Before Zhang Wang finished speaking, a sudden noise erupted outside the courtyard. Lin Yi peeked through the crack in the window and saw 7 or 8 villagers gathered at the gate, speaking with the village chief, frequently glancing toward the west wing room. "It seems the news spreads quickly," Zhang Wang whispered. Lin Yi focused on the overly enthusiastic smiles on the villagers' faces and gently narrowed his eyes. "I understand." After saying that, Zhang Wang lowered his head and reminded Xiaoping and Xiaowen a few things before getting up to leave. Once he left, Lin Yi placed Nianxi by the bedside. "Chen Pang and I will go to the next room to talk for a bit. You wait here for me to come back, don't run around, okay?" "Okay, husband, come back quickly." Lin Yi affectionately pinched her cheek, then took Chen Peng to the adjacent room. "Tonight, Xiaoping and Xiaowen will sleep with you. When Zhang Wang comes back, you can all squeeze together." Chen Peng. "No way, Brother Yi. You think I dare sleep with a ghost? I'm a Taoist, not a founder." Obviously, he had no chance to refuse. After watching Brother Yi's many dungeon livestreams, Chen Peng deeply understood his obsession with sleeping next to his wife at night. "Tell me in detail again about what you saw in the ancestral hall." Chen Peng honestly repeated what he saw, not missing a single detail. "It was especially cold inside. I didn't even dare to open my yin-yang eyes." He was afraid of seeing something unbearable. "You can do that?" Lin Yi was surprised. Shouldn't it be a falsehood? Just a little bit. After all, it was a traditional horror dungeon, and he, a genuine Taoist, understood a bit about such things. If he entered another dungeon, well, good luck to him. "So, you didn't lift the curtain to check the statue below?" "Oh, come on." Chen Peng slapped his forehead. "How could I dare?" At this point, Chen Peng had to give Lin Yi a thumbs up. "Otherwise, how could you be Brother Yi? With your courage and thinking ability, no one can compare." Lin Yi stroked his chin. "That's true." Now it was known that the ancestral hall was a very dangerous place. Without enough clues, it wasn't necessary to enter. Tomorrow's moon sacrifice would definitely provide more clues. Later, we'll find out about the family tree and the missing people's issue. We'll go to the back mountain tonight. Also, about the old woman who attacked you, if we encounter her, catch her. I'll have Blood Infant help us see if we can get something out of her. Gradually, Chen Peng began to feel that Lin Ye's voice was somewhat ethereal, unconsciously revealing a puzzled expression. The live chat was nearly killed by his expression. "Brother Yi, stop, stop, stop. You've confused your teammate. High energy male, horror too great. Now you understand the worth of our Brother Yi in a day. I'm tired just watching, he's done it all without missing a thing. In terms of execution and sense of safety, Brother Yi can't be criticized." Wait. Chen Peng caught a keyword. "Didn't the village chief say we couldn't go to the back mountain?" "Zhang Wang can go, can't we?" Lin Yi replied confidently. Chen Peng felt embarrassed. What if the back mountain is as dangerous as the ancestral hall? Then we run. If we sense something is wrong, we'll run immediately. This was his experience in obtaining clues. Chen Peng wiped the sweat from his forehead. No wonder netizens call you Brother Yi the Wild. What? Lin Yi initially didn't catch on. Before the dungeon started, he had spent 3 days fooling around with his wife, which led him to have no time to browse social media, and he didn't know the new nickname netizens had given him recently. "It's nothing." Chen Peng waved his hand to change the subject. "But Brother Yi, haven't you thought about letting the Ghost Bride help us? That would make clearing the dungeon faster." Qin Peng regretted his words the moment they left his mouth. He could clearly see Lin Ye's face darken. Brother Yi, I didn't mean it that way. I'm here to clear the levels because I was selected as a player of the Dragon Country. I can work hard to clear the dungeons for my life and for my country. You could say, it is my mission, my duty. Lin Ye looked at him seriously, but my wife isn't. Do you understand? She has no obligation and no responsibility to help humanity. Just her presence here is already my greatest fortune. Any attempt to morally coerce my wife is basically going against me. Do you understand? He used the word you. This statement was not just for Qin Peng, but a warning for everyone behind the screen who held such thoughts. The Ghost Bride is a vengeful spirit, a means for humanity to deal with the dungeons. How could Lin Ye think this way? No matter what, human interests come first. Why don't those upstairs check the marriage certificate? The Ghost Bride is Brother Ye's wife. What's wrong with her protecting him? Have you all been brainwashed? A vengeful spirit is just that. How could she really stand on our side? Why such a big ego? The Ghost Bride only cares about Brother Yi. Who would willingly stand with you? I can't accept it. Why is Brother Yi so lost in love? Does Brother Ye's actions need your acceptance? Why don't you say you are selfish? Without Brother Yi, could you have lived to this day? Exactly. Conscience check, when has Brother Yi not given his all in a dungeon? Disagreements began to arise among the Dragon Country audience, with the chat room bursting into conflict. Meanwhile, the officials in the conference room of Dragon Country sipped their tea calmly. Players had immense privileges. As long as they didn't kill or set fire, they could do as they wished. This was their freedom and reward as heroes. Qin Peng was stunned by Lin Ye's words, and after a long while, he stammered, Brother Yi, I was just being too outspoken. I really didn't mean it. Lin Ye's expression softened slightly. After discussing and finalizing their plan, the two left the room. When he arrived next door, he discovered that the door, which should have been tightly shut, was actually open. He strode over and found the village chief talking to Nianxi with a few others. Lin Ye's heart sank, and he hurried into the room, quietly positioning himself in front of Nianxi. Chief, is there something you need? The village chief, seeing him enter, wore an exaggeratedly warm smile. We're discussing something with Miss Jiang. The villagers behind him stared eagerly at Nianxi, and that gaze made Lin Ye uncomfortable. What is it? Lin Ye's tone was cold. Our village has struggled with childbirth these years. Many wives are unable to conceive. He stepped forward. We want to ask Miss Jiang to dress as the goddess of fertility and bless us at the moon festival, to ensure our wives conceive soon. Chapter 125, The God Bestowed by the Ancestral Hall. The goddess of fertility? This deity, Lin Ye had heard a bit about. He remembered that the statue of the goddess of fertility portrayed a serene woman cradling a baby. It is said that women who seek to conceive would place offerings and kneel in prayer, requesting the goddess to grant them children. If they received a good omen, it meant the goddess had granted their wish. But for this moon festival, using a living person instead of a statue? It was obvious something was wrong. Lin Ye was about to refuse, but Zhang Yanxi spoke first. Husband, I am willing to give it a try. Lin Ye turned and met her calm gaze, seeing her slightly shake her head, her eyes holding deep meaning. The village chief was overjoyed, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, thank you. This is a great merit. Once the village chief and his group left happily, Lin Ye immediately shut the door, lowering his voice. Nianxi, do you know how dangerous this is? What if this is a rule? Husband need not worry. Zhang Yanxi squeezed his fingertip. This village feels strange even to me. The problem most likely lies with the statue in the ancestral hall. Let me go and investigate. If you feel something is wrong, why would you still go? Lin Ye couldn't control his raised voice. I'll go tell the village chief we are not going. Husband, Zhang Yanxi pulled Lin Ye, who was on the verge of rage, back. But don't forget, even with the power of the Ghost King, I still have the strength to fight. Lin Ye smacked his lips a few times, speechless, but deep down, he was still reluctant. Zhang Yanxi had to continue to coax him. Moreover, I am the only woman in this group. Shouldn't we let Zhang Wan go? Unexpectedly, Lin Ye actually fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Zhang Wang, seems not to be impossible. Zhang Yanxi laughed at his expression. Even if I don't go, there will be other women in this village. Instead of letting innocent women take risks, why not let me go personally? The implication was that instead of sending someone with less strength to their deaths, she would rather go and see who was behind this. After all, the opportunity was only this once. Lin Ye remained silent for a long time but ultimately did not dwell on it. He gently embraced her. If you can't win, just run. You mustn't get hurt. Okay. Nianxi obediently leaned against his chest. The live streaming room was caught off guard by such a large bowl of dog food. Stop, stop, stop. Brother Yi, what are you worried about? Come, look into my eyes. Tell me, what are you worried about? Read after me, GUI Ghost W on King. There are very few strange powers comparable to terrifying ghosts. She can confront the Ghost King, and what are you worried about? Ghost Bride, I am not a delicate queen, I have plenty of strength and means. Brother Ye, don't be blinded by the Ghost Bride. Don't be fooled by her current gentleness, she is incredibly ruthless when taking down a boss in the dungeon. Inside the dungeon. Lin Ye suddenly remembered something and asked, Nianqi, why did you give that to Zhang Wang? Don't you know his wife? He didn't finish his sentence, but both of them understood what he was referring to. I naturally know. As she spoke, Zhang Nianqi leaned close to his ear, whispering in a voice only they could hear, Husband, you must never mention this in front of Zhang Wang. Evil spirits are born from obsessions. When the obsession fades, the soul scatters. Evil spirits cannot reincarnate. If this revelation was made in front of Zhang Wang, and his obsession was destroyed, all that awaited him would be the fate of scattered souls. What she gave him was just an ordinary object, which was merely for healing. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lin Ye suddenly covered her lips anxiously, his expression grave. Nianqi, what are you saying? How could a method capable of killing an evil spirit be casually spoken about? What if someone overhears? Saying this, Lin Ye anxiously went to check outside to confirm that no one was eavesdropping before returning. Meanwhile, Chen Pang, who was staying honestly next door, thought. There are only 2 living people in the dungeon. Who are you guarding against? So hard to guess. Zhang Nianqi didn't expect her husband to react this way, and her gaze on him became increasingly gentle. Husband, don't worry. I am only saying this for you. She gently tapped his palm with her fingertips. During the time I am not here, you must take care. Lin Ye's hand closed around hers, fingers intertwining. I will. He had dared to rampage through an ancient town without any trickery. Now, with his strength improved, he was not afraid at all. The two wanted to say something more, but suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the door. Accompanying the noise, the village chief arrived with a group of villagers. They were carrying a beautifully decorated sedan chair, with embroidery showing the goddess of childbirth embracing a baby on the curtain. Lin Ye opened the door to find the villagers dressed in festive attire, displaying a nearly fanatical anticipation on their faces. The sedan chair was surrounded by bells, making a crisp sound in the wind. The village chief approached respectfully. According to the rules, the goddess of childbirth must enter the shrine a night in advance. Miss Jiang, please get in the sedan chair. Lin Ye frowned, but ultimately said nothing, watching Nianqi's figure get into the sedan chair. The palanquin set off, and the villagers crowded around, murmuring incantations. The sound of bells intertwined with the chanting, creating an indescribable eeriness. At this moment, Chen Peng also came out of the room and leaned closer to Lin Ye, saying, Brother Ye, should we follow and take a look? Lin Ye shot him a look that said it was a waste of breath, then stepped behind the throne. Chen Peng forced a couple of awkward laughs and followed him. Lin Ye turned his head and explained the current situation to him, and Chen Peng's eyes immediately looked strange. Praying for the childbirth goddess to grant us children? His gaze swept over the strong men in the front, but here, where are the women? Since entering this scenario, Chen Peng had only seen one old woman in the ghost wall. Now that I think about it, all the names I saw in the ancestral hall were men. We should be able to see them tomorrow night. In a place like this that valued sons over daughters, if no women appeared at tomorrow night's moon ritual, that would truly be a problem. Soon, the palanquin stopped outside the ancestral hall. The village head stepped forward to push open the grand door of the ancestral hall, his voice trembling with excitement. Please let the childbirth goddess enter the ancestral hall to receive divine grace. Zhang Nianqi got off the palanquin and, surrounded by the villagers, walked toward the ancestral hall. Just as her figure disappeared into the darkness, the door of the ancestral hall slammed shut with a bang. Lin Ye's heart instinctively tightened, and he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. It's fine, as long as he moved quickly to severely injure the boss of the scenario, Nianqi would be safe. Seeing the door of the ancestral hall tightly closed, the villagers did not disperse immediately. Instead, they gathered in the courtyard, whispering among themselves, their faces marked with a strange excitement. Lin Ye exchanged a glance with Chen Peng, and the two mixed into the crowd, finding villagers to talk to. Chapter 126, Two Family Trees? Brother, Lin Ye leaned closer to a middle-aged man. I've heard that our village has been here for several hundred years? The man stared intently at the ancestral hall, momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then proudly replied, Of course. Our village's family tree has records dating back to the Ming dynasty. Every male name in the village is on it. Family tree? Lin Ye feigned curiosity. Can I take a look? I'm particularly interested in these old items. The man's expression shifted slightly. The family tree is a valuable item kept by the village head. How can an outsider like you see it? Lin Ye displayed a sincere expression. Brother, don't misunderstand. I'm just interested in our country's folk culture. Otherwise, I wouldn't have traveled so far into this deep mountain, would I? The man's expression softened at this. You can just ask the village head directly about that. You outsiders shouldn't act recklessly. If you anger the deities, divine punishment will befall you. We wouldn't dare to. We understand the rules. Lin Ye continued to subtly fish for clues. On the other side, Chen Pang was also chatting with a young man. Brother, I've heard the moon ritual is very effective. Praying for children is certain to bring results? The young man's eyes glowed with fervor. Of course. The childbirth goddess is especially effective. As long as you sincerely worship, you are guaranteed to have a son. Have a son? Chen Peng feigned surprise. What if a daughter is born? The young man's face darkened. What nonsense are you talking about? The childbirth goddess surely grants sons. I meant, what if it's just a possibility? Impossible. The young man became animated. Absolutely impossible. The young man's voice successfully attracted the village head's attention, who quickly approached. Gentlemen, it's not suitable to linger in the ancestral hall. We still need to prepare for tomorrow's moon ritual. How about I escort you back to your rest? The intention to drive them away was apparent. Lin Ye knew that if he continued to ask, there would be no results, so he could only nod. Thank you, village head. Lin Ye and Chen Pang exchanged glances and obediently followed the villagers back. On the way back, the village head seemingly casually mentioned, did old Chao Si just tell you about the family tree? That man loves to babble, don't take it to heart. How could that be? Lin Ye smiled, I was just asking casually. However, Chen Pang chimed in, is your village's family tree kept in the ancestral hall? I see no one inside. What should I do if the snakes, insects, rats, and ants have destroyed everything? The village chief's smile stiffened for a moment, then returned to normal. The family tree is kept in the back hall of the ancestral temple, which is watched over by dedicated personnel. It won't be damaged. He changed his tone, sounding a bit warning. Dear guests, the moon festival is the most important ceremony in our village. Please do not wander into the ancestral temple to avoid offending the deities. After sending the two back to their lodging, the village chief paused for a moment at the courtyard gate, his eyes scanning the guest rooms with a sinister look before turning to leave. Once the village chief was gone, Lin Ye immediately took Chen Pang to the main house. Search. Search for what? Chen Pang showed a confused expression. The family tree. Chen Pang was even more puzzled. Didn't the village chief say the family tree is in the back hall of the ancestral temple? Do you just believe what he says? In any case, Lin Ye didn't trust the supernatural. Chen Pang. Ah, brother Ye only believes in his own eyes now, he doesn't trust what NPCs say anymore. See how badly I was deceived before, I wouldn't trust anyone either. Daoist Chen, you're still too young, learn more from brother Yi. Suppressing his surprise, Chen Pang began to rummage, and they really found some things. Chao Jiping. Lin Ye looked at the name that was highlighted in the notebook. Could the missing name in the family tree be related to this person named Chao Jiping? Lin Ye noted down this name, planning to look for this person tomorrow. At this moment, Chen Pang also walked over with a book. Brother Yi, there really is a family tree. However, it was clear that all the names listed were women's names, as they only had last names and no specific first names. Lin Ye was puzzled. Is it customary to write male and female names in two separate books in the family tree? I don't know. Chen Pang was equally confused. I've only seen places that are strictly patriarchal and don't allow women on the family tree, but I've never seen separate writings. Lin Ye flipped to the last page of the family tree, and indeed, the recorded time had issues. Look, the family tree has been broken for 30 years. Chen Pang leaned in for a closer look. It really has. Could it be that no female babies were born 30 years ago? Not just that, no men got married either. The last time a surname was passed down was also 30 years ago. Lin Ye's mind was racing. If no one got married, why invite the goddess of children? Could it be that the goddess of children could just conjure up babies out of thin air? Chen Pang. Don't say it, don't say it. The two exchanged glances, an inexplicable weird feeling brewing inside them. If tomorrow, only men receive the blessing, then that would be interesting. While they were deep in thought, footsteps suddenly echoed outside the courtyard. Lin Ye quickly returned the family tree to its place and pulled Chen Pang back into the guest room. The one entering was the village chief. He walked around the room as if checking something, and after a moment, he closed the door and left. He's suspicious of us. Chen Pang lowered his voice. Lin Ye glanced at the dimming sky. It's fine, they're preparing for tomorrow's moon festival and have no time to deal with us. Once it gets dark, we'll go to the back mountain. Chen Pang nodded. That night, two shadows silently slipped out of the courtyard, heading toward the back mountain. The back mountain was shrouded in a thin mist under the moonlight, with a few dilapidated graves scattered on the slope. The further they went in, the colder the air became. There are graves everywhere, it doesn't seem special. Chen Pang was shivering a bit. Every part of this village looks terrifying. If it were before, he would never have entered here. But after staying here for a while, he oddly felt it was nothing unusual. Lin Ye paused in front of a tombstone, while the other graves were just earth mounds. This one was made of stone, and there were no words on the tombstone. It seems this grave is special. Lin Ye crouched down, gently brushing his fingers over the surface of the wordless tombstone, feeling the icy cold and slippery texture beneath his touch. This tombstone. Before Lin Ye could finish, the tombstone suddenly trembled, and the stone surface cracked open with several fine lines, dark red liquid seeping out from within. Chen Peng stepped back in fright. Brother Yi, what is happening? I don't know. Lin Ye instinctively retreated. Throw the blood baby onto the tombstone. Xiao Ping and Xiaoan. Another one? The blood baby resignedly leaned against the tombstone and stood up, just steadying itself. Suddenly, countless pale little hands reached out from behind the mound of dirt by the tombstone, wildly grabbing the blood baby's body and dragging it into the grave behind. The speed was so fast that by the time Lin Ye reacted, Xiao Ping and Xiaoan's figures had vanished from sight. Chapter 127, Deformed Child. So fierce? Lin Ye's expression was solemn. Even a vengeful spirit like the blood baby couldn't withstand this. Chen Peng was already sweating coldly. What do we do now? Of course, we find Xiao Ping and Xiaoan. Lin Ye thought for a moment. Let's dig and take a look. Chen Peng. Brother Yi, you must be joking, right? Who just goes and digs up someone's grave? Lin Ye found a handy tool next to the tomb and handed Chen Peng a spirit-fixing nail. If danger arises, run. If you can't outrun, ambush. Chen Peng held the spirit-fixing nail, his hand shaking a bit. Brother Yi, you're really ruthless. Lin Ye puzzled. What ruthless? Don't be modest, Brother Yi, Chen Peng said while digging. When you pulled out 7 nails back then, you nearly scared me to death. That vengeful spirit had been tormented for 100 years by the 7 stars spirit nail array. Once all nails were pulled out, the one who suffered the backlash would undoubtedly die. Lin Ye? Wait, no one told him about this? Are you saying pulling all 7 out will cause a backlash? Of course, the trapped vengeful spirit will be torn to pieces on the spot. At this point, Chen Peng also sensed something was off. Brother Yi, you don't know, do you? Lin Ye. How would he know? He doesn't understand. No, Lin Ye recalled the golden finger hint from back then. It clearly hinted that he could pull out 7. Damn it, this golden finger is tricking him. Lin Ye's forehead throbbed in frustration. He now fully confirmed that this golden finger only guided him through the game. Whether he lives or dies was not within the golden finger's considerations. However, he just cursed a few times in his heart and felt relieved. Having it was already quite good. Why should he be picky? Although the golden finger couldn't guarantee his safety, it had led him to gain the greatest support. With Nianxi around, he was already much luckier than most players. The previous backlash must have been borne by Nianxi. At the time, he hadn't even earned Nianxi's favor yet, and Nianxi had surprisingly taken it upon herself so early. Lin Ye felt both guilty and sweet inside. How could Nianxi be so precious? Fortunately, he had foresight and directly took the certificate. While the two were talking, suddenly beneath their feet, there was a loud thud as they bumped into something hard. Lin Ye squatted down and cleared away the dirt to reveal a small coffin, with bizarre symbols drawn in vermilion on the coffin lid. This is a baby coffin? Chen Peng said, digging up a second coffin. Lin Ye felt that something was wrong and quickened his movements, soon uncovering more than a dozen identical coffins. It seemed that beneath this grave mound, there might be tens of thousands of such coffins. Chen Peng immediately felt the clumps of dirt beneath his feet were somewhat hot. This dungeon was too bizarre. How could it be more perverse than the Ghost Bride's dungeon? Of course, what surprised him even more was Lin Ye's decision. Let's open the coffins. Chen Peng. This isn't too good, right? Who comes in and opens someone else's coffin just like that? Open. Lin Ye's tone was firm. We need to confirm if what's buried inside is really a baby. The two worked together to pry open the first small coffin. The moment the lid opened, a rancid stench assaulted them. Inside the coffin lay a deformed baby corpse. It had 2 heads and 4 arms twisted and crossed over its chest. Unlike Xiao Ping and Xiaoan, which were man-made, this baby was a true conjoined twin. Multi-limbed, faceless. Wild brother, look at this. Chen Peng pointed at the newly opened coffin. The infant skeleton was even stranger. Its upper body was like a normal baby, but its lower body had 2 legs merged together, looking somewhat like a fishtail at first glance. Lin Ye looked at the deformed baby corpses in the surrounding coffins. So many deformed babies, could they be the result of inbreeding? Chen Peng suddenly understood. No wonder. This number likely means they have been intermarrying for hundreds of years. The live stream was shocked by this guess, leaving them stunned yet agitated. Are they human? I ask you, are they human? So disgusting. I thought it was human trafficking, didn't expect it to be inbreeding. What do they regard women as, even their own flesh and blood not spared? And they still want to ask for the goddess of fertility? Want me to send you a bullet instead? After giving birth to so many deformed babies, they still want to continue? Why not let you guys go extinct? Inside the dungeon. Chen Peng looked at the ground full of deformed babies, lost on what to do. Wild brother, should we keep going? Lin Ye helplessly rubbed his forehead. Dig. Finally, after 10 minutes, they found the bloody infant happily gnawing on a deformed baby. Little Lin noticed Lin Ye and quickly let go of the limb in his hands, tapping the head of his nearby brother. "Stop eating, the groom for the adults has come." Little Ping's mouth was stuffed, and upon hearing Lin Ye's arrival, he instantly stuffed his mouth even faster. Lin Ye. How can one eat so much? Lin Ye couldn't figure it out, but still gently pulled both of them out from the dirt. Chen Pang leaned over. "No wonder we didn't encounter any attacks after digging for so long. It turns out this little guy had eaten everything." The bloody infant hung in midair, grinning at the two with satisfaction. "Tasty, so tasty. You little thing." Chen Pang poked its nose with his finger. "Quite fun." The bloody infant blinked its eyes immediately, smiling even more harmlessly. "Stop acting cute." Lin Ye jumped out of the grave. "Put all this back." The bloody infant, having had its fill, was eager to work. After a long time of digging, it filled all back in just a short while. Just when the bloody infant finished refilling the last coffin, a faint crying sound drifted with the wind. The cry was mournful and sorrowful, sometimes far away, sometimes near, sending chills down one's spine. "Wild brother, did you hear that?" Chen Pang anxiously looked around. Lin Ye signaled for the bloody infant to come back and looked in the direction of the cry. Under the moonlight, a hunchbacked figure stood not far from the edge of the woods. Chen Pang immediately recognized, "It's that old woman who attacked me in the ghostly wall." Special character, old woman. If you knew her backstory, you would feel that perhaps everything she did was not wrong. Hint, every time you meet, she will bring you new clues, be careful not to refuse her requests. Just in time. Lin Ye took out his sickle, signaling for Chen Pang to follow. "Let's go take a look." The two approached the tree, and unlike the last meeting, the old woman's face was now covered in tear stains, her murky eyes full of pleading. She waved her hand at Lin Ye and Chen Pang, turning around and slowly shuffling into the depths of the forest. "It seems she is signaling us to follow." Chen Pang hesitated. Lin Ye did not hesitate any longer and followed right behind. The two trailed the old woman through the dense forest. The deeper they went, the colder the air became, and the trees grew increasingly twisted and bizarre. Lin Ye recalled the twisted, struggling look of the old locust tree he saw when entering the village, just like the trees here, with only dry branches and no leaves. Chapter 128, Cave, Infant Girl, Blood Pool, 10.1 Extra Update. Finally, the old woman stopped in front of a hidden cave, pointing at the dark entrance with her eyes urging them to enter. Before they even stepped into the cave, Lin Ye could feel a bone-chilling aura flowing out from within. Even the bloody infant that clung to his thigh began to squirm uneasily, though it didn't seem very averse to going in. This indicated that whatever was inside was powerful but not unmanageable for it. "Do you want to come in with us?" Lin Ye offered an invitation. I originally thought the old woman would take the lead, but unexpectedly, she screamed and ran away on all fours. Lin Ye. He could only turn his head and look thoughtfully at Chen Pang. Chen Pang knew exactly what he was thinking from the three copies and immediately raised both hands to self-destruct. "Brother Ye, I really can't do it. You know that the copies are different from the ghosts we usually think of. If I could really invite the ancestor's spirit, I would have already broken through this copy." Lin Ye nodded. That made sense. He patted Xiao Ping on the back of the head. "Lead the way." Xiao Ping said nothing, climbed down from his leg, and began to grunt as it led the way in front. The cave was dark and damp, with a strong smell of blood lingering in the air. The deeper they went, the more they saw dense claw marks on the walls, as if countless people had desperately struggled to survive here. Xiao Ping suddenly stopped and made uneasy whimpering sounds. Lin Ye followed its gaze and saw countless tiny bones scattered on the ground ahead. He led Chen Ping forward to check and found that these bones were all normal baby bones. "It seems, they are all girls." Chen Ping felt a wave of chill from the bottom of his heart again. The bones were scattered on the ground in various tragic positions, some skulls were shattered, and some limbs were broken, clearly having suffered immense pain in life. What was even more chilling was that all the bones were facing the same direction, as if they had all desperately crawled towards the cave entrance before dying. Lin Ye squatted down to inspect and found that some bones were covered in bite marks, as if they had been knotted by something. Some of them were alive when they were. Chen Pang couldn't finish his sentence. No wonder there are so few girls' faces in the village. Lin Ye took a deep breath and suddenly thought of the abandoned baby tower. The densely scattered bones of baby girls were all thrown in by their closest relatives with their own hands. Chen Pang also thought of that young man's words and felt mockery wash over him. The goddess of childbirth clearly wasn't the one who wouldn't grant baby girls. It was obvious that all the baby girls had been thrown to death here by them. In a daze, a faint weeping sound seemed to come from the depths of the cave. The sound was tender and hopeless, echoing in the empty cave, inexplicably stirring the saddest memories in people's hearts. The two followed the sound, and the sight before them made them gasp. At the end of the cave was a huge pool of blood, floating with even more baby girls' bones. In the pool, however, soaked several ragged women, their stomachs were swollen, their eyes hollow, mechanically washing their bellies with the pool water. Those women's movements were synchronized, their pale fingers rubbing repeatedly on their swollen bellies, as if trying to wash away some unclean things. Blood water slid down their skin, rippling out circles on the surface of the pool. What was most disturbing was that even when they saw Lin Ye and Chen Pang, they showed no reaction, continuing to mechanically repeat the washing motions. Are they still alive? Chen Pang closed his eyes, not daring to think about the scene before him, continually reciting a calming chant in his heart. The live streaming room was also filled with a heavy emotional weight. I want to say something, but I don't know what to say. It's so hopeless. Either they are thrown dead here at birth, or when they grow up they are forced into incest to give birth to monstrous babies. Where did this blood come from? Is it human blood? It definitely isn't men's blood. Stop washing. It's useless, they will still give birth to monstrous babies. Do you think the names missing from the family tree will be among these poor victims? I can't take it anymore, thinking about that possibility makes me want to cry. In the copy. Compared to Chen Pang, Lin Ye was relatively calm. After all, in the last copy, he had seen someone with pica. Lin Ye noticed that the women's abdomens were slightly wriggling, as if something was moving inside. But upon closer inspection, the frequency of that wriggling was too regular. It's not like fetal movement, instead, it's like something is breathing. Suddenly, the woman closest to them raised her head and forced a stiff smile at the corners of her mouth. Must wash clean, her voice was dry, otherwise, the lady will be angry. As she spoke, she rubbed her abdomen vigorously, her skin scratched by her nails, with blood mingling into the pool of water, yet she remained completely oblivious. Another woman muttered softly, only by having a son can one live. Wash clean, to have a son. Wash clean, to have a son. Their voices echoed in the cave, intertwining into a spine-chilling chorus. Chen Pang shook uncontrollably as he pulled Lin Ye's arm. Run, let's run. They really couldn't stay here. He felt his brain being overtaken by these words, and even his stomach began to ache faintly. In just a few breaths, Chen Peng's gaze gradually started to dull. He released Lin Ye's arm, gazing blankly at the blood pool, a stiff smile creeping at the corners of his mouth, resembling those women. Must wash clean, he murmured to himself, his hands unconsciously caressing his own abdomen. Lin Ye, however, felt nothing. When he turned around in shock, he found that Chen Peng's belly was actually swelling at a visible speed, as if he really were pregnant. Wash clean, to have a son. In a trance, Chen Peng walked towards the blood pool, completely ignoring Lin Ye's attempts to stop him. Just as Chen Peng was about to step into the blood pool, Lin Ye reacted quickly, pulling out a soul-binding nail and thrusting it into his abdomen without hesitation. Ah! Chen Peng let out a piercing scream, his abdomen rapidly deflating. A stream of black gas surged from the wound, taking shape in the air as a distorted baby figure, then quickly dissipated. Chen Peng collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily, his eyes regaining clarity. Thank you. Yi Gu. Lin Ye helped him up. Only pull it out after the nail is out. Okay, Chen Peng pressed on the wound of his abdomen. It hurt a bit, but at least he was awake. Xiaoping suddenly tugged at Lin Ye's pant leg anxiously, pointing at the bottom of the blood pool with his small finger. Want. Lin Ye focused his gaze and saw countless small cloth bags at the bottom of the pool, each tied with red strings, gently swaying with the water waves alongside those baby girls. Seeing that he hadn't moved for a while, Xiaoping tugged at his pant leg again, this time much more urgently. Want. Lin Ye. What does it mean? Does it want him to go in and fish out those cloth bags? Chapter 129, Falling into the Blood Pool. Lin Ye initially thought of telling Xiaoping to go himself, but seeing how anxious he was, he reconsidered. Perhaps there was something inside that he was afraid to deal with. So he agreed to help retrieve them. So does that mean he dares to? He just had a few strange items, not that he'd become immortal. Want. As Xiaoping grew more and more anxious, Lin Ye helplessly rubbed his forehead. He was at least the child's nominal uncle, so he would just take them. However, Lin Ye didn't dare to reach in directly. Instead, he carefully approached the cloth bag with his sickle. The moment the sickle touched the cloth bag, Lin Ye felt a bone-chilling coldness flowing through the handle. What was even stranger was that the red string on the cloth bag automatically unraveled, revealing strands of pitch-black hair. The cloth bags began to writhe, as if they contained not hair but living creatures. Those strands of hair stretched like they were alive, twisting and dancing in the air while emitting faint sobbing sounds. Want. Xiaoping tugged at Lin Ye's pant leg anxiously, his face a mix of desire and fear in a complex expression. Lin Ye. Want, it's demanding my life. Lin Ye suppressed his discomfort and used the sickle to lift one cloth bag. Just as the cloth bag was about to part from the pool, the bloody infant suddenly jumped heavily onto Lin Ye's back. The sudden weight threw Lin Ye off balance, he slipped and fell forward. Yi Gu. This scene happened too suddenly. Chen Peng rushed to grab Lin Ye's hand but was already too late. Splash! The cold, stinky blood water instantly engulfed Lin Ye. He struggled to surface, but felt countless rootless strands pulling at his limbs. He dragged him to the bottom of the pool. The suffocating feeling surged, and Lin Ye's consciousness began to fade. In a daze, it seemed like he had arrived in a closed room. There were no windows around, and the walls were all made of steel plates. The light from the incandescent bulbs above his head almost blinded him. After a few seconds of adaptation, Lin Ye realized he was chained to the cold steel plate, his limbs unable to move. A woman with a beautiful face but a mad look in her eyes stood in front of him, playing with a sharp knife in her hand. Su-won? Lin Ye recognized the person in front of him as Su-won, whom he had only met once before entering the dungeon. How could it be her? Where is this? Wasn't he in the dungeon, falling into the blood pool? Awake? Su-won chuckled lightly, the tip of the knife gently scratching Lin Ye's cheek, leaving a bloodstain. Tell me, how should I punish my disobedient pet? Lin Ye tried to struggle but found that this body was abnormally weak, not his current body at all. What was even more terrifying was the inexplicable fear he felt. This body instinctively had a bone-deep terror of Su-won. What is going on? Lin Ye was stunned. Wasn't he clearing the dungeon? What was happening to him? Why are you trying to escape? Su-won bent down, whispering in his ear. Am I not good to you? The tip of the knife traced down his neck and stopped at his chest. Lin Ye could feel his heart beating wildly, but he couldn't make any sound. Not speaking? Su-won's smile turned grotesque. Then never speak again. She suddenly thrust the small knife down. Puff. At the moment the intense pain came, the image in front of Lin Ye suddenly twisted. He saw countless selves imprisoned in similar rooms. Some had their vocal cords cut, some had their eyes gouged out, some had been made into human corpses. Each Lin Ye was silently screaming, while Su-won stood among them, a satisfied smile on her face. Look, you'll always be mine. She opened her arms, as if showing off her collection. Lin Ye felt a wave of nausea and instinctively felt uncomfortable with this obsessive psychopath. Su-won's laughter echoed in the sealed space. It's useless, you'll never escape from my grasp. But unfortunately, all Lin Ye's eyes held was calm. After the initial pain, his mind was full of questions about the strange illusion he had just seen. Could it be that these were things that would happen in the future? Because he didn't kill Su-won immediately in the real world, the Golden Finger had to warn him this way? Lin Ye felt he had figured it out, and couldn't help but silently say in his heart, Golden Finger, having you is my blessing, truly. Because Lin Ye was distracted, Su-won, dissatisfied, dropped another knife, her obsession even stronger. Why do you always have that expression of not caring? Why? What makes me unworthy of you? What makes me unworthy of you? You're just a useless gamer, no matter before or in the dungeon, you've always lived so miserably. What right do you have to look down on me? What right? The more she spoke, the more agitated Su-won became. After stabbing countless times, the Lin Ye in front of her had already lost all signs of life. Only a pair of blood-red eyes stared at her, as if saying, you wait. Snapping out of the dazed state, Lin Ye found himself still in the blood pool, and his chest was unharmed, not turned into a hornet's nest. He silently breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that after he got out, he still had to quickly deal with Su-won. But he couldn't help but wonder, were those things he saw really just things that would happen in the future? Before Lin Ye could think further, the corner of his eye caught the baby bones scattered at the bottom of the blood pool. The bones slowly sat up, their empty eye sockets all staring at him. Why, don't you want us? A childish voice rang out in his mind. Immediately, countless voices overlapped together. Why did you abandon us? Aren't we your children? Is it just because we are girls? Why? Lin Ye felt a heart-wrenching pain. These emotions did not belong to him, yet they were so real that they suffocated him. He saw scene after scene flashing before his eyes. A newborn baby girl was smashed to death on the rocks. A crying girl was dragged into a cave and never came back out. A pregnant woman knelt by a pool of blood, repeatedly washing her belly, praying to give birth to a boy. These memories surged into Lin Ye's mind like a tide, carrying endless despair and resentment. He felt his consciousness being swallowed by these emotions, about to become a part of them. In a critical moment, Lin Ye swung the sickle, cutting off the hair on his body, and swam desperately toward the water's surface. Finally, Lin Ye grasped the edge of the pool and clumsily crawled ashore. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, his whole body soaked in blood. Chen Peng hurried forward. Brother Yi, are you okay? Lin Ye shook his head, looking at the gradually calming blood pool. The strands of hair had already sunk to the bottom, abandoning their attack. Xiao Ping! It's happening, it's time for reckoning. Chapter 130, Want a Sister? Xiao Ping's heart jolted, hugging a cloth bag and slowly shrinking back into the corner. It's not on purpose. It tried to explain, just now it didn't know what was happening, it just suddenly jumped up. Xiaoping and Xiaoan blinked their innocent eyes, as if asking Lin Ye, "You will believe us, right?" Lin Ye. Believe. But it was necessary to punish. So, Chen Peng saw the most bizarre scene in the world. A powerful entity was actually being grabbed and spanked by a human? Well done. Do you know how nervous I was when you kicked Brother Yi in? Brother Yi, good job. This time you didn't rely on others and successfully escaped. You've really grown a lot. I'll come check on you later. If Brother Yi is still alive, I'll be at ease, and I'll continue fighting. The one above, hold on for a while, I really can't keep cursing. Every time I enter a Chinese horror dungeon, I'm chased and cursed by players from other countries. I'm worn out. I'll go join the fight. Let's see who dares to ask us for compensation. But why is Brother Yi okay? The player from the neighboring country fell in and has already joined the group for washing the pregnant belly. Nonsense, with so many strange items on Brother Yi, as long as it's not a boss, no NPC can defeat him? Group fights don't work. Brother Yi runs faster than a dog. The one above, can you say something nice? Inside the dungeon. After educating the unfortunate child, Lin Ye turned to look at the cloth bag in its hand. Where did this come from? When you fell in. I took the chance to fish it out. The blood baby shrank its neck, truthfully speaking. Special item, blessing cloth bag. This is a blessing cloth bag made from a special item. According to folklore, using it to soak spring water and applying it to a pregnant belly can ensure the birth of a desired child. Tip, consuming it will provide a good buff for the blood baby. Lin Ye wiped the blood and dirt from his face. Why did it feel like he was raising ghosts everywhere? Can't anything useful come his way? Lin Ye sighed in resignation. Alright, you eat it. To his surprise, the blood baby hid the cloth bag behind its back, shaking its head vigorously, refusing to eat it at all. This was strange. Xiaoping, who was usually the greediest, was now acting differently. What's inside the cloth bag? Lin Ye reached out and poked Xiaoping's forehead. What's inside? Xiaoping hesitated for a moment before finally opening the cloth bag. Inside were not strands of hair, but rather a small handful soaked in blood, ashes? Chen Peng leaned closer to identify. Brother Yi, it's cremated remains. Cremated remains? Lin Ye was stunned. Using ashes as a blessing item? This was pure black magic. Black magic. What do you two want this for? Xiaoan pointed at the blood pool, then at the handful of ashes, using her little hand to shape the outline of a baby. Sister. Xiaoping held the ashes in the cloth bag, nodding vigorously beside her. Want, sister. Chen Peng looked at the blood pool and guessed, could this ash be the embodiment of all the resentment here? Xiaoping and Xiaoan nodded simultaneously, their eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Ye rubbed his forehead, feeling his temples throb. You two really know how to give your father trouble. Now, not only did they fail to find Zhang Wang's wife, but they have also gained 2 children. Xiaoan lowered her head, her little fingers fidgeting together, looking pitiful as she said, but, we want a sister. Others are too fierce. Xiaoping added softly, this one is good. Seeing how much Xiaoping and Xiaoan truly wanted this sister, what more could Lin Ye say? After all, it's Zhang Wang who raises the children, so he just let them go. The oddness of the cave was taken away by the blood baby, and there were no more clues, so Lin Ye supported Chen Peng and headed out. Before leaving, Lin Ye turned around to glance at the women who were crazily washing their bellies. He felt that the wriggling in their stomachs had become more intense, as if something was about to burst out. They should be the ones to receive blessings from the mother of birth tomorrow night, right? As they exited the cave, Chen Peng finally pulled out the nail from his abdomen and handed it back to Yi Gu. Lin Ye took it, saying, I can't keep an eye on you holding that for protection all the time. When you get out alive, the country will assign you better cursed items. Chen Peng's nose felt sour. The 30-something man was almost in tears from the emotion. Once he got out, he would definitely exchange points for a peachwood sword, ready to slash at any curse he saw. Just as Chen Peng put the wooden nail away, a roll of bandages appeared in his storage space. He knew this was the national government trying to convey it to him, so he hurriedly took it out to bandage himself. When leaving the back mountain, it was already late at night. Lin Ye stood at the entrance of the back mountain, his expression somewhat serious. The graveyard and cave, both chaotic burial grounds, turned out not to be the most terrifying places in the instance. What kind of boss could this be? Dare not to think about it, simply cannot think about it. When returning to the village, it was already late at night. Lin Ye sent Chen Peng back to his room, reminding the blood baby to take good care of him, before cleaning himself up and heading to the ancestral hall. In the room, Chen Peng looked at the blood baby awkwardly, feeling a bit afraid to sleep. What if it held a grudge and bit him in the middle of the night? The blood baby showed its teeth unhappily, this person complained, so annoying. It simply turned away, out of sight, out of mind, carefully took out the sister's ashes, happily peeking at them. Chen Peng. Really won't bite him, right? The rest of the village was extremely quiet, while only the ancestral hall was brightly lit, with villagers bustling in and out preparing things for the blood sacrifice tomorrow. Lin Ye searched for a long time but couldn't find a chance to sneak in. He really hated the villagers for not letting him see his wife. That night, Lin Ye rarely suffered from insomnia. The next day, both appeared in the courtyard with matching panda eyes. This was the first time Chen Peng saw Lin Ye looking tired. He couldn't help but look at him a bit more. Breakfast was sent by the village chief, but in this instance, which was based on folklore, neither dared to eat much. Who knows if it contained something strange, like human tissue? If they fell for it, they would definitely become controlled puppets. They still had that much common sense. So they took out the backpacks provided by the game when they first entered the instance and used the food inside to stave off hunger. As they left the village chief's house, Lin Ye and Chen Peng noticed that these villagers, who had been busy all night, were still energetically coming and going, showing no signs of fatigue. Lin Ye seized the chance, caught a lone villager, and directly asked for Chao Jinping's house. Chao Jinping's house was in the most remote corner of the village. Rather than a home, it was more like a nearly collapsing thatched hut. Lin Ye pushed open the creaky wooden door, and a musty smell floated out. The furniture was askew, and shattered pottery fragments scattered on the floor. The corners were filled with spider webs. He shouted a few times before finding Chao Jinping, tightly bound in the corner of the main house. Chapter 131, You Are the One Who Needs Blessing? Chao Jinping was bound securely with rough hemp ropes, a piece of rag stuffed in his mouth. Seeing Lin Ye and Chen Peng, he immediately struggled excitedly, making muffled sounds. Lin Ye stepped forward and removed the rag from his mouth. Chao Jinping immediately gasped for air, his voice hoarse. Let me go, hurry, let me go. Who tied you up? Chen Peng asked while untying the ropes. Chao Jinping did not reply. Once the ropes were untied, he stumbled to his feet and started to walk outside. I want to leave. I want to leave. Let me go. Ding. Congratulations, you have triggered the side quest, The Broken Only Son. Old people often say, among the 3 unfilial acts, not having descendants is the worst. As the only son in his family and the only young man in the village without offspring, the responsibility weighed on him almost to the point of suffocation. He wanted to escape this village, escape this suffocating place. Quest, calm his emotions and help him get through tonight's moon festival ceremony smoothly. Tip, simply running away won't solve the problem. Why not try solving the issue with those who caused it? Lin Ye? This tip is getting more and more ridiculous. Lin Ye grabbed the nearly delirious Chao Jinping. You can't run out, give up. Chao Jinping violently shook off Lin Ye's hand, yelling hysterically, what do you know? They have all gone insane. They have all gone insane. I need to escape, I must escape. He suddenly choked up, squatting down in pain, holding his head and sobbing. Lin Ye signaled Chen Peng to guard the door while he squatted beside Chao Jinping. Tell us what happened, we can help you. Help? Chao Jinping lifted his head, showing a smile more grotesque than crying. How can you help? They are all lunatics. I shouldn't have been tricked back here. I can't escape. Come on, talk about it. Chen Peng tried to encourage. Maybe we can help you report to the police after we get out. Report to the police? These 2 words reignited hope in Chao Jinping's eyes. They weren't locals, they still had a chance to leave and could help him report to the police. Yes, report to the police. When I got into university, I thought I could finally leave this damn place. Chao Jinping's voice trembled with tears. I found a job in the city and started dating. I thought I could live like a normal person. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, but they kept calling, saying my father was seriously ill. When I returned, I found it was a scam. They locked me up and forced me to marry my cousins. Being the only college student in the remote valley, the moment he learned of the cousin marriages in the village, his mind was hit with an unprecedented shock. In the 21st century, how could there still be places that held on to such outdated customs? He had tried to resist, but all he got was tighter control. He once sneaked to the back mountains, saw the piled-up infant coffins in the graves, and entered a cave, witnessing the scattered bones and terrifying pools of blood. At that moment, all that filled his mind was the word escape. Escape from this man-eating village. Do you know what the most frustrating thing is? Chao Jinping's voice began to tremble. Chen Peng responded, what is it? It is. Chao Jinping opened his mouth, uncertain of how to express it. When he was young, it wasn't like this. The villagers used to be very kind. What exactly was wrong? Was it when he grew up and the elders began asking him which girls he liked in the village? How did he respond back then? His cousins, he said he liked his pretty cousin. So all 3 of his cousins survived, waiting for him to grow up and marry them. Then, what about the others? Those girls who were not chosen, where did they go? It seemed like, oh, they died. Just because he said he didn't like them. He died. He saw it everything. Chao Jinping's gaze became vacant, as if he had returned to that nightmarish afternoon. That day, I secretly followed the adults to the back mountain. I saw dozens of girls hanging inside the cave. His breathing became rapid, they were hung upside down from the ceiling, their wrists slit, blood dripped drop by drop into the blood pool below. Those girls were still alive. Chao Jinping covered his ears, as if to block out the screams from his memory. They were crying, begging for mercy, but the adults just stood by, chatting and laughing while watching. Later, one of them saw me, and begged me with her eyes to save them. His body began to tremble violently, but I was so scared, I ran away. The next day, I heard that they all died from illness. Later I learned that it was a sacrificial ceremony. Chao Jinping let out a miserable laugh. Their blood was used to nourish the so-called deity, to ask for blessings from the deity for offspring. Chao Jinping, with great emotion, grabbed Lin Ye's arm. Did you see it? That statue? The one in the ancestral hall. No, it's not a statue, it's a demon. A demon that harmed innocent lives together with the villagers. Lin Ye looked at this collapsed young man, and he somewhat understood why he was so desperate. He not only witnessed the tragedy, but because of a careless remark from his childhood, he indirectly caused the death of so many innocent people. The live broadcast room was full of murmurs and sighs. Folks, it's time for the gamble. I bet everything he said is a lie. I bet, whether we believe it or not, they're all villains. I disagree, I think the old lady is not bad. Qin Pang, who almost got killed, I didn't hear clearly, could you repeat that? By the way, will we be able to see the family tree tonight? It's already the next day, we can't let the exploration of the new life stop. Is there a possibility that the missing name on the family tree is Chao Jinping's illegitimate child outside? Based on the gap in the second family tree, his age just fits. You're making your mind wander, not opening it wildly. Exactly, players can't leave the village to find his illegitimate child. Who said an illegitimate child has to be outside? In the instance. Lin Ye pressed down on Chao Jinping's trembling shoulder, speaking in a deep voice. Have you ever thought, maybe these villagers are innocent? Chao Jinping? Qin Pang immediately widened his eyes, looking at Lin Ye in surprise. Listen to what you're saying, Yi Gu. Chapter 132, The Ancient Well, 10.2 Bonus Update. Chao Jinping trembled, wanting to push away the hand on his shoulder. I understand, you guys are all in this together, all in it together. We're not in this together. Qin Pang quickly waved his hand, trying to explain, and gave Yi Gu a meaningful look. Lin Ye pressed his hand harder on his shoulder, waiting for him to quiet down before analyzing. Think about it, what kind of parents don't love their children? When you were young, they were normal. How could they suddenly become like this as you grew up? Have you never thought about why that happened? Chao Jinping subconsciously followed his words and asked, why? Don't even need to guess, it must be because of the statue. Lin Ye's expression became serious. Do you know what being possessed means? Maybe the people in the village did those crazy things after being possessed by the evil in the statue. And you, being a native of this village, can you just watch the evil in the statue destroy the place where you grew up? Chao Jinping paused for a moment, as if it made a bit of sense. In his childhood memories, the people in the village were indeed normal. The change all happened after he accidentally entered the ancestral hall and unintentionally saw the statue behind the curtain. I can't. That's right. Lin Ye continued to persuade, so you can't leave. We have to stay and save these villagers. These words struck Chao Jinping's soft spot. He took a deep breath. The gaze gradually strengthened. Okay. But what should we do? Participate in tonight's moon festival. Lin Ye looked confident. As long as we mess up the moon festival, we can definitely help the villagers wake up. Qin Pang didn't know what Brother Yi was planning, but he quickly chimed in. Yes, Brother Yi is right. We must expose the true identity of that evil god at the moon festival and see who is behind it. Chao Jinping got excited but then showed concern. But the moon festival is very dangerous. Can the three of us really manage? You don't need to worry about this at all. Lin Ye pointed to Qin Pang at the door. Do you know who he is? A Taoist priest from Xian Yuan Temple. Meeting is a fate. Something so big happened in your village, we will not stand by. Qin Pang cooperated by posing as a wise figure. Meeting is fate, how can we not help? Seeing that Chao Jinping was about to be persuaded, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, they will give all participants holy water at the moon festival. That water must have a problem. Holy water? Lin Ye frowned. Where did it come from? I remember there is an ancient well in the backyard of the ancestral hall, and the holy water is drawn from there. Chao Jinping frowned. I haven't been there, so I'm not sure what's inside. Lin Ye immediately decided to go to the backyard of the ancestral hall. No matter what this holy water is, they must find a way to stop the villagers from drinking it. Qin Pang scratched his head, but the villagers are currently at the ancestral hall. How do we get in? Lin Ye and Chen Peng exchanged glances and silently shifted their gaze to Chao Jinping. Chao Jinping realized and actively said, I can pretend to escape to distract them. The two of them gave him a thumbs up at the same time, seeing this awareness, how great. There's no time to waste, let's act now. Chao Jinping understood and suddenly rushed out the door, I won't go. Absolutely not. I want to leave here, let me go. He ran while shouting loudly, deliberately creating chaos. The villagers quickly noticed him, causing a commotion, all rushing to catch him, quick. Catch him. Don't let him run. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Ye and Chen Peng quickly slipped out of the house and circled to the back of the ancestral hall. Lin Ye glanced at the main hall ahead, and instinctively turned to walk over. At a critical moment, Chen Peng pulled him back, Brother Ye, time is tight, let's find the ancient well first. Your wife won't be in trouble. Lin Ye, is it that obvious? But Lin Ye also knew that Chao Jinping couldn't hold on for long, they needed to act quickly. The two went to the backyard and indeed found an ancient well covered with stone slabs in the corner of the yard. Dark energy surrounded the ancient well, and strange symbols were carved all over the stone slab. As Lin Ye approached, he felt a bone-chilling cold. This is it. Lin Ye signaled Chen Peng to help, and they pushed the stone slab together. As soon as the well mouth was exposed, a strong stench hit them in the face. Lin Ye leaned over and saw that the well water was an abnormal dark red color, with small dead animals floating on the surface. Lin. They were entangled by black tendrils like strands of hair, perfectly preserved like specimens. The most frightening thing was that all the female corpses had swollen bellies, as if they were about to give birth at any moment. Just as the density of the bodies was about to reach a terrifying critical point, the old woman in front stopped before a hidden opening. Then she turned around and signaled to Lin Ye to go in. You go first. Lin Ye politely offered to let the old woman go ahead. At first, the old woman was unwilling, but after hesitating, she squeezed into the hole. Blood Infant and Lin Ye then followed, passing through a narrow underwater passage, and suddenly the view opened up before them. This was a vast underwater cave, with a stone statue at the center, wrapped tightly in black chains. The statue was about 3 people high, but completely covered by a dark red curtain. The old woman knelt devoutly before the statue, continuously bowing, the one you wanted, has arrived. The statue suddenly vibrated, and the curtain swayed without wind. Lin Ye felt an indescribable sense of oppression, as if the weight of the entire water was pressing down on him. Warning. Extremely dangerous presence detected. Name? Level? Tip, do not look directly. Do not listen. Do not approach. Blood Infant let out a whimper of fear, wanting to retreat, only to find that the way back had disappeared without him noticing. Countless pairs of eyes emerged around the cave, staring intently at them. The old woman slowly turned around, revealing a sinister smile. To be noticed by the lady is a great blessing indeed.